distribution, potentially pushing the film into profitability. Jet Li arrived in America 2 weeks early to support promotional efforts. Rosamund Kwan also came to Los Angeles, joyfully spending 3 perfect days with Linton. Still, she hadn't yet won his full trust. Though, she gained something. Through Linton's spiritual imprint method, he confirmed no other men had gotten close to her during that time, softening his heart toward her. When she left, Linton gifted her a bottle of beauty elixir. Since May, Linton had arranged for MCA TV and UPN channels to broadcast Jet Li's classic films weekly, building his image among North American audiences. By September, nearly all of Jet Li's martial arts movies had aired on both networks, embedding his reputation as a visually spectacular fight star. Marketing allocated $3 million for publicity. Not huge, but enough to do quite a bit. Media coverage through Linton's affiliated channels, spot TV appearances, and movie theater posters. Harvey went further, channeling 1970s nostalgia. When Bruce Lee reigned as a martial arts superstar in North America, he branded Jet Li as Li's spiritual successor in promotional materials. Surprisingly effective, this identity helped Jet Li's name gain rapid recognition and growing popularity stateside. Because it was off-peak season, the publicity team secured about 1,500 theaters and 2,200 screens to open Black Mask. Though no premiere was held, promotion was solid. On September 27th, Black Mask officially hit North American cinemas. Opening day ticket sales reached $2.57 million. Saturday saw $2.81 million. Sunday brought $2.35 million. The first weekend's total was $7.73 million. Though not blockbuster level, it was solid for an imported film set in Hong Kong, starring a still-emerging Jet Li. The following 4 weekdays added $4.59 million. The full first week's gross topped $12.32 million. Marketing predicted the final North American revenue wouldn't drop below $25 million. This categorized Black Mask as a hit import and marked Jet Li's initial breakthrough into the North American market, starting to carve out space in Hollywood. Chapter 550, Strategizing Internet Market, Netscape Crashes. Linton had been leisurely enjoying his vacation on the farm, accompanied by Christiana, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, the 3 newborns, and little Lena. Thanks to Linton's presence, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica enjoyed their postpartum confinement wholeheartedly, recovering both physically and mentally at an impressive pace. Even during the lively evening parties, Linton could fully indulge himself without worry. When free, they often strolled through the backyard garden, sipping tea in the lakeside gazebo. Sometimes, they'd even take a boat for a couple of laps around the lake. The lake's water connected to the Missouri River, ensuring a constant flow of fresh water. Positioned at the heart of the spirit-gathering array, the lake was incredibly clear and the fish tasted exceptionally fresh. When in the mood, the group would dive in for a few swims or pull a few nets to catch fish, handing the haul over to Chef Suarez in the kitchen to prepare special dishes for everyone. If Lena and the 3 babies weren't around, the 4 adults would often erupt into playful, intense underwater battles, enjoying the thrill of aquatic play. September brought harvest season, turning the farm into a scene of joyous abundance. The farmland under crop rotation was planted entirely with rapeseed flowers at Linton's direction, and September marked the peak bloom of these golden fields. 100 acres of radiant yellow stretched as far as the eye could see, adding breathtaking beauty to the farm. When spirits were high, Linton would lead the group out of the garden to explore the farm, sharing the joy of harvest and admiring the pastoral scenery. By the end of September, they had harvested sufficient rice, wheat, and soybeans from the 100 acres, enough to supply everyone on the property and at the Los Angeles estate for the entire coming year. Grown in land brimming with spiritual energy, the crops possessed abundant vitality, offering remarkable health benefits with long-term consumption. And even if the produce exceeded own needs, Linton firmly refused to let any surplus flood the commercial market to avoid unnecessary troubles. Therefore, he had Carter begin constructing a rice mill, oil press, and flour mill within the farm's workshop area, ensuring all processing stayed internal. On the last day of September, Linton visited the farm's management office to meet with farm manager Tuck. By then, all crops had been harvested and the grain sold to breweries and sugar refineries. Workers busied themselves maintaining machinery and preparing to refurbish the irrigation channels for next year's planting. The farm was brimming with festive energy. It promised another fruitful season. Tuck enthusiastically reported to Linton, "Boss, congratulations. The farm's had another big harvest this year." Overall, this year's yield matched last year's, with barley and sugar beet production about 30% higher than neighboring farms. Meanwhile, grain prices had risen considerably. Barley prices climbed 5%, while sugar beet prices remained steady due to year-start contracts with sugar factories, stabilizing risk. As a result, the farm's profit surged to $30 million, an increase of $7 million from last year. Although this profit was no longer a major focus for Linton, he was still quietly pleased. "That's excellent. Since the farm performed well, I can't shortchange you or the crew. Go ahead and notify everyone. This year, all bonuses are doubled." "Thank you, boss." Tuck, well versed in flattering, quickly spread the great news. Soon, cheers of "boss" echoed throughout the farm. After the workers dispersed, Linton pulled out the farm map and gave Tuck further instructions. "Next year, I want to expand the airport, reserve another 150 acres here. When you work on the water channels, steer clear of this area." "Got it, boss." He then called Goodman to contact local land agents to try acquiring neighboring farms. Linton planned to expand his farm by 20-fold within 5 years, preparing for the construction of a massive lightning protection array to face the approaching celestial tribulation. Unaware, October quietly arrived. On October 6th, Linton returned to Los Angeles with his vitality pills and beauty pills. As usual, both were quickly snapped up. Since the children's birth, the estate had gained much livelier energy. In Linton's absence, his harem generally stayed in their private villas, but now, drawn by the irresistible baby energy, they often resided at Linton's estate when free. Even usually independent Winnie began staying at the estate full-time. Knowing Linton had returned, Winnie cleared her morning workload early and arrived at the estate before lunch with documents in hand. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Linton followed routine and led Winnie upstairs for a warm-up session. Then, in the study, Winnie handed him a folder. "Dear, after 5 months of ongoing investment and stock purchases on the secondary market, the $17 billion in the health company has been fully converted into stocks." "Oh, what stocks did you buy?" "About $7 billion went into computer, communications, and internet sectors, mainly matching the previous charity fund investments. The biggest shares are in Microsoft and Cisco, followed by Nokia, Intel, AOL, Compaq, Dell, Yahoo, and such. The remaining $10 billion was diversified into military, automotive, energy, chemical, aerospace, logistics, trade, biotech, and other sectors," Winnie continued. "Most came from the target list you got from Buffett, including Boeing, Airbus, American Airlines, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, KFC, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Pfizer, and others. There were also some new picks our investment team uncovered recently, like Procter & Gamble in daily goods, Estée Lauder in cosmetics, LVMH in French luxury, Nestle Coffee from Sweden, Samsung Electronics from Korea, and TSMC from Taiwan." Linton flipped through the folder listing over 70 companies, with details on investment size and stake percentages. The stakes were mostly minor holdings, under 1%, sometimes less than 0.5%. "Excellent," he said. "In the last 5 months, the health company has raised another $7.8 billion. I'll keep $800 million liquid. You take the rest and continue buying stocks on the list. And if the team finds promising new investments, add them in." "Got it. But I think we've already invested too much in computers, communications, and internet, including the charity fund, Mangrove Capital, and the health company. Investments in those sectors have exceeded $30 billion. I suggest we reduce focus there and diversify into other industries." "No, I believe the computer, communications, and internet sectors represent new industries and technologies with enormous future potential. We can't stop investing there. But you're right about diversifying to mitigate risk. So the charity fund office and Mangrove Capital will mainly invest there, But if you find exceptional opportunities elsewhere, consider them. As for the health company, with its steady income, we'll try to avoid those three sectors and focus investments elsewhere. Meanwhile, Mangrove Capital remains focused on internet venture investments. Understood. By the way, how is the plan to invest in internet startups coming? We've made progress. At Mangrove Capital, we already have two outstanding supervisors for this. William Lee, a Harvard economics master's graduate like me, and Jennifer Roberts, with a master's degree in maths from MIT. I've set up a dedicated investment group led by Jennifer. They're reaching out to Silicon Valley's community and students across America, inviting internet startup proposals to Mangrove Capital. Additionally, we're establishing a branch in Hong Kong with an initial $20 million investment. William Lee will become general manager there to develop the Asian internet. Venture capital market. Nice. When I visited Hong Kong last time, I spoke deeply with Yahoo's Jerry Yang. We both agreed Asian internet, specifically Chinese market, will be huge, far surpassing Europe and Japan. You need to put effort in. Of course, we've already received many internet startup plans for Asia. One is by Charles Zhang, a PhD graduate from MIT and Jennifer's schoolmate. His plan is unique. Unlike other startups focusing on the US market in Silicon Valley, his internet startup is based in Beijing, targeting the Chinese market. Charles Zhang, MIT PhD. Wasn't he the founder of the portal, Soho? Good idea. Instead of fighting for scraps here, he's opening a new market in China. Did you approve his plan? Yes, approved $1 million investment for a 20% stake. And the online bookstore Amazon? Doing fine. Your recent fame gave our venture team more confidence. After negotiations, last month we obtained lead investor rights in the Series A round, investing $6 million for 15% equity. Good. I've been following Amazon. Their business model is promising. Keep close watch and continue participating in future rounds, preferably leading and accumulating more shares. Will do. Also, 2 more good news items. Good news? Tell me. Remember ICQ? Of course. I still use it. First good news. After we invested $2 million, ICQ used the funds to aggressively expand in North America. User base has rapidly grown to 11 million. They're now preparing to enter Europe and Japan with a $10 million Series B round for 20% equity, valuing the company at $50 million. However, because we own 40% from a round, Vigisur fears losing control and refuses our participation in B round. Regardless, our initial investment already made big returns. Even if we skip B round, our stake will only dilute to 36%. That's excellent. What's the second? Netscape is in big trouble. Netscape? Is Microsoft attacking the browser market? Yes. Microsoft developed IE starting in June, but Netscape still dominated. However, mid-September, as you predicted, Microsoft bundled IE with Windows 95. On September 16th, Windows 95 release included IE, instantly slashing Netscape's sales in half. Jim Clark blasted Microsoft for unfair tactics, planning to sue at the Federal Trade Commission, but no effective countermeasures exist. In October, Netscape sales kept dropping. Their stock price has plummeted more than half since we sold, with no hopeful signs. It's at risk of collapse. Looks like our prediction was right. Good thing we cleared out Netscape's stock in time. Of course, but the credit isn't ours, it's yours. I wouldn't dare take the laurels. Who cares about credit between us? Darling, you're amazing. Winnie stood and crossed the desk, straddling Linton's lap, planting a wet kiss on him. Anything else on your mind? Nope. Then let's go upstairs. Why upstairs? Here's plenty fine. Chapter 551. The big ship wants to change the male lead? It said that the James Cameron was not only a tyrant on set, but also a detail-obsessed perfectionist. The preparations for Titanic were nothing short of meticulous. To achieve the utmost realism and bring his vision fully to life, Cameron decided to construct a full-scale, 1:1 replica of the Titanic itself. When he first pitched this idea, it nearly scared the producer Linton had sent, Nacho Missy, out of his mind. Having worked in Hollywood for over a decade, he'd never heard of any film company wasting money like this. Did that mean, in the future, if they wanted to shoot a scene blowing up the White House, they'd build an exact copy of the White House? And if they needed to destroy a plane on camera, Would they really blow up a real one? Usually, movies shoot such scenes using scaled-down props, then employ lighting, editing, and computer-generated effects to create convincing illusions. Nacho had done the math. A traditional approach, using props plus effects, would cost no more than $10 million for the ship. But Cameron's plan to build a true-to-history Titanic replica would exceed $50 million. The cost was 5 times higher. To him, this was no work of cinematic art, just pure waste and borderline criminal. So, as producer, he exercised his authority and rejected Cameron's proposal. James flew into a rage, barged into Nacho's office, and unleashed a tirade accusing him of disrespecting both film and art. Nacho was furious inside but dared not fight back against this world-class director, especially since Cameron was personally appointed by the big boss. So Nacho firmly maintained his stance. But to his bewilderment, Cameron called Linton and complained. Even more surprising, Linton sided with Cameron's plan, only instructing Nacho to supervise carefully. When Nacho received that order, he thought the world had gone mad. The big boss had clearly fallen under Cameron's spell. Still, since the decision had been made, he had no choice but to comply. So, in the seaside town of Rosarito, Mexico, a jaw-dropping project launched. A massive shipyard sprang up, sending huge beams, including enormous keels, streaming in from elsewhere. Engineers and workers swarmed the site. A genuine ocean liner began to take shape. Things became even harder to grasp as Cameron's demands for authentic sets escalated. He insisted on creating an absolutely genuine environment. To achieve this, he recruited Hollywood's top props master, Peter Lamont. Peter and his team painstakingly studied the few surviving interior photos of the Titanic and her sister ship, the Olympic, along with myriad historical records. They precisely recreated layouts for the first-class dining room, reception, halls, smoking rooms, promenades, afternoon tea rooms, gymnasiums, and several first-class cabins. Thousands of design blueprints were drawn. Then Cameron went full obsessive, insisting the ship's interior adhere strictly to those blueprints. Every detail mattered. The carpets in the dining and meeting rooms had to be ordered from their original manufacturers, crafted according to century-old patterns and dye formulas, faithfully recreating the exact carpets. Wooden flooring, deck chairs, materials, and paint, porcelain used on board, lifeboats, passenger trunks, navigation compasses, crystal chandeliers, tablecloths. In total, over 10,000 objects had to match their 1912 counterparts precisely. Nacho couldn't help but wonder, was this still a movie or a serious archaeological restoration? Cameron's demands weren't about perfection. They reeked of twisted compulsion. What made it worse was that fulfilling these perverse demands forced the crew to shell out over $30 million more. By his count, with a reasonable approach, $5 million was already pushing excellence in set design. He couldn't grasp why Cameron's extravagances would magically improve the film's quality or draw a bigger audience, just because props were historically accurate. Even if some viewers appreciated this, they wouldn't cover a $30 million production overrun. He stubbornly refused and had a rare, heated argument with Cameron. Then, unforgivably, Cameron again complained to the big boss. To Nacho's disbelief, Linton approved the extra funds and even phoned Nacho directly, instructing him to cooperate with Cameron. Thanks to Cameron's dogged pursuit of perfection, the film's preliminary costs bled away like an endless river. Even before production officially started, over $120 million had already been spent, and likely much more would follow. Who knew what wild, artistic money pits Cameron would dream up next? Nacho estimated the original $170 million budget was nowhere near enough. If things continued this way, just reaching the start of filming would be a struggle. Although he held the purse strings as producer, he was powerless to stop the boss, who seemed bewitched by Cameron's vision. Nacho predicted final costs could surpass $250 million. Faced with this bleak forecast, he often felt a sickening despair. The company's incentives for producers were twofold. The base salary was minimal, while the bulk of earnings came from profits on the films they managed. His previous work on Good Will Hunting had made him rich. Now, with Titanic's production alone exceeding $250 million, and at least another $100 million for marketing, The total budget would cross a staggering $350 million. For him to get a bonus, the worldwide box office had to top $1 billion. No movie had ever done that. Only Linton's other summer release, Mission Impossible, was expected to hit that milestone. The problem was, Titanic wasn't an action or sci-fi flick. It was, at best, a disaster movie, but more accurately a romance. Historically, romance films capped around $300 million worldwide box office. The highest grossing before was as good as it gets, with just $331 million globally. Though he believed Cameron and Linton could push Titanic beyond that, the genre's limits meant the box office probably wouldn't exceed $900 million. His hopes for a big production bonus had all but vanished. He privately vowed never to work with such an out-of-control, budget-blind director again. Thankfully, this project was personally assigned by Linton. Nacho remained diligent, rejecting unreasonable demands repeatedly, each time overruled directly by the boss. Even though he resented Cameron's insatiable energy and perfectionism, he admired his work ethic. Cameron clocked over 80 hours a week. Lately, however, Nacho noticed subtle mood swings in Cameron, sometimes bordering on strange. This probably began after Forbes released its global wealth rankings. Once, Cameron casually asked if Linton was still suitable as the film's lead, suggesting they consider recasting the male lead. Nacho nearly fainted on the spot. After investing so heavily, replacing Linton, who also starred, would jeopardize box office success. Who would cover such massive losses? He refused to entertain the idea. Then, he thought Cameron had moved past it. Yet, Cameron's resolve was devious and stubborn, threatening to sink him. Come October, as preparations entered their rhythm, the budget was nearly spent. Cameron presented a fresh budget, about $80 million more, pushing production costs to $250 million. Nacho hopelessly realized he couldn't trim it. Whenever he challenged expenses, Cameron wielded endless justifications, insisting, "I'm making a great film. These are artistic necessities. No cuts." Behind his professionalism, Nacho thought, "Who is Cameron fooling with this great film talk? Lucky I'm no amateur." Neither side budged. Finally, Cameron proposed they take the matter straight to Linton. Though reluctant, Nacho welcomed the chance to face the boss after months. But nothing could prepare him for what followed. Upon hearing their report, Linton immediately approved Cameron's new budget, also commending Nacho's diligence. Then, shockingly, Cameron revealed his real intentions. As Linton prepared to leave, Cameron said something that made Nacho's head spin. "Linton, after much thought, I think you're not right for the role of Jack Dawson. We should recast the male lead." Nacho blacked out briefly, fearful that Linton would believe he'd conspiring with Cameron. He opened his mouth to explain, but an overwhelming psychic pressure slammed into him, immobilizing and suffocating him. It felt like being stripped naked and left to freeze in the Arctic wasteland. This was Linton's striking punishment. Cameron had dared to suggest replacing him, the lead star and financier of the film. And despite Linton having already backed Cameron with massive funds, Cameron had the audacity to propose this in person. Ending with a glare at Nacho, Linton reminded him that such meddling was ridiculous. To remind them who was boss, Linton released a sliver of his spiritual pressure, enough to make them feel utterly isolated, facing inevitable death. Of course, he quickly retracted the pressure. It had only lasted under a minute, lest someone actually keel over. Nacho, gasping for air, broke into a cold sweat, resurrected from near collapse. Cameron looked equally shaken. Despite his notorious on-set dominance, he couldn't withstand this otherworldly force. Just then, Linton's frost-cold voice cut through the room. "All right, give me one good reason, or both of you are fired." Nacho, still struggling for breath, stammered, "Boss, this wasn't my idea. James mentioned recasting, but I firmly opposed it." "So, James, this is your personal opinion?" Cameron, gradually steadying his breathing, admitted, "Yes, it's my own thought. It has nothing to do with Nacho. But I do want what's best for the movie." "All right, explain your reasoning." "Linton, by late August, Forbes ranked you the third richest man worldwide. Everyone knows you're a billionaire. But Jack Dawson was a poor artist. Do you think, given your status, you can convincingly play that role? Will audiences empathize with you?" You're the director. Actors separating their personal lives from roles is basic. Do you not understand this? Besides, which A-list male star in Hollywood isn't at least a millionaire in real life? You want a newbie to play it. I know that. But no other star is as wealthy as you. And audiences don't know how rich they are. The main problem is, your public billionaire status is too well-known globally. Viewers just can't connect with you in that poor boy role. After hearing Cameron's explanation, Linton's anger faded somewhat. He realized Cameron genuinely cared about the film's success. But regardless, Linton refused to give up the role. He knew this part would boost his worldwide fame immensely, accelerating his personal power cultivation. After all, the final say lay solely with him. He saw no point debating. He'd simply use his willpower to assert it. Film is film. Reality is reality. No discussion. Your job is to make this film. If you don't like my performance, demand retakes until you're satisfied. And if I insist on recasting, then you can quit directing. This is my project. I'm footing all the bills. His face darkened, radiating a subtle but crushing aura. Less intense than before, but still enough to unsettle. Cameron. You. Cameron was silenced, finally managed. Aren't you afraid of ruining the film? Why would I? I have the money. It's just a sunk cost if it fails. And don't overestimate yourself. This world doesn't revolve around you. Think I can't find another director? Faced with Linton's blunt threat, Cameron hesitated but eventually conceded. All right. I trust you can play Jack Dawson well. Seeing Cameron capitulate, Linton withdrew his aura and offered reassurance. Don't worry, James. I'm not blowing this kind of money on a joke. I will make Jack work. Cameron finally smiled, feeling the world's beauty again, no longer defiant. Then let's work together and create a legendary film. Meanwhile, Nacho, sensing favorable winds, quickly jumped in with flattery. Boss, with your involvement, this movie is sure to break box office records and become a cinematic classic. Chapter 552, The Grapes Are Ripe, Hillary is Pregnant, Mr. Nice Guy. By mid-October, Linton made another trip to the farm. The grapes had finally ripened. The small farm had planted 1,000 acres of grapevines back in May of '94. Though it had only been a year and a half, the vines thrived under the farm's unique, naturally charged atmosphere. This year marked the first harvest. Although the young vines yielded a modest crop, around 300 pounds per acre, the sheer scale of 1,000 acres meant a total harvest of 300,000 pounds. Next year, as the vines matured, the yield was expected to soar to about 4,000 pounds per acre. That would make the farm's grape production comparable to some of the smaller vineyards used for high-quality winemaking. Linton's motives for growing grapes were twofold, primarily to provide his family with the freshest, spiritually enriched fruit, and more importantly, to produce wine. He was convinced that wine made from these grapes, steeped in the farm's unique energy, would surpass even the finest Romanicani wines on the market. Moreover, he believed that regularly drinking such spiritually infused wine would dramatically boost one's health. At Linton's request, Carter had flown in a world-class French winemaker on a generous contract. They established a 3-acre winery right on the farm's grounds. Aside from the winery, other facilities like the rice mill, oil press, and flour mill were also built inside the farm, close to the health center. These factories all paid well, but recruitment was rigorous. Candidates needed spotless backgrounds, with 0 criminal records. Most crucially, each had to pass Linton's sole induction screening to ensure no spies or malicious individuals infiltrated the workforce. When Linton arrived, Carter and house manager Erica had already recruited 50 vineyard workers from the garden staff to begin harvesting the grapes, giving them a chance to earn some extra money. In just a few days, they picked the entire first batch, gathering over 200,000 pounds of ripe grapes. The grapes, nourished by the spirit energy, were irresistibly fragrant and luscious on the palate, earning universal praise. Even young Lena couldn't resist pouting, begging, "Daddy, I want to eat grapes." Since she was still so young and hadn't fully grown her teeth, Linton worried about choking hazards and refused to let her eat whole grapes. Instead, he had a small cup of fresh grape juice squeezed for her, which satisfied her craving. He instructed the nanny to give her a freshly squeezed cup each day. Aside from a few members of the harem who were too busy, everyone returned to the farm to savor their homegrown grapes. Unfortunately, The other fruit trees were still too young to bear any fruit, but by the same time next year, the farm's harvest would be far more abundant, offering a rich variety of fresh fruits. Linton was generous with the grapes, distributing 50 pounds each to every employee: garden workers, health center staff, tea and suma root cultivators, farm security, and the Thunder Guards. He also shipped a large batch to the Los Angeles estate. After setting aside enough grapes for direct consumption, 160,000 pounds went into the winery to begin the red wine production process. The first batch was expected to be ready in about a month. By late October, Hillary returned to Crescent Bay, in the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel. As soon as Linton walked in, a passionate body pressed against him, and a fragrant kiss was planted on his lips. "Darling, I have fantastic news to tell you." "Oh, what's the good news? Are you pregnant?" "Yes, I went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday. It's definitely confirmed." "That's wonderful. Truly fantastic news." "Darling, for such great news, you owe me a reward." "Sure, what kind of reward?" "My reward is that you spend 3 whole days fully devoted to me, okay?" 3 days? How do you want me to spend them? Your position means we can't go out together. Are you suggesting we stay cooped up right here? Yes, exactly. I want you to stay here with me in the hotel for 3 days. All right, I can agree to that. Darling, you're so good to me. Too bad I just bought the estate here in Crescent Bay and haven't decorated it yet, or we could be living the good life there. No worries, there's still time. Besides, this presidential suite is pretty spacious. Linton had expected Hillary's pregnancy would prompt her to want quiet, peaceful companionship for the 3 days, reading the paper, sharing stories, watching movies, or the news. He was wrong. Perhaps early pregnancy heightened her sensitivity, or it was simply her nature. For 3 full days and nights, signs of their passionate, intimate moments were scattered throughout every corner of the presidential suite. Joyful, sweet moans and laughter filled the air. 3 days later, Hillary left radiant, glowing with vitality, but reluctant to part with Linton as she returned to Washington. In truth, she had no time to linger in Crescent Bay. A 3-day stay was already risky. The presidential election was in its final, crucial stretch. Although Bill Clinton led comfortably, no unexpected setbacks could be allowed. Her priority was to stay close to Clinton, projecting an image of a harmonious, happy family to the voters. Meanwhile, Black Mask had been in North American theaters for 4 weeks, grossing a cumulative $22.51 million. It continued to make over $100,000 daily, with a projected final gross around $25 million. For a foreign language import, that was a remarkable success. More importantly, Black Mask's unexpected North American box office appeal meant the upcoming Berlin Film Festival would easily see sales of European rights exceed $5 million, turning the movie from a loss into a substantial profit. Jet Li's Hollywood star was rising with the film. His status as Bruce Lee's successor was recognized by many North American fans, giving him a solid following. If he chose to stay in Hollywood, leading roles might be rare, but supporting parts were plentiful. Black Mask's success had an unforeseen ripple effect. It put Golden Harvest and Jackie Chan on alert. They'd long believed they were unrivaled in the market. Now seeing Jet Li's North American success backed by Linton's film company's distribution prowess made them realize how crucial Linton's promotion was, and that he could easily elevate others. Jackie Chan had become an international superstar with hits like Rumble in the Bronx and Police Story 4. First Strike, which brought enormous earnings to Golden Harvest, raising many stakeholders' expectations. Jackie demanded not just fixed fees, but wanted profit-sharing or investment stakes. Director Stanley Tong also pushed to share in the profits, not just a flat fee. Golden Harvest, famously stingy with its artists, wasn't about to loosen its grip. Raymond Chow even entertained the idea that since Jackie's 2 films had sold so well in North America, they might bypass Linton's company entirely for future distribution, potentially earning even more without sharing star billing or production control. Because of these conflicts, Jackie's new film stalled in negotiations. Jet Li's Black Mask failed in Asia but captured North America with over $22 million in box office, turning the movie's fortunes around and making the film company profitable. This proved Linton's film company's North American distribution power was extraordinary and confirmed that Jackie's two hits owed much to Linton's marketing, not just the films themselves. It also showed Linton's company had the capacity to elevate other films easily. With that realization, Golden Harvest and Jackie cooled off and quickly settled on a new project. The new film, Mr. Nice Guy, would follow the original model, co-produced with Linton's company, with Jackie exchanging his $3 million fee for a 20% investment stake. However, Stanley Tong's demand for profit sharing was rejected. He was eventually replaced by director Sammo Cambohong. On October 25th, just 3 days after Hillary left, Raymond Chow, Jackie Chan, and Sammo Hung flew to Los Angeles to meet with Linton for further negotiations. The film was set in Melbourne, Australia. Jackie Chan played Jackie, a well-known local chef who hosted a popular cooking TV show. The film's villain was the brutal drug lord Giancarlo and his gang. After eliminating rival spies, Giancarlo's crew staged a violent warehouse shootout, which reporter Diana captured on camera. While evading the drug gang, Diana met Jackie, who bravely drew the thugs away. However, in their frantic parting, Diana accidentally took Jackie's show footage as evidence. Soon the drug gang found Diana's apartment, but came up empty-handed, shifting their focus to Jackie. Jackie's girlfriend, Mickey, arrived from afar to appear on his show. During filming, the drug gang attacked. After intense street fighting, Jackie escaped. Meanwhile, rival gangs took Mickey hostage, demanding the footage in exchange, plunging Jackie, the police, and the two gangs into chaos over the tape. The film retained Jackie's signature comedic action style, ending with justice prevailing and villains brought to justice. Unlike Rumble in the Bronx and Police Story 4, First Strike, Jackie pushed for a full English-language production shot entirely in Australia, featuring many foreign actors. His salary had risen to $3 million, boosting the budget to $15 million. After reviewing the script and plan, Linton found the plot somewhat cliched and the characters shallow, but the film fit Jackie's established style. An investment of $7.5 million seemed modest to him, with profitability in North America assured. Seeing Linton's interest, Raymond and Jackie were thrilled. As longtime partners, talks were swift with little haggling. The deal: Linton would fund half the production cost, $7.5 million, securing North American rights, and sending a producer to the set. Linton's company would also cast the female supporting role of Mickey. Originally, Raymond and Jackie intended to hand over the lead female role, Diana, a Western character, to Linton, since Golden Harvest lacked Western actresses. Giving that role to Linton made perfect sense. But Linton wasn't interested in the character. His harem included several established Hollywood second-tier actresses, or better, he wasn't going to waste that talent on a modest $15 million Hong Kong production. The female supporting role, Mickey, was also not favored by Michelle Reese or Vivian Chow, but Su Ching fit perfectly. Currently working on Final Destination 2 in Crescent Bay, Su Ching's schedule aligned perfectly. Linton personally called the production producer, Abella, to arrange for Su Ching's leave and invited her to his office. Raymond initially intended to reserve the supporting role to cultivate a newcomer and hesitated to agree to Linton's request, but changed his mind upon learning Su Ching, the glamorous Angel 21, would take the part. Seeing Su Ching in person, he knew she was the best choice for Mickey, with the looks, charm, and solid Hollywood experience to own the role. Better yet, having one of Linton's Angels star guaranteed a huge promotional boost in North America and was a plus for European sales. The two sides quickly agreed to form the crew and begin preparations for a January '97 shoot. Given Linton's status, he didn't personally host Raymond and the others. After discussions, Robert accompanied them to finalize details. It was Su Ching's first visit to Linton's office. After seeing Raymond and company off, she threw herself into Linton's arms and kissed him passionately. "Darling, thank you so much. Baby, we're family. It's my duty. Come on, let me show you around my office." Great. Soon, from deep within the office, vibrant, joyful singing echoed sweetly. Chapter 553, Elections End, Dividing Federal Interests. By late October, the presidential election had reached its most intense phase. As the most influential superstar in America, Linton commanded a vast fan base whose voting preferences could decisively sway many ballots. Being a political ally, Bill Clinton naturally seized this advantage, repeatedly inviting Linton to attend his public campaign events to rally support. Considering that Linton had already marked Bill with his binding Soul Slave imprint and their previous collaborations had gone smoothly, he was certainly willing to support Bill Clinton's re-election, especially with Hillary being pregnant. Although Linton declined to appear at his public campaign rallies, he arranged a joint interview with UPN and MCA Television, publicly endorsing Bill Clinton. During the interview, Linton highlighted Bill Clinton's achievements over the past 4 years, describing him as an outstanding leader who was steering America toward greater strength. In the end, Linton explicitly voiced his support for Bill Clinton to secure a second term as president. During this period, media coverage was saturated with election news. Both parties unleashed relentless firepower through their affiliated outlets, proclaiming their political platforms and strengths with full force while mercilessly smearing opponents. Not even childhood scandals, like someone peeping on a little girl bathing, were spared from the mudslinging. Linton's media empire maintained a generally neutral stance, but due to his ties to Hillary, they inevitably released numerous favorable press pieces. Besides the paid-for most neutral outlets refused to donate applause for either candidate. But for the sake of ratings, every sensational scandal about either side was pursued with feverish enthusiasm. Across America, audiences feasted daily on the abundant political drama. The juicy stories kept ratings and newspaper sales soaring. Yet compared to the ruthless tactics used by rival parties in later years, the current mudslinging was merely a light drizzle. Moreover, due to Bill Clinton's overwhelming lead, the Republicans saw little hope and refrained from dirty tricks, like the last election's instigated Los Angeles riots engineered by the Democrats. Confident in victory, the Democrats also avoided reckless ploys that could backfire on them. Overall, this election went down as one of the mildest in recent memory. On November 5th, Linton met with Leon Panetta, the rather unruffled White House chief of staff. Despite it being the most crucial election period, Leon still found time to fly out to Linton's small farm to deal with vitality and beauty pills, a testament to Bill Clinton's assured confidence in victory. When Linton inquired about the election status, Leon Panetta's expression radiated certainty. "Linton, thank you for supporting the president. Rest assured, nothing unexpected will happen. The president will be re-elected 100%. I came in time because he asked me to. Bring you a message. You can start thinking about what kind of benefits you'd like." Benefits? What kind of benefits? Don't you know? After each election, the newly re-elected president rewards his financial backers handsomely. Otherwise, why would they invest millions before the election? So it's basically a reward for service? Exactly, a reward for your contribution. What sort of benefits are we talking about? Various policy supports for your companies, financial subsidies, interest-free loans, tax credits. Every administration launches a federal economic development program, investing no less than $30 billion annually to support targeted business groups. Linton suddenly understood. The so-called Federal Economic Development Program was just a way to redistribute taxpayers' money as payback to the companies that had heavily sponsored the winning candidate in advance. In other words, it was a winner's circle divvying up federal spoils, paid with public funds nobody would begrudge since it was cloaked in politics. No wonder government-business collusion thrived. Capitalists were happy to funnel huge sums into political campaigns, knowing the spoils awaiting them if their man won. Linton reflected that he himself had not done much for this election. Just a few favorable press releases from his media outlets and a public endorsement during his televised interview. He hadn't even contributed financially. If that was enough to earn rewards, he was curious what else was on the table. He asked Leon Panetta, "I don't think I contributed much to this election. I feel embarrassed asking for anything." No, Linton, don't sell yourself short. Even putting aside your media support, you might underestimate your own influence. Our calculations show your public endorsement could sway tens of millions of voters. That means you're more qualified than anyone else to sit at the table and share in the triumph's rewards. All right then, congratulations in advance on your victory. I'll seriously consider what I want. November 7th marked the official kickoff of voting. In Burbank, Los Angeles, the polling station was set up in the small plaza in front of Linton Tower. Most employees from Linton Media Group exercised their right to vote there, cast their sacred ballots. When Linton and Winnie emerged from the building and approached the polls, they found a long line stretching out. Reporters interviewed voters on site, most expressing satisfaction with Bill Clinton's past 4 years and supporting his re-election. Spotting Linton, the journalists quickly wrapped up their interviews and rushed over. "Linton, who are you voting for?" "Of course, Bill Clinton. I stated in the media before that I support the president's re-election." After voting together, Linton and Winnie returned to the tower, with Winnie commenting as they walked. "Polls show Bill Clinton with a commanding lead." Linton nodded. "Our cooperation with Bill Clinton has been smooth. His re-election aligns with our interests. Have you decided what demands to make if he wins?" After returning from the farm the previous day, Linton had told Winnie about Leon Panetta's proposal, and they discussed what policy demands to push with the new federal government. But after much thought, they couldn't come up with anything significant. Linton's 3 companies were already well covered. The health products company enjoyed massive government contracts paid up front with maximum tax benefits. Linton Media and Universal Group might only ask for federal tax reductions, the kind of stuff they usually got from Bill Clinton. But with $30 billion annually set aside for such support, this mild ask felt insufficient. "Yeah, I really can't think of much else we need. Do you have any ideas?" "Nope. A tax break for the 2 groups would be nice. Could save us over $1 billion a year." "That's true. Well, can't be too greedy. It's mostly because you're too good at what you do." "Yeah, sometimes being that good becomes a problem," Linton joked smugly. Winnie nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Others would be complaining about their requests being too big for the federal government to fulfill. Only you run several enterprises so well that you can't even think of any policy supports." It had been a while since Winnie had praised him so openly, and it stirred something inside him. "How about we head to my office and brainstorm some more?" Her eyes sparkled. "Are you thinking something naughty?" "Baby, aren't you?" Winnie blushed. "You? All right. I have no plans this morning anyway." In Mountain View, Arkansas, amid hometown cheers, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton walked hand in hand to the ballot box. Hillary smiled warmly as they cast their votes. Flashbulbs popped, and a sea of reporters swarmed to capture every moment. Hundreds of supporters chanted slogans backing his re-election. Bill held Hillary's hand with one arm raised, waving repeatedly to the crowd. Stage-managed reporters took their turn asking questions. Facing microphones and cameras, Bill Clinton called on Americans nationwide to cast their votes for him. Although the official Electoral College vote would take place in December, the election outcome was effectively decided by today's voting. The U.S. president is elected via the Electoral College. Each state's vote count is based on population plus senators, totaling 538 electors. A candidate needs at least 270 electoral votes to win. Most states operate on a winner-takes-all basis. Simply gaining over 50% of the vote grants all the electoral votes from that state. Bill Clinton and Hillary lingered at the polls for over 2 hours before leaving together. As they got into the car, they silently released each other's hands, and their expressions turned cold, completely shedding the affectionate appearance they had just shown. The car began to move. Bill noticed his supporters lining the streets and said, "I'm going to roll down the window." Hillary quickly restored her smile, gripped his left hand tightly, and nestled close again, performing Oscar-level acting. As the windows lowered, Bill Clinton enthusiastically waved to the supporters, and Hillary mirrored his gestures with a radiant smile. They even lifted their interlaced fingers to show off their loving connection, eliciting cheers and heartfelt admiration from the crowd. Those two really look like the perfect couple. I am jealous of their loving relationship, the model American power couple. The public only saw and heard what the political elite wanted them to. Yet without question, the image of Bill Clinton and Hillary as a harmonious, devoted family greatly boosted his re-election campaign. As the sun set slowly in the west, voting closed around the country and tallying began. Each state started announcing results, staggered by time zones. Broadcast networks offered live election coverage, streaming tally updates in real time. Inevitably, Bill Clinton's lead was overwhelming. Even with over 10 states still counting, he had already secured the 270 electoral votes necessary to clinch victory early. At once Bill Clinton delivered his victory speech at the White House. After the election, Democrat officials were jubilant. Bill Clinton hosted a celebratory party in the White House, inviting Linton. November 10th, White House. Linton's re-election victory party was underway in the Grand Hall. America's political and business elite filled the room, mingling amid sparkling crystal chandeliers. Even at such an occasion, Linton was the center of attention, drawing crowds of admirers. Yet he noticed others receiving equal attention. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett stood nearby. Curiously, Buffett was known for backing Republicans. Linton recalled how Buffett had bought vitality pills through House Speaker Newt Gingrich's network. Yet here he was at Bill Clinton's victory gala. Then it dawned on him. These seasoned players, including Gates, probably hedged their bets, investing in both parties to secure favors regardless of the outcome. Microsoft, having poured massive funds into both campaigns, was guaranteed favor whichever candidate won. That's probably why Microsoft unabashedly leveraged Windows' monopoly, bundling software aggressively to crush competitors without fearing antitrust action. To Linton's surprise, Viacom chairman Sumner Redstone, Time Warner CEO Gerald Levin, and Disney chairman Michael Eisner were also present. Hollywood's major media giants, including Linton himself, made up a substantial portion of the room. Considering MGM's decline and Sony Columbia's limited media influence, those two barely made the cut. News Corporation was the only big media company that hadn't backed the Democrats this time. Midway through, Bill Clinton approached, holding a glass of wine. He toasted Linton and then invited him into a private meeting room. "Boss, thank you for your support. I've prepared a $30 billion annual package for you. Have you thought about what support you want? I'll make sure it satisfies you. I'm too lazy to think. I just have 3 companies, the Pills Company, Universal Group, and Linton Media Group. You decide." "All right, let me brainstorm." Bill Clinton thought silently. "Didn't I instruct Leon Panetta to talk you into this? But you keep avoiding thinking about it. Guess I'll just give you the best deals." "Boss, I have a proposal." "Go ahead." "First, your health company already enjoys tax benefits. Since it's the nation's top biotech pharmaceutical, I'll grant $500 million annually for research funding, $50 million for staff training, $50 million for office expenses, plus a $200 million interest-free loan." "Wait, there's only me on the research side, and no formal lab. Are those R&D subsidies really justified?" "That doesn't matter. The government cares about results, not processes. You developed the vitality pills. Who can question that?" "Fine, research funding, staff training, and office subsidies sound good. But the interest-free loan is unnecessary." "Thanks, boss. Truly noble of you." "All right, what about Universal and Linton Media? Since your Linton Film Company's tax holiday ends this year, from next year onwards, all subsidiaries under those 2 groups enjoy 50% federal tax reduction for 3 years. Also, each group gets $200 million in cultural development funds, plus an additional $200 million interest-free loan." "Sounds good. Let's do that." Linton was amazed. He had never imagined the federal economic development plan could be wielded this way. He realized how unimaginative he had been about the minds and methods of politicians. Luckily, he hadn't asked for anything up front. Otherwise, he might never enjoy such immense policy benefits. Counting just the cash subsidies, he'd be receiving over $1 billion annually, not including tax breaks and loans. His Washington trip had turned into a huge haul. After business, Linton mingled with many new friends at the party. Hillary seized a moment to pull him into another reception room. "Darling, why don't you stay at the White House tonight?" "No, that would look bad. Besides, I just accepted a huge gift from Bill. I better keep things above board." "All right, then I'll see you at the hotel tonight." That night, at the Waldorf Astoria in Washington, 2 figures moved rhythmically in the shadows, sweet melodies resounding through the night. Chapter 554. The Earning Power of a Top Singer and the Concert Plan. That day, Linton was slacking off in his office, casually testing the newly released Tomb Raider 2 game from Fire Elf Games. 2 years ago, Fire Elf Games had launched Tomb Raider and Resident Evil, both of which were massive hits in the market and won high praise from players. Within 2 years of their release, both games sold over 10 million copies in North America alone. Moreover, their overseas sales had even surpassed those numbers by now, making them global sensations. These two titles had brought Fire Elf Games huge profits. The company had since transformed from a small startup into one of Silicon Valley's most renowned game developers. Naturally, sequels for these hits were in the works. Tomb Raider 2 had just hit the shelves last month. Thanks to the success of the first game, it sold over 8 million copies worldwide in its first month. The sequel offered a much larger, more realistic map, introduced vehicles, and implemented diverse gameplay mechanics, greatly enhancing the player experience. Linton was thoroughly enjoying the game and even found himself wondering if he could launch a Tomb Raider movie next year. Coincidentally, Nicole Kidman's recent summer hit, The Long Kiss Goodnight, had been wildly successful. Her confident and fierce action scenes had won audiences over, effectively carving out a fresh path for female-driven action movies in Hollywood. Nicole had become one of the rare top female action stars, reaping the rewards of being a pioneer and gaining countless fans worldwide. Given her current star power combined with the massive influence of the Tomb Raider game fanbase, Linton thought the project had serious potential. Although the film's release would precede Angelina Jolie's Tomb Raider by several years, he felt the box office could only do better. Nicole Kidman was, in every way, far stronger than Jolie was back in 2001. Moreover, Tomb Raider was a female-led action movie, so if it succeeded, it would elevate Nicole Kidman's career to true A-list superstar status, which in turn would help Linton accelerate his own cultivation. As he played and pondered, Lee Sharon knocked and entered. "Boss, Daniel from Universal Records is here." Daniel was here with good news and to deliver money. Linton's album, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was a classic fan-oriented album, propelled by an overwhelming fan base and immense popularity. It had ignited the market from the moment it dropped. By the end of October, the album had sold 29.56 million copies in North America, while overseas sales reached 31.09 million. The video cassette sales in North America and overseas were 3.21 million and 2.93 million units respectively. However, the market potential was nearly exhausted, with daily sales dropping below 20,000 copies. Earlier that month, Daniel had proactively approached Linton to settle the album's financial accounts. Linton had assigned Henry to liaise with Daniel and verify the data. Though Universal Records was a company fully owned by Linton, corporate profits and personal income were distinctly different and couldn't be mixed. Following Daniel came lawyers, company accountants, as well as Mira and Henry, who waited in the secretary's office. The settlement consisted of 3 parts. Part 1 covered the album's sales revenue. With 29.56 million copies sold in North America at $20 each, total sales amounted to $590.71 million. Meanwhile, 31.09 million overseas copies at an average $19 amounted to $591.20 million. The combined global album sales totaled a staggering $1.11891 billion. According to their agreement, Linton was entitled to 21% as performers' royalties, plus 14% from songwriting and composition royalties, totaling a 35% share. His cut came to $413.66 million. The second part involved video cassette sales. VCR sales in North America reached 3.21 million units at $38 each, totaling $121.98 million. Overseas sales of 2.93 million units at $35 came to $102.55 million, making a total video cassette revenue of $224.53 million. Again, Linton earned 21% of these sales, amounting to $47.15 million. The third part covered song copyright royalties. The 13 new songs released this year on the album performed steadily. Global copyright licensing fees totaled $133 million. With a 35% royalty share, Linton received $46.55 million. Adding these 3 parts together, Linton's total earnings from the album and related rights came to $507.36 million. Seeing that number on the settlement documents, Linton was stunned. "Is it really that much? You guys aren't inflating the numbers on purpose, are you?" Daniel blinked. "Boss, the data is absolutely accurate. We double-checked everything, and Henry's team confirmed it too." He answered calmly, thinking to himself, Who would be stupid enough to overpay the artist? If you weren't the big boss, I'd happily shave off 20%. Henry chimed in. Boss, we've thoroughly audited and verified the data. There's no mistake. He was over the moon. Though his financial division's share dropped to just 0.5%, the five-person audit team had earned $2.5 million in just a few days. It was a huge payday. Linton couldn't help but marvel once more at the $507.36 million figure. The income of top-tier singers was on a different level compared to Hollywood film stars of similar status, by quite a large margin. Take Mission Impossible, for example. As both director and star, Linton had paid himself an astronomical fee of $32 million plus 25% box office royalties in North America. Though the movie shattered box office records with a $407 million domestic gross, his final payout was just over $90 million. That combined fee still paled in comparison to his album royalties by a huge gap. No wonder in his inner circle, Madonna and Shania Twain consistently earned far more than the rest of the women. Linton recognized he had fallen into a misconception. While top singers indeed earned more than top Hollywood stars, the difference wasn't usually more than fivefold. The extraordinary revenue share for his album stemmed not only from huge sales and his high royalty percentage, but also two key reasons. First, every song on the album was self-written and composed. That segment accounted for 40% of the total revenue, a capability few other top singers possessed, as they had to share songwriting royalties with other creators. Second, Universal Records was his own company. During the revenue settlement process, there were no shady dealings. Otherwise, for profits this large, no record company would play fair. Even with a high-level financial audit team hired, record labels were notorious for cooking the numbers on sales and pricing. The difference was how much they cut the artist. Even for their own golden artists, a 20% cut was considered generous. For other top singers, even with such high sales volumes, earning $250 million would be a triumph. The income gap between Madonna, Shania Twain, and other female singers wasn't just about sales or image. There was another factor to consider. As mentioned before, Hollywood had significant pay disparities between male and female stars due to box office draw. Top male actors in commercial films earned at least $10 million per film, with some demanding box office shares. The absolute giants pulled in over $20 million plus up to 20% of domestic box office earnings. They also often negotiated script changes to each role to better fit their star persona and took on producer roles, gaining creative control and final editing rights. In contrast, female stars' pay was nowhere close. Most commercial films centered on male leads, with female roles often reduced to mere eye candy. Consequently, men carried the box office, commanding far higher fees. So far, Julia Roberts was Hollywood's only true female superstar, able to command $20 million per film, but only in her romantic comedy niche, and without any box office participation. Other A-list actresses earned no more than $8 million. However, following the summer's massive hits, Twister and The Long Kiss Goodnight, two new female stars, Naomi Watts and Nicole Kidman, had emerged. Their next movie salaries breaking the $10 million barrier was all but guaranteed. Male and female stars at similar levels earned nearly double in pay disparity. However, endorsements and other commercial ventures showed less of a gender gap, often based on personal brand and popularity. Most female stars secured higher endorsement fees than their male counterparts. In music, by contrast, there was basically no gender difference. Male and female singers of equal stature earned similar incomes. The competition focused on single and album sales. Another crucial aspect was stage presence, affecting concert ticket sales, commercial events, and endorsements. For most singers, touring and concerts generated more income than record sales. Linton was uniquely odd in that he never performed at commercial events or concerts, much to his fans' frequent complaints. Unsurprisingly, Madonna and Shania Twain ranked at the very top, both in sales and stage presence, making their earnings among the highest in the music industry. Their image, fan appeal, and commercial value exceeded Naomi Watts and Nicole Kidman's by a considerable margin, especially Madonna, who advertisers adored. She remained the highest-paid celebrity in commercial endorsements worldwide, no contest. For the past 3 years, Forbes reported she earned over $200 million annually from endorsements, eclipsing all other entertainment stars. Linton, by contrast, had strictly limited his own endorsements for 3 years. After his prior contracts expired, he retained only Pepsi, Mercedes off-road vehicles, and Armani, brands that upheld his prestige and boosted his public image. Otherwise, his endorsement fees might well have exceeded Madonna's. After deducting 6% agent commissions and Henry's 0.5% financial audit fee, Linton's pocket swelled by an additional $474.4 million. In high spirits, he asked Lee Shaoran to open a bottle of red wine to celebrate with everyone. Seeing Linton's mood lift, Daniel perked up. After the others left, he stayed behind and tentatively asked, "Boss, do you have any free time at year-end?" "What's up? Got another idea? I'm thinking you could spend 2 months doing a nationwide tour. I guarantee the market would explode if you held a concert." "Why? Haven't your record sales targets been met this year?" "No, boss. Thanks to your album, we've already surpassed our goals. But whoever complains about too much money? And after all, the profits belong to you. Let me ask you this. My album earned me $500 million in royalties. How much profit did it make for the company?" "A little more than your cut. The album made about $580 million in profit for the company. Overall company profit should reach about $900 million this year." "Great. Since the company is doing so well, I'll keep my promise from the beginning of the year. After New Year's, Universal Records will separate from Universal Studios and become a Class A subsidiary, with you as president." "Thank you, boss, for your trust in me and Universal Records. We'll keep working hard to deliver even better results." "Good. I'll be watching your performance closely." "Boss, what about that concert I mentioned?" Linton was surprised Daniel hadn't given up despite the promotion news. Since he had no major plans before February, holding 2 concerts sounded reasonable. It would be a way to thank his fans and experience firsthand the boost to his popularity from live performances. "All right, let's do 2 shows, one in Los Angeles in December and another in New York in January. No other cities." "Perfect. Fans in LA and New York are lucky. I'll get started on the plan and have the details to you in a few days." "Sounds good. Prepare the plan accordingly. I intend to perform all 46 songs from my 3 albums live." "Wait, boss. 46 songs in one show? That's impossible. Your voice won't hold up." "No worries. I know my limits." "Boss, the concerts aren't just singing, there's dancing too. At least 2/3 of the songs require singing and dancing. Your stamina can't handle that. I recommend having the set list to 23 songs. Invite some guests to keep the show full. Relax. I'm the only one who knows how much energy I have. Don't worry about my voice or stamina. Just arrange it as I said, 46 songs live. For guests, keep it to Madonna, Shania Twain, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Noriko Sakai. Don't want to owe anyone favors later." "Understood. I'll start on the plan right away." Chapter 555, Acquiring Marvel. Daniel acted swiftly. By the 3rd day, he came to Linton with Jimmy, the manager of the company's performance division, presenting a detailed concert proposal. He suggested scheduling the Los Angeles concert for late December. Ideally on the evening of December 24th, Christmas Eve, at the Hollywood Bowl, the largest concert venue in LA, which could hold around 18,000 attendees. For New York, he recommended January 12, 1997, a Saturday night, at Madison Square Garden, the city's premier concert arena with a capacity of approximately 20,000. Keeping audience experience in mind, Daniel advised a set list of 20 to 25 songs per concert. Based on extensive concert experience, longer shows weren't necessarily better. Audiences tend to get sensory fatigue from prolonged exposure. Typically, concerts lasted just over 2 hours, rarely exceeding 2.5 hours. With an average song length of 5 minutes, the set wouldn't surpass 30 songs. Also, to allow time for guest performances, he recommended Linton perform about 20 songs per night. Speaking of guests, Daniel presented a preliminary list. Besides Madonna, Shania Twain, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Noriko Sakai, he proposed adding the company's own rap heavyweight, Puff Daddy, along with newly signed talents from America's Got Talent, Britney Spears, Eminem, and Adam Levine. It was a pity, Daniel noted, that despite scouting Beyoncé and Fergie in America's Got Talent, especially Beyoncé, whom he believed had the potential to become the next pop queen, her record label refused to budge due to steep contract penalties. Linton's refusal to resort to unconventional tactics led to a dead end. Linton tallied the guests, noting 9 performers. That's a lot of guests. If each sings a song, that's 9 songs. Isn't that too many? And Britney, Eminem, and Adam Levine are all newcomers. Do you think it's appropriate for them to perform at my concert? Daniel replied, the number of guests isn't excessive, and some can do duets with you. But yes, Britney, Eminem, and Adam Levine are a bit unproven. I'm hoping you'll give them a shot to ride your coattails and boost their popularity. Fair enough, Linton conceded. Let Britney join both shows, and Eminem and Adam each participate in one. Got it. I'll adjust right away. Daniel thought to himself, Britney was definitely something special. As for Puff Daddy, just have him perform at the New York show. No need for both. Understood, boss. Honestly, I'm more worried that once word gets out you're holding these concerts, other established stars will clamor to be guest performers. No worries. We'll politely decline, saying the slots are all filled. All right, then about the set list. How about 23 songs per show? That way, over 2 concerts, 46 unique songs get performed, no repeats. Sounds good. Handle the song selection by category and album order. I trust you. For the live band, can we use our company's own group, the Kim Band? Absolutely. Any special requests for choreography, backup dancers, or harmonies? You decide. My only requirement is that nothing falls apart on stage. No problem. We'll use in-house staff who have loads of stage experience. Perfect. Typically, at least 2/3 of the songs require dance routines. For 23 songs, that means 16 need choreography. You'll need to set aside time to rehearse with them at the studio. Can you manage that? No problem. Have them practice and perfect it. I'll join in when I can. Boss, rehearsals take a long time. For your concerts, I recommend 4 separate dance teams, each covering up to 4 songs. It's not a stamina issue, but rather time constraints. Even though your dance demands are lighter, maintaining overall aesthetic is key. I suggest you start full-on rehearsals with them next week. Have you seen my first film, Step Up? Of course. Shania debuted alongside you on the soundtrack for that movie. Do you know what my dance instructor said after a single afternoon of practice? No, what? She told me not to come back. I had already mastered the essentials. Just practice at home as I had time. Wow, boss, your dance talent really is exceptional. So, no worries about me. Let them rehearse. I'll spend 2 days joining them. All right, how about stage design, costumes, and lighting? Any directives? Show me the detailed plans first. Don't hold back on the budget. Rest assured, boss. We'll deliver the coolest, flashiest concepts, all top tier, with an unlimited budget. By mid-November, the annual Christmas movie season was heating up. Charlize Theron's film Run Lola Run was set for release on November 29th. During this time, Charlize Theron was back in LA, engaging in an intense promotional schedule arranged by the publicity team, TV appearances, media interviews, while staying at Linton's estate. The previous night had been another wild party shared by Linton, Winnie, and Charlize. On a beautiful morning, the 3 of them, still recovering from the night's exhilaration, sat around the breakfast table, replenishing their energy. Nearby, the butler Amy dutifully read the day's newspapers. The New York Times, she announced, Marvel Comics has filed for bankruptcy. Linton's attention sharpened. Marvel's filing for bankruptcy? Wait, give me that paper. Since last year, the American comic industry bubble had burst. Numerous comic shops shuttered, sales channels for Marvel dwindled, losses mounted, and stock prices plummeted. After trying every recovery plan with no success, Marvel's financial abyss became impossible to cover up. The company had no choice but to file for bankruptcy restructuring. Winnie, a lifelong comic fan, leaned against Linton as they read the news together, lamenting, Marvel going bankrupt. That's a shame. Spider-Man, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four were my favorite superheroes growing up. Linton chimed in. What if I acquired Marvel? What do you think? Though not American herself, Charlize was enchanted by Marvel's heroes and dreamed of being a superhero herself. She jumped in eagerly. That sounds great, babe. If you bought Marvel, maybe we could bring those superheroes to the big screen, and I could finally play my dream role as Susan Storm from the Fantastic Four." Winnie, from a financial perspective, also agreed. Marvel's filing means its price will be low. With advances in CGI, turning those superheroes into movies is totally feasible. Acquiring Marvel would be a valuable investment. All right, since you both like the idea, I'll have people start a thorough review. Finished with breakfast, Linton picked up the phone and called Goodman, instructing him to drop all other work and focus entirely on digging into Marvel's situation. 3 days later, Goodman arrived with a thick dossier at Linton's office. "Boss, though we couldn't get highly detailed inside info, the data we collected paints a clear picture. Marvel's fall from its peak began in the mid-1980s, spanning the past decade. In 1986, Marvel faced a financial crisis and was acquired by billionaire Ron Perelman's New World Pictures for under $100 million. In 1989, due to debts, Perelman took personal control. Ron Perelman was a financial wizard who took Marvel public in 1991, but he was merely a speculator, aiming for quick profits rather than long-term growth. During his decade, he focused on selling off lucrative character licensing rights. Classics like the Fantastic Four, X-Men, Spider-Man, and the Hulk were sold for film adaptations. For example, X-Men film rights went to 20th Century Fox, Spider-Man to Sony Columbia. Perelman also orchestrated a comic card collector market, heavily hyping up comic collectibles. For instance, a 1992 Avengers issue originally priced at $2.50 was manipulated through market control and promotion to soar to $40 within a year, then flooded back to market at high prices. This manufactured a speculative collectible bubble, attracting even non-comic fans hoping to cash in. These tactics boosted Marvel's financials and stock price, peaking at a valuation over $4 billion. Perelman cashed out heavily at this peak, swelling his wealth significantly. Yet Marvel's success was built on shaky ground. To maintain appearances, Marvel took on massive debts, diversifying into toy companies and card manufacturers, loading itself with liabilities. By 1994, most iconic character rights had been sold off. That year, a major labor strike in American baseball led to the collapse of the high-value baseball card market, triggering a cascading crash in related collectibles like football and basketball cards. This butterfly effect of the strike also triggered a collapse in the Marvel comics and collectibles market. Prices for comics, toys, and memorabilia plummeted by over 90%, dropping to less than a tenth of their peak values. As the industry bubble burst, countless comic stores closed, and Marvel's sales channels suffered heavily. With hot character licenses exhausted, Marvel plunged into a dire financial state. By 1995, it reported losses of $80 million, and stock prices nosedived. Through the first 3 quarters of 1996, the situation worsened, nearing $200 million in losses, with market capitalization falling from over $4 billion to under $300 million. Marvel tried numerous rescue attempts but failed, inevitably filing for bankruptcy. A decade-long cycle, Marvel went from crisis, acquisition, peak, to bankruptcy. A somber story. Yet, Ron Perelman, Marvel's chairman and largest shareholder, profited immensely. Through capital maneuvers, license sales, speculative bubbles, and debt-fueled expansion, he extracted over $2 billion, though his stake had fallen below 30%. Marvel's bankruptcy was also fueled by internal power struggles at the top. Perelman's high-handed control initially quelled opposition, but as he cashed out and lost controlling interest, conflicts erupted among shareholders and management over strategies and profits. The chaos led to erratic policies, mismanagement, and neglect of core operations. According to a minor shareholder, Perelman was like a cunning robber disguised as a plumber, destroying your house without paying a dime while taking it all. Worse still, Marvel's top artists, fans, turned disillusioned stars like Jim Lee and McFarlane, walked away, joining Dark Horse Comics, the third-largest American comic publisher. After the full briefing, Goodman shared his skeptical view. "Boss, I honestly don't see much acquisition value in Marvel as it stands." "No, you don't get it. You can't just look at the surface. Marvel still holds great value for me. Call Henry over," Linton ordered. He soon called Winnie up as well. Together, Linton assigned Winnie, Goodman, and Henry to form an acquisition team gearing up to bid on Marvel. Fortunately, Marvel had just filed bankruptcy and the court was processing their case. The stock was still trading but plunged again. Under Winnie's direction, multiple accounts began discreetly buying Marvel shares on the secondary market, each keeping purchases under 5%. Meanwhile, Goodman and Henry started negotiating with smaller shareholders, quietly purchasing their stakes. Once they amassed enough shares, they planned to approach Ron Perelman directly. Chapter 556: Concert Ticket Controversy and Amazon's Opportunity. Universal Records quickly secured the venues for Linton's concerts, the Hollywood Bowl and Madison Square Garden in New York. Naturally, news about Linton's upcoming concerts began to spread, attracting extensive coverage from tabloid media. Universal decided to hold a press conference to officially announce that Linton would be performing concerts in both Los Angeles and New York City. Once the news broke, it sent shockwaves through the market. Fans went wild with excitement, almost like it was a holiday. They eagerly expressed their support and anticipation in every way possible. On the Yahoo celebrity forums, the posts flooded in nonstop. Everyone was saying that since it was so rare for their idol to hold a concert, they absolutely had to be there in person. Yet, many fans voiced dissatisfaction, thinking that hosting just 2 concerts, only in Los Angeles and New York, was far too few. As a singer, they felt Linton was being unprofessional and lazy, pointing out how music legends like Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, Madonna, and Shania Twain toured relentlessly, performing dozens of shows every year. Linton, however, had been in the industry for 5 years and had never held a concert before. Now that he was finally doing one, limiting it to just 2 cities seemed utterly insufficient, leaving most fans unable to get tickets. Many took to the forums, pleading for concerts to be held in their own cities as well. The media jumped on the frenzy too, fueling speculation with ticket price predictions, guest appearance guesses, and countless analyses. Some outlets even published sensational takes to attract attention. One particularly provocative opinion suggested that Linton, as America's most gifted scientist, should dedicate himself solely to research, specifically to scaling up production of his vitality and beauty pills, instead of wasting time on singing and acting. Surprisingly, this viewpoint gained traction among many elites. Numerous experts and scholars penned articles supporting the idea, urging Linton to serve humanity by focusing on scientific progress. The Wall Street Journal featured a financial expert who argued from a profit standpoint. The article broke down Linton's earnings. A hit movie like this year's blockbuster Mission Impossible could gross about $300 million for him and his company, while a record-breaking album like Brightest Star in the Night Sky might bring in up to $400 million. The article implied that Hollywood and the music industry's profitability was routinely underestimated by Wall Street. However, the expert predicted that if Linton immersed himself fully in research, improving production methods for vitality and beauty pills, he could generate over $1 billion annually, far eclipsing film and music revenues. The article made a bold conclusion. Linton should abandon show business and dedicate himself to research, as the financial upside was on a whole different level. Unsurprisingly, fans vehemently opposed this notion. They accused critics of a moral clampdown, restricting Linton's freedom to choose his work. Linton had publicly stated on television that performing and acting as a major star was his lifelong dream and greatest passion. Moreover, the fans pointed out that quality films and timeless music provided rich spiritual nourishment, uplifting people's spirits just as much as scientific achievements. How was one more noble than the other? The debate grew heated nationwide, dominating conversations and only raising the excitement for Linton's Los Angeles and New York concerts higher than ever. Many feared these might be the first and last concerts he'd ever hold. Amid the ongoing debate, fans flooded Universal Records with letters, calls, and messages on the internet and in newspapers. They demanded that tickets not be sold only in Los Angeles and New York, but be made equally available to audiences across the United States. Advertisers swarmed Universal's offices even before any official sponsorship announcement was made. The marketing department was overwhelmed, unable to accommodate the demand for advertising slots. Out of necessity, They quickly put out a notice for sponsorship bids, scheduling a public auction for all ad spaces 5 days later, awarding slots to the highest bidders. The auction results were thrilling. $56 million in advertising sponsorships for the two concerts, setting a record for the highest sponsorship revenue for a single concert event. Beyond advertising, television networks were jockeying for broadcast rights. Daniel knew well that in North America, the concert broadcast rights couldn't be sold to just anyone. They belonged exclusively to MCA and UPN networks. But he used interest from other networks to drive up the price in negotiations. Ultimately, UPN paid $20 million for the Los Angeles concert broadcast rights, while MCA paid the same for the New York concert. Europe's TV rights were sold to Sky Television for $30 million covering both shows, and Japan's Fuji TV paid $16 million for complete coverage of both concerts. Broadcast rights in South Korea, Australia, Brazil, Argentina, and Taiwan also sold at premium prices, breaking all records for single concert TV rights. Together, television broadcast rights alone fetched $110 million for the two concerts. With ticket sales yet to begin, Universal had already raked in enormous profits from advertising and broadcast rights. However, the ticket sales process was giving Daniel serious headaches. He was uncertain how to ensure a truly nationwide, fair ticket release. Just as Universal Records wrestled with this problem, Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, reached out to Winnie, a major investor from the series of funding round, asking her to introduce him to Linton. Hearing this, Linton immediately understood Bezos's intentions, silently admiring his sharp business acumen, the kind of insight it took to build Amazon into a trillion-dollar tech powerhouse. Linton met with Bezos the very next day in his office. Upon greeting, Bezos didn't immediately reveal his purpose. Instead, Linton, curious, asked him about his views on e-commerce and Amazon's future. At this stage, Bezos wasn't yet the legendary bald icon he'd later become, but his genius was already unmistakable. Amazon was still in its infancy after its Series A financing, valued at just about $60 million. Yet Bezos already possessed an astute vision for the enormous potential of e-commerce. He believed online shopping would transform consumer habits and that e-commerce market size could rival traditional retail. His strategic goal was clear: to build Amazon into an all-category online retailer following a B2C model, essentially creating an online Walmart with comparable sales. His ultimate vision extended further: to make Amazon a global online marketplace serving internet users worldwide. Today, this foresight would be obvious, but in the early days of the internet, possessing and acting on such vision was extraordinary. Reviewing Bezos's background only reinforced Linton's impression of him as a rare talent. Bezos endured parental divorce at age 5, but his supportive stepfather gave him a happy childhood. A natural leader from early on, Bezos served as class president and graduation representative, ultimately graduating with honors from Princeton University. After college, he quickly rose through the ranks in tech and on Wall Street, becoming the youngest vice president at a financial firm at age 25, overseeing $25 million in assets. Yet his restless spirit pushed him onward. By 1990, he co-founded the successful quantitative hedge fund D. Shaw & Company, becoming its youngest senior vice president by 1992. In 1994, recognizing the internet's transformative power, he left that role to launch Cadabra, which later became Amazon.com, the internet bookseller. Thanks to his stellar reputation, Bezos didn't have to hustle for angel investors. Wall Street capitalists lined up to invest. However, unlike many startup founders, Bezos demanded absolute control over his company. He didn't allow any single investor to own enough stock to challenge his authority. For Series A financing, Bezos excluded most angel investors and selected Mangrove Capital as lead investor, granting them only 15% ownership without preferential rights for future rounds. This tight grip on ownership and long-term vision proved critical in allowing him to retain majority control as Amazon became a global giant. Some of this background was gathered by others. Some came from Linton's own future memories, and some Bezos shared during their meeting. Impressed by Bezos's vision and personal story, Linton sincerely admired the man, calling him a true genius. Rarely did Linton offer his prized farm-grown spirit tea to visitors, yet he asked his assistant Li Xiaoran to brew a cup for Bezos, placing it alongside his usual coffee cup. Winnie and Li Xiaoran were taken aback, instantly reassessing Bezos with newfound respect. After all, only a select few guests ever got to taste Linton's spirit tea. Not even top executives from GE, Cisco, or Boeing had been served. Here, this is tea grown on my own farm. Try it, Linton said, offering the cup. Bezos, who had never truly tasted or understood fine tea, was honored by the gesture and took a sip cautiously. He was immediately amazed. Wow, Linton, this tea is incredible. I feel lighter all over, and my mind has never been so clear. Drink up. You won't find this tea anywhere else. Thank you for your trust. Could you send me some? That's impossible. Our production is too limited, just enough for myself. But if you're interested, you're always welcome to visit my office. All right, I'll be sure to drop by often. Bezos smiled, knowing Linton's words also meant acceptance of their growing friendship. Jeff, no need for formalities. What brought you here today? I've seen on TV, newspapers, and the web that your fans are extremely eager for your concerts, but worried about fair access to tickets. There's a nationwide call for Universal Records to sell tickets fairly across the U.S., allowing everyone an equal chance. Do you have a plan to address this? That's Daniel's headache, not mine. Linton, I have the perfect solution. It can guarantee synchronized ticket sales across the country with equal opportunity for all. Of course, Linton knew Bezos meant using Amazon's platform for online ticket sales to leverage the buzz and promote Amazon's e-commerce business. Still, he played along. Oh, what's your plan? Tell me. In reality, if you sell concert tickets traditionally through box offices or even through agents nationwide, you can never be certain of equal access. There are too many smaller cities and rural areas left out. But the rise of the internet offers a new solution. You know, Amazon started as an online bookstore. No matter where someone lives in America, if they have internet access, they can log on to Amazon, easily buy books, and have them shipped. My proposal is to sell your concert tickets through Amazon, announcing the sale time ahead of schedule. At that moment, fans all across the country can log on simultaneously and try to buy. Every buyer gets the same process, completely fair. Whether you get tickets or not will depend purely on how fast you act and a bit of luck. Wouldn't this be a perfect solution? Chapter 557. A company with trillion-dollar potential. Linton certainly knew that selling tickets through the internet was the best solution to this problem, and he admired Jeff Bezos' talent. But business was business. Flaws had to be pointed out, and interests had to be fiercely protected. You make some valid points, Linton said. Let me ask you this. How many registered users does Amazon have? 2.6 million. We already have 2.6 million registered users. Bezos replied confidently. But the U.S. population exceeds 230 million. Even if you exclude seniors and children who don't attend concerts, the target audience should be over 150 million. Only 2.6 million users? That's a far cry from offering tickets fairly and openly to the entire American public, don't you think? True, but if we announce it ahead of time, anyone interested in buying can register on Amazon's platform early. Registration is free, with no hurdles at all. I see. You're using this concert ticket sale to attract new users to your platform. You caught me, but it's a win-win arrangement. You solve the problem of fair, open ticket sales across America, and I get to grow my user base. To show good faith, Amazon isn't charging any service fees for this ticket sale. You really know how to seize an opportunity, but it's clear who benefits more here. Let me stop you there. The tickets sell out. You get 10 million new users with ease, easily surpassing your current user base. Think about how much promotional money you save and how much faster your company grows. A few tickets fees are nothing. All right, what are your demands? Speak freely, and I'll see what I can do. Your company's still small. If I ask you for too much money, you can't afford it. Too little, and it's meaningless. So here's what I want. A promise. What kind of promise? Go ahead. I believe in you and your vision for Amazon. Winnie from Mangrove Capital led your Series A investment, but she didn't secure the right of first refusal for follow-up rounds. I don't need to lead future rounds either. Just guarantee that Mangrove Capital has the right to co-invest in Amazon's future fundraising. and that our 15% ownership stake doesn't get diluted. Bezos was surprised by Linton's confidence in him and his company, but saw no real harm in the request. Maintaining a 15% stake wouldn't threaten his control. More importantly, Amazon's unique share structure safeguarded his control from the start. Since he didn't need investors to found the company, he had the upper hand. From the angel round onward, he implemented a dual-class stock system. Venture capitalists received Class A shares, while he held Class B shares. The difference? Class A shares had 1/10 the voting power of Class B shares. Class B shares could convert to Class A, but not the other way around. This setup essentially ensured he wouldn't lose control in future financing. Still, out of caution, he avoided letting any investor hold too much equity. With that in mind, he immediately agreed. All right, let's do it your way. I'll sign the agreement with Mangrove Capital soon. Good, I'll call Daniel now. Linton picked up the phone and simply told Daniel about selling tickets through Amazon. Daniel was all in without hesitation. After hanging up, Linton turned to Bezos and said, I've informed Daniel. You can meet him directly at Universal Records. Thanks. I also have another cooperation proposal I'd like you to consider. Oh, what's that? How about selling the merchandise for movies jointly released by Universal Pictures and Linton Films on the Amazon platform as well? It's another win-win opportunity. It could effectively boost your movie company's peripheral product sales. In principle, I agree. But I think you shouldn't have too high expectations. Why not? Do you know under what circumstances customers usually buy movie merchandise? After watching the film, when they're moved by the story or characters? Exactly. Honestly, most movie merchandise purchases are impulse buys. People buy them at the theater's gift shop immediately after a movie because they're emotionally charged. But once they get home and cool off, that desire fades. That's why I'm not very optimistic about selling movie merchandise on Amazon. But you can still try. It can't hurt. Thanks for the advice. I still want to give it a shot. All right, you should talk to the distribution departments of those studios. I'll give them a heads up. Once Bezos was gone, Winnie turned and settled in Linton's lap. Darling, why do you value him so much? Is he really that good? Don't underestimate him. Look at how clear his vision is for Amazon's future. Whom have you seen with such long-term clarity? Bill Gates? Jerry Yang? Mike Chambers? Probably not. More importantly, I believe his projection of mass online shopping becoming a norm is very plausible. Online shopping does seem promising. So, you think Amazon has huge growth potential? Definitely. The e-commerce market is limitless. One giant company will inevitably dominate this field. By our previous logic, online shopping will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with brick-and-mortar stores. Imagine if one company captures over 30% of the U.S. retail market and likely expands globally. Can you estimate what its market cap might be? That's terrifying to think about. I can't even imagine how much it would be. More than Coca-Cola's market cap. Coca-Cola's market cap is about $230 billion now, but you're underestimating computers and the internet. I predict Microsoft could surpass it as early as next year. You mean Microsoft will become the world's most valuable company? And further in the future, Amazon might even overtake Microsoft. Microsoft's rise is certain. Beyond that, it's hard to say, but e-commerce market ceiling is sky high. If one monopoly titan emerges, its valuation will start in the trillions of dollars. Whether Amazon holds that title depends on Bezos and his company's development, but so far they hold a decisive lead. Over $1 trillion in market cap? Impossible. Even Winnie, who trusted Linton, was stunned. You have to look at it from a growth perspective. With the internet's expansion, is it so unbelievable that online shopping can reach that level? The market can definitely support a $1 trillion company. No wonder you insist on keeping your 15% stake. That's a massive opportunity. Exactly. If it really materializes, the stakes involved will be enormous. Okay, since you say so, I'll keep a close eye on our investments in Amazon and seize every chance to increase our shares. That's not all. You should also monitor other internet startups in e-commerce. Though Amazon leads by a wide margin, others might still break through. Got it. I'll instruct William Lee to focus on e-commerce ventures. How's the Marvel stock acquisition going? Smooth. Marvel itself gave up trying to save the company and was heading for bankruptcy. Their stock was worthless, and everyone was trying to sell before the bankruptcy ruling. In less than a week, we bought 31% of the shares on the secondary market using over 10 different accounts. What about Goodman's side? They're progressing well too, having acquired 23% from many small shareholders. Good. Keep going. I want to take Marvel private with 100% ownership. Okay, I'll keep a close watch. All right, that's enough serious talk. Let's do something we enjoy next. You bad guy, you're up to something mischievous in broad daylight again. With Linton's approval, Jeff Bezos quickly finalized the agreement with Daniel for selling concert tickets through Amazon. For Daniel, this was a fantastic opportunity, solving the challenge of publicly and fairly selling tickets nationwide, while saving a substantial amount in sales fees. Typically, ticket sales channels charge over 20% in fees for concerts. Even superstars, with higher ticket prices, see fees of no less than 15%. With 2 concerts and 35,000 tickets available to the public after some reserved seats, each averaging $500, total sales would hit $17.5 million. At a 15% channel fee, that's $2.625 million saved, not a small change. Naturally, Daniel couldn't be happier. As for whether internet ticket sales would upset audiences, Daniel trusted that Linton had thoroughly considered every detail, so no extra action was needed on his part. Bezos was ecstatic. Essentially, he had used $2.6 million worth of ticket fees to promote Amazon nationwide to millions of new users, an absolute win. Soon after, Universal Records and Amazon jointly held a press conference announcing the decision to sell Linton's concert tickets online via Amazon to ensure everyone in America had a fair chance. During the Q&A, Bezos detailed the online ticket purchase process, distributing an easy-to-understand flowchart to all reporters for better coverage. As expected, one journalist asked, "Online shopping isn't mainstream yet. Most people have no idea how to buy concert tickets online. How do you ensure everyone can smoothly complete their ticket purchase?" Bezos was ready. Tickets for Linton's Los Angeles concert will officially go on sale in exactly 2 weeks at 8 p.m. Tickets for the New York concert will go on sale a month later. Everyone will have plenty of time to familiarize themselves with Amazon's shopping process, which is extremely simple. As long as you can use the internet, following the steps I gave you, you'll master it within 3 minutes. Plus, buying tickets on Amazon means you don't have to drive to a box office or stand in line. No matter where you are in the States, you can complete your purchase sitting comfortably in front of your computer. We believe this will provide an excellent ticket buying experience. When asked how to ensure fairness in ticket sales, he confidently answered, "Before sales begin, all tickets will be fully listed by price on the Amazon site. Everyone who logs in to buy tickets for Linton's Los Angeles show will see the available number in each price category. With each purchase, the count decreases by 1 until sold out, when it hits 0. The entire sales process is transparent. Everyone has the same opportunity. Whether you get a ticket depends on your speed and luck." Following the announcement, the media flooded coverage of the Amazon Universal partnership selling Linton's concert tickets online. Most outlets published Bezos's flowchart in full. By and large, the coverage praised the cooperation, hailing Universal for genuinely listening to fans and finding a practical solution. Of course, conservative voices criticized the move, claiming online shopping was unreliable and that Universal's strategy disrupted traditions and business ecosystems. Others pointed out that although internet users in America had risen to over 60 million, many were still unfamiliar or unexposed to the web, raising concerns about protecting those people's interests. More complaints came from residents of Los Angeles and New York, who were unhappy that their home field advantage in ticket buying vanished. Now they had to compete equally with the entire nation, souring their mood. Unsurprisingly, traditional ticket agencies were working behind the scenes, fiercely protecting their interests. Bezos seized the opportunity and organized online campaigns on key forums to promote this cooperation, including his Amazon shopping flowchart. Predictably, due to Linton's concert buzz and saturated media coverage, Amazon's registered users surged rapidly. On the very first day, registrations shot up by over 3 million, surpassing the platform's original user base. Even better, nearly 1 million people actually shopped on Amazon that day, placing book orders. User registrations and orders continued growing fast thereafter. Amazon's team was thrilled but faced a tough challenge. They had to urgently recruit staff and expand their server capacity. Bezos began seriously considering launching a Series B funding round. Chapter 558, Charlize's Surprise. From then on, Linton deliberately cut back on his other work commitments, carving out more time at the estate to practice singing and dancing in preparation for the upcoming concert tour. Madonna, Shania Twain, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, and Noriko Sakai all made time to visit the estate as well, collaborating with him to finalize the set list for the concerts. Among them, Vivian chose to duet with him on That's the Way Love Goes. Akina picked I Finally Found Someone, while the others performed their own songs. However, all 6 ladies unanimously insisted that each concert include at least one song they would sing together with Linton. He decided to perform Legends Never Die with them during the Los Angeles show and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky at the New York concert. By November 27th, the premiere of Run Lola Run, starring Charlize Theron, was held at the Universal Amphitheater. Linton reluctantly paused his rehearsals to attend, proudly accompanying Charlize down the red carpet. Though Run Lola Run was a low-budget film with a production cost of only $10 million, its premiere was anything but modest. A host of A-list stars filled the venue, and members of Linton's inner circle rushed back to Los Angeles to show support. For the first time, Su Ching walked the red carpet alongside her fellow sisters. The sight of so many beautiful women on the red carpet electrified the crowd and whirling paparazzi, who promptly blew through countless rolls of film. The atmosphere soared to a fever pitch when Charlize linked arms with Linton, closing the parade with undeniable star power. The plot of Run Lola Run was straightforward. Lola and Manny were young lovers. Manny was a small-time hustler, while Lola lived by the creed that love can conquer all. One day, Manny completed a diamond deal for his boss, carrying $200,000 in cash concealed in a bag as he awaited Lola's pickup. But Lola's bike was stolen, causing her to miss the rendezvous. Manny had to take the subway back. On the train, Manny helped a nearby beggar up, but soon realized 2 police officers were approaching. In a panic, he got off the subway, accidentally leaving the money bag behind, seemingly stolen by the beggar. With just 20 minutes left before Manny's meeting with the boss, failure to produce the cash meant death. Desperate, Manny called Lola for help, warning that if she didn't arrive in time, he'd be forced to rob a supermarket across from a phone booth. This was Lola's test of love, and the film follows her desperate quest to raise $200,000 in 20 minutes. Run Lola Run employed the then-fresh concept of time travel, still relatively novel to Hollywood in 1996, using it 3 times to correspond with 3 intense chases. During the first run, Lola dashed to her banker father, seeking a loan but came up empty. Desperate, she attempted to rob the supermarket herself but was accidentally shot by police, entering a liminal realm. Time reversed for the second run, where Lola held her father hostage at the bank to secure the money, yet Manny was fatally hit by an ambulance, sending Lola back to that other world once again. The third run rewound time again, this time seeing Lola win money at a casino while Manny recovered the lost cash. They resolved their dire predicament, even pocketing a windfall, and finally escaped hand in hand, concluding the story with a satisfying resolution. For the mid-90s, this was a rare Hollywood film with a strong female lead, a story about a woman who saved the day rather than waited to be rescued. Lola was constantly on the move, actively shaping events, even altering time itself, while Manny passively awaited his fate. This role reversal shattered traditional gender roles prevalent in earlier decades. Had this movie been made in the 1980s, it would have been a box office disaster. But beginning in the early 90s, the rise of feminism across Europe and America began reshaping society. Women sought greater rights and standing. By 1996, a film about a woman saving the world was perfectly poised to resonate deeply with female audiences. Naturally, the film's marketing targeted women explicitly. TV spots, newspaper features, and magazine ads all catered to female demographics. The premieres invited guests were predominantly women as well. To Linton's surprise, after test screenings, several feminist groups approached the studio voluntarily to help promote the film for free. No doubt Charlize's breathtaking beauty and fearless performance attracted male viewers, Plus, her growing fan base meant box office success was well within reach. Indeed, the theater chains, sensing the feminist wave, scheduled an unlikely number of screens for such a modest production. 2,600 screens, accounting for 10% of the market. By comparison, Paramount's $60 million Star Trek First Contact opened in 3,500 screens and a 15% share. The premiere was a grand success. During the screening, female attendees audibly gasped and cheered along with the story, glowing with excitement as if they had just experienced a euphoric sensation. This film had clearly struck a nerve. At the final press panel, seated in the audience, Linton was predictably asked to forecast the film's box office. Without hesitation, he predicted the film would surpass $100 million in North America. His bold claim stunned many guests into silence, but sent reporters and paparazzi into a frenzy. Everyone knew Run Lola Run was a low-budget, simple-story film, its only standout being Charlize herself. And in Hollywood, except for Julia Roberts' female-centric hits, box office champions were almost always male-driven. Declaring a $100 million haul for this movie forced the press into a dilemma. Either take the risk of public shame should the film bomb or promote the prediction aggressively. Everyone silently held their breath, eager to see if Linton might embarrass himself, given his spotless reputation. The press refrained from negative coverage, wary of repercussions from a man of Linton's stature. Apart from routine gossip attempts, the media had nothing but lavish praise. If a misstep appeared, its sales would skyrocket. After the premiere, Linton returned to the estate with the ladies. Charlize was practically bursting with joy, snuggling into Linton's embrace as she excitedly asked, "Darling, do you really think Run Lola Run will break $100 million at the box office in North America? Baby, trust me, this film will be a hit. Even if it doesn't break $100 million, $80 million is definitely in the bag." "That's wonderful, darling," Charlize cooed, pressing a tender kiss to him. "Love me." She was elated beyond words. Though she considered Run Lola Run mainly an awards hopeful and hadn't expected huge commercial success, Linton's confidence ignited her hopes for superstardom. At just over 20 years old, Charlize was still a fresh-faced, radiant beauty. With the success of The Fault in Our Stars, her status had risen into Hollywood's second tier, but she had yet to reach the iconic heights she would later claim. If Run Lola Run achieved both critical and commercial triumph, she could firmly establish herself among Hollywood's elite. Her excitement made her flush with warmth as she initiated a playful challenge. "We're only a few minutes from home. Let's talk there," Linton suggested. "No way. Too many people at the house. I want to celebrate with you alone. Don't you want a little taste of the thrill right here in the car?" Charlize purred, throwing on her most alluring charm. As the saying goes, good energy nourishes the body. Charlize was a top-tier beauty, famously hailed as the South African diamond. Among Linton's harem, while every woman was stunning, Charlize, Nicole Kidman, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Christiana, Monica Bellucci, and Sophie Marceau stood out as the creme de la creme, clearly a level above the rest. With Hollywood's glamorous aura and her long immersion in the limelight, Charlize was a peerless enchantress, a breathtaking goddess in every sense. Seeing her coy invitation on such a short drive overwhelmed even the battle-hardened Linton. His heart warmed immediately, and he signaled Nicole to slow the car, taking a leisurely lap around the block before heading back to the estate. He lowered the divider between the driver's cabin and the back seat. "Baby, as you wish. Now no one can interrupt us." Inside the spacious cabin, sweet, joyful songs began to fill the air. Chapter 559. Run Lola Run becomes a blockbuster. Charlize's star rises. Danny drove around the streets of Los Angeles for over an hour. Finally, the partition in the back went up, and Linton's voice came through, "Let's go home." When Linton brought Charlize back to the estate, it was already past 9 p.m. Naturally, the women teased her relentlessly. But the jokes didn't bother Charlize one bit. Though she was only 20, she wasn't shy at all. In fact, she was unusually lively and eager during the evening's party activities. She even teased back, "I've got a promotional tour in a couple of days. You all better let me soak up some positive energy." Over the following days, Charlize clung to Linton with unusual intensity, especially when it came to their private moments. Her advances were bold, and unmistakably eager. Seeing all the members of the inner circle reunited, Linton finally set aside his work and training to spend a couple of carefree days partying and enjoying various skits with everyone. In the early hours of December 29th, Run Lola Run opened its midnight shows in 1,500 screens, pulling in $2.37 million in midnight box office sales. What stood out that night was the audience makeup, which was unlike any other films. An astonishing 65% were women. Meanwhile, Star Trek: First Contact, also opening that night, made $2.63 million from midnight shows across 3,100 screens. Keep in mind, Star Trek was a massive franchise with an established fanbase and wider screen count. At 3 a.m., news of the midnight box office success reached Charlize. Overjoyed, she immediately claimed Linton's attention at the after-party events. Knowing she had to head out for promotional appearances early the next morning, the other women willingly gave up their time to let her have Linton for herself. Spurred on by the box office win, Charlize went all out, showcasing every one of her talents with dazzling skill. By 9 a.m., Charlize happily arrived at the studio to meet with director and Fletcher and others for the start of their North American promotional tour. That same day, the film officially launched across North America in a massive release, 2,600 screens, commanding a solid 10% of show listings. On its opening Friday, Run Lola Run pulled in $6.53 million, combining with the midnight figures for a total $8.7 million on day one. This accounted for 16% of the weekend's box office, significantly higher than its screen share. The top earner that day was still Star Trek: First Contact, taking in $9.34 million and 17% of the market. The numbers shocked everyone. Who would have guessed that a modestly budgeted, female-led film could come this close to rivaling such a blockbuster franchise? Charlize, the creative team, and the distribution department were ecstatic. The marketing push intensified immediately, and talks to secure more screen time ramped up rapidly. Paramount, who had initially dismissed Run Lola Run, was caught completely off guard. Given the current box office, they had to consider shifting their theater allocations. An emergency meeting was called to strategize. After analyzing the audiences and strengths of both films, Paramount decided against a smear campaign. Instead, they focused on boosting their own marketing and strengthening relationships with theater chains to avoid losing screens. The two films appealed to very different audiences. Attacking the rival wouldn't bring any benefit. More importantly, Linton's media empire behind Run Lola Run had promotional power that outmatched Paramount's efforts. A media war would only harm their own interests. On Saturday, Run Lola Run earned $9.03 million, barely trailing behind Star Trek at $9.52 million. By Sunday, theaters increased Run Lola Run to 3,000 screens, raising its share to 14%. That day, Run Lola Run took in $8.41 million, overtaking Star Trek, which pulled $8.24 million. After 3 days, the opening weekend total for Run Lola Run reached $26.14 million, just shy of Star Trek's $27.1 million, landing it in the second spot. Audience feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Surveyed viewers praised the film as highly entertaining and emotionally resonant, especially applauding its themes that resonated strongly with a new generation of women. Charlize's performance was singled out as outstanding, and of course, her beauty captivated everyone as well. A third-party research group gave an overall audience rating of A-, forecasting a box office total near $100 million. Crucially, critics and media outlets also showered the film with praise. Some lauded it as a rare blend of artistry, entertainment, and thought-provoking storytelling. Others highlighted its unique narrative style and deep thematic content that successfully engaged and moved audiences. Feminist critiques hailed Run Lola Run for flipping the script on classic rescue tales. Traditionally, heroes save the damsel, but here, the damsel saves the hero. It was considered a celebration of women's progress and a milestone reflecting the spirit of the times. The film also scored highly on IMDb, with an 8.3 rating, confirming its popularity among viewers. From Monday onward, the theater share rose to 15%, matching Star Trek: First Contact. Monday's box office was $4.27 million for Run Lola Run, a steep but acceptable drop that still managed to outpace Star Trek's $4.03 million. Tuesday followed with $4.15 million versus Star Trek's $3.98 million. Wednesday, for $0.08 million to $3.94 million. Thursday, for $0.04 million to $3.96 million. By the end of the first week, North American box office cumulative receipts hit $42.68 million, just $330,000 behind Star Trek, holding second place for weekly grosses. With this momentum, it was almost certain that Run Lola Run would crack $100 million in North America alone, being a full-fledged, female-led film, the biggest beneficiary. Beyond the production company was naturally Charlize Theron herself. Her star power skyrocketed, with her fan base on Yahoo's celebrity forums growing by over 500,000 in just 1 week to 2.8 million. As word of mouth continued to spread, there was no doubt she would soon catch up to top-tier stars like Winona Ryder, Sophie Marceau, and Catherine Zeta-Jones. Charlize personally felt her fans' passion surging during the promotion, with enthusiastic crowds chasing her wherever she went. Her agent called with thrilling news. New endorsement deals flooded in, and her yearly contract rates had soared to that of an A-list star, commanding $5 million annually. Thanks to this film, Charlize was guaranteed to become a household name among Hollywood's top actresses. Buoyed by the box office and her rising status, Charlize nearly called Linton every day, sharing her excitement and promising a big surprise after the promotional tour concluded. However, next week, 8 new films would hit theaters, including Disney's top-notch family comedy 101 Dalmatians. As a result, the screen count for both Run Lola Run and Star Trek would inevitably drop, from 3,300 screens down to 2,600 screens, with their market share slipping to 9%. Considering Run Lola Run lacked blockbuster spectacle or cutting-edge special effects, and with Charlize still not yet a global household name, the film's modest budget and simple production design made it tough to market overseas as a Hollywood mega-hit, especially overseas, except Europe, where feminist themes might resonate. The movie was likely to struggle at the box office. But from the earliest stages of production, Linton had his sights set on awards season. His strategy was clear: secure several Oscar nominations first, then launch the film internationally, where its profile and box office would rise dramatically. Taking all factors into account, the decision was made not to release Run Lola Run overseas immediately. The plan was to wait until after the Oscar nominations were announced before it debuted on the international market. Chapter 560, The Timeless Classic Chicago. While Run Lola Run was blazing through theaters, Amazon was also experiencing a roller coaster of pain and joy as it saw explosive growth in internet traffic. After Amazon and Universal Records jointly announced ticket sales for Linton's concert via their online platform, Amazon gained over 12 million new registered users in just half a month, pushing total users close to 15 million, a more than fourfold increase. To handle this surge and ensure a smooth shopping experience, Amazon urgently expanded its servers and hired new customer service and technical support teams. This rapid expansion consumed all the funds from their Series A financing and pushed them into launching Series B fundraising. Thanks to the leap in users, the Series B round ballooned to $40 million, valuing the company at $200 million. On December 6th at 8 p.m. Los Angeles time, the exact moment tickets for Linton's concert went on sale, Amazon's platform had already listed 15,000 tickets in multiple price tiers. A countdown clock was pinned on the homepage 12 hours before sales began. As soon as the timer hit zero, tens of millions of Americans flooded Amazon's site to grab tickets. The astonishing happened. In under a minute, just 53 seconds, the entire batch of 15,000 tickets sold out, setting a new record. This feat stunned the nation and drew Wall Street's attention. Financial capitalists lined up with checks to invest in Bezos. The Series B funding proposal quickly ballooned, though Amazon still offered 20% equity. The deal rose to $60 million, pushing the company's valuation to $300 million. Bezos, besides eyeing further expansion in North America, ambitiously planned to enter European and Japanese markets as well. While Amazon stormed ahead, dozens of startup plans for online shopping sprouted up in Silicon Valley, all rushing into the burgeoning e-commerce market. By December, another significant project featuring Linton's harem members Madonna and Catherine Zeta-Jones was moving into full promotional gear, the heavyweight film Chicago. Chicago had been a definitive Broadway classic musical since the late 70s and 80s, boasting a wide fan base across the U.S. It was still regularly performed on Broadway today. Post-World War I America, with its booming economy, was also a time of decadent excess, famously dubbed the Jazz Age. Wealthy elites spent lavishly, indulging in debauchery as crime, deceit, and scandal permeated society, turning entertainment into an escape from reality. In such wild and reckless days, bizarre stories were hardly surprising. The Chicago musical was adapted from a real story from the 1920s. In 1975, the legendary choreographer Bob Fosse brought it to the stage. The plot followed two nightclub dancers, Roxy Hart and Velma Kelly, who found themselves behind bars. With the help of their slick lawyer Billy Flynn, they escaped the death penalty and became notorious celebrities of their time. The story's twists, the sultry, icy style, and seductive dance numbers held audiences spellbound. When Chicago premiered on Broadway in '75, it was an immediate hit, becoming a staple throughout the golden era of musicals. Since then, Chicago had earned more than 50 major awards, including 6 Tonys, 2 Olivier Awards, a Grammy, and 2 British Academy Film Awards. Linton distinctly remembered that in his previous life, the film adaptation had been a massive success, not only a box office smash, but also a multiple Oscar winner. Since acquiring the rights early on, Linton saw not only commercial potential, but also an opportunity to win awards for the women in his harem. Madonna had played a significant role in his early rise. After meeting him in '91, she abandoned her previously wild lifestyle and dedicated herself to him. She was the first of his harem to bear his child. Unlike the others, Madonna's own career was booming. She was at the height of her fame and never relied on his resources. There was an odd paradox in the American entertainment industry. Top singers earned far more than top Hollywood stars, yet their status just didn't match that of actors with equivalent fame. Advertisers naturally valued movie stars more. Except for Madonna, a unique exception. She was arguably the most commercially valuable star the entertainment world had ever seen, bar none. Yet ironically, she never managed to make a truly acclaimed Hollywood film, which became a common source of ridicule among her peers, though that criticism only revealed their jealousy. Consequently, many top-tier singers had launched repeated attempts to conquer Hollywood, often investing money into their acting careers themselves. The 4 great divas, Madonna, Janet Jackson, Whitney Houston, and Mariah Carey, all relentlessly pursued Hollywood stardom after dominating the music charts. Last year, newcomer Shania Twain ascended as a new queen of pop and expressed her desire to break into Hollywood to Linton. As a member of his harem, her entry into acting was relatively easy, requiring no personal financial investment or worries over costly training. This year, Julia Roberts' film My Best Friend's Wedding found investment from Linton's film company. The substantial role of the second female lead went to Shania. Although not the top star, starting out alongside Julia Roberts was an incredible opportunity. Julia's insistence on Linton's company backing the film was a tactic to get closer to him. During filming, Julia and Shania took turns inviting Linton to visit the set, and he happily joined them twice for all-night sessions playing 3-player games. Before meeting Linton, Madonna had tried repeatedly to crack the Hollywood scene, but never made a splash, leading her to shelve those ambitions. However, Linton knew deep down she was fiercely proud and still craved a defining Hollywood role. Chicago was his gift to Madonna, and the lead female role fit her perfectly. The film offered more than a standout lead. It also featured a spectacular second female lead. Catherine Zeta-Jones had earned an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress for this very role in the previous version. To ensure the film's success, Linton hired Anne Fletcher, a perfect fit for directing a musical, and cast Pierce Brosnan as the male lead. After editing the film, Linton even made suggestions to improve it, ensuring it surpassed the original. Of course, in Hollywood, a great film doesn't guarantee box office success or awards. You need the right marketing and campaign strategies, especially during award season. Musicals were considered outdated and often mocked in Hollywood. Even Linton's breakthrough dance film Step Up had succeeded only by reinventing the genre with its fast-paced, youthful vibe. But the success was short-lived. After Step Up 2 scored big the following year, the market flooded with similar youth dance films, saturating and tiring audiences. As a result, Step Up 3's production was on indefinite hold. Given this backdrop, a traditional marketing campaign for Chicago likely wouldn't yield good box office results. Back in April, as the film was announced, Linton worked with Harvey from distribution to devise an innovative release plan. First, the distribution team re-engaged the Broadway cast to restage the classic Chicago musical for the year-end performance season, creating a dual promotional synergy between stage and screen. To support this, the company sponsored the Broadway troupe with $500,000. Second, prior to the film's release, there would be no traditional screenings for theater representatives or red carpet premieres. Instead, exclusive audience previews, press screenings, and critic viewings would be held in Los Angeles and New York. Media and critics were offered generous six-figure incentives to ensure positive coverage. Worries about critics' historic friction with Linton? Not with that kind of cash. Greenback smoothed all bitterness. Third, the film was slated for release during awards season with a conventional Oscar campaign strategy. It would debut in about 100 theaters across major cities: New York, LA, Chicago, and San Francisco. This limited release targeted nostalgic viewers to build word-of-mouth buzz, amplified by media and critics' praise. Once buzz reached a fever pitch and the audience was sufficiently hungry for more, the release would expand gradually but would never surpass 500 theaters, preserving exclusivity and positive momentum. Alongside theatrical rollout, a targeted awards season PR campaign aimed to secure major wins at the Golden Globes and key Oscar nominations. Once nominations were announced, the release would expand fully, leveraging awards clout to maximize the box office. Chicago's limited release was set for December 13th in 100 theaters. As December arrived, promotional efforts intensified. Preview events for audiences, media, and critics proceeded methodically. Unsurprisingly, early viewers responded enthusiastically, and their glowing reviews spread rapidly. Under careful distribution lobbying, the media and critics launched a praise campaign. Even the Broadway cast chimed in with positive remarks. "The Chicago film is a dazzling evolution of the musical genre," wrote the New York Times. The seamless fusion and interaction between musical and real scenes far surpassed the clunky interruptions typical of traditional musicals. The film masterfully harnesses the heightened drama and theatricality of musicals to satirize societal decadence, hypocrisy, and chaos. The Los Angeles Times raved, "An unprecedented musical film experience that keeps you so captivated, you forget about everything else." Madonna, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Pierce Brosnan deliver stunning performances with sexy, alluring dance numbers that are utterly irresistible. Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times observed, "On its surface, the film's tone seems complimentary, but it ruthlessly exposes the restless spirit of the 1920s Chicago, which remains remarkably relevant today." The classic lyric, "Murder is an art," sums it up. No less true is shamelessness is an art form. Meanwhile, on internet forums, young viewers who attended screenings began sharing their impressions online. Of course, Bella led a well-organized online fan army, and Chicago's buzz spread rapidly through the web. "Madonna and Catherine are stunning. Pierce is so handsome. Their acting blew me away. Totally Oscar-worthy. The pacing was tight, no dull moments. Definitely worth seeing in theaters. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it forever." This is unlike any traditional musical. Chicago gave me a blockbuster thrill I never expected from a musical. Even outside the musical genre, it's a fantastic film. The camera work is amazing. The puppet show scene is next-level satire, sharply criticizing reality. On Broadway, the famed stretch along 42nd Street from Battery Park through Manhattan was lined with countless theaters, the heart of American theater and musicals, making Broadway synonymous with the art form itself. At night, Broadway's lights sparkled brightly even if its golden age had faded, still drawing large crowds. especially this year's holiday season. The newly restaged Chicago musical, painstakingly reworked for over half a year, drew nostalgic theatergoers back to the stage. Near the iconic Times Square, dozens of theaters formed the commercial hub of American theater entertainment. The massive billboard at its center, traditionally devoted to hit musicals, now proudly showcased Chicago's name in bold, dazzling colors and magnificent design. With Chicago the Film's ads hanging outside the Chicago Musical Theater, it was impossible for passers-by to resist glancing. The three lead actors dominated the billboard. Pierce Brosnan stood center stage in a sharp vintage suit, flanked by Madonna and Catherine in contrasting black and white, short, sultry dance costumes. The visual polish completely outshone all the stage performers. Though neither the film nor the musical judged by looks alone, no one could deny that a stunning pairing of charismatic beauty and charm captured greater attention. And don't dismiss nostalgic audiences as indifferent to this. The marketing team conducted extensive targeted research. In fact, the Broadway musical version was even more risque than the film, full of provocative scenes. The actresses' dance skirts were as short as possible, with just the barest amount covering their tops. Artistically, this was highbrow theater, but everyone knew the real motive was to titillate. This billboard wasn't unique. Similar ones appeared on Broadway, London's West End, and every major staging of the musical. The film's marketing cleverly borrowed the musical's popularity, a bold attempt at a cross-promotion between stage and screen. Chapter 561, Oscar PR Strategy. As December arrived, more good news came in. Mission: Impossible finally hit the Japanese market on November 29th and was met with an enthusiastic reception. After just 2 weeks, the film had already raked in $38.16 million in Japan. Given the momentum, the box office there was poised to surpass $60 million. More significantly, with the $38.16 million from Japan included, the global box office for Mission: Impossible successfully crossed the $1 billion mark. It reached $1.0073 billion, becoming the first film in history to break the $1 billion threshold, setting a new milestone. Robert and Scott Flick, president of Universal Studios, both suggested to Linton that they hold a grand celebration party for Mission: Impossible. However, Linton hesitated. Since the film had long since finished its North American run, staging such a celebration would provide little direct revenue. Aside from increasing exposure for the two companies and the core creative team, it wouldn't offer much tangible benefit. Both studios had achieved outstanding results this year and were already way ahead among Hollywood giants. They didn't need more publicity, and overdoing it would risk arousing jealousy. Furthermore, the film's leads, including Linton himself and Catherine Zeta-Jones, already enjoyed plenty of media attention. Catherine was currently promoting Chicago, which made the celebration feel unnecessary. Ultimately, the idea to throw a party was vetoed by Linton. Instead, to boost morale, he approved a $20 million bonus pool to reward the key contributors to the film. The profits had been simply enormous. Just from the North American market alone, the studio's box office share hit $224 million, and television broadcast rights sold for $50 million. Merchandise sales totaled $110 million. After deducting distribution fees and the actors' likeness royalties, the net profit stood at $44 million. The video rental income was even more staggering. The 7-year exclusive rental and sales rights for VHS were sold for $60 million. The first quarter's rental revenue was settled recently, with a whopping $90 million earned in royalties. The soundtrack album's revenue share also exceeded $10 million. Adding all these sources together, the total income already surpassed $470 million, and the revenue stream from ongoing rights exploitation promised to keep flowing, especially video rental sales, which could be likened to a cash cow. Overseas, box office had crossed $600 million. Although foreign box office splits were much lower, just over 30%, and copyright protections weaker in many countries, the market size and ticket sales volume were large enough that overseas revenue wouldn't lag far behind North America's total. According to Universal's estimates, the film would generate no less than $950 million in revenue for the two companies this year alone. Over the next 2 years, licensing income was expected to add another $300 million, with ongoing rights management offering a steady, long-term source of profits. In its second week, Run Lola Run continued strong with $28.75 million at the domestic box office, surpassing Star Trek: First Contact's $26.91 million, finishing second only to the newly released 101 Dalmatians. After 2 weeks, Run Lola Run's North American box office cumulative total stood at $71.43 million. Judging by the trend, $100 million was far from out of reach. By December 13th, Chicago quietly opened in 100 theaters for limited previews. In New York, Hans, a retired Broadway enthusiast, was returning from a walk in a Long Island park. At his suburban home, he retrieved that day's New York Times from his mailbox. Having long been a devoted fan of Broadway musicals, Hans eagerly searched the entertainment section, aware that the film version of Chicago was debuting that day. The entertainment headline read, "Chicago, a glamorous transformation of the musical." The film's story closely mirrors the stage musical, the review stated, yet the director has repackaged it with a modern cinematic style. Although the themes of fame and desire are familiar staples of Hollywood, Chicago is no typical musical. It fuses and innovates across genres. The movie clearly underwent a fresh adaptation, blending elements of musical and film noir styles. The result is a tantalizing mix of sultry allure and shadowy mystery, perfectly marrying lavish song and dance numbers with a restrained, moody black film atmosphere. It's fair to say that Chicago's film adaptation completes the glamorous evolution of the musical genre. The transitions and interactions between dance scenes and realistic moments are more fluid and immersive than the stage version, striking a deep chord with audiences. Reading up to this point, Hans folded the newspaper with resolve. He had already planned to see the film and now fully intended to head to a nearby theater after lunch. After parking, he buttoned his coat against the winter chill and went to Long Island's most famous independent cinema. He noticed the crowd was different than usual. Where once mostly young people filled theaters, today the majority were middle-aged or older, many like himself. Walking down the aisle made Hans feel decades younger. At the lobby's prominent poster display, Hans surveyed the large Chicago poster featuring Pierce Brosnan, Madonna, and Catherine Zeta-Jones striking impressive poses. The two leading ladies, clad in short dance costumes, looked stunningly gorgeous and sexy, far more so than the actresses in the newest Broadway production. Though his body aged, his heart remained forever young. Hans kept this thought to himself. If anyone asked, he'd simply say he was there for the art, curious to see what was different about the film adaptation of Chicago. Holding that thought, Hans approached the ticket counter, greeted warmly by the attendant. "How can I help you, sir?" "One ticket for the next showing of Chicago, please," Hans said, ready to pay. "I'm sorry, sir. The showtime in half an hour is sold out." "Sold out?" Hans was surprised. "Chicago is that popular?" "Sorry. Your only options are the evening screenings or waiting here in case of a last-minute cancellation 15 minutes before showtime." "No thanks." Hans declined, shaking his head. "I'll check other theaters." Outside, Hans drove to the slightly farther AMC Theater, one of Long Island's largest multiplexes with 15 screens. It was a Friday afternoon, so tickets should be available. Entering the lobby, Hans wasted no time purchasing a ticket for the next Chicago showing. He found an open seat to wait for admission. Once again, like at the first theater, Hans noticed a surprising number of older adults here too. Nearby, he overheard conversations. "The Chicago tickets have been hard to get. I checked 2 Manhattan theaters with no luck, so I came here. Is Chicago really this hot? I have a friend who attended a test screening. They said this movie is better than any stage or film version of the musical. I read in the paper all the rave reviews about its adaptation." Nearly half an hour later, Hans entered the screening room, which seated about 300. Habitually, he chose a seat towards the back and settled in quietly. The theater filled quickly. Before the lights dimmed, Hans noticed the occupancy had surpassed 90%. It's Friday afternoon. The prime-time crowd isn't here yet, he thought, shaking his head. For retirees like him, day or night, Friday or Saturday, made little difference. The film began, and from Catherine's first appearance, Hans was captivated. The movie didn't disappoint. Using a tone that seemed appreciative yet biting, it mercilessly satirized the superficial, restless spirit of 1920s Chicago. One lyric stuck out. "Murder can be an art," Hans murmured. "It should be. Shamelessness can be an art." "You said it," replied the elderly man beside him, agreeing. "A brilliant update. What do you think?" "Indeed," Hans whispered. "Sharp and pointed, with beautiful, lively dance scenes that blend naturally." "The casting's brilliant too," the man continued. "Pierce Brosnan shines, and Madonna and Catherine deliver outstanding musical performances." After the film, Hans found himself chatting with nearby audience members. They all shared similar ages and had seen various versions of the musical, offering thoughtful analysis. Hans reflected, "Depth has never been a strength of musicals, but Chicago's film tackles social critique sharply. The characters feel vivid and complex. It's a great success." Though the movie trims some material from the stage version, the musical numbers remain plentiful and flow well, unlike older musicals that drag the story. Chicago has long been a Broadway staple, with over 1,000 shows. Adapting it to film is a huge challenge. This is the best adaptation I've ever seen, not only in New York, but in Los Angeles, Chicago, San Francisco, and other cities where limited previews debuted. Theaters reported packed houses from afternoon on. Come prime time, the theaters were nearly full, often sold out, making operators grin with the decision to add extra screenings. Released with a unique distribution approach, this movie's marketing differed from the norm. Rather than organizing a nationwide publicity tour with director and Fletcher and stars Madonna, Catherine, and Brosnan, the team took the production directly to Broadway. Chicago had already become a classic Broadway musical with decades of loyal fans. To attract these nostalgic older theatergoers to cinemas, the distribution team cleverly partnered with Broadway theaters for joint performances. The film's 3 leads appeared on stage for live Chicago shows, blending theater and film promotion. For Madonna, accustomed to concert tours, this was no challenge. For Catherine, it was even more familiar. Before meeting Linton, she had been a long-time London West End stage performer. Only Pierce Brosnan found it somewhat daunting and nervously asked Catherine before going on stage, "Catherine, this is my first time performing live in a theater. Anything special I should watch out for?" "Just follow the choreographer's rehearsals. There's nothing extra to worry about. We practiced every dance repeatedly while filming. It's actually easier live than on screen," Catherine reassured him. "I thought theater must be tougher since with film you can do multiple takes and the director picks the best. Live leaves no room for mistakes," Pierce said. "That's true, but none of us are professional musical theater actors. The audience won't expect perfection," Madonna comforted. Just as Madonna predicted, when the show started and Madonna, Catherine, and the contemporary James Bond appeared on stage, the theater erupted. This superstar combination shocked the audience. Pop diva plus Hollywood A-listers on a Broadway stage was a sensational moment. Truth be told, aside from the seasoned Catherine Zeta-Jones, Madonna and Pierce's performances didn't quite match the professional stage actors' caliber, but their star power overshadowed any small flaws in acting. For these fans, simply witnessing pop and film stars live on Broadway was electrifying enough. After the evening's show, when Madonna, Pierce, Catherine, and the stage cast took their bows, the entire audience rose, applauding thunderously for minutes. Purchasing a regular Broadway ticket to attend such a spectacle was an incredible bargain. The well-heeled middle-aged crowd naturally wondered if the film version could match the stage's excitement, prompting them into theaters. The next day, outlets like the New York Times splashed front-page coverage of the Broadway event. Last night on Broadway, the reimagined Chicago premiered its grand stage revival. The film's stars, pop queen Madonna, Hollywood heartthrob Pierce Brosnan, and esteemed actress Catherine Zeta-Jones, took the stage. Not only did they watch the performance, but joined in, delivering a spectacular surprise to attendees. Such stories naturally captivated Chicago's loyal older fans, sparking interest in the movie and driving them to ticket counters. After finishing the live shows, the core team returned to Los Angeles, reuniting with and Charlize Theron, who had just wrapped up their North American promo tour. Under Harvey Weinstein's guidance, they dove into the awards season PR blitz. Per Linton's instructions, the focus this season was on Chicago and Run Lola Run. though each with distinct strategies. For Chicago, Linton demanded Oscar nods for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Leading Actor, Best Leading Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. He insisted the film clinch wins for Best Picture, Best Leading Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. They also aimed to secure Golden Globe wins in the musical or comedy category, Best Picture, Best Leading Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. Run Lola Run's goal was simpler: secure an Oscar nomination for Best Leading Actress, with no expectations for wins. But since Charlize held a special place in Linton's esteem, he tasked Harvey with ensuring she won the Golden Globe for Best Actress in a Drama. From day one of Chicago's limited release, its 100 theaters averaged over $10,000 per house daily. The opening weekend's total reached $4.3 million. Surprisingly, during weekdays, with fewer venues and an older, mostly retired audience, the film maintained strong attendance, averaging above $10,000 per theater daily. After a full week, Chicago's average attendance exceeded 70%, with over 95% audience approval. IMDb ratings soared to 8.7. Weekly per-theater box office hit a stunning $89,600, pushing the cumulative total to $8.96 million. With word-of-mouth spreading and a growing sense of hunger for the film, the distribution team planned to moderately increase the limited release in the second week, doubling theaters to 200, while still controlling the scale. Chapter 562, The Concert. By mid-December, good news arrived from the Marvel acquisition team composed of Winnie, Goodman, and Henry. Marvel's operations and finances had failed to improve, and their bankruptcy filing with the court remained in place. While awaiting the court's ruling, generally expected within about 6 weeks, a wave of shareholders desperately sold off their stocks to avoid holding worthless paper. Winnie had prepared over a dozen accounts to buy up shares at bargain prices. They had already acquired a staggering 41% of the company's stock, nearly wiping out all available shares on the market. This massive purchase cost less than $50 million. Meanwhile, Goodman and Henry fought a clever chess game with other shareholders to wrestle more shares away. After spending $45 million, they had taken control of another 33% of the shares held by nearly everyone except Ron Perelman. Ron had noticed these moves and even tried to block sales by persuading shareholders not to sell. But he had lost credibility with most investors. When Goodman offered a price above market value, all shareholders quickly agreed to sell, losing faith in Marvel's future. This left the acquisition group with a commanding 74% stake, an absolute controlling interest. The remaining 26% included 25% still held by Ron Perelman and under 1% held by reluctant retail investors. Goodman and Henry eventually confronted Ron, offering to buy his 25% stake at market price. Once Ron realized Goodman was backed by Linton, he sought to play hardball, hoping to get a higher price, and even requested an in-person meeting with Linton. But Linton ignored him entirely and refused to negotiate. As the absolute majority shareholder, Linton only had Goodman explain Marvel's 4 upcoming initiatives. 1. Invest massively to buy back previously sold copyrights. 2. Raise salaries for comic creators to secure their loyalty. 3. Pour huge funds into rebuilding the comic distribution channels, focusing on long-term growth rather than short-term profits. 4. Sell off non-core businesses like card game and toy companies at low prices. Regarding superhero movies, Goodman made it clear current technology wasn't advanced enough to produce quality superhero films. At least 5 years would pass before such projects could be undertaken. Linton's sole motivation for acquiring Marvel was personal fandom from childhood. He refused to see Marvel vanish and was willing to invest heavily to support the comic team without expecting immediate profits. The first 3 initiatives alone required enormous funding. Non-core subsidiaries had little market value and couldn't be sold for much. Goodman estimated a $200 million capital injection was needed. If Ron refused to sell, he had 2 options: either invest proportionally, requiring $50 million from him, or face dilution of his stake. After investment, Marvel's valuation would stand at $120 million, dropping Ron's stake to just 9.375%. This struck Ron as untenable. With comics approaching bankruptcy, Linton's 4-pronged plan didn't seem like a lifeline. Rejecting further investment risked heavy dilution. Accepting it meant risking significant financial exposure. Finally, Ron realized he had neither advantage nor leverage. Selling his shares and cashing out was safer. Having already made a fortune with Marvel, he agreed to sell all his shares for $33 million after some negotiation. Consequently, Linton controlled over 99% of Marvel's shares. After completing the registration, the first step was to withdraw the bankruptcy petition from the court. The second was to hire a new CEO through Korn Ferry International Headhunters. The third was to take Marvel private, delisting it entirely. As promised, the fourth step started immediately. Injecting $200 million to repurchase core character rights, stabilize the creative team, rebuild sales channels, and offload non-core assets. Meanwhile, mid-December also marked steady progress preparing for the Los Angeles concert. The host lineup and guest performers were confirmed and publicly announced. Hosting duties went to two television personalities, Stephanie Egger from UPN's Financial News and Adam Garcia from MCA's Entertainment Show. Stephanie had secured the hosting role by personally briefing Linton in his penthouse office for 4 hours, delivering detailed strategies and proposals. At first, Linton assumed the supporting acts would simply be his own singing harem members plus a few promising artists from his label. But as soon as the concert was announced, Universal Music was flooded with star-studded applications, from Garth Brooks, Paula Abdul, Guns N' Roses, Backstreet Boys, the Wilson sisters, to the Phillips duo, Will Smith, Snoop Dogg, and more. Even other top-tier divas like Janet Jackson, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston had their managers send requests to join. Daniel, head of Universal's concert division, could easily reject ordinary applicants. But with these superstars involved, he deferred to Linton. When Daniel briefed him on the influx of requests, Linton asked, "What do you think?" Daniel replied, "Boss, turning down so many may not look good. Plus, these are huge names. Don't overthink it. This is my show, and everything is about making it great." For the LA concert, you're performing 23 songs yourself. Among confirmed guests are Madonna, Shania Twain, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Noriko Sakai, Britney Spears, Eminem, a total of 8 guest artists. According to the plan, Vivian Chow will duet with you on That's the Way Love Goes. The rest have solo numbers, so there are roughly 30 songs total. The concert should last over 2.5 hours. If we add more, I suggest no more than 3 or 4. Also, none of your guests are black artists. Given today's climate, that's a weakness. I recommend adding at least 2, ideally 1 male and 1 female. Linton stroked his chin thoughtfully. Obviously, the stars reaching out aimed either to curry favor or jump on his rising momentum. Janet Jackson, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston stood at the pinnacle of superstardom, unlikely to ride his wave without some deeper motive. Janet and Whitney didn't fit his aesthetic preference, but having previously been intimate with Mariah made her an obvious priority. As for the male artist, he decided to pick someone familiar. All right, pick Mariah Carey and Will Smith. The rest can be declined. But to thank those who applied, send them front-row tickets to watch the show live. Daniel smiled. Good idea. You always think ahead. Cut the flattery. Also, pay Mariah and Will as usual for a business gig. No favors. I don't have time to do any favors. As December waned, the LA concert drew nearer. Linton focused on final rehearsals with the band, dancers, and backing vocalists to perfect the show. In the last 2 days before the event, all guest artists arrived in Los Angeles for rehearsal. Although Mariah Carey wasn't scheduled for any dance numbers on her song Love Takes Time, she came early for rehearsal and stayed in LA until the concert began. For someone of her stature, this was unusual. It was clear she had other intentions. That afternoon, after rehearsal, Mariah greeted Linton with a warm embrace and slipped him a hotel room key. "Darling, the Four Seasons Hotel. I'll be waiting for you tonight." At her peak beauty, Mariah perfectly matched Linton's tastes and commanded massive popularity. Given her enthusiasm and the memorable intimacy they had shared before, Linton was more than willing to reciprocate with a night of passion. That evening, after wrapping the rehearsal, Linton went to the Four Seasons, used the key to enter the presidential suite. A fiery, alluring figure launched into his arms, greeting him with a heated kiss. What followed was a collision of passion, like fireworks exploding, two bodies entwined in frenzied rhythm and pleasure. Her soaring, crystalline vocals echoed through the suite, matching the intensity of their physical union, filling the night air with erotic harmony. On Christmas Eve, at 7:30 p.m., Linton's highly anticipated debut concert officially kicked off at the Hollywood Bowl. The venue, with a capacity of 18,000, was packed. The front rows brimmed with celebrities from the entertainment world. Whether out of respect for Linton or to ride the wave of his buzz, practically every notable star from Hollywood and the music industry found a way to attend, especially the women. Only the highest-profile actresses and singers made the front rows. Those absent were seen as lacking star power. With so many stars, many A-listers couldn't even snag front-row seats. Lights dimmed while powerful music began to pulse. Will you hold the line when every one of them has given up and given in? Tell Maine this house of mine nothing ever comes without a consequence or cost. Tell me, will the stars align? Will heaven step in? Will it save us from our sin? Will it? Cause this house of mine stand strong. The stage remained dark as Linton's passionate vocals cut through the air. As the crowd searched for him on stage, a beam of light illuminated the overhead center. There stood Linton, dressed in a sparkling stage outfit, gripping a microphone in one hand and slowly descending from above by a rope. Under the spotlight, he appeared like a god descending from the heavens, radiating a raw, magnetic energy. This unique and handsome entrance triggered an immediate roar from the crowd. At 3 meters above the stage, he flicked his wrist, cast off the rope, executed a flawless mid-air somersault, then landed effortlessly center stage. His voice never faltered, delivering with unstoppable power and grandeur. Seeing this stunning entrance, the audience went wild. Screams erupted in waves, drowning out even his voice. In fact, Universal Music executives, including Daniel, had initially opposed this risky stunt. No one, not even top artists or executives, dared attempt such a high-risk entrance, unaware of Linton's supernatural abilities. Linton had to casually demonstrate his agility to convince Universal's board, who reluctantly agreed, though they omitted the rope-release somersault from the approved plan. Backstage staff suffered under repeated plan revisions and conducted painstaking prop checks. After setup, 2 crews took shifts guarding the stage 24/7 to prevent sabotage and ensure absolute safety. So when Linton ignored the rehearsed plan and performed the ropeless somersault 3 meters up without any safety gear, the stage crew nearly fainted in shock. Yet the effect was explosive, especially for those in the front rows who clearly saw every daring move. He took no safety measures, relied on nothing but his skill, and flawlessly maintained his singing breath. Everyone was stunned. Most front-row attendees were stunning women, either Linton's harem members, Hollywood's top actresses, or A-list female singers. They watched, enraptured by his godlike descent, clutching their legs in excitement, whispering breathless, "Oh my God, is he turning into Superman?" They joined the audience's ecstatic cheers and applause. Among them were those who had shared deep connections with Linton: Julia Roberts, Jennifer Aniston, Mariah Carey, and Fletcher, all scheming on how to find private moments to reconnect after the show. For those further back, large screens in 4 directions, fed by HD cameras at the stage front, broadcast Linton's moves crystal clear. The breathtaking opening sequence also aired live via UPN to millions of American viewers, via Sky Network to Europe, and Fuji TV in Japan. Everyone watching was stunned. Was Linton truly a deity descended to Earth? Over half the live audience sprang to their feet, screaming wildly, their cheers echoing in waves. Natural is a typical rock music style and a very strong rhythm. Its melody surged like crashing waves, building excitement and urging the crowd to unleash their spirit and fight fiercely. Explosive drums and passionate lyrics electrified the atmosphere, and Linton's powerful voice delivered every note with raw intensity. By the time the chorus hit, the entire hall was on fire, fans raising their hands, singing and shouting along. And you're standing on the edge, face up. 'Cause you're a natural, beating heart of stone. You gotta be so cold to make it in this world. Chapter 563. Popularity soars, breakthrough to mid-celestial presence stage. The electrifying performance of Natural completely ignited the crowd's passion. Linton, Linton, Linton. As the song ended, the audience waved their glow sticks wildly, shouting his name with excitement. Linton wore a satisfied smile, holding the microphone in his left hand and raising his right hand high. Up next is Sold Out for everyone. Let's light this place up together. The dynamic, powerful beat of Sold Out kicked in, but this time he wasn't performing solo. 4 men and 4 women dancers quickly joined him on stage, breaking into an electrifying modern dance routine that synced perfectly with the intense rhythm. As Linton's voice soared, it sounded like a wild roar echoing across a vast battlefield, pulling all the fans into an epic frenzy. This was no surprise. Its rhythm was relentless and commanding, a true epic battle hymn that made everyone feel like a war god. The entire crowd shouted along, swaying their bodies in powerful unity. If Natural had sparked everyone's passion, then Sold Out was the call to arms, urging everyone to charge forward. I'm sold out. With every single step that I take now, with every drop of blood left in my veins, I'm going to be making it count. I am sold out. When the song finished, the stage lights dimmed, and Linton slipped off stage to change. The host came on, cracking jokes before introducing the band and special guests. Once Linton and the dancers were ready, the host announced, "Next, please welcome Linton back for a soulful blues love song, I Swear." After 2 explosive rock songs, this slower ballad gave the audience a chance to breathe. The music started, and a spotlight illuminated Linton at center stage. "Friends, how are you all doing? Raise your glow sticks high," he called out, eliciting warm cheers from the crowd. "I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, and I swear like the shadow that's by your side. I see the questions in your eyes. I know what's weighing on your mind." After Linton's heartfelt performance, it was time for the guest vocalists. The host introduced Vivian Chow first. Amid thunderous applause and envious glances from the female celebrities backstage, Vivian Chow glided onto the stage in a simple yet elegant gown. Instead of going solo, she chose to perform a duet of That's the Way Love Goes with Linton. Vivian started softly, like a moth to a flame, burned by the fire. "My love is blind. Can't you see my desire? That's the way love goes." Linton followed smoothly. "That's the way love. That's the way love. That's the way love goes." Their voices intertwined tenderly, filling the room with deep emotion. The previously frenzied audience gradually quieted, returning to their seats to savor the intimate performance. When the song ended, the crowd erupted into warm applause. After the 2 bluesy ballads, Linton fired up the stage again with the rock anthem Believer. "First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been, oh. The way that things have been, oh." At the song's climax, watching his energized fans below, Linton fixed the microphone to its stand, shrugged off his jacket, and tossed it into the crowd, triggering wild screams. Now clad only in a fitted white patterned short-sleeve shirt, his muscular physique rippled with every movement. The audience's excitement soared even higher at the sight. Believer was a fierce anthem of self-belief and fearless pursuit, declaring that no matter the thorns or cliffs ahead, nothing would stop the dreamer's path. With his jacket thrown aside and supported by the band and dancers, Linton radiated raw, explosive energy, sending the atmosphere into a new fever pitch. The concert continued seamlessly with guest singers rotating in and out, each set breathtaking. The audience's energy never waned. However, Linton found himself both amused and a little exasperated. His entrance alone had been superhero caliber. During the performances, his unrestrained energy and overflowing charisma kept radiating wildly, almost hypnotizing. The female celebrities in the front row felt this keenly. To them, Linton was undeniably a love god, forcing them to clench their legs tightly while occasionally dripping with desire. While the guest performers sang, several actresses who fancied themselves glamorous and popular slipped backstage for embraces and passionate kisses. Some even shamelessly reached out to grope him, ignoring the sweat covering his skin. Those who had deeper flings, Julia Roberts, Jennifer Aniston, Mariah Carey, and Fletcher, each vied to secure time with him. Some even tried to cling to him all night. Linton had no choice but to agree, though he promised it wouldn't be these next few days. His harem had all returned home. He needed to settle them first. A week later, he reserved one night for each, spreading the passion equally. Only then did the ladies retreat contentedly to their seats. As for others, he could only offer apologies. A friendly hug was no problem, but dating needed a minimum of a 90+ rating in looks. Interestingly, two high-profile beauties did appear. Brooke Shields, hailed as the eighth wonder of the world for her stunning looks, and Cindy Crawford, the top supermodel ranked second most beautiful by Form magazine. Although both were nearing their 30s, born in 65 and 66 respectively, the magic of Linton's beauty pills had restored their peak attractiveness. Years of maturity added a depth of mature allure that rivaled his other A-list beauties like Nicole Kidman, Christiana, and Monica. Faced with invitations from these two breathtaking femmes fatale, Linton hesitated but ultimately exchanged private phone numbers, agreeing to meet them soon. Meanwhile, Madonna, Shania Twain, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Mariah Carey, Will Smith, Britney Spears, and Eminem all graced the stage with stellar performances. The legends held their own, each presenting signature hits. But Britney and Eminem's presence unsettled some established stars in the audience. Losing to Linton's harem and to Madonna is one thing, but these two newcomers have no hits yet. Why are they on such a prestigious stage? Indeed, Britney Spears and Eminem were complete rookies in this context. Anyone seated in the first 3 rows could have outshined them easily. Though both had gained popularity on America's Got Talent, neither had released official singles or albums, so they didn't yet qualify as established stars. However, Britney's live rendition of Madonna's classic Into the Groove was sweet and captivating. Supported by 6 dancers executing sharp choreographed moves, she radiated irresistible charm, earning enthusiastic cheers. Eminem performed My Name Is, proving to be a genuine prodigy. In a genre dominated by black artists, this white rapper unleashed his strongest voice yet. His rapid-fire, emotionally charged delivery had the crowd in a frenzy, the rhythm seeming almost magical in its infectious power. For Britney and Eminem, performing on Linton's concert stage was a windfall opportunity. With nationwide TV coverage, their exposure skyrocketed globally. Though they had rallied fans through America's Got Talent, surviving auditions, preliminaries, and semifinals, they still needed a breakthrough. America's Got Talent was a variety show with less musical influence compared to Linton's concert, so their live performances here would save them big marketing costs for their next singles, boosting their potential audience exponentially. For the finale, Linton invited all guest singers to join him on stage for an explosive performance of Legends Never Die. As the opening chords rang out, the entire crowd rose to their feet, raised glow sticks high, singing and shouting, releasing every ounce of their passion. As the concert ended, internet forums exploded with discussions. Right after Linton's opening act, many fans watching the live broadcast on UPN TV were stunned by his unique entrance. The online boards filled instantly. Some claimed Linton was a real superhero come to life from a comic book. European fans swore he was the reincarnation of Apollo, god of light, with divine powers. Asian fans believed he must have mastered kung fu/karate, taking legendary aerial skills to unrivaled heights. Others argued that, as a top director and studio owner, Linton simply used movie-style props, like wires cleverly hidden in the dark. The debate raged fiercely, especially on Yahoo forums and fan boards, posts flooding in nonstop. After the concert, viewers who'd watched the live broadcast on TV felt eager for more and rushed online to share their thoughts. Initially, comments praised his looks, the audience of celebrities, and the show's production, expressing envy for those lucky enough to attend. But the conversation quickly shifted to whether Linton's entrance was movie magic or genuine supernatural ability. After all, leaping and flipping from over 3 meters high without visible support while singing rock vocals flawlessly was beyond ordinary human capability. Most assumed he used hidden elevator wires or props. Yet, a fan who recorded the concert on a home video camera slowed down the footage and repeatedly watched the segment with no sign of wires or devices. He posted his discovery and screen captures on forums, suggesting Linton truly possessed miraculous powers. Upon this finding, Many dug out their recorders to rewatch and found nothing that disproved the fans' claim. Support for the notion of Linton's supernatural ability grew. Still, others insisted it was movie trickery too cleverly done, combined with nighttime shadows and camera angles. With more people joining the argument, neither side convinced the other. Instead, the discussion intensified. Meanwhile, internet journalists who had covered the concert uploaded dazzling photos and videos from every angle. With these new visuals flooding online, chatter about Linton's concert grew even louder. Yahoo had prepared extra server capacity for the surge, but was still overwhelmed, causing the site to crash briefly. Fortunately, technical staff restored service within half an hour. Such heated online debates spilled over into public spaces, homes, schools, bars, people everywhere. Lively in the early days of the internet. Throughout the concert, Linton sensed his popularity rising rapidly, his cultivation speeding up automatically. After the show, as he returned with the women to the mansion, he felt the gathered energy swirling around him surpass even the wave when Mission Impossible had just come out. 2 months ago, he'd only reached the peak of the early celestial presence stage. Now, a bottleneck seemed to loosen inside him. He urged everyone to grab a quick bite. Cradling Su Qing with his left arm and Jennifer with his right, he said, "I'll take them upstairs first. You girls come up as soon as you can." The thought of the upcoming passionate encounters lit everyone's hearts on fire. They quickly ate to replenish energy, then rushed to their rooms to bathe and dress in their finest attire before storming the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The night's intimate party was about to begin. As the passionate encounters progressed and outside discussions swelled, Linton's charisma and popularity surged even higher. Supported by his harem, his cultivation pressed on, repeatedly smashing through the celestial presence stage's mid-level bottleneck. By early morning, around 2 a.m., after a relentless internal onslaught of spiritual energy, a booming breakthrough occurred. Linton had advanced to the mid-celestial presence stage. Chapter 564, A Massive Leap in Power. After reaching the mid-stage of the celestial presence, Linton felt an endless torrent of supernatural energy coursing through his body. Every movement he made was charged with overwhelming power. Having just advanced, the sudden surge of energy was still beyond his full control. Meanwhile, he was in the middle of an uninhibited party with all the women at the estate. To avoid hurting any of them, he gently released a subtle wave of energy that lured everyone into a deep, peaceful sleep. Linton quickly headed to the bathroom for a simple shower before soaring to the rooftop garden. There, he channeled his energy and began training, adjusting to the dramatic increase in his internal strength. He trained diligently for 6 full hours. It wasn't until 9 a.m. that he began to stabilize this new realm and gradually gained mastery over his power. At this point, he realized that passing into the mid-celestial presence stage truly felt like transcending an entire world. Compared to the early mid-stage, his power had grown exponentially. His supernatural energy alone had increased by 50%. The once steady flow of spiritual power inside him now surged like the Nile. Whereas before, the golden light representing his accumulated merit covered about 7.5% of his total power, it now barely covered 5% because the total energy had expanded so much. His spiritual awareness, or soul perception, had seen an even greater leap. After breaking into the mid-stage, his perception had literally doubled, extending its effective range from 50 to a full 100 kilometers. To put this into perspective, Los Angeles's entire cityscape, north to south, east to west, and every diagonal, measured less than 100 kilometers in a straight line. This meant that no matter where Linton was within greater Los Angeles, his spiritual awareness could effortlessly cover the entire metropolitan area. Another critical change was the increase in the number of soul slave marks he could seal, expanding from 5 up to 7. These marks were Linton's trump cards. The original 5 had already been used on 5 key figures: Harvey Weinstein, Bill Clinton, Hillary, David, and Carter. Harvey needed no introduction. A natural rebel, a notorious figure in Hollywood's underworld, and a disruptor of the old corrupt system. But after receiving Linton's mark, he became fiercely loyal and diligent in helping Linton's film company. Every task assigned was completed to perfection. What was even more remarkable was the dramatic change in Harvey's behavior. Influenced by Linton, he started abiding by Hollywood's unspoken rules, resisting the temptation to abuse his power or take advantage of women. Another point that thrilled Linton was Harvey's newfound respect for any woman connected to him. Harvey treated them with utmost reverence, never daring to entertain any ill intentions. Bill Clinton and Hillary, meanwhile, played naturally supportive roles, positions that brought immense strategic advantage and convenience to Linton. In fact, several of Linton's major acquisitions and business ventures had greatly benefited from their assistance. Hillary, devoted and unreserved, was now expecting his child, solidifying their alliance even further. As for David and Carter, Linton marked them with soul seals to ensure both the safety of his family and his estate. David commanded the elite military force, Thunder Guards, and operated a distant branch in Africa. Carter oversaw the home base, the small farm, and the health product factory. He also managed numerous sensitive and confidential affairs related to the estate. With such powerful responsibilities held by these two, Linton couldn't fully relax without binding them. Every one of those 5 marks had been put to strategic use, playing crucial roles in safeguarding Linton's empire. So gaining the capacity for 2 more marks was nothing short of a breakthrough. Next time a key player appeared, Linton would have no worries about applying control. Other changes in power still needed detailed testing to confirm, but it was already 9 a.m., and the harem in the master bedroom was still sound asleep. Thinking of this, Linton gathered his energy, returned to the master bedroom, and gently woke everyone with a light sweep of supernatural power. "Darling, how did I fall? Asleep?" one of them murmured. "Yeah, honey, when we're with you, we never need sleep." "What's different today?" another chimed in. "Are you okay? Was the concert too exhausting last night?" a third asked, concern ringing in her voice. The whole group soon buzzed with chatter, their collective care for Linton evident. "I'm fine. Last night was a bit tiring. Let's all get up and have breakfast first to recharge. Then we can keep the party going. It's Christmas after all. I haven't scheduled any work for the next 3 days. We have all the time in the world to enjoy ourselves, okay?" Everyone responded with a chorus of agreement and returned to their rooms to freshen up. Soon they all gathered downstairs in the dining room, where the butler had already laid out a bountiful breakfast. Little Lena had just finished eating and was happily circling the Christmas tree under the nanny's watchful eye. Upon spotting Linton accompanied by the women, Lena giggled excitedly, rushing over. "Daddy, why did you all just wake up? I already had breakfast." Linton grinned, scooped her up, and tossed her gently into the air several times before setting her down to continue playing with the nanny. The small farm operation in the countryside had now stabilized, allowing the estate in Los Angeles to receive weekly shipments of fresh produce, milk, rice, flour, beef, and even most vegetables, airlifted directly from the farm. Since the arrival of the chef team, the quality of the estate's meals had jumped several notches. Thankfully, the women regularly partied with Linton and received long-term enhancement from the vitality pills, which kept their figures toned and radiant. Moreover, the food itself was infused with spiritual energy, so their constitutions subtly improved with every meal. During breakfast, the butler Amy followed routine by reading the morning newspaper. Across all major papers, entertainment section headlines buzzed with reports on last night's Linton concert. Though the angles varied, some focused on the concert's electric atmosphere, while others highlighted its wider impact. Many celebrated his star power. Certain tabloid papers, clearly influenced by payoffs, emphasized the presence of specific actresses rumored to be involved with Linton, weaving suggestive gossip underneath. Meanwhile, Britney Spears and Eminem snagged free publicity as featured guest performers, a huge win for their careers. More analytical outlets scrutinized how Linton had managed his dramatic entrance during the concert. Several film industry experts shared their takes. Most claimed the spectacle was a clever movie set illusion, using props and nighttime lighting to conceal their tricks. However, a few insiders argued that no set design could pull off such an effect. They speculated that Linton might possess genuine supernatural abilities. To maintain mystery and boost buzz, Linton had ordered Daniel to impose strict confidentiality on the stage crew, signing non-disclosure agreements. Of course, in the money-driven media landscape, Such secrets rarely hold for long if the price is right. But Linton was unfazed. Such attention would only last a few days, and that was all he needed. Since no official confirmation came from Universal Music and Linton refused interviews, public speculation surged, generating massive interest that benefited his brand. Even the women in his harem were curious. During last night's party, Jennifer playfully blurted out the question everyone wondered. Is it true you have supernatural powers? Linton smiled, admitting it and casually demonstrating by flipping effortlessly in midair. His harem erupted in excitement, declaring how lucky they were to have a superhero of a man. The energy intensified, their passion and devotion soaring to new heights. After breakfast, Linton embraced Lena and strolled through the estate with his women. The butler Amy had transformed the grounds into a Christmas wonderland. Lena was bursting with energy, tugging Linton excitedly from spot to spot. They spent over an hour soaking in the festive beauty before Linton distributed generous year-end bonus to all the estate's workers. Later, Linton and his ladies returned upstairs for more partying, this time synchronizing their energy and cultivation practices. On December 26th, the second day of Christmas, North Americans were still on holiday. At 10 a.m., exactly as announced a month prior, the Amazon platform officially opened ticket sales for Linton's upcoming New York concert. The Madison Square Garden venue could hold 20,000 people. After reserving seats for VIPs, sponsors, and media, 17,000 tickets were available for sale. Amazon had arranged the tickets in tiered pricing categories and started a countdown timer on their homepage at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve. At the stroke of 10 a.m., when the timer hit zero, over 13 million Americans flooded Amazon simultaneously to grab tickets. The sale was even more frenzied than before. Within just 30 seconds, not even a full minute, all 17,000 tickets were gone, setting an unprecedented record. Thanks to the concert's buzz and the support of his harem, Linton's cultivation advanced with lightning speed. In just 3 days, his mid-celestial present stage power was fully solidified. Yet, Linton noticed his sky-high popularity was beginning to taper off. The concert's heat was cooling down, just as expected. Comparing gains, he realized this event was a financial jackpot. But more importantly, it gave his star power and cultivation a tremendous boost. It was crucial timing. Without this concert, breaking through the mid-stage might have taken at least another 6 months. Overall, the concert's popularity surge was roughly half as impactful as the months-long buzz generated by his Mission Impossible film. But while the movie's influence was gradual, this concert produced a concentrated explosion of fame over just 2 to 3 days. Such a short-lived spike usually wasn't very helpful and could even be wasted. Yet, at a critical bottleneck, this burst was invaluable. It was his sudden, explosive rise in popularity, combined with the harem's support, that propelled him to break through on Christmas Eve night. After 3 days and nights of extravagant parties and immersive role-plays, both Linton and his women felt mentally and physically fulfilled. Having consolidated his mid-stage cultivation, Linton decided to put his new powers to the test. Shortly after 3 a.m. on the third night, he gently sent everyone into a deep sleep, dressed quietly, and descended to the first floor. He invoked the earth tunneling technique. Testing revealed he could now burrow a full kilometer underground. At maximum effort, his descent speed reached over 15 meters per second, though resistance increased with depth, slowing him somewhat. This meant henceforth, while on land, no weapon could ever threaten his life. Even a nuclear strike would be no danger. He could swiftly dive underground to avoid lethal harm. Currently, human weaponry couldn't penetrate 1 kilometer beneath the surface, unless futuristic laser technology emerged, granting him 0 reaction time. Next, from a depth of 5 meters underground, he sped toward the coastline. Testing showed his tunneling speed had increased from 50 to 70 kilometers per hour. In the ocean, he also found his maximum dive depth was 2,500 meters, with a top descent speed of about 60 meters per second. But similarly, speed dropped progressively at greater depths. Consequently, while underwater, he could evade any weapons or attacks. Even nuclear weapons couldn't reach such depths. At a depth of 10 meters, activating his water movement technique, he could swim at a staggering 300 kilometers per hour. Surfacing, Linton summoned his sword of flight. With a thought, the sword enlarged automatically and hovered at his feet. Mounting it, he sealed a power formation and rose sharply into the sky. Compared to the early mid-stage where his max flight altitude capped at 10,000 meters, now he pressed upwards to 15,000 meters before feeling any stress. Facing a random direction, he streaked over the Pacific Ocean. After flying for 30 minutes at top speed, he gauged his velocity, roughly 6,000 kilometers per hour on his sword. In emergencies, he could expend more power to push speed up by 30%. However, endurance would drastically drop, maximum 2 hours. Still, 6,000 kilometers per hour was plenty fast. Even the quickest supersonic jets couldn't catch him. The fastest missiles in this era topped around Mach 5, just over 6,000 kilometers per hour, making it nearly impossible to target him mid-flight. He was now virtually untouchable in the air. Having flown 3,000 kilometers from Los Angeles deep over international waters, while outside any country's jurisdiction, he decided to test his sword's power. Scanning with his spiritual perception, he spotted a small island 60 kilometers away. Upon arrival, the island spanned about 10 square kilometers with a highest point barely 30 meters above sea level, mostly barren rock with no signs of human habitation or navigational markers. Perfect for testing. Hovering above the island, he expanded the sword to 10 meters long. Channeling 50% of his power, he brought the sword down with a mighty strike. A deafening explosion shattered the silence as the island split cleanly in two. Massive waves roared as the broken halves quickly sank beneath the sea. The sheer force of his sword's satisfaction was immense, obliterating an entire 10-kilometer island as if it were nothing. Even a supercarrier would likely be defenseless against such a strike. However, such a massive commotion surely would have triggered satellite alerts. To avoid unnecessary attention, he decided to depart quickly. Mounting his sword once again, he took off, speeding back in the direction from which he had come. Chapter 565, The Road Ahead. On his way back, Linton was filled with unshakable confidence. After reaching his cultivation level today, he finally possessed power strong enough to fear no one, no force, no organization, no country. Wherever he was, on land, at sea, or in the skies, no weapon could bring him a fatal threat. Even if others discovered the secret of his cultivation, it no longer mattered. If anyone reckless enough dared to provoke or scheme against him, one sword was all it would take. In the face of absolute power, they would turn to ash and disappear. With this newfound strength, Linton felt he could act more boldly from now on. There was no need to hold back or be overly cautious as before. After all, he had the President of the United States, Bill Clinton, practically under his thumb, and the vast American institutional machinery at his disposal. This breakthrough to the mid-stage of celestial presence was a massive leap in power. But only Linton himself truly understood that this kind of advancement wasn't just about strength. It was a transformation of life itself. His genes evolved, and his body's potential expanded in every way. It was intoxicating, fueling his passion to reach even higher levels. Yet, with cultivation settled at mid-celestial presence, he noticed progress slowed, requiring more fame and admiration to continue advancing. To maintain his energy, he realized he had to dig deeper into the entertainment world, continue crafting his image as a national and global icon. Every year, he must release a blockbuster idol movie. Winning awards wasn't as important as gaining fans, increasing traffic, and boosting popularity. He would never star in films that only sold tickets or only won awards without helping his idol status. He couldn't give up singing either, releasing several singles annually, an album every 2 years, plus holding 1 or 2 concerts each year. Fan management had to become more strategic. With the internet evolving rapidly, he could forge a closer bond between celebrity and audience. The relationships between stars and fans would transform. Managing fans effectively meant their collective influence would grow, feeding his cultivation with ever-rising popularity. The internet age was already here. It was time to embrace online fan operations. Since concerts brought such massive popularity and traffic, why not try participating in the NBA? That could open another path to fame, and maybe even buy a team for fun. Plus, investing in an NBA team was a solid business move. Of course, his Starlight Spark technique still held a huge advantage. He must continue nurturing or discovering top-tier dual cultivation partners. His harem members also needed continued growth to gain more fans and popularity that could fuel his cultivation. Though his harem was sizable, it still couldn't fully satisfy his enormous cultivation demands. From now on, if he encountered promising young talents, he could carefully groom them. Once they reached adulthood, if still pure, they'd be candidates for his harem. For example, stars like Britney Spears, Scarlett Johansson, Anne Hathaway, and Emily Blunt. Of course, if they weren't chaste, if they'd lost their first time. Sorry, they could only be casual partners. After all, he had changed dramatically, a global billionaire with a massive harem. Any future expansion had to prioritize quality. For established, beautiful, and popular top stars, like Mariah Carey, Julia Roberts, Jennifer Aniston, or even recently met hotties like Brooke Shields and Cindy Crawford, it would be inappropriate to bring them fully into his harem. But maintaining close communication and building long-term casual intimate relationships to support his cultivation through dual cultivation was essential. Looking ahead to the new millennium, Asia's two crucial markets, China and South Korea, were set to explode in entertainment growth. A flood of beautiful rising stars would emerge. Top names there could surpass many contemporary Hollywood leading ladies in popularity. China's stars like Fan Bingbing, Yang Mi, Tiffany Tang, Gao Yuanyuan, and Liu Yifei, as well as Dilraba Dilmurat and Guli Naza, Gulnizar Bekstiyar. Each boasted tens of millions of fans and were stunning beauties. South Korea was even more impressive with stars like Jun Ji-hyun, Gianna Jun, Han Jae-in, Han Hyo-ju, Sun Yijin, Kim Hyun-ae, and groups like Girls' Generation and Tiara, each one a major beauty and hugely popular throughout Asia. Purely by popularity and buzz, excluding other factors, these Chinese and Korean stars rivaled or even surpassed top Hollywood actresses. Linton's memories from his previous life foretold that starting next year, China would open its film industry fully to private capital, propelling a fast lane of growth. The industry would enter a nearly unstoppable boom lasting almost 3 decades. After recovering from next year's Asian financial crisis, South Korea would launch a cultural nation strategy, rolling out supportive policies. Its film and entertainment sector would rise rapidly. Given this, these two markets were on his radar, not primarily for profit, but for whether these popular, good-looking rising stars could help him cultivate. Even if he took losses investing there, it didn't matter. The sheer scale of these markets meant profits or losses would be manageable. Still, China's internet industry and Korea's IT manufacturing were worth investing in. The gains could fund his entertainment ambitions without strain. Speaking of the Asian financial crisis, it was a rare money-making opportunity. Skycrest Capital would play a crucial role. Richard had already expressed a desire for more investment power. This was the chance to wrest a big share from Wall Street titans like Soros and build the capital needed to expand in Asia. Plus, this money could remain offshore, avoiding taxes by operating outside America. Another crucial cultivation resource was merit power, the good deeds, energy he needed desperately. It was the foundation for passing the crucial astral dominion tribulation. Without sufficient merit power, he wouldn't dare face that trial. His recent breakthrough was deeply tied to previously accumulated merit power from charitable deeds in Colombia. That smooth breakthrough with nearly no resistance was a clear sign the power of merit was aiding him. Previously, he held back donations to other countries, not exceeding 40% of his foundation's spending in order to avoid antagonizing Washington and the mainstream American society, even though contributions to the U.S. or Africa yielded no merit power. Now, with cultivation at mid-celestial presence and strength skyrocketing, he no longer cared about such concerns. Next year, his charity foundation planned a $160 million budget for donations. He decided to allocate 80% to South America and China to help develop, alleviate poverty in remote mountain regions, and above all, to harvest merit power. If ungrateful American politicians or media dared to provoke him or meddle, they should be prepared for swift retribution. Despite this, he still planned to visit Africa this year to evaluate their merit power return. If it paid off, he'd increase investments there. If not, it'd just be for Appearances. Meanwhile, Universal Group and Linton Media Group would secure better opportunities for him and his harem's growth, capturing more popularity and buzz. As for wealth, with his vitality pills, beauty pills, and Winnie's investment groups, his fortune would inevitably continue to expand. Half an hour later, Linton spotted Los Angeles from high above the sky. He descended, recalled his flying sword, plunged into the ocean, and used swift underwater movement toward Los Angeles. Once he reached the shore, he concealed himself underground, tunneling toward his estate. Unbeknownst to him, deep in the Pacific Ocean, with a single sword strike, he shattered and sank a 10-square-kilometer island, triggering massive tidal waves and setting off NASA alarms. Awakened by the alert, the duty staff checked satellite images. What? How did such a large island just disappear? What happened? Examining the images carefully, satellites couldn't see Linton because it was nighttime. And since he flew using sword technique rather than modern aircraft, America's border radars never detected him. So, from Los Angeles to the deep Pacific, he destroyed the island and returned unnoticed. No satellite photos caught him. No radar alarms sounded. After repeated analysis, NASA operators only saw a flash of light on the island before it exploded. But what caused the light? They found no answers, only recorded in duty logs and reported. Los Angeles time, December 28th, 4 a.m. Pacific Ocean coordinates. A 10-square-kilometer deserted island appears destroyed or hit by a high-powered weapon test, completely destroyed and sunk. The report quickly reached the Pentagon. The next day, the USS Ronald Reagan, patrolling the Pacific, rushed to the spot to investigate. No traces of explosion, volcanic activity, or tectonic shifts were found. The final conclusion: the island was not destroyed by modern weaponry. Its sinking remained a mystery, becoming an unsolved case for the Pentagon and NASA. When Linton returned to his estate, it was barely 5 a.m. Looking at the 24 stunning beauties sprawled in the master bedroom, his passion surged. He unleashed his spiritual power to rouse them. Joy and surprise flickered on their faces as the wild, exhilarating party reignited. Passionate solo performances, duets, and full ensemble songs echoed through the estate. Unnoticed, 3 days passed after Christmas. Except for Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize, who had to prepare for the intense award season PR circuit, everyone else took a full week off. After all, it was the holidays, and everyone wanted to spend quality time with Linton. After consulting with the group, Linton decided to take the ladies on a vacation to his private farm. Though the new Boeing 737 and personal jets for each weren't delivered yet, he already owned 3 planes, easily transporting everyone to the farm. Before leaving, he granted an interview to his own Hollywood gossip daily, stirring fresh buzz. In the interview, he openly admitted that the airborne flip he performed during his last concert was genuine martial arts skill, not a mere movie stunt. He promised to replicate the feat at his next New York concert, inviting the media to witness it live. The report caused an uproar, quickly reposted by numerous media outlets. Across the internet, television talk shows, newspaper columns, and public gatherings, everyone debated again. Linton's popularity soared. Most people accepted his claim, particularly given his status as a third-ranking global billionaire. Only a few skeptics insisted on exposing his trickery at the New York show. Many speculated how strong his real martial arts skills were. Was it the famed skill spoken of by legendary Bruce Lee? Or was it like Marvel Comics? Genetic mutation fueled by technology, giving him superhero abilities. Perhaps Linton was a DC comic-style extraterrestrial or a time-traveling superhuman. Or maybe he was a divine incarnation, blessed with supernatural powers no mortal could match. Media requests for interviews poured in, and paparazzi scrambled to capture explosive footage. But Linton ignored them all, retreating to the farm gardens to enjoy precious family moments. Chapter 566, The Boutique, a global fashion sanctuary. Surrounded by his women, Linton enjoyed carefree and leisurely days at his estate retreat. Before he knew it, the year 1997 had arrived. On New Year's Day, after 6 months of dating, Sherilyn Finn could no longer suppress her feelings. She decided to fully step into Linton's life and become the newest member of his inner circle. Linton sent a private jet from Los Angeles to bring her to the farm. That evening, a lavish welcome ceremony was held at the estate's gardens, where she was introduced to the other women. Soon after, an even grander party took place, drawing Sherilyn closer to the others as they shared intimate moments and delighted in the favors bestowed upon them. Regarding her treatment, Linton was fair and generous, giving her the same privileges as the rest without any neglect. Before long, she had chosen her villa, her office, and 2 personal assistants within the estate's grounds. Naturally, final arrangements for her residence, vehicles, and security detail at the Los Angeles manor would be handled upon return. Linton called in Goodman and Sherilyn's agent, Tim, to sign endorsement contracts with the health company for the Vitality pills and beauty pills, officially making her an angel of beauty. Her annual endorsement fee matched the others, a staggering $20 million. Tim was stunned, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, this is incredible." Goodman kindly reminded him this was only the beginning. Once the news broke publicly, Sherilyn would explode into superstardom, and endorsement offers would pour in. Tim needed to brace himself. Soon after, Linton announced the news through the Hollywood Gossip Daily. The timing was perfect since all the Angels of Beauty posters were due for replacement after the new year. This wasn't because Linton or the health company voluntarily wanted to redo the shoots. Rather, the fashion and jewelry brands sponsoring the Angels were begging for new campaigns to refresh their image as soon as possible. Originally, Linton had planned to update the posters once a year in late April, but the brand's impatience couldn't be contained. Since the opening of the boutique last year, the influence of the Angels posters displayed within had exploded internationally. Although the health company only placed these posters in the single Los Angeles boutique and didn't promote them through other channels, the effect was phenomenal. The boutique itself, the only one in LA, saw foot traffic of no less than 5,000 daily, fueled by the immense popularity of the Vitality and Beauty pills. On the 6th of each month, when the pills officially hit shelves, the lines outside stretched along Rodeo Drive, becoming an iconic spectacle. Even on days without sales promotions, visitors queued nonstop just to tour the boutique. Tourists worldwide made it a must-see stop in Los Angeles. Among them were countless celebrities, socialites, aristocratic ladies, and stars from film, television, and music who came specially to visit. Astoundingly, more than 10 media outlets visited daily to film and report directly from the boutique. This meant that every day, at least 10 media channels worldwide were covering the store. Within these reports, the Angels of Beauty were an unavoidable topic. Many fashion magazines dedicated entire columns to them, rotating features of the 20 stunning women each issue. As a result, even without direct promotion by the health company, the Angels effectively marketed themselves globally through media and visitors. Their fashions had become universally emulated by women everywhere. These 20 Angels represented 19 clothing brands and 19 jewelry brands. Su Qing, being a newcomer with lower endorsement fees, did not sign clothing deals but wore traditional designs for promotional purposes. Sales of the exact styles worn by the Angels had doubled or even tripled over the last year. Astronomical growth. Even more unexpectedly, the clothing styles these women modeled in February last year, launching the spring collection, were still the top sellers through autumn, despite the brands rolling out new seasonal lines. The jewelry and watches, once underestimated, also saw skyrocketing sales. Pieces worn by the Angels, earrings, watches, bracelets, on the posters sold in dizzying volumes. Nobody could imagine that a small boutique with only wall posters could wield such worldwide influence on fashion consumption. This modest store had become a revered fashion trendsetter across the globe. The brands could not tolerate the prolonged gap in updating the Angels posters. If the market trends didn't change, consumers wouldn't buy new clothes. No one buys the same outfits repeatedly. Sponsoring clothing, jewelry, and watch companies urgently revised contracts with the Angels, raising endorsement standards significantly. The goal was clear. By the next quarterly photo shoot, the Angels had to showcase the latest watches and earrings. Brands whose endorsed Angels failed to wear their products in past shoots grew particularly anxious. Besides modifying contracts, they earnestly hoped the health company would update the posters promptly. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who originally had no endorsements, saw her star rise dramatically. After arriving in Los Angeles in August to shoot Final Destination 2, multiple brands clamored for her endorsement. Her agent, Mira, received an outpouring of offers, including fees far beyond Su Qing's prior market value. Eventually, Su Qing signed contracts worth $8 million annually with the French Saint Laurent women's fashion brand, $5 million annually with Swiss Longines watches, and $3 million for Montblanc jewelry, excluding necklaces. Though still a complete newcomer without a Hollywood film credit, Su Qing's global influence, boosted by the Angels of Beauty affiliation, earned her endorsement fees usually reserved for top-tier stars. Her fashion brand deal even surpassed typical A-list actress prices. The announcement sparked envy and awe across Hollywood. Actresses and female singers drooled as they dissected Linton's preferences, wondering how to become one of his angels. Many young aspiring stars, Scarlett Johansson, Jessica Alba, Britney Spears, and Hathaway, set becoming an angel of beauty as their ultimate goal. Of course, since the clothing, jewelry, and watches prominently featured in the Angels posters accounted for these lucrative contracts, similar endorsements for other products offered Su Qing only modest fees comparable to a third-tier Hollywood actress. After consulting Linton, she declined other endorsement offers, opting to wait until she had actual film credits and rising fame. Currently, Su Qing's four endorsements brought her a combined $36 million annually. $20 million from the Angels alone, plus $8 million from Saint Laurent, $5 million from Longines, and $3 million from Montblanc. This income was already astronomical, and she wasn't sure how to manage it all. Linton advised her to spend $3 million purchasing a villa in an exclusive gated community near his estate in Beverly Hills. She entrusted the rest of her funds to Winnie, who managed her investments in internet and computer industry stocks. Unlike the discreet signing of the Angels' original endorsement deals, these new major brand contracts made headlines immediately. The brands, Saint Laurent, Longines, and Montblanc, fully embraced media exposure to justify their hefty investments. The media quickly uncovered and published details of Su Qing's $20 million annual deal as an angel, adding fuel to the fire. Soon, a prominent Chinese newspaper took notice and splashed an exaggerated headline across its front page: Chinese star Su Qing conquers America. The article praised her Hollywood success and four high-profile international endorsements at unbelievable prices. It detailed each brand's background and contract terms. Halfway through, the piece turned into a glowing ode to America, lavishing praise on its inclusiveness, economic strength, abundant opportunities for success, and how easily dreams could be realized. This article caused a massive stir in China, skyrocketing Su Qing's fame to international superstar status. It also fueled Chinese growing admiration for the American film industry. While the 20 clothing, jewelry, and watch brands anxiously awaited Linton's health company to update the Angels posters, Linton remained inactive. The 60 companies grew desperate and banded together to approach Alexis Carlson, the boutique store manager, proposing a joint sponsorship fund on the condition that the Angels posters be refreshed every quarter. Alexis was thrilled at the prospect, but didn't dare decide. Alone, she reported the offer to Linton. Linton welcomed this unexpected windfall and saw it as a way to boost the Angels' commercial value. He immediately tasked Goodman with coordinating negotiations with the brand representatives. In the end, the 20 clothing brands agreed to sponsor the boutique with $2 million each annually. Jewelry brands contributed $1 million each, and watch companies added $500,000 each, totaling $70 million a year. In return, the boutique committed to updating the Angels posters quarterly. The next poster release was scheduled for late January. Starting December, the Inner Circle members began shooting new campaign photos. Amid this, the health company suddenly announced adding a new angel, Sherilyn Fenn, causing shockwaves in the media and entertainment industry. Industry insiders reacted with disbelief. Why Sherilyn, a third-tier Hollywood actress? Why did Linton single her out? Besides starring as a female lead in Linton's A-list production National Treasure, she had just skyrocketed into the ranks of the Angels. Hollywood actresses seethed with jealousy, cursing her quietly. Is it just because she's pretty? Or exceptionally talented? I'm just as attractive, better trained, younger, and more famous. How could Linton overlook me? Sherilyn's conservative facade concealed her cunning. The media wasted no time exploiting this juicy story, sparking scandal rumors and intense speculation about what qualities drew Linton to her, their secret relationship, and more. Her past was dug up relentlessly. It was revealed that she had performed nude scenes in bold films like Two Moon Junction, Boxing Helena, and Twin Peaks, sparking heated gossip about her explicit past. Many actresses, stung by envy, launched media attacks to discredit her, insisting she wasn't worthy of the angel title. None of this swayed Linton's decision, nor cooled Brand's enthusiasm in targeting Sherilyn for endorsements. As soon as the news broke, countless brands bombarded her agent with offers, especially for clothing, jewelry, and watch deals, sparking fierce bidding wars. Sherilyn eventually signed a $9 million annual contract with the French Van Cleef and Arpels women's fashion line. Because she had an existing deal with a minor clothing brand lasting another year, Van Cleef and Arpels helped her terminate it prematurely, covering the $500,000 plus compensation due to her previously low status and modest fees. She also secured a $6 million annual contract with Swiss Girard Perregaux's watches and a $3.5 million deal with Italian Zegna jewelry, excluding necklaces. Though only slightly higher than Su Qing's fees, these numbers were astronomical jumps compared to Sherilyn's previous earnings. Chapter 567, Wine. On January 3rd, the small vineyard experienced a significant milestone. After 2.5 months of hard work, the winery had completed the first 6 steps of producing red dry wine from 160,000 pounds of grapes. Red wine production is divided into 8 stages: harvesting, sorting, crushing, maceration, fermentation, pressing, aging, and bottling. The 6th step, pressing, involves separating the fermented wine from the grape pomace. At this point, the wine is technically finished and drinkable. The quality has mostly taken shape, but it can't yet be called a finished dry red wine. To elevate the wine's quality further, it must enter the 7th step, aging. The fermented wine is placed in oak barrels for a period, allowing the oak to impart additional aroma and to mellow the wine's texture. Winemakers judge the completion of aging through a range of practices and standards. The duration varies greatly depending on the desired quality. Ordinary table wines, 1 to 3 months. Fine dry reds, 6 to 12 months. Premium dry reds, 1 to 3 years or more. After aging, the final step, bottling, takes place, where the wine is filtered, clarified, and bottled for market. Today marked the completion of the pressing step, separating the fermented wine from the pomace. Knowing how important the winery was to Linton, Carter specifically invited him to witness the wine being racked and to sample the very first batch. Under the direction of French winemaking expert Amran, workers poured the fermented wine into a specialized machine, which separated the liquid and filled it into standard large oak barrels. Seeing the process move smoothly, Amran took a large glass decanter holding about 2 pounds of wine and approached Linton, pouring it evenly into 3 prepared wine glasses. Linton stood nearby, inhaling the subtle, rich aroma. Amran spoke softly in his ear. "Boss, the first phase of winemaking is successfully completed. Usually, the quality of the wine is basically established by now. The aging is just to enhance it. Let's taste it together and see how it turned out." When judging red wine quality, 3 main aspects matter: color, aroma, and taste. Since the wine hasn't aged yet, impurities still cloud the liquid, so we can't assess color accurately. As for aroma, though it's freshly racked, this wine already carries a gentle, full-bodied bouquet, something only premium dry reds boast. I'm confident that after aging, its aroma will rival the best. But the most crucial factor is taste. Let's try it now. With that, he handed 2 glasses to Linton and Carter, and the 3 raised their glasses for a toast. Linton swirled his glass gently, took a sip, letting the wine coat his tongue evenly. The entry was slightly sweet, with a smooth and rounded mouthfeel. Then, a rich grape aroma flooded his palate. Swallowing it, he soon felt a rising energy within his stomach, quickly spreading through his entire body. Cells seemed to awaken, flooding him with excitement. A craving, a thirst for more wine, followed immediately. The 3 exchanged glances but remained silent, each down their glasses in one go. Linton visualized inwardly, noticing faint strands of energy radiating from his stomach, absorbed by every cell. This energy was similar to the vitality discharged by his vitality pills. The cells greatly benefited from it, which explained the spontaneous craving to drink more. In other words, this red wine held remarkable health benefits. Its effects, though weaker in both quality and quantity, were in the same league as vitality pills. Linton roughly estimated that the energy contained in one bottle of this wine was about 1/10,000th of that in a single vitality pill. It was actually better than an equivalent amount of enchanted tea. This was likely the result of the grapes absorbing earth and air vitality over many years, a subtle but extraordinary phenomenon bound to cause a sensation once publicized. At that moment, Omran's voice excitedly pierced the air. "Boss, this wine is incredible. It's unlike any wine I've ever tasted. Tell me more." In terms of taste alone, though newly racked, it's already smooth and rounded, with a powerful grape aroma that's top-tier dry wine quality. And it will only improve after aging. But more importantly, drinking it instantly brings a surge of exhilaration, followed by a relaxed feeling, and then an irresistible urge to keep drinking. Omran's entire face lit up with enthusiasm. "I've never encountered such a magical wine. This is a truly unique treasure. Once fully aged, it will rival the world-renowned Romanicani without question." Carter smacked his lips thoughtfully, then added with excitement, "Boss, after drinking it, I definitely feel a huge boost to my health. Beyond Omran's exhilaration, relaxation, and craving, there's this renewed vigor, like I'm freshly energized all over." "Exactly, I feel the same," Omran exclaimed, waving his arms. "This is like nourishing the body with vitality energy. Though subtle, for ordinary people, it's far better than the most expensive tonic." Even Linton agreed. Regularly drinking this vitality wine and enchanted tea had real benefits for health. It confirmed his original idea. Wine is a more effective carrier of the natural energy found in grapes. "Omran, how much wine do we expect to yield this time?" "The pressing isn't completely finished, but based on what's been done so far, we estimate about 5,000 liters. The yield ratio for this batch is roughly 1/16th by weight. After aging, impurities will be filtered out further, so the final dry red volume will drop by about 10%, meaning approximately 4,500 liters. Hearing such a number, Linton was delighted. This was just the yield from young vines this year. Next year, once the vines matured, production could easily expand fivefold, potentially over 22,000 liters annually. That volume would be tiny for a mature vineyard, barely scratching market demand if sold commercially. But Linton's goal was never market sales and profits. The wine was for personal and family consumption, which made current production more than enough for indulgence. "Omran, how long do you think this wine needs to age before it's fully matured?" "Boss, the better the quality, the longer the aging. Romanicani reportedly ages over 4, nearly 5 years. Given our wine's quality, I'd estimate at least 4 years." "All right, one more question. Once aging begins, can I interrupt the process anytime to take wine out for drinking?" "Of course, but the quality won't be at its peak until aging finishes. So, if I want to drink it any time, I can just come and take it out?" "Absolutely, but I recommend waiting until full maturation to maximize value." "That's fine. It's for us to drink, not to sell." "Boss, Romanicani's cheapest 750 milliliters bottles sell for over $20,000. I guarantee, in quality terms, our batch won't fall short. That's over $100 million worth of wine. It's nothing. A mere $100 million fortune means little to me." "Sorry, boss, I forgot you're a global billionaire." "All right, both of you did great. This year's bonuses are doubled." "Thank you, boss." Carter and Omran cheered happily. That was fantastic news. "Boss, I have a request." Carter hesitated, then spoke. "Go ahead. Could you reward me with some bottles of wine?" Omran also looked at Linton hopefully. "Sure. Each of you gets an extra 40 bottles. But I have one condition. The wine must be consumed right here at the vineyard. Absolutely no taking it off the property." "Thank you, boss. We guarantee it won't leave the grounds." "Good. Also, bottle 500 bottles for me and deliver them to the inner courtyard, Carter. Start aging the rest." And don't waste the pomace. Send it to the garden's 2 lakes to feed the fish, just like the soybean meal from the oil plant. Understood. We'll take care of it immediately. That night, Linton shared the newly pressed wine with the women in his household. Everyone was instantly stunned by its quality and eagerly asked what kind of wine it was. When they learned it was from their own vineyard, excitement erupted. They showered Linton with congratulatory kisses. This wine is still a semi-finished product, Linton explained. Technically, it needs another 4 years of aging to reach its full potential. What? Darling, this wine tastes so amazing already, and it's not even finished. The women, unfamiliar with winemaking, were amazed. If this was just a half-finished product, how incredible would the final version be? Exactly. But unlike ordinary wine, the real magic isn't in the usual traits of color, aroma, or taste. Its greatest gift is extraordinary health. Benefits. Regular drinking can greatly improve your well-being. No wonder. After drinking it, my entire body felt refreshed and relaxed. I had more energy, clearer thinking. It's like your special teas, except this wine is even more powerful. Winnie shared her impression. Winnie's right. The wine's effects parallel the teas, complementing the mind and spirit. While teas primarily stimulate thought and clarity, this wine boosts physical vitality. That's fantastic. How much did we get this year? Will it last us? We finished your tea months ago and have been eagerly waiting for new batches. Last April, Sandro Daza had gathered 10 pounds of enchanted tea for Linton. Linton kept 2 pounds for himself, and the rest was distributed among the women, barely 4 ounces each, which naturally ran out quickly. Even Linton had been stingy with it, reluctant to offer to guests. Don't worry, this year's wine production is about 6,000 bottles. And as the vines grow next year, quantity will no longer be a concern. I don't plan to age all the wine fully. We'll drink it all within the year, about 500 bottles per month. That's perfect. 500 bottles a month should be enough, the women cheered. Compared to tea, everyone preferred wine. Here's the plan. Each of you will receive 5 bottles per month to keep and use as you like, whether during work or entertaining family and friends. I'll store 200 bottles each year and at the Los Angeles estate for communal enjoyment until they're gone. But remember, quantity is limited, so please don't overindulge. Darling, you keep all the wine at home and give the rest to us. What about entertaining clients and friends? Madonna, ever the big sister, voiced a practical concern. Don't worry. Besides Aunt Kelly, who'll get 5 bottles every month, there are very few people worldwide worth entertaining with this wine. Actually, one more person qualified, Hillary, who was carrying Linton's child. But since she was pregnant, she couldn't drink for now. Once she delivered, this special privilege would certainly extend to her. You're too generous. The women gushed, their eyes filled with admiration. But one thing, this wine is incredibly precious. Only you all, your closest family, or best friends may drink it. To avoid complications, gifts to others are strictly forbidden. Darling, even family can't take it away? Charlize, thinking of her mother in South Africa, asked. No, you can drink it together, but they can't remove it from here. Got it. Also, about the tea Winnie mentioned, this year's bushes grew substantially. I expect production to increase several times. Soon, everyone will have over 1.5 pounds, enough to last a year if rationed. Wonderful. This calls for a big celebration tonight, ladies. Don't you think? Madonna took charge again. Yes, the women responded. Enthusiastically. Only Cheryl and Finn, new to the household, seemed surprised. Having tasted the enchanted tea with Linton before, she knew its wonders but hadn't expected it to be shared so generously, let alone the promise of regular supplies next year. It was an incredible privilege. How do you want to celebrate? Let's drink tonight, then party with games and dramatic performances. Sounds perfect. Tonight we celebrate together. Chapter 568, Setting the Stage for the Asian Financial Crisis. On January 6th, with the exception of Christiana, Monica, and Sophie Marceau, who stayed behind at the farm to care for the children, Linton returned to Los Angeles with the other women, along with that month's shipment of vitality pills and beauty pills. After more than half a year of market testing, the effects of both pills had earned widespread recognition across America and globally. Lines outside specialty stores grew more intense, and every month on the 3rd at midnight, chaos would erupt as eager customers clamored for the best spots. Fortunately, the police precinct right next door ensured that law enforcement and store security were fully armed and ready to maintain order at these times. As usual, that night's batch of vitality and beauty pills sold out within minutes. In the evening, Linton arrived as scheduled at the Four Seasons Hotel's presidential suite to soothe Jennifer Aniston. At his last concert, he had promised to meet her a week after the event, but the clinginess of his harem at home forced him to postpone. Thankfully, the three beauties understood his busy and explosive popularity, and none held a grudge. Jennifer, America's sweetheart, and Linton had been seeing each other often enough to be familiar with one another's rhythms and limits. They knew each other inside out. As soon as he entered the room, a passionate body threw itself into his arms, delivering a sweet kiss. "Honey, you're finally here." Joyful, sweet singing followed. Perhaps it had been too long since their last encounter, because Jennifer threw herself into it with full force, desperate to be the victor. Though her passion was fierce, she couldn't match Linton's overwhelming power. It was a heartbreaking mismatch, with her heart willing but her body unable, culminating in a deep breath of surrender as her spirit drifted untethered above clouds. What remained was pure ecstasy and a soul utterly devoted. It wasn't until nearly noon the next day that Jennifer finally exhausted all she had, concluding their last battle. After freshening up, she happily fed Linton bites of the lunch delivered by the hotel, like a love-smitten girl. Full and satisfied, Linton pulled a bottle of vitality pills from his bag. Jennifer had given him unforgettable experiences and great assistance in refining his cultivation over the past 6 months. "Sweetheart, here's a bottle of vitality pills for you." "Vitality pills? Honey, is this for real?" "Wow." Jennifer jumped up, thrilled. Though one of America's highest-grossing stars last year with earnings exceeding $60 million, shelling out $8 million for a single bottle of vitality pills was still beyond her usual means, especially since they were nearly impossible to obtain. "You like it?" "I love it. Honey, I adore you," she exclaimed, not caring that her strength wasn't fully restored as she threw herself back into Linton's arms, reigniting passionate flames once more. After their fierce encounter ended, Jennifer lay atop Linton. "Darling, being with you is simply amazing. Can you stay with me tonight?" "Sorry, I'm already booked this evening." "Mind telling me who?" "No. Out of respect for you, I won't mention anyone else when I'm with you." "I'm guessing Julia or Mariah, right?" "Don't deny it yet. I'm okay with joining you guys." "I'm not sure they'd be willing." "Can you ask them?" "No. Asking would be disrespectful." "So it really is them." "Fine. I'll ask when I get the chance." "Don't mess with me," Linton said, startled by her fierce tone. "Relax, I won't ruin your reputation." Jennifer kissed him. "How did you know it was them?" Linton asked, curious at her accuracy. "Darling, despite your many rumors, I know your standards are high. You usually don't settle for just anyone. Plus, women's intuition. At the concert, I noticed how they looked at you. It was different. Very clever. All right, can we increase how often we meet?" Holding the fragrant beauty in his arms, Linton reflected on the ongoing games since last night. Her immense popularity visibly boosted his cultivation. "Sure, how about once a month?" Leaving the Four Seasons, Linton had Danny drive him to the office, where Richard from Mangrove Capital was already waiting in the secretary's room. After Lee Sharon brewed him some tea, he had her escort Richard in. As Lee Sharon handed over a coffee, Richard surprised everyone by daring to ask, "Boss, can I try some of your tea? Aren't you a coffee drinker?" "That was before. I heard your tea is extraordinary. Mind if I see for myself?" "All right, Sharon, pour him a cup." Richard eagerly took the tea and after one sip couldn't help but exclaim, "My God, boss, this tea is magical." Linton didn't bother elaborating and got straight to the point. "Richard, I called you here to talk about your ambitions for Mangrove Capital to expand its investments." "Boss, you're really going to let Mangrove grow?" "Yes, but investments must align with my directives." "Please go on." "I have solid intel that Wall Street is preparing a financial storm targeting Asia, aiming to harvest wealth accumulated during their rapid growth." "Boss, that's an incredible opportunity." "Is the information reliable?" Richard knew from his Goldman Sachs days that America had a long history of orchestrated wealth extractions worldwide. Absolutely. After getting the scoop, I analyzed the Asian situation. Many countries, Thailand, Malaysia, South Korea, Japan, Indonesia, the Philippines, are carrying immense risk. So you suggest we join this wealth harvest? Of course. Would you pass up a chance like this? Boss, I'm all in. How can I miss this? Good. I authorize you to form a hedge fund immediately and assemble your team. I will start on it right away. Also, start gathering detailed info on Southeast Asian economies, their financial structures, forex policies, trade surpluses, reserves, foreign debts. Evaluate their risk potentials. Begin financial war simulations. Keep a close eye on the quantum fund led by George Soros. From what I know, he's spearheading the operation. But remember, all this is strictly confidential. With your intel, boss, we're primed to quietly make a fortune. So how much are we investing? How much does Mangrove Capital have now? Richard handed him a report. After over 4 years, Mangrove holds 7% in Cisco, 2.1% in Microsoft, 5% in Yahoo, 1.9% in Oracle. Valued over $12 billion at last month's prices. We owe $1.7 billion in bank loans, but net assets exceed $10 billion. All right, I'll put in $2 billion this round, again using stocks as loan collateral. Coordinate with the banks. When ready, bring Goodman and me to sign loan authorizations. I expect real moves around May. Got it. I'll get started immediately. One more thing. Register the hedge fund offshore, preferably with Swiss banking. This avoids regulatory scrutiny, hides us from Wall Street sharks, prevents hostile takeovers, and dodges those damn taxes. After business, Richard hesitated before shamelessly asking, Boss, your tea really is something. Could I get a little as a reward? You wish. I barely have enough for myself. Come on, boss, I'm loyal and hardworking. Show some mercy, please. How about this? If you can pull off Asia's financial crisis play and hit strategic targets, I'll reward you with not just tea, but a bottle of vitality pills. Deal. Wait and watch me, boss. Energized, Richard left like he'd been injected with pure adrenaline. Over the next 2 days, Linton attended 2 Oscar parties Harvey organized, promoting Chicago and Run Lola Run. Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize proudly stood behind the films. Though most PR events didn't need him, Linton's presence boosted impact, especially at the USC Film and TV Alumni Meet. Run Lola Run, after a full 5 weeks in North America, hit $95.48 million, inching toward $100 million. Daily weekday box office still topped $400,000, and the closing box office should reach $110 million. Critics praised Charlize's performance unanimously. From current PR, Oscar nods for Best Picture and Best Actress seemed guaranteed. Chicago's release followed a limited sneak preview strategy to build award buzz, keeping theaters under 300. Sharp marketing kept attendance high, single theater receipts above tens of thousands. After 25 days, $47.92 million was a delightful haul. Critics loved it, IMDb rating steady above 8.4. Paid reviews amplified positive hype. With intense PR and major funding, Chicago was expected to score nominations for Best Picture, Director, Actor, and Supporting Actress. But competition loomed in The English Patient. Adapted from Michael Ondaatje's novel, set against war and desert backdrops, the film told a cross-time tragic romance. Frankly, it moved at a glacial pace with many intimate soul scenes that bored some viewers to near sleep. Still, it was tailor-made for Oscar appeal, focusing on storytelling style, values, and deep emotional mining that resonated with critics and traditional Academy voters. Linton recalled The English Patient's original Oscar sweep, 9 awards including Best Picture, Director, and Supporting Actress. Back then, Miramax led the campaign, investing heavily in PR to boost both awards and film revenues. Now, Miramax was under Linton's control. Harvey worked as Linton's distribution manager, handling commercial blockbusters. He had little patience for introspective art films. Still, The English Patient had strong backing. Producer Saul Zaentz convinced New Line Cinema to finance it. The film premiered a week earlier than Chicago, also with limited screenings for awards. Attendance was low but targeted art film fans, winning critical acclaim but disappointing box office with $16 million after 32 days. What really decided Oscars? Quality? Artistry? Thoughtful themes? None of those were the key. PR was king. Years of evidence confirmed that campaigns shaped award results most. New Line's PR, though sincere, lagged far behind Miramax's expert efforts, and especially Chicago's current surge. So while The English Patient posed a threat, Harvey was confident it would grab a few nods, but not outright wins. In the evening, Linton visited Julia Roberts and Mariah Carey separately at the Hilton and the Platinum Hotels, each for one night. Like Jennifer, both gave their all on their dates, desperate to exhaust him. Yet, limited by their own abilities, they ultimately bowed in submission. Of course, Linton gifted each with a bottle of vitality pills, filling them with ecstatic energy. They pulled him into another fierce, exhausting battle. The outcome? Both walked away fulfilled, pleading for mercy with tears. Linton's own gains were enormous. Each woman's colossal popularity visibly advanced his cultivation. Before parting, he promised to meet each of them monthly going forward. Chapter 569, The Schemes of the Puff Daddy. January 11th. Linton arrived in New York 3 days early on his private jet to prepare for the upcoming concert. Madison Square Garden was the most famous arena in the world, located at the heart of Manhattan. It was the city's landmark venue, with a capacity of 19,763 seats, making it the top choice for any major artist's New York performance. Colleagues from Universal Records' performance department had already been here for over 2 weeks, setting up the stage, lighting, sound system, and makeup rooms. The concert band, backup singers, and dancers had also arrived ahead of time to familiarize themselves with the venue and rehearse on site. Linton departed at 9 a.m. that morning. Due to the time difference, he landed in New York by 4:30 p.m. After passing through the airport, he took a car sent by Universal Records' New York office to the Hilton Hotel near the arena. Hillary had already flown in upon hearing of his arrival and invited Linton to visit her estate in New York for a private rendezvous. After checking into his hotel, Linton instructed Lee Shauran not to follow him this time. Instead, his bodyguards Danny and Carter carried a large crate airlifted from Los Angeles downstairs. They then boarded a Dodge Vance sent by Hillary. The drive sped through the city and, after about 20 minutes, they entered Long Island. Passing through neighborhoods lined with towering palm trees, they finally arrived at a massive luxury estate. This estate was a trophy Hillary had acquired 2 years earlier with Linton during their takedown of the Douglas family, later renamed Chappaqua Manor. The property spanned 11 acres, far larger than Linton's Los Angeles estate. It featured a main building for guest houses, a swimming pool, tennis courts, basketball court, golf course, and even a helipad. The van pulled up directly in front of the main house, where Hillary and the housekeeper were waiting. Despite being over 3 months pregnant, Hillary's baby bump was just beginning to show. She wore a floral dress that complemented her alluring new mother charm. Seeing Linton step out of the car, she eagerly jogged over. Because of the staff present, she restrained herself from leaping into his arms and instead greeted him warmly with a firm handshake. She then introduced housekeeper Lilith, and Linton responded by introducing Danny and Carter. He opened the crate to reveal fresh Wagyu beef, milk, and stored grapes, products shipped directly from his farm just yesterday. Hillary, these are ingredients I brought straight from the farm. They'll do wonders for your health, Linton said. Thank you, Linton. Lilith, let's use these for tonight's dinner. Serve it in 2 hours. After sending the housekeeper and bodyguards off, Hillary took Linton's hand and led him inside. Once inside, she could no longer hold back and nestled into his arms, pressing a tender kiss to his lips. Darling, both the baby and I have missed you so much. After their passionate kiss, Linton scanned her carefully, sending a subtle pulse of energy through her body. The baby was perfectly healthy. Isn't that why I came? You've really been taking good care of yourself. Hillary twirled playfully before him. Of course, my diet, routine, and workouts are all strictly according to doctor's orders. She then threw herself into his arms again, kissing him deeply. Darling, are you hungry? A little, he admitted. Then why don't you start by having me? Come on, carry me upstairs. I want you to love me. Cradling her in his arms, Linton followed Hillary's playful lead to a spacious bedroom upstairs. Soft, sweet music began to fill the room. 2 hours later, their singing finally came to an end, and they went downstairs for dinner. Lilith had prepared a sumptuous meal in the dining room, with the centerpiece being juicy steaks made from the Wagyu beef Linton had brought. Since Hillary was pregnant and abstaining from alcohol, the table was set with large glasses of fresh milk, also shipped from the farm. This milk tastes amazing, Hillary said as she sat down, already ravenous after their vigorous lovemaking. She sipped her milk and immediately noticed it was different. Of course, this is milk straight from my farm. It's special, Linton replied. Now try the beef. See what you think. I'll savor it properly. Hillary gracefully cut a tender, juicy piece and tasted it. Wow, it's definitely better than any Wagyu I've had before. Darling, is this really from your own farm? Absolutely. Oh, you're incredible. How did you manage that? The most important thing is that if you eat them regularly, they will greatly benefit both your health and the baby's development. So, these aren't just tasty. They're good for the body too? Exactly. Feeling touched, Hillary nestled in Linton's embrace and fed him a small bite of the beef. Darling, you're too good to me. Share a bite. They fed each other for a full hour before finishing the meal. By the way, keep these ingredients to yourself. Don't let them get around. Don't worry. It's a secret. And can you send me more after these are gone? Of course. I'll arrange a weekly private flight to deliver to either LaGuardia in New York or Reagan in Washington. You choose where your people pick it up. Darling, I heard your farm is beautiful. Can I visit? Maybe take a little vacation there. Not now? You have to understand your current status is too sensitive. But when the baby's born, I'll be his godfather. Then you'll have every reason to bring him to my farm for a holiday. You always think of everything. You're too wonderful to me. I'll have to thank you properly. With that, Hillary pulled Linton lovingly. Upstairs. Reaching the bedroom, they moved further into the walk-in closet filled with a dazzling array of clothes, sheer nightgowns, Victoria's Secret lingerie, playful costumes of every style and color. There were countless pairs of stockings and various accessories, an overwhelming selection. Most strikingly, Linton noticed costumes from the 5 films he'd starred in, each one worn by the leading lady in her most beautiful and sexy scenes. For example, Naomi's sexy short dance outfit from the final stage scene in Step Up, Catherine's blue evening gown from the final embrace scene in Speed, Christiana's sultry dancer costume from Independence Day, Nicole Kidman's Dior business attire from her White House press secretary role in Independence Day, Monica Bellucci's ultra-sexy dress as a striptease performer in The Man from Nowhere, Catherine's Dior suit when pretending to be a CIA office worker in Mission Impossible. It was clear Hillary had put a lot of thought and effort into pleasing Linton. Darling, these are just for you. Which one do you like best? Hillary purred in Linton's ear. I like them all. Why don't we try them on, one by one? Sounds perfect. Joyful, sweet music filled the room once more. The next morning, Linton returned to the Hilton. Accompanied by Daniel from Universal Records and Jimmy from the performance team, he headed to Madison Square Garden to rehearse. With the band, backup dancers, and singers. Mid-rehearsal, Daniel took a call and quickly excused the others. He then let in the Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. Sean had already begun establishing himself in New York as a formidable underground figure, a crime kingpin of sorts. Though he appeared well-behaved sitting politely next to Daniel and watching Linton rehearse, his eyes betrayed a fierce, rebellious streak. During Linton's intermission, Sean respectfully approached. Boss, I'm Sean. After a brief chat, Sean pulled out 2 invitations. To welcome you to New York, I'm throwing a grand party tonight. Please, you must come. Sean, thanks for the invite, but I've got plans with friends tonight. I'm going to have to pass. But boss, I've gone all out to prepare. This party's packed with surprises and fun. Everyone who's been raves about it. Could you please do me the favor? Sean, you guys go have fun. I really don't have time. And Daniel here knows I seldom attend parties. All right, what a shame. Next time I'll ask sooner. But Daniel, you'll come, right? Once Sean reluctantly left, Linton didn't intervene with Daniel's handling of the situation. He had advised Daniel earlier that Sean was trouble. Right now, Sean was still just a rookie in the game, nowhere near the recklessness he would display later. As long as Daniel kept a close eye, nothing major would happen. After the afternoon rehearsal ended, Linton freshened up at the hotel, then returned to Chaperco Manor with Danny in the van Hillary sent. Hillary tried on various outfits and props from the walk-in closet, continuing their intimate play. The joyful music played through the night. Only after lunch did Linton finally return to the Hilton. On January 13th, after receiving the backup singers at the hotel, Daniel reported on the final concert preparations. Boss, at noon, Sean Combs requested to change one of the backup songs. I don't think it's appropriate, but he's insistent and wants to discuss it with you personally and make a last appeal. Do you want to see him? What song does he want to switch to? He originally planned to perform Can't Nobody Hold Me Down, but now wants to sing Ready to Die. If Can't Nobody Hold Me Down was a gritty, gangsta-style hip-hop track, Ready to Die was an outright propaganda song promoting violence and drug culture on the streets, aggressively dissing West Coast rappers. To have Sean pull this stunt during Linton's own concert suggested he had no respect or restraint. His prior deference was all an act. Daniel, do you think you should perform this song tomorrow night? Absolutely not. It would seriously damage your image and create prejudice among the African American community in Los Angeles. Then why tell me this instead of just saying no? I did say no, but he insisted on a personal report. Daniel, remember your position. You're the president of Universal Records. Sean is nothing more than the head of a small label under you and a popular artist. Why take his words so seriously? You're right, boss. I'll send him away now. Hold on. Since he's here, let him in. I want to see what he's up to. Daniel called Sean in from outside. Just as Daniel was about to exit, Linton told him to stay. Sean, I hear you want to change your song for tomorrow's concert? Yes. I want to perform Ready to Die live. Why? Linton asked, secretly casting soul induction on him. Under the enchantment, Sean's usual excuses vanished. His true thoughts spilled out. Because I want to use your concert, this world-famous stage, to fiercely diss West Coast gangsta rappers and reignite the East-West rap war. What benefit do you get by stirring up a gangsta rap war between coasts? Because I want to be king of New York's underground. Last year, I orchestrated the East-West rap war, arranging the assassination of West Coast rapper Tupac. His boss, the head of Death Row Records, retaliated by having my top artist Big killed. Then I rallied the East Coast rappers, calling them to unite and launch a bloody revenge on the West Coast. Per my plan, the underground war between East and West gangsta rappers erupted. All the New York rappers gathered under me, and I became their leader. Most importantly, as the war raged, gangsta rap sales soared, we made more money, and my crew stuck closer to me. However, last August, Los Angeles's Bloods were mysteriously wiped out overnight, top leaders slaughtered. West Coast rappers lost their backing and became scared, no longer daring to fight us. Though we kept dropping diss tracks, they mostly held back. Without West Coast pressure, East Coast rappers grew loose, songs stopped selling well, and my hold weakened. So, I want to perform this song at your concert, boldly dissing the West Coast gangstas. If they have any pride, they'll strike back and reignite the war. That way, East Coast rappers will rally around me again. And on such a huge stage, I'll cement my status as the top NYC gangsta rap boss. Daniel was stunned. Even as one of the elite white executives used to corporate schemes and intrigues, he was shaken by Sean's ruthless ambition. He glared anxiously at Linton and scolded. You, Sean, you dared lie to me. Worse, you dared scheme against the boss. You must want to die. Sean was still under Linton's sole influence and couldn't hide his true intentions from Daniel's anger. I want to be king of New York. What's wrong with that? You're nothing but pawns, tools. What does lying to you matter? Do you know how many people have my back? Daniel's face turned purple with rage. Just as he opened his mouth to continue, Linton raised a hand to stop him and asked, Oh? So tell me, if I decided to kill you, who would? Come protect you. Chapter 570, The Hidden Hand. Under the influence of Linton's soul induction, Sean Combs didn't resist at all and immediately spilled everything. I've been working for Kester Joseph, the FBI director of the New York field office. Last year alone, I brought him at least $10 million in profit. I also provided him with constant intelligence on New York's underground factions, helping him resolve all sorts of issues within the criminal underworld. The FBI director, Kester? How exactly does he protect you? I work for him, funneling huge sums of money. In return, No matter what I do in New York, the police can't touch me. Several times the NYPD caught me red-handed, but within a day, they'd let me go as if nothing happened. That's it. That kind of protection only holds in New York, right? What about other departments or outside New York? Of course, he's not the only one. Powerful politicians from Washington and New York often come to my parties to indulge themselves, naturally forming alliances with me. Just by coming to your parties a few times, they become your allies and protect you? That sounds too good to be true. My parties aren't like others. At my events, they have access to pleasures they can't find elsewhere. Whether it's top-tier models, beautiful celebrities, young boys and girls, or handsome men. Straight, gay, white, Asian, black, it's all available. Whether one-on-one or group encounters, I can satisfy every desire. Having enjoyed so much, they owe me. Besides, I secretly photograph everything during their indulgence. If I get into trouble, are they not afraid I'll expose them? Linton began to grasp why Diddy's parties had grown increasingly influential, outrageous, and reckless over time in his past life. He had never expected that in 1997, Puff Daddy's soirees were already that wild, and that he had even secured a political shield through these events. No wonder he was so brazen as to set his sights on Linton himself. Daniel turned pale. Thankfully, he had been cautious last night at the party and resisted temptation, avoiding any chaotic missteps. Otherwise, he shuddered to think about the consequences. Quickly, he assured Linton, "Boss, I've only been to his party once, last night. I promise, nothing chaotic happened." Sean scoffed. "You think you did well? That's just because it was your first time, and you were still cautious. We naturally won't overwhelm you with temptations then. But once you've been 3 times or more, I guarantee you'll be addicted to my parties." "So all those repeated invitations you sent me were to drag me in deeper?" "Of course. With all the top-tier resources you control, I want to ally with you to leverage your power. Unfortunately, you haven't given me the chance yet. And among the big shots I befriended, several are very interested in you." "Oh, who?" "Exactly. Kester Joseph, the FBI Director of New York, Eric Gorlick, Deputy Attorney General, Maslow Lawrence, Deputy FBI Director at Headquarters, and Roger Wayne, the Senator representing a New York district." Daniel listened, his heart pounding. Was this something he should even be involved in? The more he knew, the more dangerous it became. He quickly stood and said, "Boss, I should step aside now." Linton's mind stirred. With the stature of these people, if they genuinely wanted to befriend him, shouldn't they have approached him through legitimate channels? If they resorted to such twisted, underhanded methods to drag him down, there must be some dirty secrets. Deciding these matters weren't for Daniel to get tangled in, he nodded. "All right, you can leave. Sean, tell me, what exactly do they want you to do to get close to me?" "They want you to lose yourself in the pleasures at my parties, ideally by capturing compromising photos that go beyond the pale." "Beyond the pale? What do you mean?" "Things like pedophilia, homosexuality, abuse, or even torturing their service targets to death to stimulate your desires." "So, you're telling me they plan to blackmail me with those videos?" "Probably. And the song change you requested at the concert, was that their idea?" "At the party last night, Kester mentioned it once." "What exactly did he say?" "He said, 'Sean, you've been trying to escalate the East and West Coast gang wars. Why not amp up the provocation against the West Coast at tomorrow's concert?' So your song change was Kester's idea?" "Not entirely. What he said hit a nerve because I've been struggling to figure out how to keep expanding the East-West gang conflict. Damn it, Kester, a petty FBI New York director, actually dared scheme against him. He realized he had been far too lenient before. The last time he dealt with Peter, the FBI head in Los Angeles, he'd only lightly reassigned him to a dead-end post. These people assumed he only targeted gangsters, but was too soft to touch officials with power. Now, they actually dared to plot against him. Eric Gorlick, Deputy Attorney General, Maslow Lawrence, FBI Deputy Director, Senator Roger Wayne from New York, all clearly allies of Kester. He wouldn't let this slide. If they thought he was merciful and dared to provoke him, they would soon learn what ruthless brutality felt like. He'd also show others the price of crossing him. And Sean Combs, what a foolish, arrogant, pathetic fool. Wouldn't it be better if he just stuck to running his gang and acting as a political fixer? Instead, He never bothered investigating why the top ranks of the Los Angeles Bloods gang had been slaughtered and obviously didn't understand who he was messing with. It's simply a case of reaping what you sow, especially with such cruel schemes and violent methods. It might be better if he died early, sparing others, particularly those young boys and girls and naive girls hoping to find influential friends through his parties, from further harm. But he couldn't let him die here so easily. The usual protocol: infuse a sliver of magical power to seep into his mind, setting him up for an explosive breakdown tomorrow night. Also, he shouldn't die without experiencing suffering first. Daring to swagger in front of him without consequences was unacceptable. Thinking this through, Linton withdrew the soul induction spell from Sean Combs. Before he could react, Linton unleashed a mind shock on him. Sean Combs had just regained consciousness when an overwhelming, icy mental pressure slammed over him, freezing him in place and silencing him. He felt an endless chill and suffocation, as if stripped naked and left to freeze in the Arctic. This time, Linton deliberately amplified the mental blow, channeling about 1% of his spiritual power, sustaining it for 3 full minutes. Not like before, where he struck and released immediately. Under the assault of Linton's celestial presence-level mind shock, Puff Daddy shuddered violently, slipping off the chair onto the carpet, where he trembled uncontrollably, letting out involuntary growls. Soon, tears and snot flowed freely. Then he lost control of his bowels and bladder. Only then did Linton end the spell, checking the time. It had only been 2 minutes. What a weakling. He wondered how this guy had ever managed to control those gangsters. Since the Italian mafia had been crushed, it seemed New York's underground had no real talent left. It was truly a case of when the cat's away, the mice will play. So a nobody like Puff Daddy could rise and swagger as a gang leader. By now, Sean Combs was fully awake but utterly broken mentally, barely caring about the stench of his own mess as he lay gasping on the floor. Linton gave him a disgusted glance and said, "Sean, get out. I never want to see you again." Feeling released, Sean Combs scrambled away, hastily taking the elevator down and running to the parking lot. Throughout his path in the hotel, his foul smell sickened guests and staff alike. People covered their noses and avoided him as if he were a plague, utterly embarrassing him. Some guests even complained to hotel management. After all, this was a 5-star establishment. How could someone smelling like excrement be allowed to roam around? Only after he got into his car did Sean feel a flicker of warmth and safety. Snarling at his curious henchmen, he barked, "What are you all staring at? Start the car and get us home." Once Sean Combs left, Daniel returned to Linton's room. The windows were open, and Linton had cast a small whirlwind spell that quickly wiped away the lingering stench. "Boss, for tomorrow night's concert, I suggest we just keep Sean Combs off the guest list. Cross his name out. He wouldn't dare show up anyway. Should we crack down on him and his gangsta rap record company in the future? No need. There's a steady demand for gangsta rap among the lower-class black communities across America and even Europe. Cracking down would just hand that market over to other music companies." But Sean Combs' arrogance, and, worse, the fact he dared scheme against you. Is it right to just let him slide? Don't worry about it. He's done for, Linton said softly. Daniel felt a chill and wisely remained silent, bowing out quickly before hearing anything else. After Daniel left, Linton reviewed Sean Combs' words again and became convinced something was off about Kester. FBI New York Director Kester, "Fine. Let's start with you. I want to see who gave you the nerve to scheme against me." With that thought, he expanded his spiritual awareness and scanned toward the FBI building in Manhattan. The FBI New York office was located at 26 Federal Plaza in downtown Manhattan, less than 10 kilometers in a straight line from the Hilton where Linton stayed. With his spiritual awareness, Linton easily found the building and zoomed in on the director's office on the 22nd floor. Locking onto a white man in his 40s sitting behind the desk, Linton considered killing him on the spot. It would be easy for him, but he felt the man's power was still insufficient to take on such a move without inviting retaliation. There had to be someone else pulling strings. He needed to confront him face-to-face later. Going directly to the FBI office was too risky. Surveillance cameras would capture him immediately. Not a good idea. Checking the time, it was already 5 p.m. He'd wait until Kester left work tonight and visit him at home. His spiritual awareness covered 100 kilometers, more than enough for all of New York. To make locating Kester easier, since the city was huge and densely packed, he decided to place a spiritual marker. He summoned his spirit sword, transforming it into a tiny 1 centimeter embroidery needle, and infused it with a trace of his spiritual mark. The needle swiftly flew through the window and silently pierced a needle hole in Kester's office window on the 22nd floor. It slipped inside and passed through Kester's hair, embedding the spiritual mark there, then returned the way it came. With the concert tomorrow, all the members of Linton's entourage had arrived in New York to assist with singing or cheer him on, except for Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize, who were busy handling Oscar publicity. That night, Linton stayed at the Hilton, partying wildly with his harem. Thankfully, the presidential suite was spacious enough not to hinder their battles. Not until 3 a.m. did Linton finally stop and release a sliver of magical power that lulled all the girls into sleep. He then expanded his spiritual awareness and tracked the mark he'd planted that afternoon. To his surprise, Kester lived on Long Island. Even more shocking was that the man was cuddling two beautiful women in bed, clearly embezzling a lot of illicit wealth. Linton appeared on the balcony of Kester's living room, descended quickly to the ground, and used earth movement technique to move to Kester's location. Inside the villa, he emerged from underground, cast a sleep spell on the two women, and then woke Kester. Kester was startled awake in the middle of the night. Before he could reach for a gun by his bedside, Linton cast soul induction, stripping him of control. "Kester, why are you scheming against me?" "Because the health products company you run is too profitable. We want to get a slice of the pie and gradually take it over." Sure enough, there's no love or hate without reason. Greed drives everything. Linton probed further. "Who else is involved?" "My superiors, FBI Deputy Director Maslow Lawrence, Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick, Senior New York Senator Roger Wayne, Senior New Jersey Senator Carroll, and Senior Illinois Senator Cody." "Just you all?" "There's also Hoffman Martin, Chairman of Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals, Robert Gavin, Chairman of AbbVie, and Gittins Cooper, owner of Pfizer." Chapter 571. Conspiracy unfolds again. Johnson & Johnson was the mightiest force in the global pharmaceutical industry. Headquartered in New Jersey, the company boasted annual revenues exceeding $40 billion and profits surpassing $10 billion. AbbVie ranked second worldwide, based in Chicago, with annual sales also nearing $40 billion and profits in the billions. Pfizer, coming in fifth, was headquartered in New York, with revenues over $35 billion and profits close to $10 billion. These three pharmaceutical giants, backed by three veteran senators and powerful figures within the Department of Justice and the FBI, formed a force not to be underestimated. For an ordinary company, even with presidential support, falling prey to their covert machinations could spell disaster, potentially fatal. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Linton Anderson. Anyone daring to scheme against him should not be surprised if they all ended up meeting the Reaper. But before dealing with Kester, he needed to uncover the full situation. How did you all come together? What's the specific plan? Since the launch last May of the Vitality pills and the Beauty pills, their miraculous effects naturally piqued the interest of every major pharmaceutical corporation. They scrambled to deploy their top expert teams to analyze and research these products, aiming to unravel the secrets behind their formulas, hoping to reverse engineer them. But after more than half a year, no expert team or lab anywhere worldwide had made any breakthrough. The only significant progress was made by Johns Hopkins University, the top-ranked biomedical university in the U.S. In October, renowned biomaterials professor Andy Sargents published a paper revealing research findings on the Vitality pills and Beauty pills. His report detailed the discovery of two entirely new, mysterious energy substances within the products, both showing remarkable promotion of cellular growth. These substances strengthened human cells and accelerated metabolism. The Beauty pill's energy specifically targeted skin cells, explaining its stunning beautifying effects. Meanwhile, the Vitality pill's energy acted on cells throughout the body, fundamentally enhancing health and boosting overall immunity. Sargents even hypothesized that long-term use of the Vitality pills could extend lifespan. It might even treat currently incurable diseases such as cancer and AIDS, provided sufficient access to the pills. Yet, the exact molecular structures or how to synthesize these energy substances remained a mystery. The paper ignited an unprecedented global uproar, sparking fierce media debates. Most remained skeptical of such extraordinary claims, though some who used the pills insisted the effects were real. Given the absence of definitive medical evidence and the inability to accurately measure human lifespan extension, no side could conclusively convince the other. Then something happened that stunned everyone and lent indirect validation to Professor Sargent's views. Pierce Lawrence, a Houston energy tycoon, had a son, Reed Lawrence, who, years earlier, had lived recklessly among women without protection and tragically contracted AIDS. Reed was in the hospital, counting down his last days. Pierce, now elderly and physically depleted from a life of excess, was desperate. The vast fortune lacked an heir, and Pierce couldn't father another child. Reading Sargent's paper, he was overjoyed and immediately sought ways to buy a bottle of the Vitality pills on October 6th. Both he and his son took one pill that month. The effects were astonishing. Pierce's vitality surged, but Reed's health visibly improved. Hospital tests showed his immune system steadily recovering. After 2 months of continued use, in late November, Reed's immunity had returned to over 60% of a normal person's level. He had escaped mortal danger. Doctors judged that if he persisted for a full year, a complete AIDS cure was likely. This revelation broke the medical world and media into a frenzy. Supporters of Sargent's theory surged, driving an even more intense rush for the Vitality pills every month on the 6th. Rich elites worldwide dispatched trusted agents to Los Angeles solely to secure supplies. Nearly all celebrities, experts, and politicians publicly urged Linton through media channels to quit singing and acting and focus entirely on enhancing the Vitality pills, increasing production to meet soaring demand. Congress even saw bills proposed to strictly regulate sales, to restrict it to Americans only, ideally having the government purchase and distribute or approve qualified buyers. Thankfully, such market-disrupting, state-shaking proposals were swiftly rejected by leadership and never formally debated or voted on. Even President Clinton and House Speaker Newt Gingrich called Linton to inquire whether production could be scaled and if White House demand might be increased. But the real bottleneck wasn't manufacturing capacity. It was the shortage of wild suma root older than 30 years. Despite Linton's high bid to the herbal emporium early last year, the supplier had delivered only 400 kilograms of qualifying suma root after 10 months. Last month, shipments plummeted to just 10 kilograms. The rare wild suma root was simply too scarce. Nearly a year of widespread harvesting had nearly exhausted the supply. Moreover, American pharmaceutical giants had caught wind of Linton's herbal import lists despite his secrecy and began aggressively buying high-priced suma root through their own channels. Other herbs were farm-grown and plentiful, but wild suma root, sourced deep in the mountains, was limited and now fiercely contested. Even raising prices couldn't stop shrinking supplies. Monthly production of 334 bottles required 13.5 kilograms of 30-plus year wild suma root. After previous consumption, Linton's current stock supported only 20 months, and future supply was clearly insufficient. So expanding production was impossible without destroying his own resources, a classic case of killing the golden goose. Realistically, only a limited number of wealthy clients existed. Scaling up might force price cuts, undermining profitability. Why bother and risk diluting the product's elite status? Linton preferred to maintain the highest-end market niche, preserving a strong aura of exclusivity and demand. This ensured robust profits and maximal influence. Even the specialty store had become a global fashion icon. Reducing price and expanding output risked losing prestige and market dominance. Worse, it meant competing head-on with multi-hundred-billion-dollar pharma giants wielding enormous power. Though undaunted by these giants, Linton judged it a futile fight offering little reward but inviting a powerful adversary's wrath. He decisively rejected production expansion and the White House's supply increase. However, the big pharma giants, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, and Pfizer, burned with envy and bitterness watching Linton's Vitality pills and beauty pills explode in sales. As the veterans of the sector, they understood his profits clearly. Without massive R&D costs and with dirt-cheap material sourcing, production costs were nearly negligible, while profits soared beyond belief. Such astronomical returns in their own industry were irresistible. They had to intervene to grab a share, even if just a piece. Moreover, if they developed cheaper, less potent versions priced lower, would Linton's niche survive? Unfortunately, Linton's health company was wholly private. No shareholders, no public listing. Standard corporate warfare maneuvers, financial manipulations, sowing internal discord, divide-and-conquer tactics, were useless. Even more critical, production was at Linton's private Montana ranch, secured with rigorous protection. Staff recruitment was White House screened. Stealing formulas or sabotaging production was near impossible. They faced a frustrating stalemate, unable to profit from or harm Linton's company. But the stakes and profits were too enormous to ignore. These pharma titans, usually competitors, allied to strategize how to deal with Linton's company. When their combined might proved insufficient, they recruited their political backers and senior senators from their states, Roger Wayne, Carroll, and Cody. To guarantee success, they enlisted FBI Deputy Director Maslow and Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick. Considering enforcement, Los Angeles was Linton's base and too influential for the local FBI branch or LAPD to get involved, so they brought in Kester from the FBI New York office. Thus, a 9-member alliance formed: top pharma bosses, elite politicians, and high-level law enforcement. Their sole mission: hunt down Linton, seize stakes in his health company, or even wrest control. Entirely. They understood Linton's rocketing popularity and status, the unmatched efficacy of his pills, and the robust support from California, Montana, President Clinton, and House Speaker Newt Gingrich. This was a powerhouse combination. Conventional tactics would fail. After intense deliberations, they devised two plans, Plan A and Plan B. Plan A sought any criminal leverage against Linton. Serious, provable offenses, enough to grip him by the throat. With such evidence, he'd have no choice but to comply, ceding company interests or entirely surrendering control. Even partial ownership, access to the Vitality Pills formula, and making him a frontman was their minimum goal. They rejected the notion that presidential and Senate support made Linton untouchable. America was a nation of laws. Solid criminal evidence backed by DOJ and FBI brass, and 3 powerful senators, meant cover-ups were impossible. If Plan A proved unfeasible, Plan B would be brutal. Destroy Linton and his company, eliminate the pharmaceutical threat, and covertly seize the manufacturing secrets. Plan B involved manufacturing scandals, launching smear campaigns through media, staging medical incidents, and pressing the judiciary to turn false accusations into airtight cases. Media would then obliterate the Vitality Pills and Beauty Pills' reputations. They'd recruit individuals' nationwide skin disease patients allegedly harmed by the Beauty Pills. Heart, liver, and kidney patients suing over Vitality Pills side effects. These plants would file FBI complaints, triggering protective custody and media onslaughts that would fatally damage Linton's products. Could Linton retaliate? They took no risks. The rewards had to justify danger. Regarding the recent bloody massacres of 5 Los Angeles gangs and the brutal wiping out of the Bronfman family in Tokyo, the alliance had analyzed. Maslow, Eric, and Kester jointly reviewed the cases. They concluded both attacks were orchestrated by the same powerful, shadowy force, one they believed was controlled by President Clinton and temporarily lent to Linton. They reasoned that if Linton wielded such power, he wouldn't so easily forfeit major stakes, as the Tokyo massacre allowed the Clinton family to absorb most Bronfman assets. The synchronized Montreal blow to the Bronfman base was less significant. Any one of the 9 had resources to coordinate such actions. As for the Los Angeles gang massacre, the local FBI and LAPD chiefs, Peter and Crowell, were merely transferred to desk jobs and allowed to retire quietly. If Linton controlled the force, he wouldn't have spared these senior officials. Only President Clinton's influence kept him protected. From this, the 3 concurred the alliance could operate covertly with manageable exposure risks. Linton's personal Thunder Guards intimidated most, but posed little threat to their level. Clinton's forces wouldn't strike them either. Plan A remained the priority, and under this framework, They chose Puff Daddy to execute. Puff Daddy was a Universal Records singer under Linton's label, naturally subordinate, a relationship that eased access. Moreover, his parties were wild and audacious. Numerous enticements that, coupled with Linton's infamous charm, would presumably attract him. They believed once Linton attended one of Puff Daddy's wild parties, step-by-step seductions would yield the criminal proof they needed. But to their disappointment, no matter how much Puff Daddy tried to win Linton over, inviting him repeatedly, Linton just wouldn't bite. He rarely visited New York. This time he was coming for a concert with rehearsals days ahead. A golden opportunity, and the alliance had prepared extensively. Yet Linton showed zero interest in Puff Daddy's scene, giving them no opening. Under these circumstances, Puff Daddy was discarded from their scheme. After urgent consultations, the alliance decided to have him provoke Linton deliberately, disrupt his concert to tarnish his reputation, as groundwork for Plan B. Of course, Plan B wouldn't launch too soon. The search for Plan A's execution would continue until clearly impossible. Only then would the alliance unleash their final, ruthless gambit. Chapter 572, Bloody Massacre. Upon hearing the full extent of their conspiracy, Linton's fury burned fiercely. He had believed that his ruthless slaughter of over 300 members of the Bronfman family, followed by the massacre of more than 1,000 criminals in Los Angeles, would be enough to intimidate and terrify everyone. Yet, these thieves still thought he was too lenient and naive, dismissing his power as mere bluff. If that was the case, then this time, Linton vowed to be merciless, to make everyone feel the chilling fear of life hanging by a thread. Though Linton had unparalleled strength, his values still made him inherently inclined toward kindness and goodwill. But he hadn't anticipated that such ideals would carry no weight here in these circles, where the law favored the ruthless and preyed on the weak. Since these guys were all about preying on the kind-hearted and worshipping strength, he decided it was time to change his approach. When in Rome, he thought, might as well unleash a massacre to shake things up. He was prepared to slaughter anyone who dared resist. If killing 1,000 wasn't enough, then 10,000. If 10,000 still wasn't enough, 100,000, until no one dared to speak out again. If killing gang members failed to send the right message, he'd bring down businessmen, politicians, and law enforcement alike. No one would be safe to harbor foul intentions. Linton next forced Kester to give him detailed descriptions, office locations, and residences of the other 8 conspirators. He also obtained addresses for the headquarters, research bases, and production facilities of the country's top 3 pharmaceutical giants. Though Kester could not know every detail of their research or manufacturing sites, identifying their main research and production bases was sufficient. To Linton's surprise, Hoffman Martin, chairman of Johnson & Johnson, and Gittins Cooper, owner of Pfizer, both lived on Long Island, each with sprawling estates. Without hesitation, Linton summoned his flying sword. Its gleaming blade danced viciously as it swept through the room where Kester and 2 women were in bed, heads severed cleanly from their bodies. The flying sword roamed the entire mansion indiscriminately. It did not care if the victims were Kester's family, friends, or innocent servants. Anyone staying here tonight was doomed. The blame could be taken up with Kester in the afterlife. 17 people were all split in 2, heads separated from their bodies. Satisfied, Linton didn't leave immediately. Extending his spiritual sight, he quickly located the palatial estates of Hoffman and Cooper as described by Kester. Both sprawling properties eclipsed even the grand Chaperco estate that Hillary had seized from the Douglas family. Compared to these, his own Los Angeles estate looked shabby. Even his farm's gardens couldn't compete. These estates bordered the ocean with private beaches and luxurious yachts. At Hoffman Martin's 15-acre seaside estate, a private beach and dock hosted a massive luxury yacht. On the north lawn, beside a mini golf course, sat 5 helicopters. The main mansion was surrounded by more than 10 independent villas and 4 auxiliary buildings. Truly, these pharmaceutical tycoons embodied old money power. Inside, 67 family members lived across 11 villas, accompanied by 237 guards, servants, and drivers spread throughout the ancillary buildings. Too bad you chose to serve the Martin family, Linton thought grimly. Consider yourselves funeral company for your masters. Take your grievances underground with them. Like a fish swimming in the air, his flying sword sliced through the estate, room by room, building by building. In no time, 304 people were severed, heads and bodies split apart, all unaware until death. 2 large wolfhounds and 10 other dogs had been spared at first, but the 2 wolfhounds awoke at the last moment with savage howls, stirring the other dogs into frenzied barking. To avoid disturbing the neighbors, Linton decided to play the considerate executioner and ended them all with a single stroke, sending these beasts to join their masters in the afterlife. Not a single living creature remained on the estate. Next, he moved to Cooper's estate across Long Island, equally grand with private beaches, yachts, and helicopters. 61 family members lived in its villas, alongside 219 service staff and a pack of fierce pit bulls and dogs. Linton's flying sword gave no quarter, cutting each person cleanly in half. The estate was utterly wiped clean. After these twin family purges, Linton felt some satisfaction, but knew tonight's crusade wasn't over. The next step was to utterly cripple Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer. But since their offices employed thousands of low-level staff unconnected to his affairs, and to avoid piling up innocent casualties during the day, he chose to act under cover of night. With few night shift employees present, their fate was sealed. Following Kester's intelligence, Pfizer's headquarters were split between Manhattan's Midtown New World headquarters and a separate research and manufacturing complex in Industrial City. Both locations lay close to Linton's current position. Flying his sword in stealth, he unleashed a devastating strike on Pfizer's 16-story Manhattan headquarters, splitting it in two. The building collapsed with earth-shaking force, shattering glass and igniting fires. Though tragically many vehicles were crushed, the midnight hour spared heavy casualties. New York erupted into chaos. Fire, police, and emergency services rushed to the scene, while news outlets scrambled to report. Ignoring the turmoil, Linton steered his flying sword to Pfizer's Industrial City complex, growing it large to strike down every building, reducing the entire site to ashes and flames. The city's officials, mayor, council, police, firefighters, paramedics, were stunned into frenzy by this unprecedented disaster. Johnson & Johnson was next. Its New Brunswick campus in New Jersey housed administrative, research, and primary manufacturing facilities, all concentrated on one sprawling site only 50 kilometers from Long Island. This proximity explained why the Martin family headquarters were so close by. Still sitting in Kester's home, Linton sent his flying sword to New Brunswick, transforming it into a monstrous scythe to fell every building, engulfing the industrial park in fire. New Brunswick's small city emergency teams were overwhelmed, thrown into utter chaos. Luckily, the campus's isolation limited collateral damage. With minimal night staff, casualties were limited to those already present. Frustrating city leaders, Hoffman Martin was unreachable by phone. Not his cell, landline, assistant, or bodyguards answered. Meanwhile, media frenzy erupted with twin massive disasters hitting both New York and New Jersey, feeding a frenzy of speculation about coordinated terror strikes. Unaware to the city officials, the disaster had been self-inflicted by Cooper and Martin, both of whom had already been sent to hell. Although Pfizer maintained other research and production sites around the world, losing key headquarters and main manufacturing plants spelled disaster for the company's future. Rivals would quickly seize market share. Survival depended on luck and strong leadership. The most likely result? Acquisition. With Pfizer and Johnson decimated, Linton targeted AbbVie Pharmaceuticals. AbbVie's headquarters, research labs, and principal manufacturing base clustered in an independent industrial park north of Chicago by Lake Michigan. Again, Linton inflated his flying sword to devastating effect, leveling all structures and igniting fierce fires. Chicago, too, was plunged into a traumatizing, restless night. Ignoring the chaos in downtown Chicago, Linton quietly returned to his Hilton Hotel suite in New York under cover of darkness, slipping inside through a window unnoticed. With Hoffman Martin, Cooper, Gavin of AbbVie, and Kester all gone to hell, the last remaining obstacle was a notorious underground boss. His flying sword swept toward Brooklyn Heights and the Rebecca community to the Puff Daddy's villa. The notorious crime lord housed 73 people in his mansion, a loyal army. Destined to join their masters in the underworld, Linton cut them all down with ruthless precision, splitting head from body. Only then did a sense of relief and clarity wash over him. Checking the clock, it was just after 4 a.m. Energized, he returned to his chambers to awaken his harem, ready to resume their festive, exhilarating party. Sweet, joyous choruses rang out, group songs, duets, and solo performances blended into the vibrant night's soundtrack. Chapter 573, Nationwide Shock and Global Outcry. Linton and his lady's joyful party continued until 6:30 a.m., when a phone call abruptly interrupted the celebration. Linton gently eased himself away from the soft curves of his companions, took the phone, and heard the anxious voice of Lee Shaoran on the other end. "Boss, I hate to bother you, but this is serious. Last night, New York, Chicago, and New Jersey all suffered devastating terrorist attacks. Please turn on the TV and watch the news. I'll be at your room in 10 minutes. Usually, Linton's phone stayed in Lee Shaoran's hands, with strict instructions not to disturb him before 6:30 a.m. unless the matter was extremely urgent. Clearly, although the explosions in those cities were massive, they hadn't reached that level of urgency until now. Linton set the phone down and grabbed the remote, turning on the television. On UPN, the news anchor sat with a political commentator and a public relations professor from Southern California. They gathered around a round table in the studio, discussing the complete destruction of buildings in the 4 sites across New York, Chicago, and New Jersey. All agreed the areas had been hit by high-powered explosives, concluding in unison that these were coordinated, premeditated terrorist attacks. Their harsh words condemned the perpetrators without mercy. Behind them, footage showed the grim scene. The Pfizer corporate headquarters in Midtown Manhattan reduced to rubble, smoke billowing in the chaotic aftermath, a sight that churned the stomach. The bottom right corner cycled through live shots of all 4 damaged locations. Firefighters battled the blazes with desperate intensity. Police had cordoned off the zones, and rescue teams were combing through debris with life detectors, searching for survivors. Fortunately, the blast struck late at night, when only skeleton shifts of security guards were on duty and most workers were safely asleep. Streets were empty, resulting in relatively low casualties despite the terrifying scale of destruction. UPN's reporting was impressively swift. Within 2 or 3 hours, they had pieced together detailed information about the affected units and organizations. During the discussion, the political analyst boldly speculated that the explosive attacks could be retaliation between drug industry giants, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, Pfizer, who might have crossed foreign competitors in fierce market battles. The PR professor leaned toward a different explanation: Middle Eastern terrorist factions orchestrating the attacks as blatant vengeance against America. Both threw out well-reasoned arguments, their voices animated and intense, yet they unanimously urged the U.S. government, FBI, and CIA to quickly identify and bring the culprits to justice. No matter who was involved, they insisted on rule of law. The anchor stoked viewers' emotions, emphasizing the urgency, while also reporting breaking developments. Just moments ago, a survivor was pulled alive from the wreckage in New York's industrial district. Regardless of the experts' theories, viewers were hooked, unwilling to change channels as layered analysis unfolded live. Linton's harem was shaken by the images on screen. The earlier annoyance at the party being cut short vanished. The women huddled around him, eyes fixed on the TV. After a couple of minutes, Linton excused himself to freshen up in the bathroom. "This is serious," he murmured. "You all should start getting ready too. Lee Shaoran will be here soon. Things are about to get busy." While the women washed up and dressed, Linton flipped through every channel, each overwhelmed with repeated coverage of the bombings in New York, Chicago, and New Jersey. For years, Americans prided themselves on their homeland's safety, viewing the U.S. as the safest place on Earth. In over a century of global upheaval, countless conflicts, and 2 world wars that claimed millions, the American mainland remained untouched by direct destruction or loss. Indeed, these wars often resulted in immense profit and power for America, propelling it into superpower status, especially after the 1990s, when the Soviet Union collapsed and America stood alone at the top. To see, on an otherwise ordinary morning, 3 major U.S. cities simultaneously struck, with such savage terror sent shockwaves through the nation. The psychological impact on society was monumental, shaking public confidence and igniting widespread fear about safety. No other news could compete. This story dominated not only all American stations, but major ones around the world, sparking intense debate. Pro-American factions, particularly those already culturally aligned, saw these attacks as earth-shattering, worse than losing loved ones. Some local media commentators issued fierce calls for total war against terrorists, seeking to prove unwavering loyalty. Conversely, many countries long victimized by American policies quietly welcomed the attacks, with some ordinary citizens openly celebrating. At that moment, the doorbell chimed. Lee Shaoran and Daniel stepped inside, Lee Shaoran holding a phone and passing over a notebook filled with nonstop call logs. "Boss, your phone's been ringing nonstop since 4:30 a.m. I've listed all the numbers. I've also calmed down Mina and the two housekeepers. You should call Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize first. They're terrified." It was natural they were worried. Linton called each of them to reassure them, telling them not to fret. But his phone was literally flooded. Calls came in from Universal Group, Linton Media Group, and officials in California, Los Angeles, and Montana. Partners and friends who knew he was in New York for his concert, people like Donald Trump, Jerry Yang, Bill Gates, also called. Washington contacts poured in as well, including Bill Clinton and Hillary. Linton decided to ignore the less important calls, but felt he must return Hillary and Bill Clinton's calls. Before picking up the phone, he noticed the anxious look on Daniel's face. "What's wrong, Daniel? With such chaos in New York, should we postpone tonight's concert?" "No, the show goes on as planned." Daniel hesitated. "But," "There's no but. When there's a problem, we solve it. I have a responsibility to my fans and our partners." Daniel worried aloud. "We can pressure externally with contracts, but my biggest concern is the crew, band, backing vocals, dancers, lights, stage, sound. If they panic, the show will suffer." Linton nodded. "Tell everyone. If tonight's performance succeeds, each will get a special bonus. You decide the amount. I want their morale and passion high." "Got it. With extra pay, no problem. I'll get on it right now." Daniel rushed out. Linton left the living room for the study and called Hillary. The phone was quickly answered with a gasp. "Sweetheart, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry. Get some rest and take care of yourself. The explosions have shaken things badly. Can you come see me? I want to meet." Clearly, Hillary's keen insight made her suspect Linton's involvement, especially since the massacres of Kester, Hoffman, Gittins Cooper, and others hadn't surfaced yet. If they had, she'd be certain. "All right, arrange for a car to pick me up around 10. But tonight's concert limits our time, no more than an hour." "Deal. See you soon." Next, Linton phoned Bill Clinton, who didn't share Hillary's suspicions and was mainly worried about Linton's safety. "Linton, you okay?" "Fine, just woke up. Society's in chaos in New York. Should you cancel or reschedule?" "No one dares disrupt my concert." "Okay. Stay careful." Bill Clinton, recalling brutal massacres in Tokyo and Los Angeles, gave up pressing further. At 8 a.m., President Clinton addressed the nation on TV, condemning the attacks that destroyed the three pharmaceutical giants' headquarters. He announced a joint task force of military, DOJ, FBI, and CIA investigators to uncover the truth and bring the perpetrators to justice, no matter who they were or where they came from. America's capability to protect its people was resolute. After breakfast, Linton reassured all the backup singers. Aside from his harem members Shania Twain, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, there were only Mariah Carey, Britney Spears, and Adam Levine. Britney and Adam, both newcomers eager to shine on this stage, had no objections. Mariah, the reigning diva used to constant touring and unexpected crises, was unnerved but not ready to back out. Seeing Linton's calm removed her lingering unease. When Britney and Adam left, Mariah lingered, stepping into Linton's arms, pressing a sweet kiss to his lips. "Darling, after those terrifying blasts, I'm scared. Can you stay with me tonight after the concert? I'll bring Jennifer Aniston over, and we can keep you company together. Please. When did you and Jennifer get so close?" "That's none of your business. Just tell me if tonight's okay." Mariah squirmed coyly in his arms, batting her eyelashes. Linton pointed to the master bedroom. Mariah, sorry, not tonight. The room's already full. Maybe another time. Mariah pouted. Then can you stay tomorrow? No, I'm heading to Washington. Darling, you owe me some consolation and a reward. She pressed closer, fidgeting. All right, I should be free before 3 p.m. After lunch, I'll come by your room. Okay, it's a deal. We have a busy day ahead. See you later. Time slipped to 9:30 a.m. when sudden screams erupted from the living room. Linton hurried over and saw the news had flashed a breaking story. The majority shareholder, chairman, and CEO of Pfizer, Gittins Cooper, and his entire family were brutally slaughtered in their luxurious Long Island estate. A total of 280 people and 22 dogs were gruesomely beheaded. Though the scene was under police control and journalists had limited access, Long Island's elite enclave was sealed tight. Only a few reporters cooperating with authorities appeared. Even limited footage was horrifying. Several victims and one dog shown severed cleanly in two. Linton's harem was pale, visibly shaken. The more sensitive ones, Su Ching, Sakai Nariko, Akina Nakamori, even fled to the bathroom to vomit. With Gittins Cooper's massacre exposed, police would soon visit Hoffman and Gavin's homes for confirmation. The fate of their families would inevitably come to light. As for Kester, the sensitive New York FBI chief, his family's murder might already be known to the Bureau, just not publicized. Puff Daddy, an insignificant figure, would likely be uncovered only when his subordinates reported the crime. Regardless, this glaring mass beheading bore the signature brutality linked to the Los Angeles gang massacre. The killing method so cruel and distinctive few could replicate it. Those in power would be shaken. One could only wonder how three senators, Roger, Carol, Cody, and FBI Deputy Director Maslow, along with Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick, were feeling. Beyond terror, did they regret their actions, struggle desperately to survive, or attempt to flee? Chapter 574, A New Sinister Plot. As Linton had suspected, just past 4 a.m., when the headquarters of three major pharmaceutical companies in New York, New Jersey, and Chicago were simultaneously destroyed by explosions, Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick and FBI Deputy Director Maslow received the news and immediately sensed something sinister. Why target these three pharmaceutical firms at once? Could this be Linton's brutal retaliation? Maslow's unease deepened when he tried reaching Kester, the FBI field director in New York, but couldn't get through. The tension compelled him to rush to the FBI headquarters at the Hoover Building for a crisis meeting personally led by Director Lawrence. By the time the meeting ended at 7 a.m., Maslow again attempted to contact Kester, still no answer. He finally called Tusk, head of intelligence at the New York FBI office. Kester had introduced Tusk to him personally during a prior inspection visit. The New York FBI office was in chaos. There had been severe bombings in Midtown Manhattan and the industrial zone. The city government and NYPD had immediately reported the attacks, demanding urgent FBI investigation. But at this crucial moment, Director Kester was missing. Eventually, Deputy Director Stewart gathered the key personnel to coordinate the inquiry. Hearing this, Maslow's anxiety skyrocketed, and he ordered Tusk to check on Kester's residence. Half an hour later, Tusk's trembling voice came over the phone. Director, it's a horrific massacre. Kester and his entire family were slaughtered at home. They're so tragic. The perpetrators decapitated every one of them. Every head was severed? Do you mean like the gang killings in Los Angeles? Maslow asked, his voice cold. Exactly the same manner. Tusk replied. Maslow felt a cold chill run from the top of his head down his spine. His body trembled uncontrollably. He barely remembered hanging up the phone. At that moment, it dawned on him that their earlier analysis of Linton's threat had been gravely mistaken. This brutal force with mysterious, lethal capabilities was not under the control of Commander Clinton, but rather firmly in Linton's hands. Undoubtedly, the destruction of the three pharmaceutical headquarters was Linton's doing. It seemed that a leak had exposed their clandestine operations against Linton. In response, he smashed the table without hesitation, murdering entire families and demolishing companies. Maslow feared that the families of Hoffman Martin, Robert Gavin, and Gittins Cooper, bosses of the three targeted pharmaceutical companies, had likely suffered the same grim fate as Kester's family, brutally slaughtered. Even more chilling was the fact these companies were located across 3 cities. Chicago was over an hour's flight from New York. For all 3 to be destroyed almost simultaneously suggested Linton's reach was controlled by more than one operative. What scared Maslow most was not knowing whether Linton realized that Eric Gorlick, Roger Wayne, Carol, Cody, and himself were involved in this plot against him. If he found out, the 5 of them would face grave danger. With Linton's current power, there was no way to resist. And in true ruthless fashion, Linton would not spare even their families. The bitter weight of regret filled Maslow's heart. How had he been so blinded by arrogance? Knowing full well Linton's overwhelming strength and his backing by the highest political powers, how had he still schemed against him? Now he was facing a life-and-death crisis. Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick shared the same panic and remorse. As the first to receive news about the pharmaceutical attacks, he was deeply unsettled. Though the FBI had sealed off news of Kester's family's decapitation from the public, as Deputy AG, he was informed immediately. Like Maslow, Eric Gorlick concluded Linton was behind these acts and was both terrified and filled with regret, hoping their involvement hadn't been exposed. Just then, Maslow's phone rang. Normally, they left phones outside meetings, but under the dire circumstances, everyone had them on hand. Maslow answered on speakerphone. Tusk's shaky voice reported, "Director, another catastrophic event. Hoffman's entire family was slaughtered at home. Hundreds of bodies, every head severed by the killers." The room's occupants let out a collective gasp, exchanging grim looks. Despair and fear thickened the air. After a long silence, Eric Gorlick asked Roger, "You had 2 questions earlier. What was your other concern?" Roger replied, "I was going to ask. Our Alliance of 9 is a highly secretive group. So how did Linton find out? But now it seems irrelevant. Given Linton's savagery, it's likely Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittens have all been forced to reveal us." "That's right," Maslow agreed. "We can't afford to hope for luck anymore. We're probably next in his sights. This means we're all in grave danger." Carol, senior senator from New Jersey, trembled, her voice unsteady. "How could he dare attack us? We are the true leaders of America. If he kills us, what place is left for him in this country?" Illinois senior senator Cody grasped for hope. "Yeah, and even if our alliance formed to oppose him, we haven't done anything yet. Has he actually been hurt?" Maslow shattered their illusions. "I wish he would hesitate. But think about the Bronfman family's destruction 2 years ago, the massacre of 5 New York gangs last year. None dealt any real blow to Linton. Also, Kester and the chairman haven't acted against him in earnest yet. So my advice, prepare for the worst." Haunted by Linton's cruelty, the group felt icy dread and endless regret for having been blinded by greed and dared provoke such a deadly force. But regret was futile now. Their stark reality was how to survive the coming storm. Some proposed fleeing, but where could they go? America was the world's strongest nation, and even with their great power, they couldn't protect themselves here. Was there anywhere else safe? And without their American authority, who would listen to them? This option was quickly dismissed. Others suggested seeking a mediator to negotiate peace. After all, they hadn't truly harmed Linton yet, and as 5 powerful politicians united, surely someone would intervene. But whom? Only Commander Clinton and Secretary of State Warren Christopher held the stature to broker such talks with Linton. The problem was those 2 were staunch rivals. These 5 were all from the opposition party. Moreover, their secret alliance against Linton started in the first place was because the White House was not giving them any pills. Explaining everything to them would mean betraying their own cause, and they had no leverage to secure help. So neither fleeing nor negotiating was viable. Their only choice was to fight desperately, to strike first. Their plan began with summoning all key family members to Washington immediately. None of them could leave the capital during this period. After all, Washington was the heart of America, the most heavily protected city in the world, the safest place they could be. Even Linton, no matter how powerful or ruthless, would hesitate to act openly here. Defense alone wasn't enough. One cannot guard against threats for a lifetime. The safest course was to eliminate the threat. Maslow, Roger said bluntly, "Linton is in New York now. With the terror attacks and murders there, can you use the investigation as a pretext to send loyal agents to apprehend him? Then make him commit suicide. Roger knew FBI politics well and laid the proposal plainly. The others all looked to him with hope. Gentlemen, if Kester were still alive, this plan might work, Maslow said. But we can't trust New York now. Any leak would alert Linton and put us in even greater danger. Sending agents from Washington is even less realistic. Linton's a national icon, a global billionaire, the creator of the vitality and beauty pills. Everyone knows he's a favorite in D.C. No one here would risk such a high-stakes move. Even our closest operatives can't be trusted. It's likely that if I ordered an arrest, someone would betray us immediately. Unless I lead the team personally and cut off all communication. But just before I arrived, Director Lawrence organized a meeting to personally lead a task force to New York. Since using official law enforcement to assassinate Linton was off the table, they had to resort to actual hired killers. Confirming that Linton's concert was still scheduled, the group agreed to strike that very night. Roger, Carol, and Cody, 3 senior senators with substantial resources, each arranged special forces snipers near Madison Square Garden, where the concert would take place, ready to assassinate Linton during the event. Eric Gorlick organized armed operatives to infiltrate the concert. After the shooting, they would manufacture chaos, leaving false evidence implicating Middle Eastern terrorists. Meanwhile, Maslow prepared FBI officers to immediately control the scene after the shooting, ensuring Linton did not escape alive and that the incident would be officially framed as part of a continuing terrorist attack. Their deadly gamble to eliminate Linton was set to gamble everything on one night at Madison Square Garden. Chapter 575, Plot Fail. At 10 a.m., Linton boarded the car sent by Hillary to take him to the Chaperco estate. With Pfizer's headquarters destroyed, New York's traffic was somewhat disrupted. Police checkpoints were everywhere, stopping cars and pedestrians for inspections. What usually took 20 minutes to get there took half an hour. As always, Hillary greeted him warmly with a hug and a kiss before they headed into the study. "Darling, did you really cause the destruction at Pfizer's 2 locations this time?" she asked. "Why do you say that?" "Because Kester from the FBI's New York division and the chairman of 3 pharmaceutical firms, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittens, well, their entire families were beheaded last night. Does their murder automatically mean it was me? The killing method is too specific. They died exactly like the Bronfman family in Japan and the 5 gang leaders who were massacred in LA. No one else has the capability to replicate it. I only saw news about Hoffman's family being killed. Kester's family was discovered by the FBI themselves. When they saw the scene, they immediately linked it to you, reported it to Washington, and kept it under wraps. Later, after Hoffman's family was found dead, those with some influence connected the case to you. But since it leaked to the media, it was reported publicly. When police searched Roberts and Gittens' homes, they sealed off all news, preventing media coverage. So, when President Clinton made his public speech earlier, he already knew, didn't he? Yes. In fact, by 8 a.m., the authorities had found the crime scenes where the 4 families were killed. Then why wasn't it made public? Because at 7 a.m., Washington had already decided these bombings and mass murders were terrorist attacks orchestrated by Middle Eastern extremists. It conveniently gave them an excuse to launch military action in the Middle East. If the murder scenes had been publicized, who would believe Middle Eastern terrorists had the capability to do such brutal killings? Given that, you still suspect these cases are linked to me? Not just me. Almost everyone with any influence believes you did this. If they think that, why haven't they arrested me? First, even if they believe it, there's no evidence to make an arrest. Second, you're a national idol, a global billionaire, and the inventor of vitality and beauty pills. Who dares take you down? Most importantly, your killing method is so terrifying that no one wants to risk their own family's safety by ordering your capture. So, it's really that third reason? Their genuine fear stops them. Exactly. These were major players. 3 of them lived in Long Island, one of the world's most exclusive and secure communities. The neighborhoods are gated, patrolled 24/7, with police rounds no more than 15 minutes apart, even late at night. Yet, someone silently beheaded over 600 residents, including guard dogs, across 2 estates and a villa, without leaving a trace. You've shown the world a killing method that's impossible to guard against. Who would dare provoke you? Since you're already part of my inner circle, I'll be honest, I did have them killed. Despite having mentally prepared, Hillary still found it hard to believe. My God, darling, you really ordered it? How did they pull it off? Don't worry about how. Do you know why I killed their entire families and destroyed their corporate headquarters? Did they offend you? More than that, they formed an alliance to conspire against my health company. Linton explained in detail how the 9 conspirators plotted against him. Well done. I didn't expect them to be so bold to target you. Too bad you acted too quickly. We lost a chance to make a fortune. What do you mean? If you told me earlier, we could have positioned ourselves in the stock market to short all 3 pharmaceutical companies massively. Do you know how their stocks tumbled today? They're already down 70%, and it looks like a 90% drop is inevitable. These companies each have market caps over $100 billion. If we played it right, we could have made tens of billions, and maybe even over $100 billion. You've got small-time smarts, but lack big-picture wisdom. That money's not worth chasing. Why not? Because a large-scale short like that can't stay secret. If it leaked, you'd be in deep trouble. How would you explain it to the public? You'd face intense backlash, damaging any political ambitions. You're right, darling. I just thought it was such a good opportunity. It's a shame we missed it. I guess I was greedy. As long as you hold ultimate power in Washington, money is no problem. Wealth will flow naturally. Exactly. Now that the White House has decided on military action in the Middle East, do you know where the real money's at? Tell me. The stock and futures markets. This is a rare opportunity. Today, I allocated $1 billion into defense stocks and another $1 billion into futures on gold and oil contracts, betting they'll soar when the conflict kicks off. I expect to at least double my money. Do you want to join? Wow, you are the White House stock mastermind. I like that name. See? Power brings wealth easily. It's better than shorting pharma stocks and comes with fewer risks. Got it. You said there were 9 in the alliance for down. What about the other 5? Especially Roger, Carol, and Cody. They're senior senators and real power players in Washington. Do you think I should let them live? If we could kill them as cleanly as you did Kester's group, I wouldn't hesitate. But they live in Washington's high-security districts. Protection, there's no joke. They plotted against me, so they must die? No one can save them. You'll see soon enough. That's bad. They probably know you're coming for them. With politicians' ruthless nature, they'll try to strike first. You need to beef up your security these days. Is your concert still on tonight? Of course. I have a responsibility to my fans and partners. Then be extra careful. I'm sure they'll try to attack you at the concert. How do you think they'll do it? No clue. But I suggest canceling the show. No way, absolutely not. Then I'll introduce you to my security company in New York. Have them re-inspect the venue and add extra personnel to guarantee safety. Sounds good. It's already 11 a.m. Call him now and have him head to the Hilton. When Linton arrived at the Hilton Hotel, Robert was there along with Jerry Hammiss, who claimed to be general manager of an elite security firm. Robert, Jerry, I heard there might be a terror attack during the concert, even attempts on me. What's your plan? Robert's face turned pale. Boss, I strongly advise canceling tonight. Canceling is out of the question. We need to prevent anything dangerous. Jerry, you're the expert. What do you suggest? Jerry was already mentally prepared. I know Madison Square Garden well, having handled security for similar events. We should focus on 3 main things. Please be specific. First, a complete inspection of the arena this afternoon to ensure no bombs or weapons are planted. Second, security screening at every entrance and exit, strictly barring weapons. Third, thorough checks of all staff. Anyone leaving and returning must be rescreened. Also, if the threat targets you specifically, there's a risk of snipers on nearby high-rise buildings. But that's a huge task requiring police cooperation, which may not be straightforward with private property. All right, Jerry, implement those 3 points. Deploy more armed personnel. Once the concert starts, guard the doors tightly. No weapons allowed inside. I will pay your company according to your rates. Robert, after lunch, take Jerry to coordinate with the arena. Tell them that given New York's current situation, we're strengthening security measures on top of the existing setup, with your elite team leading. What about checking exterior buildings? I'll handle that. Linton wasn't worried about snipers outside. With his spiritual perception, one sweep would find any hidden threat. If snipers appeared, one slash from his flying sword would end it. His greater concern was inside the arena. If someone pulled a gun and started shooting, handling it would be difficult amid the crowd. Even if he killed the shooter mid-action, the panic and stampede risk could ruin the entire concert. He appreciated Jerry's plan and trusted his team. Hillary's family had trained them, so their reliability was assured. After lunch, Linton called Winnie, instructing her to allocate funds to the stock and futures markets as planned. He also honored his promise to Mariah Carey, spending 2 long hours with her in her room. Unfortunately, the timing didn't allow them to invite Jennifer Aniston for a shared night. Evening came quickly. Though New York had suffered a terror strike overnight with Pfizer's headquarters destroyed, the attack happened late enough to avoid serious casualties. The few injured caused minimal public trauma. The daily gun violence is distressingly common, and deaths in double digits happen regularly. People had long grown numb to such losses. The press flooded coverage of the terror attack, and the public furiously condemned the Middle East, demanding government action. But beyond Lower Manhattan, city life and traffic remained unaffected, and fans were eager for tonight's Linton concert. Security checks were tighter than usual, drawing some fan complaints. Still, when security explained the gravity of the situation and the real threat of extremists not yet caught, most fans reluctantly consented. Some tried to sneak weapons inside and incite others to protest inspections. But when Jerry's heavily armed elite team displayed their firepower, order was restored swiftly. All dangerous items were confiscated. By 7:30 p.m., Madison Square Garden was packed with a roaring crowd. As the host introduced Linton, he recalled Jerry's warning and scanned the area within a 2-mile radius with his spiritual awareness. To no surprise, 3 sniper teams were lurking in nearby high-rises, each paired with spotters. Damn, had snipers become so cheap? No matter. Since they came, all would die. He took out missile-like flying sword that vanished instantly. In moments, the sword appeared beside the first sniper team, and with a flash, 2 heads flew off. The sniper and spotter split cleanly. The same fate befell the second and third sniper teams, all beheaded and sent straight to hell. Just then, the host shouted, "Welcome the king of superstars, Linton." Lights went dark, powerful music blared, and the concert began. The stage remained a dark void as Linton's passionate voice soared. As the crowd searched for him, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the stage center from above. Like his last show in Los Angeles, Linton appeared clad in shimmering stage attire, gripping a microphone in one hand while holding a rope with the other, slowly descending from the ceiling. Bathed in light, he looked like a god descending to earth, exuding nearly overwhelming charisma. This striking, stylish entrance sparked wild screams from the audience. Unlike the LA concert, media and fans were fully prepared. Many brought binoculars and kept their eyes glued to his every move. Reporters had set up long lenses early, while several broadcasters with live rights maneuvered high-definition cameras on cranes for close-ups. Linton paid no mind. Left hand gripping the mic and singing loudly, right hand holding the rope as he slowly descended. 3 meters above the stage, he flicked his wrist, dropped the rope, executed a perfect flip, and landed effortlessly center stage. His powerful vocals never faltered. After the controversies before, Linton masterfully completed this difficult stunt under the spotlight. Fans went wild, their screams building wave upon wave, even drowning out his voice. Viewers watching from home were equally stunned, letting out astonished cries that the superstar was back in full force. Chapter 576, Desperate Struggle, Congressional Investigative Hearing. Washington, D.C. The Blue Leaf Club. The same most luxurious private suite. Maslow, Eric, Roger, Carol, and Cody gathered again. But this time, their expressions were far more composed. They sipped red wine with elegance, chatting casually as they watched the large television in the room. They were watching an MCA broadcast, live coverage of Linton's concert. Compared to the others, Eric Gorlick looked a bit more uncomfortable. According to the plan laid out that morning, his task had been to coordinate armed personnel to infiltrate the concert venue. Once the sniper shot Linton, they were supposed to create chaos at the scene and plant evidence framing Middle Eastern operatives for the assassination attempt. But unexpectedly, when the concert began and attendees passed security checks, his men reported back that the venue's security was too tight to bring in weapons. The mission inside the venue was therefore abandoned. Fortunately, upon hearing this, the other four showed only slight surprise. No one outright blamed him. After all, in their eyes, those people weren't the key players in the assassination plot. Without them, the attempt wouldn't be effected. The worst was that they might have to deal with some FBI scrutiny later, but with Maslow around to manage the aftermath, it probably wouldn't be a major problem. As the concert officially started, the five saw Linton on TV, clutching a microphone with one hand, singing loudly, while slowly lowering himself from the rigging by a rope. MCA had strategically placed a crane camera at the perfect angle, capturing Linton's descent in high definition. The image on the screen was stunning. He seemed like a god descending among mortals. The crowd's screaming was deafening. Surely audiences watching at home shared the same excitement. However, these five men were anything but ordinary. They weren't really watching Linton's performance. They waited with bated breath for the moment he would be gunned down, seeing his death as a way to eliminate their threat. Maslow's immediate reaction to the live image was cold. Linton's a goner now. This is the perfect moment for the sniper to take the shot. Roger was the first to respond, raising his glass of wine. I've been looking forward to seeing Linton's head explode. Let's drink to that. They clinked glasses, but didn't immediately drink. Their eyes were glued to the screen, eagerly awaiting the shot that never came. Linton continued descending, slow and steady, until just 3 meters above the stage. Then, somewhere in that motion, he flipped midair, landing easily and gracefully at the center of the stage, his singing uninterrupted. His effortless stunt electrified the crowd, who rose to their feet cheering loudly. The high-definition camera caught every detail, broadcasting this flawless landing live. But inside the private suite, the five remained unenthused. Watching Linton continue his energetic singing and dancing, a flicker of doubt and unease crept into their minds. Maslow slammed his wine glass down, anger flashing in his voice. That was the perfect shot. Why didn't the sniper fire? They exchanged uneasy glances. When Linton finished his first song, Eric Gorlick spoke professionally, explaining to the three senators. When Linton was descending slowly, his movement and trajectory offered the sniper the clearest shot. It's strange. Why didn't any of the 3 sniper teams take the opportunity? After he landed and started moving unpredictably on stage with a dance partner, the difficulty skyrocketed. Roger hesitated before adding, "That does sound odd. What if something went wrong? Should we contact the field liaison?" Carol replied, "Let's wait a bit longer. We have to trust the skill of the snipers I arranged. They served with distinction in Delta Force and only recently retired a couple of years ago. They later joined my mercenary debrief in South America and performed excellently." Cody added, "The snipers I assigned just retired from the Navy SEALs last year. I believe in their abilities. We should wait. The concert still has over 2 hours left. They'll find a chance." Roger's confidence returned. "Mine are ex-Green Berets, retired 2 years ago. They've solved many problems for my family. Their skills and loyalty are unquestionable." Hearing the senator's assurance, Maslow and Eric Gorlick raised their glasses once more. "All right, we'll watch with calm for now. Still, let's discuss how we'll grab Linton's estate after he's dead," Maslow suggested. Time slipped by silently. The concert audience roared repeatedly, and viewers at home were thrilled by Linton's stunning performance. Meanwhile, the five remained in the suite, watching and fervently plotting alliances and schemes to claim Linton's fortune when he died. Yet, despite expectations, no gunshot ever rang out. Then suddenly, a piercing scream burst from the TV, jolting the five out of their heated discussion. Maslow glanced at his watch, 9 p.m. It meant the concert had been going on for an hour and a half, more than halfway through, with only about an hour remaining. But the 3 sniper teams had shown no sign of action. Something was definitely wrong. There was no way they couldn't find a shot by now. He quickly snapped his fingers for attention. "Gentlemen, the situation is bad. With only 1 hour left, we have to notify the snipers to seize any chance immediately. If we miss it tonight, we're in serious trouble." Roger, Carol, and Cody now grasped the gravity of the crisis, but fortunately, time was still on their side. All 3 reached for their phones to call the operations local liaison in New York. Foyt, a trusted operative recruited by Senator Roger, was a former Green Beret major who specialized in neutralizing troublemakers. He commanded several elite armed units. including 2 overseas mercenary teams, and covertly backed some Middle Eastern militias. Responding swiftly to Roger's urgent order, he had already dispatched the star sniper duo, Ernesto and Stike, from South America back to New York. He personally returned as well, preparing weapons, communication gear, scouting the attack location, and arranging escape routes. At this moment, his vehicle was parked discreetly near Madison Square Garden, waiting for Stike's call. Per their plan, Ernesto and Stike had infiltrated a building about a kilometer from Madison Square Garden. By 6:30 p.m., they found a suitable upper-floor position, assembled their sniper rifles, and waited for the perfect shot. Once fired, Stike was to call Foyt, who would pick them up and drive them to a rendezvous point, then escape via the nearest flight out of Philadelphia. 2 hours had passed without the anticipated call. The distant roar from the arena echoed faintly. Growing restless, Foyt considered calling Stike to check in when his phone rang. It wasn't the dedicated line for Stike, it was his work phone. He answered, hearing Roger's anxious voice. "Foyt, why haven't the snipers fired yet?" "Sir, I'm on standby for the pickup. Let me call and push them now." After hanging up, he dialed Stike's comm line, but no answer. He redialed twice. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Something had gone wrong. Not daring to linger, he started his car and sped away while calling Roger back. "Sir, the snipers are lost contact. The operations failed. I'm leaving the scene now." Inside the suite, the 5 men's faces had drained of color, replaced by panic and dread. Moments ago, Roger, Carol, and Cody received calls confirming the snipers had gone silent. The assassination attempt had failed. For them, this was a catastrophe. 6 elite former Special Forces snipers missing all at once. They had thought it foolproof. Plus, Eric Gorlick's team couldn't even breach the venue to create the planned chaos. This meant the entire night's assassination plot had completely collapsed. Worse still, whatever power Linton wielded had silently eliminated 6 elite snipers. And with those snipers missing, Linton could very well trace back the masterminds, the 5 men themselves. They had irreversibly exposed themselves as his enemies. Considering Linton's ruthless nature, evidence gathering was irrelevant. Brutal retaliation was inevitable. They could not remain passive. They had to act immediately. Roger, the most senior, composed himself first. He slammed his hand on the table. "Gentlemen, we are at the brink of disaster. We must take action. Maslow, are your men still near the arena?" "Just spoke to them. They're there. Tell them we'll pool $2 million apiece, a total of $10 million. If they kill Linton tonight, the money is theirs immediately." "I'll try, but it's tough. Without a lead, they can't reach Linton inside." "Try." Anyway, after Maslow finished his call, Roger continued. "We're now facing a matter of life and death. Linton will likely exact bloody revenge. We can't fully trust the FBI in New York. We need to act politically here in Washington, launching a full-scale war against Linton at the congressional level." "How do we do that?" The other 4, gripped by fear, suddenly found their will to survive. There were those attacks earlier. Headquarters of 3 major pharmaceutical giants were destroyed, and the families of Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittins were brutally slaughtered. Everyone knows Linton ordered those hits. Not just us. Most of the White House and Congress are aware. But the White House wants to classify these as terrorist attacks by Middle Eastern groups to justify future military action overseas. When we weren't in danger, I didn't contest it. But now, our lives are on the line. Do you agree with this cover-up? Maslow and Eric Gorlick exchanged a glance before speaking. "You mean publicly investigating Linton at the judicial level, though FBI hasn't found usable evidence?" "No. With the current situation, the judiciary can't touch Linton. But don't forget the upcoming congressional investigative hearings." Carol realized Roger's intent. "You want to expose Linton as the mastermind behind these attacks, rally senators, push for a congressional probe, then hand him over for trial." Cody expressed doubts, but declaring these incidents terrorist attacks by Middle Eastern groups is a consensus between the White House and Congress. It provides the U.S. a war justification. If we overturn this consensus, we harm national interests. Will the other senators support us? National interest? Only the national interest that benefits us matters. Otherwise, it's someone else's interest. We're already fighting for our lives. What good is a national interest if we're dead? Besides, we don't aim to sabotage the whole military campaign in the Middle East. How do we proceed? The incidents from last night can be split into two categories. First, the destruction of the 3 pharmaceutical company HQs. Second, the ruthless massacre of Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gitten's families. I propose we leave the first category untouched, so the war justification remains intact. But on the second category, we can make our move. There are precedents. Families like the Bronfman and the Los Angeles gangs were also brutally wiped out. Most senators secretly already suspect Linton. We can push for a congressional hearing based on this. And today, with Linton killing an FBI senior official's entire family alongside major capitalists, wouldn't the senators worry about accidentally crossing him and sharing the same fate? That sounds right. We'll use this as leverage to rally the senators. If we let Linton run unchecked, he becomes a threat to all of us. I believe most senators will side with justice. Carol and Cody looked hopeful now. I'll coordinate with Maslow to represent the Justice Department and FBI in demanding a thorough investigation into those brutal family murders, Eric Gorlick added. Good. There is no time to waste. We divide and conquer. Remember, time's short. Let's push hard for that congressional hearing on Linton. And stay in Washington. Bring your families here ASAP to lay low. With Washington's security, Linton's killers likely won't dare to strike here. Outside Washington, nowhere is safe. Chapter 577, A Storm of Public Opinion. At 10 p.m., Linton's New York concert ended to thunderous applause and roaring cheers. This concert came right on the heels of several major terrorist attacks that had recently rocked America. Naturally, the public's attention was still heavily focused on those traumatic events. Yet Linton, as America's superstar and mega-billionaire, naturally commanded massive attention. The lingering suspense from his last Los Angeles concert only added to the hype, making this event a spectacular media magnet. MCA Network's official viewing ratings for the live broadcast wouldn't be available until tomorrow, but early estimates confidently predicted at least an 8% share. While the concert was still underway, online forums everywhere were buzzing with nonstop chatter. Fans especially raved about Linton's stunning entrance, leaving comments across the internet praising his almost magical performance. Unlike the previous Los Angeles show, this time both the live audience and TV viewers were fully prepared. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, witnessing firsthand Linton's incredible skills. Suspended over 3 meters high in the air, Linton didn't rely on any external help. With only his right hand gripping the rope, he propelled himself into a perfect mid-air somersault, landing effortlessly and steady, without a single note missed in his vocal performance. Yahoo's celebrity forum quickly flooded with adoring fan messages. Other netizens debated wildly, but the focus shifted away from whether Linton's entrance was movie-like special effects or actual supernatural ability. Tonight, the whole country had clearly seen that no tricks or wires were involved. The burning question on everyone's lips was, what exactly was Linton's mystical power? 3 threads quickly surged to the top on Yahoo forums. Was Linton mastering mystical martial arts? Could he be a superhuman, granted extraterrestrial strength? Or was he a divine avatar sent by God to aid America? By the end of the concert, discussions exploded across forums nationwide. Yahoo's servers even suffered a brief crash under the massive traffic surge. Luckily, their tech team was prepared and had staff on duty, restoring the forum within 30 minutes. With America still reeling from the recent terrorist horrors, Linton once again commanded terrifying levels of influence. Meanwhile, backstage after the concert, dozens of famous actresses flocked to Linton, embracing him lustily. Some shamelessly groped and fondled him despite the sweat covering his body. Several women who had shared deeper encounters with him were so aroused their legs trembled uncontrollably. Julia Roberts, Jennifer Aniston, and Mariah Carey clung to him tightly, insisting on extended private sessions that very night. Even Brooke Shields and Cindy Crawford, with whom Linton had only agreed to casual meetups, looked plaintively at him, asking when he would finally honor their private date invitations. But Linton had no time for such distractions. The top priority now was to head to Washington and take care of Roger, Robert, Gittens, Maslow, and Eric, 5 people who threatened his plans. Apparently, his intimidation hadn't been enough. These conspirators, knowing their scheme had been exposed, hadn't rushed to apologize but instead dared to fight back, sending out 3 sniper teams with reckless abandon. That left no room for mercy. The punishment had to be escalated. Killing just the individuals or their immediate families wasn't sufficient. Their entire bloodlines needed to be wiped out. Their 5 families would be slaughtered in full, their blood a warning to the world. No one would dare challenge Linton and live. So, despite the seductions and invitations from these beautiful starlets, he regrettably promised to reconnect with them in 2 weeks and pressed on. On the drive back to the hotel, Linton noticed a suspicious convoy of FBI vehicles parked at the Madison Square Garden entrance. When their own car pulled onto the main road heading home, he sensed those FBI vehicles tailing them persistently. Passing 2 intersections, the tailing cars showed no attempt to hide. They clearly planned to avoid the congested concert traffic and strike where the roads were emptier. A reckless lot who probably took fat payoffs to come after him. But whoever they were, they had no idea who they were messing with. Danny, his bodyguard and driver, also spotted the trailing vehicles. "Boss, 3 FBI cars have been tailing us nonstop. They're definitely after us. Should I try to shake them?" "Don't bother," Linton said calmly. "Just head straight to the hotel." After a couple more turns, with traffic thinning out past 10:30 p.m., the 3 FBI cars behind began accelerating. Linton rolled down his window slightly and unleashed his flying sword. The sword shot up to the trailing vehicles, flashing 3 lethal slashes in succession. All 3 cars were sliced clean in half, instantly engulfed in roaring flames. The occupants inside perished utterly, no chance of survival. Danny was startled by the violent scene behind, but his duty was to protect Linton. Seeing no warning from his boss, he focused and sped toward the hotel. That night, the celebrations with the harem of starlets continued in full heat. Though Madonna was absent, tied up with intense Oscar lobbying, Nicole Kidman eagerly took the lead organizing the party. The other women, fired up and electrified from witnessing Linton's supernatural concert display, threw themselves into a wild night of passion and abandon. But amid the excitement, an invisible war had already broken out. Around 11 p.m., online chatter about Linton's extraordinary concert entrance reached a fever pitch. On Yahoo News forums, several posts speculated fiercely about Linton's abilities. One particularly explosive long post titled, "Shocking, the most ruthless killer of all time." The murderer of over 1,000 lives, including the families of Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and AbbVie Pharma chairman, suddenly appeared on major platforms. It quickly went viral, sparking heated debate and widespread reposting. Less than 24 hours after the pharma's Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and AbbVie were bombed, public interest was at a terrifying peak. News of Hoffman's entire family slaughtered was broadcast on morning TV, widely known across the country. Yet police kept all investigation details tightly sealed. No one knew how many were killed or if anyone survived. Who could resist clicking on such a headline? Naturally, millions did. The post detailed the mass brutal executions on Long Island of Hoffman Martin's household. 304 people, including 2 guard wolves and 32 pet dogs. Every victim was beheaded. Blood soaked the scene in a disturbingly savage display. Then it described the Pfizer chairman Gittins Cooper's 280-person family estate, including 4 fierce pit bulls and 28 pet dogs. All were found decapitated in the same horrifying way. Finally, AbbVie's chairman Robert Gavin's estate in Highland Park, Chicago, saw 320 victims, for wolf dogs, and 33 pets similarly slaughtered. That night alone, more than 1,000 souls were brutally massacred without mercy. Who was this monstrous killer? The police were still investigating, but this case was destined to go cold. Identical gruesome murders happened in Tokyo 2 years ago and Los Angeles last year, and those killers were never identified either. The post next recapped the Tokyo massacre in October 2 years prior. 60-plus Bronfman family members and bodyguards beheaded in a hotel. It added a telling note. Bronfman had traveled with over 60 guards to Tokyo intending to buy Universal Group from Panasonic Electronics. The only competing bidder was Linton Anderson. After Bronfman's team was massacred, Linton secured Universal Group at a lower price. Then it outlined the Los Angeles slaughter on July 4th last year, where 5 gangs lost over 1,000 core members overnight. Another note explained the gangs had been plotting a major robbery of Vitality and beauty pills being transported from the airport to Rodeo Drive on July 6th. Linton owned those products. Since the gang's elimination, no one dared challenge his monopoly. Police concluded both cases unsolved. But following the logic, who benefits the most? Linton's involvement was impossible to ignore. Now this same pattern had spread to New York, New Jersey, and Chicago. All shared 3 hallmarks. First, ruthlessness. Victims weren't just killed, they were all beheaded. Second, utter savagery. Every living thing at the scene, including elderly, children, even pets, were slaughtered without mercy. Third, the killer had to possess powerful supernatural abilities to pull off such acts. Such a brutal and sophisticated killing method was impossible to imitate. The Post argued the current triple mass murder spree was likely done by the same group behind the previous cases. The Post's closing plea called on Americans to unite with the FBI and local police to solve these horrifying murders and bring justice to the victims. It gave vivid, disturbing crime scene details and photos that made the narrative chillingly credible. Although the Post carefully avoided directly accusing Linton of guilt, the tone and implications strongly guided readers to suspect he was either the perpetrator or mastermind. At first, many dismissed it as clickbait. But after reading, the overwhelming response was shock and disbelief, followed by widespread sharing, commenting, and fierce debate. Linton's fans flooded the comments defending him, but the wider public was gripped by fear and speculation. Could such a ruthless killer truly exist? Could Linton, who publicly demonstrated formidable skills at the concert, really be behind these massacres? Most replies demanded the FBI thoroughly investigate. A minority quietly concluded Linton was guilty, launching online attacks and insults against him. The Post's explosive popularity surged across forums, with Yahoo threads rapidly approaching 1 million comments within 30 minutes, certain to reach the top trending spot. By then, Linton's online army leader Bella had already detected the online uproar and immediately called him. Linton's party was just hitting its stride when the bedside phone rang. He answered irritably. "It's serious, boss. Someone's seriously slandering you online," Lee Shaoran's anxious voice reported. Linton had no choice but to pause the party and retreat to his study. Lee Shaoran rushed in carrying a laptop. "Bella's coordinating with your management to steer the public opinion. She is also advising you or Winnie to contact Jerry Yang to see if Yahoo can remove the post." After reviewing the post thoroughly, Linton admitted the attack was pretty skillful. Its pointed hints and inflammatory tone made it nearly impossible for readers not to link the accusations to him. The Post stuck to facts too, denying it was harder than refuting fiction. But why should he deny? The online fray didn't actually harm him, only added to his mystique. Bad publicity was still publicity. What risk could the FBI or New York police realistically pose, based on some internet rumors? Nonetheless, some level of damage control was necessary. Linton needed to maintain his idol image intact for future entertainment endeavors. Trying to get Jerry Yang to delete the post was pointless. With such massive traffic, Yahoo might even welcome it. They'd never agree to remove or limit circulation. Trying that would just push netizens to other platforms. Linton instructed Lee Shaoran to arrange a quick conference call with Bella and his manager, Mira. For internet rumors like these, there was no perfect solution. Soon, all parties reached consensus. Mira drafted a fierce condemnation statement demanding the poster retract the article immediately, apologize publicly, and reserve the right to sue. Bella marshaled fans and sock puppets to flood the comments, denouncing the post as pure libel and pointing out its blatant absurdities. On January 13th, just hours after the pharma chairman murders, Linton had been resting in the Hilton, conserving energy for that night's show. Mira also warned that tomorrow countless reporters and paparazzi would try every trick to trap Linton and his harem into scandalous interviews. Everyone was instructed to remain silent and avoid responding. As for traditional media, without solid evidence, TV stations and mainstream papers wouldn't dare run the story. Managers planned individual outreach to them, while cheap tabloids and talk radio were ignored entirely. After sorting all this, Linton ignored the chaos and returned to the bedroom, resuming the heady party with his ladies. To keep spirits high, he didn't mention the raging media storm online. Sweet harmonies swelled, big group vocals, small choruses, pure vocal solos, filling the night with intoxicating energy. Chapter 578, Heading to Washington, Response Strategy. It wasn't until 9 a.m. the following day that Linton and his harem's wild, exhilarating party finally came to an end. After freshening up, Linton went straight to his study to fire up his computer and surf the internet. What he saw shocked him. Online discussions had escalated into a frenzied storm. No wonder he'd felt an unprecedented surge in his popularity energy last night, far surpassing even the spike he experienced the night of his big Los Angeles concert. Across virtually every major forum, the hottest trending topic screamed, "Shocking! The most ruthless killer in history. The perpetrator behind the massacre of over 1,000 lives across the Johnson, Pfizer, and AbbVie pharmaceutical empires." The thread soared to the very top in terms of attention, leaving all other discussions trailing far behind. On Yahoo's forums alone, replies soared past 10 million posts, dwarfing even threads debating Linton's extraordinary abilities. Thankfully, most replies called for an FBI and local police investigation to unearth the true culprit and bring them to justice swiftly. It was apparent that many paid internet trolls had been hired to steer public opinion, casually throwing around accusations that Linton was either the killer or the mastermind behind these atrocities. But Linton's loyal fans, and the online army led by Bella, fought back fiercely. They slammed the trolls relentlessly, hurling invective and labeling their claims as baseless slander. Overall, the public atmosphere was hostile but hadn't spiraled out of control. Linton then opened the newspaper delivered by his assistant Lee Shaoran. As expected, the mainstream press mostly ignored the story. One surprise, however, was that the Wall Street Journal had published a piece covering the heated online debate. More tellingly, they reprinted the entire controversial post without editorial comment, an implicit indication of their stance. As for the tabloids, no need to wonder. With such a juicy story sure to boost sales, they wouldn't let it go unreported. Fortunately, none had been recklessly bold enough to offer explicit commentary. Linton made a mental note to remember the Wall Street Journal for later. Lee Shaoran brought more news. Dozens of reporters and paparazzi had already congregated outside the Hilton Hotel, eager for interviews with him and the women. Once the ladies finished getting ready, Linton gathered them together and informed them of the overnight media storm. They were all visibly alarmed, asking if he was okay, what measures had been taken, and if they should do anything to support him. "You don't have to worry about a thing," Linton reassured them calmly. "Just keep your spirits high and don't answer any questions from reporters. I've got this, all of it. I'm heading to Washington today to settle this once and for all." Then, recalling the 6 snipers spotted during last night's concert, Linton's mood darkened. He sternly warned the women, "For your safety, if you don't have pressing work commitments, return to the farm and lay low for a few days. If you do have to work, make sure you bring extra bodyguards and beef up your security." His rare show of seriousness made the women nod obediently. By mid-morning, they boarded 2 private jets bound for the Montana farm. Linton then called Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize in Los Angeles, ordering them to tighten their security. During breakfast, an unexpected call came through from Bill Clinton. "Linton, the situation's not looking good." "What's wrong?" "You've seen the online uproar, right?" "Yes. It's not a serious problem, is it?" "The online backlash is just the beginning." This morning, Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorlick and FBI Deputy Director Maslow Lawrence officially petitioned the White House and Congress, demanding a full investigation into the murders of Hoffman Martin, Robert Gavin, Gittins Cooper, and Kester Joseph's families. And all fingers pointed at you. Do they have evidence beyond that one online post? Absolutely not. Otherwise, the Department of Justice and FBI would have moved long ago instead of sending formal petitions. But the real threat isn't just them, Bill added grimly. 3 senior senators, Roger, Carol, and Cody, are lobbying hard to push for a congressional hearing to grill you before all the other senators. That's nothing. I'm going to Washington today and end this. You're coming in person? Is that a problem? Don't you want me there? Of course we want you here. I'll call Al Gore, Warren Christopher, and Leon Panetta so we can all strategize together. Tell me your arrival time, and I'll arrange a pickup. After finishing breakfast, Hillary also phoned, her voice laced with concern over the online frenzy. She wanted to meet to discuss response plans. Linton told her there was no cause for worry. He'd be in Washington soon to handle the matter decisively. She asked to accompany him, but Linton, considering she was 3 months pregnant, adamantly refused. This trip was going to be a bloody battle, and she couldn't risk the trauma. You need to focus on your health and the baby right now. Stay out of this. Still, he assigned her a crucial task: compile detailed background files on Roger, Carol, Cody, Maslow, and Eric, including 3 generations of family info, all relatives' residences, and work locations. If you're going to play rough, he mused, then let's make it clear. You won't get off with just killing you. Your entire families will be wiped out. That's the only way to clear your sins and send the harshest message to the world. Hillary warned Linton to beware the Jewish influence. The Wall Street Journal was firmly in Jewish hands, and this unusual reporting was suspicious, especially since both the Douglas and Bronfman families involved were Jewish. They're financial vultures. They came to me several times, trying to get me to help finance my health company, Universal Group, and Linton Media Group's IPOs. I refused every time. Now they're stirring this mess. I hope they won't be fooled or blinded by greed, or else they might find themselves fried. By the time the women finished packing and were ready to leave, it was already noon. After lunch at the hotel, Linton led them to the underground garage, where hotel town cars awaited to shuttle them to the airport. Somehow word leaked out. Paparazzi swarmed like sharks smelling blood, tailing their convoy in cars. Linton ignored them completely. At LaGuardia Airport, the vehicles drove directly to the private jet terminal, leaving the paparazzi stranded outside. The women boarded 2 planes bound for the Montana farm, while Linton took off for Washington with Danny and Lee Shauran. An hour and a half later, their plane touched down at Reagan National Airport. White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta was already waiting with a motorcade on the tarmac. They sped out through a VIP corridor straight to the White House. From afar, a sea of reporters and paparazzi clustered at the airport's exit, straining to catch a glimpse. Leon Panetta raised the partition separating the front seats and joked, "Linton, you're a walking headline these days. Look at all those reporters. They're literally waiting to grill you. Let them. I'm not bothered. Sure, you can ignore them. But I'm hearing that Roger, Carol, and Cody are rallying for a congressional hearing against you. That's just a bunch of small-time players. No big deal. Don't underestimate them." Over 20 senators have publicly backed the investigation, including Oversight Committee Chair Oryx Vico. They might call a full Senate vote soon. If more than half vote yes, you're in real trouble. Who are these senators? Mostly Republicans, and half of them are Jewish. Republicans and Jewish senators. Didn't they get the vitality pills and beauty pills? Of course, they're all veteran senators. By the second month, every senator already received them. Then why support Roger, Carol, and Cody? Don't they want the vitality pills anymore? The problem is, your health product company is already in normal production and operation. So, all of you think my absence won't hurt pill production and your profits. No, trust me, the commander, Al Gore, Warren Christopher, and I share your interests. If something happens to you, the distribution of vitality pills will become unpredictable. That's unacceptable. Those senators backing this investigation want to topple you so they can control the pill supply. Because they supposedly care about justice? Linton scoffed. Well, knowing that takes some weight off my mind. What's your plan? Send me detailed info on Roger, Carol, Cody, Maslow, and Eric Gorlick, including photos, addresses. It's ready. I'll have it delivered once you arrive. But remember, you can't act recklessly here. What does that mean? These are high-ranking officials. Maslow and Eric Gorlick live in ministerial compounds. Roger, Carol, and Cody reside in congressional districts with tight security. Washington hosts 1,600 troops who can lock down the city at a moment's notice. Andrews Joint Base, just 13 kilometers away, houses the 82nd Airborne Division, a rapid response unit that can arrive in 10 minutes. If they catch you in the act, it's game over. Relax. I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing news of Linton's arrival, Commander Bill Clinton, Deputy Commander Al Gore, and Secretary of State Warren Christopher dropped their work and convened with Linton in a secure White House conference room to devise countermeasures. Leon Panetta updated everyone. Their opponents had launched a fierce attack, focusing on 3 fronts. First, the online backlash had stirred public outcry, leading citizens to flood the White House, Congress, and FBI with calls demanding justice. Though the Attorney General and FBI Director belonged to the Democratic Party and were Clinton's allies, they couldn't stop Maslow and Eric Gorlick's vocal public stance, nor their formal reports to the White House and Congress. More worrying, Roger, Carol, and Cody had started lobbying fellow senators the night before, securing over 20 public supporters for a congressional hearing against Linton. Warren Christopher posed the question many feared. Linton, these 5, Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, Maslow, have clearly formed an alliance against you. Do you know why? Linton, reading between the lines of Warren's careful phrasing, answered honestly. Since we're all on the same side, I won't hide it from you. Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, Maslow, Hoffman, Robert, Gittins, and Kester. They've long conspired to undermine me and take over my health company. He shared intelligence from Kester with his political allies in detail. I caught wind of their plot. Since they're trying to betray me, I'm going to eliminate them directly. No wonder, Warren Christopher said. I always found their sudden frenzy suspicious. Warren Christopher pressed. What's your approach in Washington? Do you have any advice? Online chatter and Maslow and Eric's statements are manageable for now. The key is to prevent the hearing from happening. How do we stop that? Those senators supporting Roger, Carol, and Cody are dissatisfied with receiving only 1 bottle of Vitality pill per year. They think if they remove you, they can get more. If possible, increase the White House's pill order this year. Meanwhile, we'll lobby senators, telling them that if they oppose the hearing, their pill allotment could be doubled, or even tripled for influential ones. How many extra bottles? About 30 more per month. Don't worry, the price remains standard. It's a purchase, not a handout. Are you confident? We have a good chance. If we swing over half the Senate, the hearing gets canceled. So no guarantees? There's at least a 60% chance. With no certainty, I'll hold off for now and handle it my way. What's your plan? Top secret. Wait and see. I promise you'll be surprised. Please don't resort to murder here. These are senior American officials, and killing Roger, Carol, or Cody would make things uncontrollable. We need a solution within the law. Besides, Washington's law enforcement and military will respond instantly to any major incident. You couldn't get away with it. Such action would play right into their hands and be your undoing. Linton thought to himself that they clearly didn't understand him or his true methods. They naively assumed Washington was a safe haven. Well then, tonight, I'll shatter that illusion with bloodshed and carnage. They'll finally know real fear. Without elaborating further, he said, All right, I'll think it over and get back to you tomorrow morning. Chapter 579, The Blood-Soaked Night in Washington. After dining at the White House, Linton checked into the presidential suite at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel in Washington, D.C. It was a rare evening without a woman by his side, and he still felt a bit unsettled by the solitude. He first logged on to Yahoo and checked several major forums online. Fortunately, public opinion hadn't escalated further. Just as he was preparing to meditate and cultivate his energy, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw Lee Shauran dressed in a strikingly sexy office lady outfit. She wore a pristine white, form-fitting blouse with the top 2 buttons undone, her ample chest pushed up and out, creating an alluring, seemingly bottomless cleavage. The 3rd button strained tightly, as if it might burst at any moment, irresistibly drawing Linton's eyes. Below, she wore a dark knee-length pencil skirt paired with black stockings and red high heels, highlighting her flawless, seductive figure. Her porcelain skin practically glowed, making her allure absolutely undeniable. What's with this look tonight? Linton said, genuinely surprised. It was the first time he'd seen Lee Shauran dressed so provocatively. His gaze involuntarily locked on her. Lee Shauran twirled proudly in front of him. Boss, I'm stunning, right? I specially picked this for you. Of course. To me, Shauran, you've always been beautiful. Hearing the compliment, Lee Shauran cheered, and threw herself into Linton's arms, planting a delicate kiss on his lips. "Boss, I like you." Holding this fragrant beauty close, Linton's mind began to wander. "Shaoran, are you sure you've thought this through?" In truth, Li Shaoran had been yearning for this moment for a long time. But Linton's womanizing ways, always surrounded by beauties every day for over a year, left them no private time alone. She had suspected he liked her too. She loved showing off her charm around him. Occasionally, she'd even display little talents, playing with tea ceremonies or throwing minor temper tantrums, always capturing his attention. Yet what frustrated her was that, although Linton admired her openly, he had never made any intimate moves. Since arriving in America a year and a half ago, and especially after becoming his personal assistant, she felt undeniably enchanted by him. Every time she saw other women holding him intimately, her heart ached with envy. During business trips, lying awake thinking of him with others next door left her burning with desire. She wished more than anything to join in. But as a traditional woman, she couldn't be overtly forward in the presence of others. She had to silently seek chances, even analyzing Linton's preferences carefully. She believed this killer office outfit showcased her perfectly and had kept it in her suitcase for just the right opportunity. Finally, in Washington, alone with Linton, she seized her moment. Sure enough, she caught a flicker of desire in his eyes. "Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be your woman." Then, she pressed another tender kiss to him. "Boss, please be gentle. It's my first time." Linton beamed with joy. Truly, this quintessential traditional beauty valued her body far more than most women. "Good, that's wonderful." Sweeping her up in his arms, he led her further inside. Soon, their bodies were tangled and writhing together in a passionate embrace. Afterward, only joyful, sweet melodies echoed throughout the suite. Meanwhile, at the Blue Leaf Club, the same luxurious private room, Maslow, Eric Gorlick, Roger, Carol, and Cody met once again. Compared to their last parting, their expressions were far more composed. Though some anxiety remained beneath their eyes, panic had vanished. They shared updates on their progress. Indeed, their execution was impressive. Within just one day, they'd convinced 31 senators to back launching a congressional inquiry into Linton. With Roger, Carol, and Cody themselves on board, swaying 17 more senators would secure the authorization for a congressional hearing against Linton. Raising his glass, Maslow said, "Gentlemen, progress is steady, but the opponent isn't idle." This afternoon, Linton arrived in Washington. Leon Panetta reportedly escorted him straight from the airport to the White House. Also, Secretary of State Warren Christopher paid a visit there today. "We must accelerate our efforts." Roger added, "We can't wait any longer." With President Clinton, Vice President Gore, and Secretary of State Christopher working together, if we don't act fast, this will be quietly shut down. Eric Gorlick concurred. "Friends, time is short. This is a deadly struggle, no retreats allowed. I've decided to hold a press conference tomorrow, representing the Justice Department, to publicly affirm our commitment to thoroughly investigate these murder cases and pressure public opinion, boosting confidence among the senators." Maslow nodded. "I'll do the same on behalf of the FBI." Roger settled it decisively. "Carol, Cody, now's not the time to haggle over interests. If needed, we can offer bigger concessions. Tomorrow, we must win over those remaining 17 senators. I also plan to invite Oversight Committee Chair Oryx Vico tomorrow afternoon to formally propose the investigation in the Senate, aiming for a full vote the day after." The five didn't linger much longer. After reaching consensus, they dispersed to prepare for the next day's work. Back in the Willard Intercontinental's presidential suite, after hours of fierce lovemaking, Li Shaoran lay limp, sweetly smiling on Linton's chest. Breathless, she murmured, "I never imagined such pleasure could exist. Now I see why Winnie and the others cling to you." Linton tenderly stroked her hair, noticing a fresh red marks on the sheets. A flood of affection welled inside. "Baby, from now on, you'll only be happier." "Really? Can I call you darling?" "Absolutely. And I'll call you baby." Overjoyed, Li Shaoran kissed him eagerly. "Darling. Baby. Darling, I want to spend every day just like this with you. Is that okay?" "Of course. You'll be my woman, just like Su Qing and the others." "Darling, I'm so happy. I want you right now." Love me again. Are you sure? Absolutely. Joyful, sweet songs rose again. Until 2 a.m., when their next round of passionate embrace finally concluded. Thinking of his upcoming mission, Linton expended some of his supernatural energy to lull Lee Shaoran into deep sleep. Then, using the details provided by Leon Panetta, he sent his spiritual awareness sweeping to McLean, Virginia. McLean lay just outside the Pentagon, near the White House and Capitol. It boasted pristine environment and perfect facilities, ideal residences for Washington lawmakers, senior officials, and military generals. Its security was notably stringent. Even after 2 a.m., police patrols appeared every 10 minutes on public roads. Every gated community was fully enclosed by 3-meter-high walls topped with surveillance cameras. Despite such stringent measures, none of these could hinder someone unpredictable like Linton, a cultivator beyond human comprehension. According to Leon Panetta's intel, Eric Gorlick and Maslow lived in Maple Leaf Estates. This community housed mostly high-ranking officials of deputy minister level or above. Its tree-lined streets and lush lawns remained verdant even in winter, uplifting the spirit. The spacious villas averaged 1.5 acres with building areas around 3,200 square feet, truly palatial estates, though still modest compared to Linton's Los Angeles mansion. When he found Eric Gorlick's residence, he was surprised to discover the massive 13-room villa was fully packed, some rooms housing multiple occupants, with even people sleeping on the floor. Counting quietly, he found 37 people inside. Perhaps Eric Gorlick feared harm to his family and, trusting Washington's safety, had gathered all close relatives here. Perfect. Linton thought grimly. He'd send them all on a one-way trip to the underworld together, saving himself endless searching. Calling forth his flying sword, guided by spiritual senses, the blade flashed through Maple Leaf Estates, swiftly cutting down all 37 people in Eric Gorlick's villa. Heads rolled. Next, he located Maslow's similarly grand 13-room villa nearby. The house was also fully occupied, 41 people in total, even more than Eric Gorlick's. All family and close guards, plus pets. Clearly, they had agreed to herd loved ones into these fortresses, unknowingly hastening their demise. If they knew, would they be angry enough to take their own lives again in hell? Swordlight flashed again, chopping all 41 into halves, heads severed, including a golden retriever dog. Then, Linton's awareness shifted to Solona Estates within McLean, housing only senators. This was the most exclusive neighborhood in all of Washington, surpassing Maple Leaf in luxury. Fully gated, with an additional police substation ensuring immediate law enforcement response. Inside the security room, 8 fully armed soldiers remained on duty. Each senator was assigned 2 Secret Service agents for 24/7 personal protection, who stayed overnight in these mansions. No wonder even Bill Clinton and Warren Christopher deemed this place impenetrably secure. But, no matter how tight, none of this mattered to Linton. The estate's leafy environment and expansive properties stretched over 3 acres each. Villas measured about 5,400 square feet in base area, with 3 stories towering to 16,000 square feet and 23-plus rooms. Using Leon Panetta's data, Linton identified Roger's villa. The ground floor contained 6 rooms occupied by bodyguards, drivers, and domestic staff, 8 in total. Upstairs, 17 rooms were crammed with 43 residents, all Roger's immediate family, and 2 pet dogs. Linton's heart steeled as his sword flashed once more, cutting all down. Heads separated, their spirits dispatched to the afterlife. Nearby, he found Carol's and Cody's villas in the same community. Like Roger, their ground floors housed numerous bodyguards, and they'd also invited close family inside. This, ironically, made Linton's task easier. Blade flashing in a deadly arc, Carol and Cody, surrounded by family, guards, drivers, servants, and pets, all had their heads severed and went to meet their fates beyond. Throughout this grim massacre, neither the perimeter police nor the gated security detected a single anomaly. By the time Linton withdrew his awareness and flying sword, it was not yet 3 a.m. Now, all remaining time belonged to Lee Shaoran. To give her a perfect first night. With a gentle wave of his magical energy, she softly stirred awake, nestled in his arms. Blushing, Feeling his warmth and caress, she asked, "Darling, how did I fall asleep?" "Baby, first times often tire the body. That's normal." Under his radiant warmth, a delightful itch stirred inside her. "Darling, lying in your arms feels amazing. I feel like I'm filled with energy again." "Baby, want to keep going?" "Of course. This time I want to take the lead. I'm going to ride you." "Baby." Joyful, sweet melodies flowed once again. Chapter 580. Kill, 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 slaughter through the Capitol. 9 a.m., the 16th, McLean, Washington. In the exclusive Salona community reserved strictly for members of Congress, the piercing wail of sirens and ambulances shattered the quiet. An appalling piece of news instantly sent shock waves through Washington's elite. Veteran Senator Roger Wayne, a true heavyweight in American politics, had been brutally murdered in his own home. The scene was horrifying beyond description. 41 people, plus one cherished pet dog, had all been savagely beheaded, leaving the scene drenched in blood. The sheer scale of the massacre was staggering. What made it even more unbelievable was how silently it had unfolded. Not a single scream or call for help escaped from the victims. Even within Roger's house, 2 elite Secret Service agents assigned to protect him were found dead, unable to resist or send any warning. Every living being inside was wiped out silently and efficiently. Outside, layers of security had simply failed to register anything amiss. Patrols around the gated community found nothing unusual. Surveillance cameras revealed no suspicious activity. It was a young neighbor girl who had arrived as promised the day before to visit Roger's granddaughter, who first sensed something was wrong. She rang the doorbell. There was no answer. Then she caught a faint scent of blood. She notified her parents, who immediately alerted authorities, leading to the grim discovery of the slaughter. What terrified everyone further was that neither the FBI nor the Washington Police Department could uncover the slightest clue as to who the killer was, even with every advanced forensic tool at their disposal. Given that the incident occurred in such a high-profile enclave for senior government officials and involved a veteran senator, the case was instantly classified and sealed from public release. But secrecy applied only to the general public and media. Washington's true power brokers got the horrifying news immediately. As details trickled out, the first response among the insiders was to link this to the 4 recent murders in New York from just days before. The methods were eerily identical: silent, merciless killings that left no survivors. Those privy to the information unanimously suspected this was blatant retaliation by Linton, brazen, unrestrained, and openly executing top-ranking senators. Suddenly, beneath the calm surface of Washington's power circles, dark currents surged. Voices clamored for a full-scale investigation into Linton. Calls flooded FBI Director Lawrence's office, pressing for rapid resolution. Even President Clinton, Vice President Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta all privately groaned. Linton's audacity is terrifying. Didn't he heed our warnings yesterday? This is the end of the line. No one can save him now. Senators who had previously been convinced by Roger, Carol, and Cody to oppose Linton openly demanded action. They approached Oversight Committee Chairman Oryx Vico, urging him to initiate a formal inquiry immediately. They also reached out to Carol and Cody to rally more senators, confident that this massacre would cement broad support for hearings against Linton. After all, Linton's actions were a direct challenge to the entire establishment, that tight-knit elder class of the Senate. Yet a troubling mystery emerged. Carol and Cody, so active just the day before in lobbying, vanished without a trace. Their offices were empty, meeting rooms deserted, and they failed to show for work entirely. Phone calls went unanswered. Fear rose. Might they have suffered the same grisly fate as Roger? Senate offices quickly contacted Salona Community Management to send staff to check on Carol and Cody's homes. Then even more nightmarish news broke. Both their entire households, identical to Roger's, had been silently slaughtered, decapitated in the dead of night. 83 people and 3 small dogs were mercilessly killed. At nearly the same time, another massacre was discovered in Maple Leaf Community, where Eric Gorlick and Maslow Lawrence, 2 more senior officials, and their families had been wiped out. In total, 5 senior American officials were violently murdered in one night, along with their families. The death toll reached 187 people and 8 dogs. Panic and fury coursed through Washington's highest echelons. All 5 victims had been loudly campaigning to launch a public investigation against Linton. Combining these chilling cases with the identical modus operandi and the fact that Linton had just arrived in Washington, the powerful couldn't help but conclude that this was Linton's revenge. The anger boiled over at how brazen Linton was. In their eyes, while Roger and the others had opposed Linton, they had done so by the unspoken rules. Linton, instead, flagrantly disregarded those rules, the law, and the unwritten code. He had brutally wiped out entire families. If everyone resorted to such lawlessness, the country would descend into chaos. This was an attack not just on individuals, but on the foundations of governance and the bureaucratic class itself. More than anger, there was fear. Fear of Linton's savage methods, his penchant for wiping out families in cold blood, and the dreadful fact that whoever was responsible struck without warning or trace. They had believed communities like Salona and Maple Leaf, reserved for government elites, were impenetrable fortresses. Now, Linton had proved otherwise. He possessed the means to kill silently and invisibly, even where the security was most formidable. If he could do this in Washington, that meant no place in the world was truly safe from him. He could kill anyone, anytime, leaving behind no evidence. Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, and Maslow had all opposed him, and paid with their lives. That sent a clear message to the entire elite: obey Linton or share their fate. Faced with Linton's brutal tactics, most chose silence. After all, everyone has only one life. Most had long enjoyed power, privilege, and comfort, and preferred to avoid risking it all now. The decadence of their lifestyle had eroded their courage. Even Linton's political allies faltered. Bill Clinton remained loyal only because a slave mark bound him. He could do nothing but obey. He even called Linton, asking what help was needed. Linton told him to do nothing and wait. Vice President Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta were all shaken, mentally drawing red lines around Linton. They resolved to avoid provoking him any further. Yet they were unwilling to abandon the wealth the monthly supply of vitality and beauty pills brought them. Meanwhile, the FBI was under extraordinary pressure. Director Lawrence received non-stop calls from senior officials demanding a swift breakthrough. But Lawrence was helpless. The murders were far beyond standard cases. The crime scenes yielded no clues whatsoever. Though everyone knew, at least in the corridors of power, that Linton orchestrated this. Lacking evidence, the FBI was powerless. The only recourse was a congressional hearing. The Senate could vote to authorize judicial actions, surveillance, arrest, interrogation, against Linton without concrete proof. Thus, the pressure shifted squarely onto the Senate. That entire morning, every senator faced relentless calls demanding immediate action to launch hearings. Fears ran high among senators. Who might be next? Of the 31 senators who had publicly supported hearings the day before, 13 wavered silently. They avoided making any statements and gave evasive answers when pressed. There were exceptions, some obstinate enough to defy the threat. Inside the Capitol, 18 senators, including Oversight Chair Oryx Vico and outspoken figures like Billy Cohn from a rural state, Nevada Nepta from Florida, and Shinnier Snep from Ohio, voiced loud calls for rapidly initiating hearings against Linton. After receiving Clinton's call, Linton mentally projected his awareness across the Capitol, focusing especially on senators' offices. He monitored all their movements and conversations with precise clarity. He was determined. Those who dared defy him would be publicly executed, decapitated with his flying sword before all eyes, and sent to meet their maker. None shall dare oppose me, he resolved. If they're fearless, I'll just kill them all. Without these politicians, maybe society will have hiccups, but historically, even government shutdowns don't topple the system. As these 18 senators lobbied others throughout the Capitol, Billy Cohn barged into the office of Olivia Hill, a Republican from Utah. Olivia, America is at its most critical moment. We cannot let a lawless madman like Linton roam free. His voice still sharp and determined. Suddenly a sword's gleam sliced through the air. His head soared skyward as blood spurted from his neck, splattering Olivia's face. The female senator screamed and fainted on the spot. Assistants outside rushed in, horrified, then fled screaming, "Help! Someone's been murdered." At the same moment, Chenier had assembled 3 aligned senators in a conference room to persuade them to stand against Linton's chaos. One, Claire Skarner of Maryland, had begun to agree. "Okay, I'm with you." Before she could finish, a flying sword severed both their heads in front of witnesses. The remaining 2 were so terrified they hid under the table. Meanwhile, Oversight Chair Vico gathered 6 like-minded colleagues, urging them to support hearing proceedings. "Ladies and gentlemen, you know what happened last night to Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, and Maslow. This is Linton's provocation to all vested interests. He doesn't regard us one bit." Just as he was about to rally more support, a flying sword flashed by, severing his head and those of 2 convinced senators instantly. The remaining 4 fled in terror, screaming for help. Almost simultaneously, all 18 senators actively lobbying were executed, beheaded mysteriously and publicly inside the Capitol. Additionally, 11 senators they had recently convinced were also killed. In total, 29 senators fell, their heads cut off in the heart of American democracy. Chapter 581. Kill, 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 until no one says no. FBI Director Lawrence felt like he was losing his mind. The string of major cases hitting New York, New Jersey, and Chicago was already enough to give him a headache. He personally led the task force to New York, but not a single useful lead came out of the investigation. Fortunately, one of his capable subordinates suggested pinning the blame on Middle Eastern terrorists. This move provided a perfect scapegoat and gave the U.S. military a flawless excuse to deploy troops to the Middle East. After reporting this plan to the White House, it received unanimous support from both the White House and Congress, which felt to Lawrence like a fresh glimmer of hope. Just when he thought these cases could finally be closed that way, something happened that made his blood boil with rage. Deputy Director Maslow, someone Lawrence had never gotten along with at the Bureau, had teamed up with Deputy Attorney General Eric Gorelick and 3 influential senators, Roger, Carol, and Cody. No one knew what kind of drugs they'd been on, but they were trying to overturn the consensus reached by Washington's top leadership. Using every possible means, they pushed to implicate Linton in the murders and even pushed for a congressional investigation and hearing against him. Their meddling instantly turned the FBI into a public punching bag. In the eyes of the public, the Bureau had become synonymous with incompetence. Even more shocking to Lawrence was Linton's overwhelming and rapid retaliation. Less than 24 hours later, those 5 families were wiped out mercilessly in their own homes by the most brutal and bloody means imaginable. Lawrence considered Maslow and his allies' deaths as entirely self-inflicted. He even felt a flicker of satisfaction. No one in the Bureau would dare oppose him anymore, which meant he could tighten his grip on the FBI. But at the same time, a cold dread crept in. Even the top officials living in Washington's most secure residential complexes, once thought to be the safest places on Earth, could not escape Linton's mysterious method of silent, trace-free killings. What followed was an overwhelming surge of pressure. Countless high-ranking figures flooded his phone, demanding swift resolution of the cases. He sensed that if these 5 brutal slayings in Washington remained unsolved, his own directorship could be on the line. But there truly were no clues at the crime scenes. After receiving the reports, Lawrence personally led the Bureau's top experts, equipped with cutting-edge technology, to investigate firsthand. It was all for naught. No useful evidence was found. Even the local Washington military unit of 1,600 troops was powerless in the face of this mystery. Still, he managed to secure permission from President Clinton to deploy the military, not to hunt the killer, but to protect government buildings and the safety of McLean Town, in hopes of preventing future murders. Like everyone else, Lawrence was 100% certain that these killings were orchestrated by Linton, but lacking any proof, he was unable to take even a single step against him. At this point, he actually hoped the congressional hearing against Linton would commence as soon as possible, with the Senate granting judicial authority to go after him. But those hopes shattered quickly. Just as troops were dispatched, something far more horrifying, and almost impossible to believe, occurred. 29 senators were decapitated simultaneously inside the Capitol building, right before the eyes of other senators, without any sound or warning. When Lawrence rushed to the scene with his elite team, they were horrified by the carnage. The Capitol was fortified like a fortress. Its structure was secure beyond doubt. Even the exterior windows were bulletproof. A 50-man fully armed military detachment guarded it 24/7, enforcing extremely strict security measures. Yet, despite all of this, the murders happened, right under everyone's noses, targeting 29 of the nation's highest-ranking senators. No one could fathom how the killer managed this, especially since the victims were spread across different floors and offices. What made it even more absurd was that the other senators present at the scene had no idea how it happened. All they saw was a sudden flash of light. Then their colleagues' heads were severed in an instant. Many whispered that this must have been some kind of diabolical magic. By this time, the North Tower of the Capitol was completely deserted. Everyone, including the powerful senators themselves, had fled for fear of the inexplicable carnage. It was pure terror to be alive during broad daylight and witness 29 top-ranking officials brutally beheaded with no explanation. Who knew if one's own head would be next? Even the Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, was too scared to remain in the Capitol. With the help of his assistant, he fled in panic, hopping into his car and instructing the driver to speed away. He didn't know what had truly happened or why so many were killed simultaneously. On the way, he debated where might be safest and ultimately decided to seek refuge in the White House. Only those senators who witnessed the murders firsthand remained in the building, traumatized and emotionally broken, supported by their assistants and security guards as they shuffled down to the main reception hall. They had to stay for the FBI investigation. Surrounded by fully armed soldiers, they shivered with fear, feeling no shred of safety. Some female senators even wept uncontrollably in sheer terror. When the FBI arrived and briefly questioned them, most were immediately sent to hospitals by ambulance. The few who weren't rushed to the airport to flee Washington. The truth was, they could give the FBI no useful information. They didn't know how their colleagues died, only that a flash of light appeared and their heads were instantly severed. No one caught sight of the killer, nor the murder weapon. One thing was clear. Every victim was clearly aligned with or recently convinced to support the congressional investigation into Linton. After reviewing all the eyewitness testimonies, Lawrence knew the truth beyond doubt. This was Linton ruthlessly eliminating his enemies. What horrified Lawrence even more was how the murders had been carried out in the heavily guarded Capitol. According to witnesses, the killer never actually appeared on the scene. The weapon seemed to materialize from thin air and vanish just as silently once the killing was done. It was definitely not a sniper attack. Sniper bullets would shatter the skull, not sever heads cleanly. Besides, no bullet marks were found on any windows, installed with bulletproof glass capable of stopping even high-powered sniper rounds. Lawrence despaired after reviewing the evidence, realizing that even though he was certain Linton was behind it, he still lacked anything concrete to act against him. And seeing how vicious and audacious Linton had become, casually killing senators, Lawrence admitted, if Linton targeted him, he didn't even know how to defend himself. It seemed safer to avoid any evidence surfacing, lest it put his own head on the chopping block. But as he carefully read the witness statements again, he stumbled upon something even more chilling. Every senator killed had openly supported the investigation against Linton, including those recently persuaded to join. Meanwhile, those who remained neutral, even sharing the same rooms, were unharmed. Could this mean Linton had the means to monitor every room in the Capitol, listening and watching every word, identifying enemies precisely for decapitation? The Bureau had scoured the crime scenes using the latest equipment, detecting no surveillance or listening devices. So how did Linton accomplish this unfathomable feat? Adding to the mystery, surveillance on Linton at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel since yesterday afternoon showed he hadn't left the premises. He was seen having breakfast with his assistant at 9 a.m. that morning. Lawrence's mind involuntarily spiraled into speculation. Could Linton be an agent of God, endowed with miraculous powers, or was some otherworldly force aiding him? No, the situation was completely out of control. Lawrence knew he had to report these case details and his speculations immediately to the White House. Just then, his phone rang again. The voice on the other end belonged to the Bureau's deputy duty officer. Director, new report. 3 senior officials in the Treasury Department building. Deputy Secretary Ernst Arandi, Budget Office Director Alk Frank, and Treasury Bureau Chief Creddy John were decapitated in their offices. What? Didn't National Guard troops set up a 100-man security detail there? Haven't they arrived yet? They arrived fully armed 20 minutes prior to the incident. But no unusual activity was detected beforehand. The building is now sealed off. Dispatch the tactical team for on-site investigation and evidence collection. Focus on what the victims were doing or saying at the time. Make sure to coordinate closely with the National Guard to avoid conflict. Back at 10 a.m., Linton had just beheaded 29 senators in one fell swoop. The wild thrill surged through him as he scooped up Li Xiaoran into his arms and headed to the master bedroom. Li Xiaoran was in the throes of ecstasy, sensing Linton's intense passion. She eagerly responded with tender kisses. "You bad boy, thinking naughty thoughts again?" "Baby, who wouldn't?" Their joyful, sweet murmurs interspersed with soft moans echoed through the room. While locked in blissful combat, Linton's mind raced. Beyond the Senate, he wondered if others harbored ill will against him. Why not eliminate them all at once? Releasing his spiritual awareness, he scanned other government offices across Washington. Indeed, he uncovered many plotting against him behind his back. Since they were all practically begging to die, Linton didn't hold back. He unleashed his flying sword, slicing down anyone who dared stand in his way, heads rolling relentlessly until no one dared resist. Back with Lawrence, barely off the phone and finishing instructions for his team, he headed toward the parking garage with his assistant when the phone rang again. Director, another major case. In the Justice Department building, Director Christoph of the Legal Affairs Office, Director Ajax of Judicial Management, Mercierel, head of the National Criminal Justice Association, and Corian, head of the Antitrust Bureau, all were decapitated. Were the National Guard troops on site when this happened? I confirmed they arrived 10 minutes before, securing the Justice Department, but apparently to no effect. Immediately dispatched tactical units for crime scene. Investigation and evidence collection. Focus on the victim's activities and conversations at the time. After hanging up, Lawrence felt an icy chill. Was there truly a supernatural force aiding Linton? The gravity of the situation far exceeded his worst fears. Accelerating his pace, he boarded his car and ordered the driver to head to the White House when screams erupted near the South Capitol building. From the distance, he could make out cries of murder. The driver glanced over. "Director, it seems there's a disturbance over at the House of Representatives." Lawrence's heart pounded. Could there be killings there too? Leaving now didn't seem wise. Let's check it out. Arriving at the South Capitol entrance, they found chaos inside. Office workers poured out of the upper floors, but were stopped by fully armed soldiers. A commanding officer, looking to be a captain, shouted, "Everyone return to your offices. No one is allowed to leave until the investigation is complete." As tension mounted, Lawrence pushed forward, flashing his badge. "Someone tell me what happened here." His phone rang again. It was the duty office. "Director, another major case. 9 dead at the House of Representatives." "I'm at the scene now, no need to say more." Just then, a congressman stepped up, a familiar face from Maine named Garrett. "Director Lawrence, we were in session when suddenly House Majority Whip Harlick Watt and 9 other Republicans were inexplicably decapitated. Since you're here, please help us communicate with the soldiers. We need to leave. This place is too terrifying. Mr. Garrett, please remain calm. Given the severity, an investigation is unavoidable. For now, don't return to your offices. Stay together here in the main hall. With so many soldiers here, your safety is assured." He called an FBI staff stationed in the North Tower to bring in equipment and additional personnel. The case here was straightforward. After the massacre in the Senate, House members were already on edge. But with 300 fully armed National Guard troops securing the Capitol, nerves gradually steadied. Unlike the Senate, where the Democratic Party held the majority, the House was predominantly Republican. With Linton's mass killing hitting hard, including Roger, Carol, and Cody, over 30 Republican senators had been brutally slain in less than a day. Considering Republicans only held 46 Senate seats, this amounted to a devastating blow. In the House, Majority Whip Harlick would have felt some relief when the National Guard took over security. He gathered some Republicans to strategize a response to the dire situation. Finally, While discussing the massacre of 32 senators, he raised his voice. This must be Linton's work. We must unite. I propose we call an emergency House session to vote on a resolution, jointly pressuring the White House to issue an executive order for the immediate arrest of Linton. 8 others immediately stood in support. Before others could react, a flash of light appeared, and Harlech Watt, along with the 8 supporters, were instantly decapitated. The rest fled in terror. When witnesses spoke of the incident afterward, they lowered their voices at the mere mention of Linton's name. Some wouldn't even say it aloud, writing it on paper instead. Clearly, they understood the bitter truth behind Harlech Watt's and his allies' deaths. Fear gripped them all. No one dared propose action against Linton anymore. By midday, the flow of reports to Lawrence was like plunging into an icy abyss. In just one morning, across both houses of Congress and various government departments, 73 officials publicly supporting a special investigation against Linton had been beheaded. More terrifyingly, even 3 generals inside the Pentagon had been decapitated for the same reason. Everyone finally realized that backing a probe against Linton was a death sentence. No matter where you were, even the Pentagon's famously impenetrable fortress offered no sanctuary. Silence fell everywhere. The name Linton became taboo among all who knew the truth. No one dared utter threats or plans against him anymore. After all, life is precious. When your very existence is on the line, friendships, party loyalties, justice, and honor mean nothing at all. Chapter 582, Washington Crisis. How to Calm Linton's Fury. Since arriving in Washington, Lee Shauran felt like the luckiest woman alive. Not only had she won over Linton Anderson, but more importantly, for the next 2 days, he hadn't handled a single official matter. Instead, he spent all his time with her in their hotel suite, indulging in wild, unrestrained passion. She seized every chance to showcase her charms to Linton. When she wasn't engaging in their intimate encounters, she entertained him with an array of dances she had mastered: folk dances, classical ballet, peacock dance, belly dance, and even lively modern routines. She danced them all with fervor, earning countless rewards from Linton. Sometimes, caught in the heat of the moment, Linton would scoop her up mid-dance, and they'd embark on an entirely new level of exploration and pleasure. Linton often joined her for duets as well, ballet, Latin dances, making it even easier for their passion to escalate into intimate battles. Lee Shauran herself wasn't sure when her stamina had grown so incredible. Over 2 days and nights, she hardly slept. She alternated between seducing Linton, performing dance routines, or writhing in their passionate embraces. Yet, despite everything, her spirit never waned, and her body experienced a pleasure unlike anything before. While Linton and Lee Shauran basked in their endless ecstasy at the hotel, Washington descended into unprecedented chaos. Starting the afternoon of the 16th, most government departments, including Congress, the executive agencies, Treasury, and Commerce, ground to a halt. Buildings were eerily empty, as no one dared show up for work. Even the few military and law enforcement bodies left operational. The Pentagon, Justice Department, and FBI were heavily affected. Many mid to high-ranking officers were too frightened to come in. Some even chose to flee Washington temporarily with their families, seeking refuge and vacation far away. This growing paralysis caused a nationwide political upheaval, stalling progress across dozens of critical initiatives. Leaders in every state scrambled to find out what was going on in the capital. Unfortunately, everyone clammed up, too scared to say a word, fearing that speaking out might cost them their lives. Information was severely limited. The only consensus was that Washington had become perilously dangerous. Those who initially planned trips to the capital for work or intelligence gathering quickly canceled them. Inevitably, this situation drew massive media attention. News networks and tabloids scrambled to reach officials, spokespeople, and staff to uncover the truth. Yet, curiously, no department or employee was willing to grant an interview. Even generous payments for exclusive scoops were rejected. Mainstream media outlets also received stern warnings from the White House not to report on Washington's status. But with such a high-profile crisis, rumors and wild speculation exploded in tabloids and gossip columns. Stories circulated about terrorist attacks causing massive casualties, secret intercepted alien invasion signals, prompting emergency wartime preparations, and outbreaks of deadly viruses forcing citywide lockdowns. Even far away in Los Angeles, stars like Madonna, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Charlize Theron, and Nicole Kidman on the farm called Linton worried about his safety. President Clinton himself was on the verge of collapse due to the crisis, his hair falling out in clumps. Yet he knew decisive action was desperately needed. A swift, surgical strike to quell the panic and restore order before things spiraled out of control. He was painfully aware the root cause was Linton. It was Linton's brutal rampage through Washington, an unrestrained purge that had triggered the current nightmare. Only now did Bill Clinton fully grasp the weight behind Linton's cryptic vow, "I'll solve this my own way." If only he'd silenced Roger and the other 4 conspirators earlier, this merciless retaliation might have been avoided. But regrets were useless. The situation had reached its darkest hour. Could he possibly blame Linton? That was a joke. Not only was Bill Clinton himself branded with Linton's soul slave mark, bound forever in loyal submission, no one could dare defy Linton's terrifying power. Even without the mark, facing a foe who could behead at will, ignore all protections, and strike anywhere at any time, no one would be foolish enough to resist. In desperation, Bill Clinton simultaneously warned all major media outlets and signed orders deploying the 82nd Airborne Division from Andrews Joint Base into Washington. Alongside the National Guard, the Army units would maintain security and prevent riots, especially looting and chaos fueled by disenfranchised groups. He also convened a high-level crisis task force at the White House, including cabinet members and leaders like Secretary of State Warren Christopher and House Speaker Newt Gingrich. These men were tasked with immediate solutions to Washington's paralyzing emergency. Under normal circumstances, Warren Christopher and Newt Gingrich would have scoffed at such a meeting. Their role was to scrutinize and block White House proposals, not collaborate on crisis plans. Attending such a gathering was a blow to their status. But after 32 senators and 9 representatives were publicly executed and Congress itself abandoned, fear weakened even the most proud politicians. Unity was the only option. At the task force's opening, FBI Director Lawrence briefed the members on the wave of murders behind the upheaval. Like everyone else, Lawrence was shaken by Linton's savagery. To avoid provoking him further, Lawrence deliberately sanitized the case details. He reported that since midnight, there had been 19 horrifying killings in Washington. A total of 260 people were publicly beheaded. Among the victims were 32 senators, 9 representatives, and 35 other senior officials from various government agencies. The families of Roger, Carol, Cody, Maslow, and Eric, 5 conspirators, were also massacred, totaling 184 slain. The severity chilled even the prepared crisis team to the bone. The cruelty, beyond words. When it came to naming the culprit, Lawrence carefully avoided saying Linton's name. Instead, he referred to him as XX, portraying the assassinations as divine retribution. He explained that Roger, Carol, Cody, Maslow, and Eric had conspired to frame XX, inciting his wrath and causing their entire family's annihilation. The motives behind the conspiracy were deemed irrelevant. No one cared. Worse still, some senators had been duped by those conspirators into voicing support for retaliation, even trying to rally others against XX. Immediately, XX had responded, using his mysterious powers to behead them publicly. Similarly, other officials ignorant of the truth openly called for action against XX, only to meet the same fate. This included the 9 House representatives and 3 Pentagon generals, each slaughtered in full view. Every victim spat curses at XX, demanding justice moments before their deaths. Lawrence's analysis concluded that the root cause lay with the 5 conspirators' scheme. Against XX, the others died after being deceived or recklessly inciting opposition. He emphasized XX possessed unfathomable powers, capable of silently monitoring every corner of Washington in real time. Most terrifyingly, XX could execute perfect, remote beheadings anywhere, no matter how heavy the security, whether inside the Capitol or the Pentagon. In closing, Lawrence suggested XX might represent divine judgment. The killings, he said, were punishment for blasphemy. Mortals should cease futile investigations. He strongly urged the task force to avoid any further confrontation to prevent more deaths. Instead, they should sincerely seek ways to appease XX and restore normal political functioning. In spite of prior preparations, the gravity of Lawrence's verdict stunned everyone, particularly House Speaker Newt Gingrich, leader of the Elephant Party. Though Newt Gingrich had a good personal relationship with Linton, this massacre devastated the Elephant faction. More than half their senior officials had been killed, leaving the party crippled and severely unbalanced against the Donkey Party. According to Lawrence's logic, the slain Elephant Party members had died unjustly and were now branded as sacrilegious traitors, an unbearable insult. Infuriated, Newt slammed the table and shouted, "I oppose this." Before he finished, terrified attendees scrambled away from him, distancing themselves as if fearing his reckless defiance might drag them down. Witnessing this, and recalling Linton's terrifying surveillance and lethal powers, no one dared utter another word of dissent. Lawrence was right. Resistance was pointless, and they couldn't afford more bloodshed in Washington. Growing somber, Newt Gingrich finally relented, muttering, "Fine, I withdraw my objection." Continue. With Newt Gingrich backing down, the consensus hardened. No connection existed between Linton and these killings officially. No murder investigations would proceed, and no one dared challenge the divine retribution narrative. Yet the problem wasn't over. They themselves dared not act. The only way was to exonerate Linton preemptively. But would Linton ever calm down and accept peace? With so many dead, the news was impossible to contain. Some government workers and lower-level officials knew pieces of the truth. The media, despite strict mainstream controls, would surely gossip and speculate endlessly. If rumors spread, and the public's whispered discussions enraged Linton anew, unleashing another massacre, how could Washington ever recover? Therefore, the task force's next focus was clear: how to appease Linton's anger, bury this nightmare, and resume normal governance. Of course, quelling Linton's rage required concessions. Just like in war, the losing side seeking peace must pay tribute. But Linton, one of the world's top 3 billionaires, controlled potent elixirs, vitality, and beauty pills, along with the global conglomerate and his media empire. His interests primarily lay in singing, films, and his many romantic companions. Beyond that, he had few other hobbies. What terms could satisfy him? By the afternoon of the 17th, the group finally outlined a tentative framework, approaching from 3 angles: honor, economic benefits, and political status. Though a bottom line, everyone understood that merely winning Linton's approval counted as victory. No one expected better deals. Besides, who knew if Linton was monitoring the meeting remotely? First, regarding honor, they proposed awarding Linton the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This idea came from White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta and was initially met with fierce opposition. How could they give such a prestigious honor to a man who just executed hundreds? Leon Panetta reasoned. Considering the benefits we've reaped from Linton's vitality and beauty pills alone, what's the harm in this honor? Any country would eventually recognize him. Besides, we need to placate him. His words swayed the room. Even Newt Gingrich grudgingly agreed. Second, on the economic front, this was easier. Since it involved federal funds, no one would pay out of pocket. They ruled out direct cash payments to Linton, fearing both political fallout and perceived disrespect if the sum was too large or too small. The final decision granted Linton's health company full exemption from all federal taxes for as long as he lived, and the company remained under his name. Such a long-term exemption required congressional approval beyond a president's term, ensuring the policy's permanence. With both the Senate and House leaders present, and given Linton's mysterious powers, no one in Congress would dare oppose. Third, politically, Leon Panetta suggested appointing Linton as White House Chief Honorary Advisor. Unexpectedly, Secretary of State Warren Christopher proposed extending the same honor to Linton in the Senate. House Speaker Newt Gingrich quickly caught on. The Donkey Party would now have Linton firmly on their side. If Linton fully aligned with one party backed by what seemed like divine power, could the Elephant Party ever recover? Absolutely not. Yet Newt Gingrich feared openly opposing the idea. What if Linton was watching? Rejection might cost him his life. After a moment's thought, Newt shocked everyone by demanding the House also appoint Linton as chief honorary advisor to help Congress function better. The room erupted in disbelief. Only a short while ago, Newt Gingrich had rejected the official report and openly criticized Linton. How did he flip 180 degrees and now want to bring Linton into the heart of political power? Only President Clinton and Secretary Warren Christopher understood Newt's strategy, preserving a lifeline for the elephant party while acknowledging reality. Ultimately, following Newt Gingrich's insistence, an unprecedented political arrangement was finalized. Linton would serve simultaneously as chief honorary advisor to the White House, Senate, and House. If he accepted, Linton would directly influence America's three highest centers of power, the executive branch, the Senate, and the House. The stakes, and Washington's fate, had never been higher. Chapter 583, Sky-High Compensation, Eradication of Families. After the Washington High-Level Crisis Task Force reached a consensus, they faced a crucial problem. Who would negotiate with Linton? Everyone was terrified and reluctant to take on this task. No one knew whether the negotiation would go smoothly. If it went badly, and they angered Linton enough to get decapitated, how could anyone argue their case afterward? No way. None of them would risk it. In the end, they all pushed the responsibility onto President Clinton. After all, he was the commander-in-chief. In a situation like this, if he didn't step up, who would? In truth, Bill Clinton was the least worried and the least intimidated by Linton. Because of the slave mark implanted in him, he was unshakably loyal to Linton. If Linton ordered him to die, he would commit suicide without hesitation. It was just like reporting work to his master. If Linton was displeased, Bill could always come back later to amend the terms. According to his wishes, feigning reluctance, Bill Clinton ultimately accepted the mission to please everyone. He asked the others to wait for a moment, then returned to his office to call Linton. At that moment, Linton and Lee Shauran had just finished dinner in the hotel restaurant and returned to their room. When Lee Shauran answered the phone and heard it was Commander Clinton, she quietly handed it to Linton out of respect. "Dear, it's President Clinton," Lee Shauran said softly. "Mr. President, is there something you need?" Linton asked. "Linton, due to our management's negligence, Washington has caused you some trouble these past few days. I hereby offer you my apologies. When would you be free? I'd like to apologize in person and discuss compensation for your losses." "Compensation for my losses?" "Yes. I hope you can clear up this misunderstanding with us as soon as possible." "All right then, it's late today. Tomorrow works." "Good. I'll come to your hotel at 9 a.m., if that's okay." "Don't. You're the commander-in-chief. You need to maintain your image. You shouldn't come to my hotel for such matters. I'll come to the White House to see you instead." "Thank you. I really appreciate your support and understanding. Tomorrow at 9, I'll send a car to pick you up at your hotel." After hanging up, Bill Clinton sat for a few moments before returning to the conference room, his tone serious. After some effort on the phone, Linton agreed to come to the White House tomorrow morning for detailed talks. "Leon Panetta, you're to pick him up promptly at 9 a.m. at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel. Now, let's discuss who from our side will attend the negotiation." The announcement stunned everyone. On one hand, they were surprised Linton was so agreeable and daring enough to come to the White House without fear of ambush. But on the other hand, they remembered that Linton could monitor everything and had that uncanny ability to sever someone's head from afar. Whether it was Linton himself or those behind him possessing such power, no one dared provoke him. They quickly dismissed any reckless thoughts. Still, no one wanted to join the negotiation team. After all, how could they be sure Linton's anger was truly cooled? If the talks broke down, those at the table would be the first victims. Of course, if the negotiations went well, they'd certainly attend the celebratory festivities afterward. Either way, getting close to someone as extraordinary as Linton was an opportunity they couldn't pass up. So they unanimously pushed all negotiation responsibilities onto the President Bill Clinton. Yet they vowed to arrive at the White House before 9 and wait in a separate room for the outcome. Linton, however, cared little about the politicians' schemes and maneuverings. Cradling the fragrant Lee Shauran in his arms, the two happily played games, completely losing track of time. Their sweet, joyous laughter filled the room late into the night. The next morning, Leon Panetta arrived early with his ceremonial sedan at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel. He waited patiently in the lobby until 8:55 a.m., then called Linton to say he was ready. When Linton saw Leon Panetta downstairs, the man's earlier composure and casual, joking demeanor completely vanished. His every move now was cautious and deferential. Seeing this, Linton sighed to himself, realizing he'd lost yet another companion he could comfortably banter with. At the White House, Leon Panetta carefully escorted Linton into the roundtable conference room. "Linton, please come in. The commander is inside. You talk. If you need me, just call," he said before gently shutting the door and leaving. Inside, the room was set with coffee and fruit, but only the president was present. No other aides or staff were around. "My master, your humble servant Bill Clinton greets you," Bill said with deep respect as he kneeled before Linton. "Rise. Tell me, how exactly do you plan to compensate me?" Bill Clinton hurriedly outlined the 3 compensation terms agreed upon the previous day: honor, financial benefits, and political status. "You've really considered this thoroughly." Linton hadn't expected that after his ruthless killings, he would rack up such additional rewards. Moreover, these involved honor, finances, and politics, all at the highest level. The Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest personal honor in America, would bring him more admirers, accelerating his cultivation progress. Especially the financial benefits. The federal government was bleeding billions. His health company generated at least $30 billion in pre-tax profits annually. At a 30% federal tax rate, that amounted to around $9 billion a year. Better yet, this tax exemption wasn't a short-term presidential pardon, but a bill passed by both houses of Congress, lasting his entire lifetime. Linton, currently at celestial presence stage, with a lifespan of about 800 years, knew that if he resolved the wild suma root raw material shortage, the health company could keep operating indefinitely. The tax savings alone would total trillions. By these calculations, this compensation was incredibly generous. As for becoming the chief honorary advisor to the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives, the 3 top power centers in America, this was a significant political position. It meant he could directly influence national affairs. Yet, ironically, it was the least important to him. Since planting the slave mark in Bill Clinton, Linton already indirectly controlled many American political matters. He had also resolved to implant the slave mark in every future commander-in-chief to ensure their obedience. So these honorary advisory titles weren't hugely meaningful for him, but publicly announced, they would boost his influence and popularity further, hastening his cultivation. Thinking this over, Linton nodded at Bill Clinton. "Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with these compensation terms. In light of your sincerity, as long as no one else provokes me, let's consider this matter settled." Bill Clinton was ecstatic. "Master, I'm glad you're pleased. Any other requests?" "Actually, there is one. Please, go ahead. It's about Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, and Maslow. Although I wiped out their entire families, it's still not enough." Even the ruthlessly cold Bill Clinton trembled inwardly at Linton's murderous tone. He had to ask, "Did they offend you again?" They initially formed an alliance of 9 with Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittens, plotting to seize my health company in secret. I discovered this and struck back with lightning speed, killing the entire families of Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittens. When those 5 learned of this, they not only refused to beg for mercy, but arranged 3 sniper teams to assassinate me in New York. I killed every sniper, and yet, they still schemed in Washington, pushing for congressional hearings against me. After all their moves, do you think wiping out them and their families is enough? Master, what should I do? For these 5, killing their families isn't enough. Let's do a thorough investigation tracing their lineage back 3 generations, from their grandfathers down. Find every family member's location and occupation. Since they're so bold, we have to be ruthless. They and their entire families must be completely eradicated to cleanse their sins. I intended to wait until the Washington matter was settled before dealing with them, but now I'm handing this all to you. Do you accept? Master, are you saying you want their entire families wiped out? Yes. Can you do it? Master, isn't that too harsh? America doesn't have such a practice of collective punishment. You lecture me on morality? Don't forget how our ancestors ruled this land. How countless Native Americans disappeared in waves. Without their ruthless conquest, Would we enjoy the good life we have now? Take today, for example. If I weren't ruthless, would you all fear me so much and offer me such generous compensations? I want to send the clearest warning to the world. Those who offend me will suffer the worst. Go ahead. This isn't a suggestion. It's an order. Understood, Master. I guarantee the mission's completion. Also, these 5 families likely have amassed considerable wealth. How much you squeeze out depends on your skills. I won't take a dime this time. Consider it your reward for a job well done. Linton knew that to truly motivate his subordinates, threats alone weren't enough. A balanced approach with rewards was necessary. That was leadership. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I promise to complete the mission within 2 months. Though marked by the slave brand, Bill Clinton's heart soared at such an opportunity. After all, America was a country that ostensibly obeyed rules and laws, unwilling to seize others' wealth without cause. But this case was different. These 5 families had offended the gods and bore the full brunt of divine wrath, having most of their key members brutally exterminated. Only marginal lackeys remained. He could easily organize law enforcement to hunt down the survivors with various charges, seize their wealth, and cultivate loyal subordinates. Looking at it this way, this job wasn't a burden but a lucrative opportunity. After concluding the discussion, Linton and Bill Clinton chatted leisurely for half an hour. Later, Bill Clinton informed Leon Panetta that the negotiations had succeeded magnificently. Soon, the other 14 members of the high-level crisis task force flooded the conference room to pay respects to the enigmatic, mighty Linton. Especially Secretary of State Warren Christopher and House Speaker Newt Gingrich showed extra respect and enthusiasm toward him. Linton noticed that all of Washington's power brokers had gathered, and judging by their demeanor, they had become his devoted followers. Calling them followers might be inaccurate, as the youngest was over 40, but there's an old saying, might makes right. By these standards, it seemed natural for Linton to be their leader. Surrounded by older, subordinate men, Linton dropped any airs. His recent demonstrations of power had been enough. Now showing some goodwill worked far better. And indeed it did. Witnessing his friendly side lowered their already elevated nervousness but deepened their respect. All silently agreed that Linton must be kept close and never offended. Especially the House Speaker, who realized that after the Elephant Party's losses, the Donkey Party would surely intensify its pressure, squeezing their survival space. With 32 senators and 9 House members recently killed by Linton, upcoming special elections would spark fierce battles for those seats. The Donkey Party wouldn't allow the Elephant Party an easy succession. As party leader, he had to find a way to preserve and revive his party's influence. Given the current situation, it was difficult. But with Linton's backing, the outlook was much better. He even started considering which impressive girl from his family to send to Linton, hoping to get closer to his favor. After re-establishing their close cooperation, Linton didn't linger. He quickly returned to his hotel. The high-level crisis task force had to swiftly manage Washington's ongoing crises to restore political stability and daily order nationwide. As for the 3 agreed-upon conditions, they couldn't be immediately fulfilled. Formal procedures had to follow. But one thing was clear, no one would dare tamper with them. That afternoon, Linton and the reluctant yet devotedly Sharon flew back to their Montana farm. Before leaving, Linton presented her with an intricately carved quartz pendant of an Eastern Azure dragon, tailored to her zodiac sign and tastes, a clear, formal acknowledgement of her status among his harem. When Linton asked if she wanted a different job, Sharon surprised him by saying she preferred to stay as his assistant, content with no other ambitions. Even when he asked if she wanted to become a star, she hesitated briefly but ultimately confessed, "But I don't want to leave you." Linton hadn't expected her to be such a hopeless romantic. Still, considering he'd just taken her virginity, he found himself even more indulgent toward her. "All right, then stay as my assistant. When you want to start acting, just let me know." Chapter 584, Divine Retribution, Media Frenzy. After securing Linton's understanding, the Washington High-Level Crisis Task Force team, led by President Clinton, moved swiftly. Their first action was to officially classify the recent wave of murders in Washington. Taking FBI Director Lawrence's advice into account, they ultimately labeled the cases as acts of divine retribution. A joint press conference was held by the White House and FBI to disclose the news to the public. Ignorant officials Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, and Maslow had violated divine will and were punished by the gods, along with their entire families. The following day, other government officials who were unaware of the truth yet maintained friendly relations with those five also unwittingly offended the divine and were struck down. Leading the team, President Clinton confirmed that they had made contact with the divine powers. After friendly negotiations, the gods' wrath had been assuaged. So long as the people did not deliberately offend the divine, further punishments would not be unleashed. Thanks to President Clinton's leadership, Washington was now safe. The United States was safe. People could resume their work and lives with freedom and joy. Whether the public believed the explanation didn't matter. After all, the nation was founded on faith in God and divine power, so the conclusion made a certain kind of sense. Because Linton intended to continue his career in film and music without revealing his connection to the divine, every member of the high-level crisis task force team pledged confidentiality. President Clinton even required them to sign non-disclosure agreements. Throughout the announcement of the divine retribution event, the White House and FBI kept Linton's identity strictly under wraps. The White House press secretary then released 3 further notices. First, starting January 19th, all government departments would return to normal operations. Second, beginning January 19th, the FBI and Washington police would withdraw investigators assigned to the previous murder cases, reallocating them entirely to maintain city security. Third, effective January 20th, the 82nd Airborne Division and National Guard would be withdrawn, with law enforcement duties fully handed back to the FBI and city police. Unsurprisingly, the media erupted after the press conference. Across the nation, the public was instantly electrified. Divine retribution? Are there really gods out there? Am I dreaming or stuck in the Middle Ages? Divine retribution instantly became the hottest news story, dominating every front page and headline. Major networks scrambled to launch urgent talk shows, debates, and analysis programs, all delving deeply into the event. Some even began exploring what the appearance of gods might mean for the United States and its people. Thousands of reporters flooded Washington, desperate to interview the crisis team and learn more about the divine revelation. But all inquiries were politely declined. The team considered public discussion of the divine disrespectful. However, they did disclose one key fact. The gods had been attentively watching over and protecting America all along. They genuinely believed it, because Linton, the divine envoy, had agreed to serve as the White House's chief honorary advisor, as well as top advisor to the Senate and House of Representatives. That meant America could now communicate with the gods and even receive their blessings through Linton. The gods of heaven have been watching and guarding America, and the highest levels of government have access to this divine connection, the media reported. The press soon went into a frenzy. This megastory sucked up all media resources and public attention. Previous headlines about hundreds of murders in Washington, Linton's New York concert, and the New York terror attacks fell completely into obscurity. Amid the nationwide discussion of divine punishment, Americans swelled with pride and renewed unity. They saw their country as not just the world's sole superpower, but as a nation destined to evolve into the land of the gods, with its people as chosen ones. Under this wave of divine fervor, Washington's earlier social upheavals quickly vanished. Government agencies resumed normal work swiftly, public order restored, and the federal command system nationwide reactivated smoothly. One group that greatly benefited was the religious community. After the White House's public endorsement of the divine retribution event, Christian churches across the country launched campaigns declaring, "God has always been protecting America and watching over her people." Soon after, Catholic and Jewish congregations followed suit, sparking fierce public debates over which faith truly worshipped the one true God behind the event. Experts from competing sects cited scriptures in media battles, each claiming their deity was the divine presence revealed in Washington. Influenced by the movement, Americans flocked to churches in unprecedented numbers, filling pews and prayer halls daily. Meanwhile, Christian, Catholic, Jewish, Mormon, and other denominations all held events and aggressively promoted their beliefs in the media. Even infamous groups like the Satanists, Scientologists, Peace Missionaries, Creators World Church, and the People's Temple seized the moment for widespread promotion. While the American public was engrossed in a fervent discussion about divine punishment, Linton distanced himself from the media storm, taking Lee Shaoran back to the farm. Upon arrival at the gardens, Linton first shared intimate moments with his 4 children, Lena, Alexander, Michelle, and Bruce. Then, he formally introduced Lee Shaoran to the group, establishing her as the 23rd member of his harem. Lee Shaoran was warmly embraced by the women and seamlessly integrated into the household, soon becoming one of the leading ladies. Linton ensured she received proper privileges, a private villa, a personal assistant, an exclusive suite and office within the manor. Most importantly, she was now free to fully participate in the nightly parties, no longer relegated to the sidelines. A top dance prodigy trained at the Beijing Dance Academy, Lee Shaoran's flexibility and skill rivaled Catherine's, with a particular focus on classical Eastern dance. With her addition, the parties blossomed in vibrancy, and Linton indulged himself more than ever. That night marked the start of a 3-day, non-stop party that defied all attempts to end it. Grand ensemble numbers and smaller group performances rotated continuously, seemingly without pause. Over those 3 days and nights, aside from Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica, who occasionally left briefly to tend their small children, Linton and his women didn't step beyond the 7th courtyard once. Even meals and drinks were delivered punctually by estate manager Erica and several beautiful attendants. Each time Erica and her helpers came through, they blushed and trembled upon hearing the strange sounds echoing next door, secretly wishing they could join the revelry. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that the party finally drew to a close. When Linton and the women emerged from the 7th courtyard, Erica and Suarez Shiji had prepared a lavish feast featuring gourmet dishes and house-brewed wine. Though Linton himself appeared unchanged after 3 days of partying, every woman was radiant, glowing, breathtaking in their beauty. Erica and all the female servants marveled and secretly envied their blossoming allure. During the meal, Erica read aloud the top headlines from the past 3 days' mainstream newspapers to Linton. The overarching theme was unmissable. The divine retribution incident dominated every front page. All other news had gone silent. Even the usual Oscar season buzz, predictions, promotions, scandals, was muted this year. It wasn't that people stopped trying or hesitated to promote, but the public's attention was completely drawn away. No matter how much effort the media made, few noticed. One piece of news, however, amused Linton. The churches were frantically holding events, each claiming that the divine presence revealed in Washington was the God worshipped by their own sect. Suddenly, nationwide church membership surged, and churches overflowed with worshipers. Not only Christian, Catholic, and Jewish congregations, but also Mormon gatherings held events and aggressively campaigned to prove their faith's superiority. Even notorious cults like the Satanists, Scientologists, Peace Missionaries, Creators World Church, and the People's Temple exploited the moment for massive publicity. After finishing the papers, Erica switched on the TV to the MCA Network News Channel, where 2 expert commentators enthusiastically discussed the impact of divine retribution on America. The experts eloquently cited religious texts and firmly claimed the event demonstrated that God had long been watching over the U.S. They argued it explained how America remained unharmed in multiple world wars, instead using conflicts as opportunities to grow stronger and become today's sole global superpower. Yet, they cautioned, God is sacred and inviolable. People must maintain reverence, lest they face severe consequences like the Washington incident, a warning to all. Linton then flipped through several other channels, virtually all airing divine-related programs. He had never imagined how deeply people clung to religion and belief in God. Practically everyone was devoutly religious. Over dinner, Nicole Kidman tapped her glass with a spoon, pointing at a broadcast from the Los Angeles Cathedral's worship service. "Darling, now that the gods have revealed themselves, don't you think we should go to church and pray for their blessings?" Her words echoed the sentiments of nearly everyone present, apart from Su Qing and Lee Shaoran, who were less influenced by Western faiths. The rest, including Japanese stars Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Hong Kong's Vivian Chow, and Michelle Reese, nodded eagerly, awaiting Linton's response. Linton could only laugh and shake his head. Religion's hold was stronger than he'd anticipated. The boomerang had come back to bite him. He considered that his power was now undeniable. Even America's highest officials bowed before him. His life would be more audacious than ever. It was time to reveal a bit of his true strength to those close to him. Waving for Erica and the serving staff too. Take Lena, Alexander, Michelle, and Bruce away. Linton raised his glass. My dears, since you've brought this up, I might as well be honest. This divine retribution event was actually a deal I struck with Washington's top officials. What? You made a deal with Washington? Does that mean the gods aren't real? Nicole Kidman gasped in disbelief. Even the usually composed Winnie looked stunned. Lee Shaoran, who had accompanied Linton to Washington, couldn't believe it either. Throwing caution to the wind, she asked, Darling, you were with me at the hotel most of the time except those 2 White House visits. How could this be? How did you pull it off? It all started in New York, Linton said. Do you know how much my health company makes annually? Everyone shook their heads. Only Winnie had a rough idea. Linton had injected $30 billion into stocks via the company. Based on monthly sales, the annual revenue should be about $36 billion. Most costs come from R&D. But you said earlier that you personally handled all the research, meaning the R&D costs are basically negligible. Which means the health company's profit margins are extraordinarily high, beyond imagination. Smart guess. Let me put it this way. The health company's profits are off the charts. Plus, we get tax breaks at every level. Annual profits exceed $30 billion. The women gasped in unison. Realizing the gravity, they raised their glasses in a toast. Amazing, darling. You're incredible. That's exactly why so many wanted to take us down. When I was holding that New York concert, I stumbled on a plot against me. After investigation, it turned out 9 people, Roger, Carol, Cody, Eric, Maslow, Kester, Hoffman, Robert, and Gittins, had secretly allied with the aim of seizing my health company. Linton briefly summarized the incidents in New York and Washington. So you arranged the killings of those 9 families? That's right. Do you think I'm too ruthless, having killed that many? No one replied, but their eyes shifted uncomfortably. It was clear he'd touched a nerve. Have you thought about what would have happened if they had succeeded? What safety would you have then? Have you forgotten what Madonna went through in the hospital? Besides, if I only killed the ringleaders, how could it stop the rest from continuing their schemes? Winnie, ever practical, was the first to grasp the truth. So this was a message, a bloody warning to others. Exactly. Without absolute strength and ruthless measures, with the health company's profitability, we'd face endless threats. Especially since you're public stars, always traveling and exposed. If they threatened you to get to me, what then? After a candid conversation with Linton, the women finally grasped his true power. Linton was relieved none of his harem were saintly types. Otherwise, it might be time to part ways and erase memories. Though he revealed only a fraction of his supernatural talents, omitting details about his remote killings and cultivation, even his financial savvy, absolute control over military power, and decisive ruthlessness intoxicated the women. They sat enchanted, faces flushed, eyes glazed with desire, legs crossed tightly. Before long, Nicole Kidman let out a soft moan and leapt into Linton's arms. Darling, you are my god. Seeing every woman so moved, Linton chuckled and decided his original plan to go admire the snow gardens was out. Scooping Nicole up, he said, let's go back and keep the party going. Chapter 585, The Golden Globe Awards. This round of partying lasted even longer. 6 full days and 6 nights straight. It wasn't until the morning of January 28th that Linton emerged from the 7th courtyard accompanied by his harem of radiant, glowing women, each more breathtaking and alluring than the last. Tomorrow was the day of the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. Fortunately, 9 full days had passed since the Divine Judgment incident, and the media frenzy surrounding the event had cooled significantly. Otherwise, the Golden Globes might have been pushed back. This year, 2 films under Linton's banner, Run Lola Run and Chicago, garnered multiple nominations, making them front-runners for the awards. Among his women, Madonna, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Charlize Theron. Each secured major individual nominations and were strong contenders for Golden Globe wins. Additionally, Vivian Chow starred in ER, which earned a nomination for Best Drama Series, TV, and Vivian herself was nominated for Best Supporting Actress in a Television Movie. However, as an Asian actress whose role wasn't especially standout, her nomination alone was a major victory. Winning was never really expected. She had ended her partying 3 days earlier and flown to Los Angeles for preparations. All the big brands she endorsed, jewelers, fashion lines, watches, handbags, shoes, were eagerly awaiting her appearance at the ceremony, every detail meticulously arranged. Among Linton's harem, besides Winnie, the rest were industry insiders. While not nominated, no female star would dare miss such a glamorous event. After all, who doesn't dream of a Golden Globe Best Actress title? She couldn't risk offending the judging panel by skipping when invited. Moreover, with so many brand endorsements backing each of them, these opportunities for publicity were priceless and never passed up. Thanks to daily parties and pampering with essence treatments, the women were all confident in their looks and bodies. Even Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica Bellucci, 3 stunning stars who had each given birth just 5 months ago, had already fully regained their peak physiques and radiant charm. There was no need for painful crash diets or exhausting beauty regimens like other actresses. They only had to return to Los Angeles that afternoon for fittings with their brand sponsors' latest gowns, jewelry, bags, and heels, letting stylists finalize the ultimate looks. Linton himself was not attending the ceremony. That was by choice. He had the luxury of being willful, and frankly, he valued awards less. Whether Golden Globes or Oscars, he never chased honors by making pretentious art films. At noon, after enjoying meticulously prepared cuisine by the chef Suarez Shiji, paired with their own vintage wine, the group boarded 2 private jets back to Los Angeles. This time, the little ones Nina, Alexander, Michelle, and Bruce went along. The 3 5-month-old babies naturally slept soundly in their mother's arms. But 1.5-year-old Nina was quite the little sprite. Unlike usual, she didn't cling to Linton but sat beside him with a pouty expression. Linton knew she was sulking, upset that he'd spent so little time with her since returning to the estate. Feeling guilty, he scooped her into his arms. "My precious little Nina, what's wrong? Who's made you so unhappy?" "It's you, bad daddy." Nina twisted her head, looking away. "Oh, how did daddy offend you? You've been back so long and still haven't played with me. I think about you every day, waiting for you." Linton felt a pang. The past 10 days had been wild parties and endless carnal escapades. So, while there wasn't even a moment to stroll and watch the snow, let alone spend time with the kids. As his children grew, he realized he'd need to balance parties with family. He kissed Nina's rosy cheeks. "My little darling, daddy's sorry. Will you forgive me?" Nina giggled under his kiss. "Okay, I forgive you. But today, you have to play with me all afternoon. From now on, daddy will stay with you. How's that?" Back in warm, spring-like Los Angeles, the women hustled to prep for the Golden Globes red carpet the next day. True to his promise, Linton spent the afternoon with Winnie and Lee Shaoran, who weren't attending the Golden Globes, playing with the 4 children and regaining Nina's affection. On Friday, January 29th, at 5 p.m., the Golden Globe Awards took place as scheduled. With Nina cradled in his arms, Linton joined Winnie and Lee Shaoran in the dining room, savoring dishes prepared by the staff and sipping the estate's own wine, all while watching the ceremony broadcast live on TV. As the Golden Globes grew in influence, nearly every Hollywood star attended, especially the female celebrities. Barely anyone missed such a glittering occasion. However, in Linton's eyes, among the dazzle of stars competing on the red carpet, it was his beautiful angels that truly stole the spotlight. Whether it was the nominated trio Madonna, Catherine, Charlize, and Vivian, or new mothers Christiana, Sophie, and Monica, along with others like Nicole Kidman and others, their radiance completely outshone the rest and added tremendous prestige to the event. Nina, nestled in Linton's arms, squealed excitedly as she watched her angelic mother and aunts grace the red carpet, her tiny hands clapping until red. "Daddy, look. That's Mommy. She's so beautiful. Daddy, that's Auntie. Auntie's beautiful too. Harvey's PR campaign had paid off brilliantly. Although Linton didn't attend, he emerged as the biggest winner of the night. Run Lola Run claimed Best Drama, and Chicago snagged Best Musical/Comedy. And Fletcher won Best Director for Chicago. Madonna took Best Actress in a Musical/Comedy for her role as Roxy. Charlize Theron won Best Actress in a Drama for Run Lola Run. Catherine took Best Supporting Actress for her role in Chicago. By 9:30 p.m., the ceremony ended. Nina had fallen asleep in Linton's arms. He entrusted the nanny to carry Nina to bed and instructed the butler to prepare a lavish dinner to celebrate Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize's wins. Though the Golden Globes could never compare to the Oscars, their prestige and global impact were undeniable, and their effect on commercial value only grew more apparent in recent years. Naturally, Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize were thrilled by their triumphs. Upon returning home, each one took turns wrapping themselves around Linton, planting kisses on his lips. If not for the already set celebration dinner, they might have dragged him to the bedroom for more intimate celebrations. To Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize's Golden Globe wins. Here's to their continued success at the Oscars. Linton raised his glass, joined by his harem. Last year had been a breakout year for Linton, his numerous ventures skyrocketing, music and film careers hitting new highs. Aside from newest members Lee Shaoran and the post-baby Christiana, Sophie, and Monica, the careers of the others were booming. Nicole Kidman, thanks to her blockbuster female-led spy thriller The Long Kiss Goodnight, surpassed $300 million worldwide. Naomi Watts' sci-fi disaster film Twister grossed over $500 million, pushing both to near A-list status. The Madonna-Catherine-led Chicago earned rave reviews and box office success, still showing on 500 screens in North America and nearing $100 million. With the Golden Globe boost, its theatrical run would expand, guaranteeing even more revenue. Having now won major Golden Globes, if they could snag Oscars next, their star power would climb further. Madonna's status, however, was already legendary, arguably the most commercially valuable star ever. Winning the Golden Globe or Oscar just added more luster to her halo. Catherine's situation was different. An Oscar win combined with strong global box office for Chicago could push her into the A-list ranks. Charlize, anchored by Run Lola Run's $120 million box office and now a Golden Globe winner, had cemented her spot among Hollywood's elite female stars. Others fared well, too. Christiana, Sophie, Winona Ryder, and Cameron Diaz were established A-listers. Monica, Jennifer Aniston, and Kate Winslet hovered just below. Shania Twain led the music scene as a major new icon with multiple Grammy and AMA awards. Heidi Klum was top-tier supermodel and Chief Victoria's Secret angel. Izumi Sakai won AMA for Best Pop Female. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese remained strong second-tier stars. Sherilyn Fenn and Sue Ching were lower-tier Hollywood talents, their budding careers tentatively growing thanks to their status as Linton's beauties. Next year's releases, National Treasure and Final Destination 2, promised to boost their visibility. With solid projects planned, closing the gap with the main group was attainable. Overall, everyone's fortunes had transformed dramatically since joining Linton, achieving far better success than in past lives. Monica and Jennifer, though, still needed stronger breaks. Linton planned to find them prime projects this year to push them up, aiming for solid A-list status, if not higher. Kate Winslet required no such push. With Titanic, she would effortlessly ascend from solid A-list to near A-plus status. Oscar and Golden Globe bias against Asians remained strong, and competition was fierce. Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Noriko Sakai stood little chance at awards. Nomination itself was a feat. The music scene was more promising, with more categories available. Next steps included campaigning for music awards for Izumi Sakai, Vivian Chow, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, a wiser path. Linton looked around at his stunning, beloved harem of women, each prolific and adored, fueling his pride. In high spirits, he raised his glass again. Let's drink tonight till we're drunk. Then we'll sing, and finally throw another party. Just to celebrate ourselves. His harem were surprised but delighted. Usually, despite Linton's perfection and kindness, his cool, imposing demeanor rarely broke into such joy. unless in private games or parties. Seeing him so relaxed and eager to share fun lifted their spirits immensely. After Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize's wins, some of the other sisters nursed ambitions, their eyes gleaming. If Linton's power was anything to go by, and considering past years when Sophie, Winona, Christiana, and Monica swept combined Golden Globe and Oscar Female Star Awards, any win seemed within reach, if Linton willed it. Could next year be my turn? For a Hollywood star, what could be more enticing? The women's eyes sparkled as they sought his gaze, each secretly longing. Madonna was first to rise, balanced her glass, and sat boldly in his lap. Pouring from the wine decanter, she filled both their glasses. Darling, thank God I met you. Thank you for giving me a different life, especially for fulfilling my dream with this Golden Globe. Let's drink a toast together. Cheers. The other sisters cheered in unison. Linton accepted without hesitation, clinking glasses and finishing the wine. But unexpectedly, after swallowing, Madonna didn't rise. Instead, she leaned in and kissed him deeply. Only then did he realize she was passing a large sip of wine from her mouth into his with the kiss. Amid laughter and teasing, Linton happily finished the shared toast. Nicole Kidman followed suit, carrying her glass over. The party moved on to their private karaoke room, a spacious suite designed like a luxurious nightclub lounge, equipped with top-tier sound systems and the latest song selection tech. After belting out a few songs, the music shifted into playlist mode, and the women gathered around Linton, drinking and playing games into the night. Chapter 586, Welcoming Mina. After the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, Chicago and Run Lola Run emerged as the big winners, gaining massive exposure. That very night, Linton Films' distribution department urgently contacted major theater chains. Starting February 1st, Chicago expanded its screening reach from 500 theaters to 2,400 theaters, covering 5,000 screens. Run Lola Run had been playing for 8 weeks since its November 27th release, grossing $121 million across North America by January 24th. Normally, it would have been pulled from most theaters by then, moving fully into the rights management phase. But given its ongoing push through awards season, the studio kept it in limited release for long-tail revenue. Riding the momentum of the Golden Globe wins, both films expanded their theater counts again, Chicago to 1,200 screens, aiming to harvest another wave of box office revenue. The results were clear. On Saturday, February 1st, Chicago pulled in $7.41 million, while Run Lola Run brought in $2.97 million. The next day, Chicago made $6.81 million and Run Lola Run $2.73 million. On February 3rd, the 69th Academy Awards nomination luncheon was held at the Beverly Hills Regent Hotel. Chicago was the clear winner of the event with 15 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Art Direction. Run Lola Run also snagged 3 nominations, Best Picture, Best Actress, and Best Editing. Following the Academy Award nominations, media attention for both films surged further, bringing even more coverage. Though it was a Monday, the box office dropped less than 20% for both movies, raking in $5.73 million for Chicago and $2.33 million for Run Lola Run. Seizing the opportunity, the distribution team negotiated with theaters to further expand Chicago's screenings to 2,800 screens. Run Lola Run's run was largely over. It had already seen a broad release and was now just in its final phase of box office harvesting. Universal Studios took the chance to ramp up overseas promotion for both films, highlighting their Golden Globe wins and Oscar nominations. They planned to release them simultaneously overseas that weekend. With the Oscar campaign heating up, Harvey's PR team switched to more covert operations, ceasing any overt activities that might arouse suspicion. After over a month of relentless campaigning, Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize finally got some well-earned rest. Considering how exhausted they'd all been, Linton decided to reward and compensate them. Plus, it was almost time to deliver the new batches of Vitality and Beauty pills. On March 4th, Linton flew them all back to the estate for a vacation on a private jet. Besides those 3 women and little Lena, only 3 others joined. Christiana really, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, all with their children, and Sherilyn Fenn. Everyone else had to get back to work after the break. Sherilyn's presence was simply because she had no major projects lined up. Another person with few commitments was Su Qing, who was heading back to China to celebrate the new year with her family. Before she left, Linton granted Li Xiaoran a long leave to accompany Su Qing and gifted each of them a bottle of vitality pills and 2 bottles of beauty pills, the maximum allowed by customs. They were also allowed to take home 10 cases of Linton's own red wine as holiday gifts, with a private jet sending Su Qing back. Once settled on the estate, Linton received a call from Mina, who said she wanted to report on the production status of the beauty pills. When Linton arrived at the health company, Mina was already waiting by the factory entrance. Instead of the usual factory tour, she directly led him into her office, where the heater was turned up comfortably. Mina gently helped Linton take off and hang up his coat, then removed her own jacket and turned slowly in front of him with a trace of shyness and nervousness. "Boss, do you think I am pretty?" she asked softly. It struck Linton immediately that Mina looked quite different today. Though she had always been attractive, definitely an 85+ beauty out of 100, she still lagged behind the stunning stars in his harem. Since becoming his assistant, Mina had been influenced by Linton and his women's style. Her wardrobe, figure, and makeup had improved dramatically, quickly evolving into a confident professional beauty. Especially after last year when Linton appointed her as general manager of the health company and provided plenty of beauty pills, she had blossomed more. Today, she clearly made a special effort. Wearing subtle nude makeup with her golden hair draping over her shoulders like fiery silk, she looked like a different woman. Gone was her usual serious manager attire. She wore a classic white Chanel blouse that hugged her full chest, showcasing a deep, irresistible cleavage. Her lower half was a super short, tight pencil skirt, paired with sheer black stockings and classic black high heels. Damn, this was pure office seduction. And somehow, it felt so familiar, as if, before Linton could respond, Mina suddenly wrapped her arms around him and jumped into his embrace, pressing a passionate kiss to his lips. "Boss, don't you like it?" she whispered. "Mina, what's going on with you?" Linton asked, surprised. "Boss, I've liked you for years, and now I'm hopelessly in love with you," she confessed, her voice trembling. "When you're not around, I think about you every day, waiting for you. Mina, you know my situation. I can't marry anyone. I know. I never wanted to possess you alone. I just want to be your woman. Mina, did Li Xiaoran say something to you?" "Not much. It's really me who's fallen for you. But yes, she gave me the courage. Besides, since you've taken Li Xiaoran in, you shouldn't leave me behind. I'm well behaved, and this is my first time." "Wait, your first time?" Linton asked with a raised brow. "Yeah. Back in school, I was always busy juggling work and studies. No time for boyfriends. Since becoming your assistant in '92, all my time revolved around you. With you as the standard, no other man even compares. Boss, I'm 26 and never had a boyfriend or any intimate experience. You won't think less of me, will you?" Linton chuckled, scooped Mina up in his arms, and headed toward the private lounge. "No way. That just means you're proud, self-respecting, and have remained pure. That might be a joke to some, but with me, it's a huge plus. I love it." Mina's excitement bubbled over as she kissed him again. "Boss, I'm so happy. Please cherish me." Inwardly, Mina thought that making friends with Li Xiaoran hadn't been for nothing. Her hands-on guidance earlier had paid off. Her recent intel proved accurate. Their boss not only loved the allure of seductive office women, but was uniquely obsessed with innocent women differently than most men. Soon, the lounge was filled with soft, sweet music emanating from the speakers. Luckily, Linton reacted quickly, recalling they were at the health company. He discreetly activated a sound-dampening barrier, preventing any gossip-prone employees from overhearing. 2 hours later, their intense passion finally subsided. Mina was limp and nestled against Linton's chest. "Darling, I never knew this could feel so amazing," she murmured. Linton gently patted her shapely behind. "Sweetheart, you came to talk about beauty pill production, didn't you?" "Darling, the production is perfectly fine. I just missed you so much I used that as an excuse to call you over. I hope you're not mad," she whispered, burying her head in his chest. Linton looked at the plum blossom pattern on the bedsheets, affectionately stroking Mina's hair. Thinking it over, he decided to take her in for good, making the health company easier to manage. Sweetheart, just like Li Xiaoran, you'll be my woman from now on. Really, darling? Absolutely. After this, you'll move into the inner courtyard. Your treatment will be the same as Li Xiaoran's. Darling, you're too good to me. I'm so lucky. Mina kissed him again. Darling, love me. The sweet, joyful music began again. By 6 p.m., they packed up and returned to the inner quarters. Amid the envious gazes of the staff, Linton introduced Mina to Madonna and the other women, as well as the housekeeper, Erica. Of course, choosing her villa, personal assistant, and apartment within the 7-section compound would have to wait until tomorrow. That evening, Madonna took on the big sister role fully, organizing a welcome party for the newcomer. The lively event amazed Mina, opening her eyes to a whole new world. With the guidance of the sisters, she easily blended into the festivities, enjoying all the pleasures and excitement. The next day, March 5th, it was time for the government to receive shipments of vitality and beauty pills again. Unexpectedly, just after breakfast, Linton got a call from the president. Mr. Anderson, I have good news for you. Oh, what good news? Your appointment as White House Chief Honorary Advisor has been finalized. You can assume office anytime. Linton was nonplussed. What good news was that? It seemed rather meaningless, especially since the commander himself was already under Linton's secret slave mark. He replied coolly, Advisor? I don't have to go to Washington, right? Mr. Anderson, technically, you don't need to work in Washington regularly. But for the official swearing-in, you must come to complete the formalities. We also need to set up your own team and office space per your wishes. And since you'll hold office there, housing arrangements will be provided. Is all this necessary? Absolutely. This position is your direct point of influence within the federal government. It can't be taken lightly. Fine. I'll see about my schedule and aim for next Monday. Mr. Anderson, could you come sooner? Preferably today or tomorrow. It's just an advisor. Besides, I'm tied up these days. Linton thought about his promise to spend quality time with Madonna, Catherine, Charlize, and the newly acquired Mina. Bill Clinton was speechless. It was only Wednesday, yet the man treated the White House chief advisor role like a trivial matter. Not wanting to push further, he conceded, All right, then. We'll prepare your induction for next Monday. As expected, Leon Panetta arrived later that day with Linton's official appointment paperwork as White House chief honorary advisor. The news shocked California Governor Pete, Los Angeles Mayor Richard, and Montana Governor Mark. They speculated if Linton was about to enter the political arena in earnest. Though Linton himself remained indifferent about the title, Madonna and the harem ladies saw huge benefits. Despite knowing Linton's formidable power that had made Washington bend the knee to him and created a media sensation dubbed the Divine Retribution, joining the highest federal institution was still a major advantage. In America, top politicians controlled enormous power and resources. Now that Linton was inside, it meant access to greater influence and wealth, not only for himself and his family, but also for all the women. The benefits were obvious. That evening, at Madonna's insistence, the estate was decorated with festive lights. Chef Suarez Shiji prepared a lavish dinner celebrating Linton's new official status. Persuaded by Madonna, Linton also handed out generous bonuses to all garden staff. Not forgetting the Los Angeles estate, he had Winnie distribute generous gifts to the staff there too. After several strategic strikes against rivals and complete cooperation from FBI and local police in Los Angeles, no one dared mess with the vitality and beauty pills anymore. Tomorrow, Linton planned to delegate the delivery of vitality and beauty pills to the Los Angeles estate to the farm's security chief Carter and his personal bodyguard Danny. That way, he'd have more time to spend at the estate with Madonna, Catherine, Charlize, and the others, especially Mina, who was still deeply caught in the thrill of new love. Naturally, he wanted to comfort and accompany her. Since Li Xiaoran had already gone back to China to spend the new year with her family. Since the upcoming Washington appointment required an assistant, Linton needed someone suitable. Originally, Mina seemed perfect, willing to travel and work closely with him. But as the health company's general manager, her position was sensitive, making it unsuitable for her to serve as his temporary assistant. Among the rest, only Winnie fit the bill. Not only was she a trusted insider with solid abilities, but she also managed Linton's investments and could build more contacts in Washington, benefiting their future endeavors. So Winnie would fly back tomorrow afternoon, accompanied by Danny and Carter. Chapter 587. Taking Office, Launching the War. February 7th. Riding the wave of their Golden Globe wins and multiple Oscar nominations, Chicago and Run Lola Run opened in a major release across 43 countries and regions overseas. After years of Hollywood's cultural export, by this time, the influence of America's Golden Globes was already massive worldwide, and the Oscars held an unmatched prestige globally. With the backing of these two awards, Chicago and Run Lola Run quickly ignited huge audience enthusiasm overseas, saving tens of millions of dollars in marketing expenses. Over the first 3 days of opening weekend, Chicago and Run Lola Run grossed $51.63 million and $42.71 million, respectively. Madonna, Catherine, and Charlize all left the Anderson farm on February 8th. Accompanied by the Universal Studios distribution team, they flew overseas to embark on a 2-week promotional film tour. February 10th. Linton arrived in Washington by private jet, accompanied by Winnie. At the airport, Leon Panetta, chief of staff at the White House, greeted him in a motorcade. When he noticed Linton now had Winnie as his assistant instead of the usual aide, a flicker of surprise showed on his face. He knew Winnie well. She was the powerhouse managing Linton's investments, but hadn't expected her to serve as Linton's personal assistant. It seemed almost like overqualified help for the role. Seeing his hesitation, Linton explained, "This is Winnie Gesso, my chief investment officer. My regular assistant is on leave, so she's temporarily helping me out." "Hello, Ms. Gesso. Welcome to Washington," Leon Panetta said, secretly shaking his head. "You're too lenient with your assistant. You even let her take a vacation at such a crucial moment." The group got into cars and headed straight for the White House. Inside the White House, Leon Panetta asked his assistant to show Winnie to Linton's new office, while he accompanied Linton directly to the president's office. President Clinton, along with 15 cabinet members, had set aside all their work and awaited him in the Oval Office. When they saw Linton, every face lit up with warm smiles, greeting him with the utmost enthusiasm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all moved to the conference room to hold an official meeting and administer Linton's oath of office. The president has many advisors: national security, science, military, trade, economic, and more, appointed according to the president's needs. Strictly speaking, these advisors serve as private aides to the president and form a temporary team. However, the White House also has a statutory permanent advisory body, the Economic Advisory Council, comprised of 3 academic economists. They handle macroeconomic analysis, coordinate economic reports from federal agencies, and assist in drafting the president's economic report. Now, the White House added a new permanent advisory institution, the Chief Honorary Advisor. That meant Linton's position was a standing role, responsible not to President Clinton personally, but to the White House itself, and ranked above all other advisors. Naturally, the existing advisors grumbled and tried to block this sudden addition, but it was futile. With the full backing of President Clinton, the cabinet, and Congress, the institution was set up rapidly. All existing advisors were sternly warned not to conflict with the new chief honorary advisor. At first, they were secretly displeased, especially the 3 experts who led the Economic Advisory Council. But seeing Linton warmly embraced by the president and cabinet members, their resistance quietly started to fade. After Linton took his oath, something even stranger happened. President Clinton and all 15 cabinet members cheerfully accompanied him back to his new office. Even Orliston Keynes, the chief economist of the Economic Advisory Council, quietly conceded defeat. They could consider themselves lucky. None knew what might have happened had they foolishly provoked Linton. Linton's office was located on the west side of the West Wing's 2nd floor, at the far western end, consisting of 2 offices. One office, about 1,600 square feet, was for Linton personally. It included a secretary's room near the entrance, a reception area, work area, and a lounge. Beside it was a smaller office, roughly 1,000 square feet, dedicated to his team's work, including a small conference room. By regulation, He could staff up to 5 team members, with salaries covered by the White House, but all hires required official approval. Both offices were fully equipped with the latest, top-of-the-line furniture and state-of-the-art office technology. President Clinton and the cabinet's visit was mostly symbolic. They did not linger long. After getting to know Winnie, Leon Panetta stayed behind to host them while the rest departed. Before leaving, President Clinton arranged a 3 p.m. meeting with Linton in the Oval Office. Leon Panetta then gave Linton and Winnie a detailed briefing about White House operations. He called in a young driver. "Linton, the White House has assigned you a Cadillac. This is Kevin Scott, your driver. Of course, if you want to switch later, just let us know." Finally, he said, "As for your residence, I secured a villa in the Carlisle neighborhood of McLean. It's a development reserved for government officials with pretty good amenities. I live there too. How about we take a look now to see if you like the layout and figure out what else you might need, so I can arrange it quickly?" Just as Linton was about to agree, Hillary entered the room. Seeing her intention for a private conversation, Linton told Winnie to take Danny and Leon Panetta to view the villa. He wasn't too concerned about the residence. After all, he wouldn't be living there much during the year, and Winnie already knew his preferences well. After Winnie and Leon Panetta left, Hillary closed the door behind her and immediately threw herself into Linton's arms, planting a sultry kiss on him. "Darling, I've missed you so much. Baby, didn't we meet in New York just mid-last month?" "Yeah, but can it be the same? So many things happened in between, and you kept me completely in the dark. I've been on edge the whole time. Relax, everything's fine now. It's all behind us. I don't care. You owe me. Okay, what's your idea of compensation?" Hillary kissed him deeply again, her voice dripping with desire. "I want your love right now. Here in the office? Why not? I want to leave my mark here in the place you work." Linton was surprised by her boldness and passion, but felt an unexpected surge of excitement stirring inside him. "All right, as you wish." He activated a silent zone around them, picked her up in his arms, and headed toward the lounge. However, right by his ear, Hillary whispered seductively, "Darling, let's start here. I want to explore every inch of your office with you." "Well, you really know how to play the game." Joyous and sweet moans filled the silent bubble, invisible to the outside world. After all, it was still work hours, and Hillary hadn't arrived until 10:30 a.m. They could only steal a brief taste, wrapping up their passionate encounter within an hour. After freshening up, they headed back to the working area. Hillary, cheeks flushed, straddled Linton's lap. "Darling, have you finalized the investment strategies I mentioned in New York last month concerning the stock and futures markets? You mean the plan tied to the impending Iraq War?" "Yes. The war should have started earlier, but your killing spree in Washington last month, especially wiping out a large group of senators, Congress members, and top officials, caused serious chaos at the highest level. Luckily, they quickly reached a consensus with you and used the divine punishment incident to distract the media and public. That allowed Washington to stabilize swiftly without major upheaval." Linton ran his hand through her golden hair. "Baby, you know all the causes and effects. This isn't exactly on me, right?" Hillary pressed another kiss to him. "Darling, you're so powerful. I'm proud and happy, not mad. I'm just briefing you on what happened in Washington lately." "All right, go on." After over 2 weeks of reorganization, things in D.C. are finally back on track. But the urgent issue of filling those senator and Congress vacancies is still bitterly debated. Since all the deceased were Republicans, their party insists the replacements should come from internal recommendations, then put to local voters for approval. Of course, the Democrats won't agree. Such a golden opportunity can't be given up easily. They want a standard election process for the replacements. This debate will drag on. But the war on Iraq can't wait. Why not? 3 reasons. First, after the divine punishment incident faded, media and public attention have swung to the terrorist attacks on the pharmaceutical giants, Johnson & Johnson, Abbott Labs, and Pfizer. Their headquarters were destroyed, and the issue's heating back up. After all this time, who's stirring this up? Mainly those affected by the attacks. Before, these companies were each valued at over $100 billion. The attacks tanked their stock prices to below $10 billion. With so many stakeholders involved and huge losses suffered, they're eager for payback. Surely others are involved. Those already worthless can't drive all this buzz alone. Of course, Washington's authorities and people like us, who are ready, are also pushing this behind the scenes. Washington authorities and people already primed? You mean? Exactly. That's the other two reasons. Secondly, Washington has long wanted to invade Iraq. The oil they're trying to slip out of American control is unacceptable. Now they have the perfect excuse. The third reason must be the early investments placed in the stock and futures markets, right? Yes. The highest decision-makers in Washington have positioned massive bets in stocks and futures. I invested $2 billion, $1 billion in defense stocks, and $1 billion in futures contracts on gold, oil, and grain. With that much on the line, they want the war to start quickly. Defense contractors have been lobbying hard for it too. Well then, since everyone benefits, let's get the troops moving soon. Darling, have you finished your investment layout? This is a rare chance to make serious money. Don't worry, I finalized everything last week. Now it's just waiting for the war to start and for some easy profits. Easy profits? Babe, don't be too cautious. Don't waste this golden opportunity. Actually, I'm not small-time either. I matched you with $2 billion invested. Now that's more like it. Oh right, you're a billionaire. With that, $2 billion is chump change, huh? Just kidding. It's still a big sum. Glancing at the clock, it was noon. Hillary stood up to leave. All right, I'm off. Where will you stay tonight? Not sure yet. I don't know if the Villa Leon Panetta arranged at Carlisle is ready to move in. Darling, you should stay at a hotel. Why? Because in that neighborhood, all residents are government officials. I won't be able to visit you at night. Okay, then I'll stay at the Willard Intercontinental tonight. Hillary kissed him again, beaming. See you tonight, darling. Barely 5 minutes after Hillary left, Leon Panetta and Winnie returned. At noon, Leon had accompanied them for a simple meal in the White House cafeteria. During lunch, Winnie briefly updated Linton about the residents. According to her, Carlisle was the most upscale community, with top-tier security, commercial facilities, and environment. The villa sat on an expansive 3-acre lot, featuring a 5,400-square-foot residence over 3 floors, with 21 rooms, an outdoor pool, and a tennis court. All the furnishings were freshly updated. The only thing left was to purchase daily necessities and arrange live-in help. If we decide to move in, we'll need to hire a housekeeper and maid. No rush moving in for now. Take note of everything. Next time, I'll have Amy come early to set things up. For now, we'll stay at the Willard. It's less than a 10-minute walk to the White House. At 3 p.m., Linton headed to the Oval Office for a meeting with President Clinton. 2 items dominated the discussion. The first was expected, the forthcoming decision to launch the Iraq War, seeking Linton's stance. Given his morning conversation with Hillary, Linton fully supported it. The second issue was the division of labor for Linton's new duties. However, Linton didn't want to get bogged down. Bill, I won't take on specific tasks. My title is honorary advisor after all, and our communication has been very smooth. All right, I'll leave it to you. But I suggest you get some staff started soon to establish your office's workflow and keep you up to date with Washington's latest developments. All right, Chapter 588, Hillary versus Winnie. That evening, at the Willard Interstate Hotel, inside the presidential suite, Winnie, still trembling from the shocks of the day's revelations, melted softly against Linton's chest. Her eyes gazed up at him with admiration as if she could never get enough, and she leaned in to plant a tender kiss. Darling, you're incredible. I swear, I'm just in awe of you. Linton kissed her back gently. Baby R, you just now realizing how amazing I am. No, you've always been the greatest in my eyes. But what happened today went beyond anything I imagined. How so? You're a megastar, a genius, a billionaire, a mastermind with a powerful body. But I thought your influence was mostly limited to media, the internet, health products, and investments. I never expected your reach to extend so deeply into politics. Why do you say that? To me, Washington was this snarled, dark web of factional wars, backstabbing, scheming to the max, an endless vortex where people devoured each other whole. I was worried you'd get swallowed up in it, facing enemies at every turn, seen and unseen. But everything I witnessed today turned all that upside down. You seemed like the uncrowned king of Washington. The president and his cabinet ministers smiled at you warmly, and showed genuine goodwill. When you met with the president's office this afternoon, even the big names inside the White House scrambled to charm me, bringing gifts and having their minister's assistants swap contacts with me. Sounds like you made quite a few new acquaintances. I did. Want to see the list? I wrote it all down, but don't worry. I returned every single gift. Linton playfully ruffled her golden hair. No need to see it. I trust you know who's who. Besides, with your fame in business and your looks, maybe they were coming after you. Winnie savored his touch and kissed him. Don't joke, sweetheart. This is Washington. We both know better. And tomorrow you start your Senate role, and the day after, the House. That means you'll hold sway over the 3 most powerful seats in Washington. This has never happened before in American history. Darling, you're amazing. Knowing you has been my greatest fortune. Baby, meeting you is my fortune too. Winnie, aflame with passion, kissed him again, begging, Darling, love me. All right, as you wish. Linton scooped her up in a princess carry and walked deeper into the suite. Joyful, sweet music began to play. Winnie, fueled by excitement, grew wild and unrestrained in their passionate lovemaking. 2 hours later, after an intense, exhilarating embrace, Winnie collapsed softly onto Linton, her small hand making absent circles on his chest. Sweetheart, do you think America is about to go to war? How do you know that? This afternoon, the Defense Secretary Sylvester's assistant stopped by our office and let something slip without meaning to. Yeah, the votes in Congress are probably coming soon. At the latest, this week, America's definitely sending troops to Iraq. Wow, our $2 billion investment is about to pay off big. Linton teased, flicking her nose lovingly. Of course, you little money hound. Start counting the cash. Ugh, no matter how much cash there is, it's all yours. No, it's ours together. Darling, what's your plan going forward here? What do you think? Do you want to pursue a political career? Actually, Linton intended all along to be the puppet master behind the scenes, a supreme power pulling America's strings. But that wasn't something to tell Winnie outright. No, I never wanted to be a politician. My nature isn't suited for it, and I won't waste much energy on those roles. Taking these 3 positions is just to protect and expand our interests. You're right. It's all about the money, and the empire you've built is huge. No wonder others are jealous. Linton stroked her hair. Baby, don't worry. No one will dare mess with us anymore. Winnie shifted into a more comfortable position in his arms. Honey, lying here with you feels so good. Hearing this, Linton briefly lost for words. According to plan, Hillary would arrive in about 20 minutes to stay in the room next door. He would have to either go to her or let her come over. But what would Winnie think? Ah, what the hell? In Winnie's eyes, he was probably a scoundrel with many ladies anyway. What's one more married woman? Time to test the waters. He kissed Winnie lightly. Expecting a new passionate round, she eagerly responded. But then his words shocked her and drained her desire completely. Baby, someone is coming over soon. A guest? Tonight. Yeah, in about 20 minutes. Who is it? Should I leave? You know her. It's Hillary. Winnie's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Hillary? She's coming to see you tonight? Don't tell me. Linton smirked without shame. Yeah, it's exactly what you think. Startled, Winnie sat up. God, you're crazy. Don't you see how dangerous this is? Seeing her alarm, Linton quickly pulled her to his chest, stroking her golden hair. Relax. There's nothing to worry about. Sweetheart, you've had many women before, but you always promised not to touch women who were taken, even if they had boyfriends. Now you're with her. She's the first lady, for God's sake. Linton sighed theatrically. Well, she's also kind of a poor soul. Winnie instantly grew curious. Poor? How do you mean? He began to explain Hillary's story, omitting the slave mark details, simply saying that her love life was a mess. 2 years ago, at a White House dinner, he was seduced by her and ended up together, and since then, she's been devoted to him. Winnie's expression grew complicated. She murmured, So that's it. I should have figured it out. Baby, what do you mean? Winnie pinched his waist sharply. I should have known you two were abnormal. Linton carefully dispersed his energy around his waist so her fingers wouldn't get hurt, then asked, What about us gave you away? In February 2 years ago, we shorted the New York Times. We invested $26 million and made $98 million in just a month. a $72 million profit. Later leaks showed Hillary was the mastermind behind it, right? Linton tapped his nose. That deal was her doing. Though it brought trouble, she also gained the most. Yeah, but there's more to the story. I was suspicious from the start. Why would she share such a huge gain with us? Also, from November onwards, our charity account received massive donations totaling $2.5 billion. Must be her too. Exactly. And last February, during the Super Bowl in Phoenix, I remember she came by our place and advised us on marketing the Vitality pills. She looked at you with a strange hunger, identical to how the other girls do, and I thought I was hallucinating then. Looking back, I guess it was uncontrollable desire. That's spot on. More importantly, last month you moved $2 billion into stocks and futures, right? With the war coming, she must have tipped you off about the classified info beforehand, right? That's all true. I didn't expect you to be so sharp. And I think she's pregnant. Could it be yours? Okay, I admit it. The baby carries my blood. Oh my God. You guys are crazy. Don't you fear the backlash? The president's involved. Don't worry. The president knows about it. What? The president knows? How could he tolerate it and still treat you so warmly? That's complicated. It ties into the Clinton family legacy. Once the child is born, he'll be my godchild and spend at least 3 months a year living in our estate gardens. Unbelievable. You shouldn't have told me this. Linton pulled her back into his arms. Baby, you're the person I trust most. It's okay, you know. Just make sure no one else does. Winnie felt her heart stirred, returning a loving kiss. Thank you for trusting me. So when Hillary arrives, will you meet her with me? Should I? There's nothing wrong with it. You're more important to me than she is. Winnie softened. I know you're just saying that to comfort me, but I'm really glad. Will she leave tonight? Linton understood she was asking how long they'd be stuck together. If brief, maybe she'd skip it to avoid awkwardness. She won't leave tonight, and she'll be here again tomorrow and the day after. Upon hearing this, Winnie realized she couldn't avoid it. After all, they'd come alone together for a rare trip. She couldn't spend the nights lonely. Fine, I'll stay with you. Better let her come into this room. Wait, I need a moment to get ready. What Linton hadn't expected was Winnie's so-called getting ready was more than just a light touch-up. She adorned herself with blazing red lipstick, let her golden hair cascade freely, slipped into the sexiest Victoria's Secret lingerie under a sheer black nightgown, and topped it off with classic silver stiletto heels and black stockings tracing her long, flawless legs. She was breathtakingly beautiful as always. Now she looked like an utterly divine temptress, radiating raw, intoxicating sensuality. Dressed this way, Winnie approached Linton smoothly and spun gracefully, asking, Darling, do I look beautiful? Linton pulled her close and kissed her. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. She must have sensed the threat Hillary posed and intended to pressure her this way, grasping the upper hand. Linton activated his spiritual awareness and peeked next door. Damn, Hillary had just finished her shower and was also dressing up. Had she anticipated this silent showdown with Winnie tonight? 10 minutes later, Linton's phone rang. He answered to hear Hillary's voice. Darling, I've arrived. Good. Come on over. Linton cracked the door open a bit. Soon, the door swung wide. A strikingly glamorous figure entered. As the door closed behind her, her coat slipped to the floor. She moved forward quickly but stopped just shy of diving into Linton's arms. Her eyes blazed fiercely upon the sight of Winnie beside him, like wildfire sparks. She silently praised herself for coming prepared. Otherwise, she'd have been completely overshadowed. Darling, isn't this your secretary, Winnie? Why's she here? Winnie locked eyes with the equally captivating Hillary. Hillary wore subtle makeup, blazing red lips, and an eye-catching sheer red nightgown that was completely transparent underneath, no underwear. Red stockings and matching red high heels completed her look. Though older, the long-lasting vitality Linton's essence gave her, and the Vitality pills had reversed the clock, restoring her to a fresh 27 or 28. Her skin was flawless porcelain, her figure fiery and seductive, further intensified by her 3-month pregnancy, swelling her curves temptingly. Winnie didn't feel threatened, though. In looks and physique, she clearly still held the upper hand, and she was the one Linton described as the closest and most trusted. Silently, she cursed Hillary as a schemer and linked her arm through Linton's, teasingly saying, "Darling, this must be First Lady Hillary, right?" Watching the playful sass between the two women, Linton felt a little awkward. He took Hillary's hand in one and Winnie's in the other. "Come on, let me reintroduce you. Winnie, Hillary, you're both my women. From now on, you're sisters." Sisters? The two women shared a glance, each masked with a flicker of surprise, their acting chops shining through the perfectly timed expression. Linton firmed his hold on both, kissing each on the lips with dominance. "You're both mine, so of course, you're family." Hillary's heart lifted at that. "Darling, are you going to publicly acknowledge me as one of your women?" "No. Winnie is my most trusted partner. What concerns you stays between you two and no one else." Both women softened at Linton's words. Hillary, older and more politically seasoned, extended her right hand toward Winnie. "Hello, Winnie. Let's take care of each other." Winnie shook the hand warmly. "Hello, Hillary. We'll look out for one another." Seeing their handshake, Linton relaxed for the first time. He uncorked a bottle of fine wine and set out 3 glasses. "To our happiness," he toasted. Not long after, the room was filled with the sounds of laughter and games being played, 3-way poker. Joyful, sweet music echoed through the night, never fading. Chapter 589, Speaker's Granddaughter, War Breaks Out. Over the next 2 days, Linton smoothly completed his onboarding process, officially assuming the roles of Chief Honorary Advisor to both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Much like the White House, both chambers assigned him 2 offices each, one for himself and his secretary, the other for his team. The House offices were about the same size as his White House quarters, allowing a team of 4, slightly smaller than the White House allowance. The Senate, true to its reputation as the elder chamber, provided much more spacious offices. 2 rooms, each about 2,000 square feet. Linton's office even included a small conference room. The Senate allowed him to assemble a 6-person team. Despite these prestigious appointments, Chief Honorary Advisor to the White House, the Senate, and the House, Linton didn't give them much importance. He had no immediate plans to recruit staff either. First, he wanted to see if any suitable candidates existed within his 2 media companies before considering external hires. There was no rush. However, that Wednesday, right after taking office at the House of Representatives, something completely unexpected happened. At 3 p.m., he was invited to visit the office of Speaker Newt Gingrich in the House. To his surprise, there was a stunningly beautiful young woman in her early 20s waiting there, a figure with an irresistibly hot physique. Seeing Linton enter, Newt Gingrich warmly introduced her. "Linton, this is Denise, my favorite granddaughter. She just graduated last year from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania." Linton felt puzzled. What was this about? Still, he extended his right hand politely. "Hello, Denise." Denise offered her fair right hand in return. "Hello, Linton. I'm a big fan of yours." "A fan? That's great. Thank you for your support. I'm actually a key member of your fan club chapter at our university. Could you please sign this for me?" She then pulled out a small, elegant notebook from her bag. Denise's personality was quite pleasant, cheerful, confident, yet well-mannered. After obtaining the autograph, she shared a few jokes with Linton, then quietly sat beside him, listening as he and Newt Gingrich talked. While Linton and Newt were on friendly terms, they hadn't reached the level of mixing in each other's inner circles. As he chatted with Newt, part of Linton's mind stayed alert, wondering if this sly old fox was trying to lure him with a beauty. And indeed, he guessed right. Since Linton's ruthless crackdown in Washington had severely weakened the Elephant Party's influence, Newt Gingrich had developed a profound respect for Linton's immense power. He knew Linton was surely going to be one of America's future big bosses. Facing the Elephant Party's current crisis, Newt Gingrich, as party leader and patriarch of a long-established political dynasty, had to think strategically, both about how to counter the Democrats and how to ensure his family's legacy. The idea had struck him then. Could they forge an alliance through marriage with this extraordinarily capable future overlord? His beloved granddaughter was the perfect age for marriage. However, after a thorough background check, discovering that Linton openly maintained over 20 women and had fathered 4 children, Newt Gingrich's plan vanished utterly. What a joke, he thought. I'm a respected Republican Party leader, and our lineage traces all the way back to the Mayflower. There's no way I'd marry my legitimate granddaughter off as some nameless, powerless lover. Still, he saw Linton as an immense potential asset. Even if a marriage alliance was impossible, securing an alliance was essential, especially given the turbulent state of the Elephant Party. Back home, Newt Gingrich pulled all family records of women aged 18 to 25 and settled on Denise. Denise was the granddaughter of his late cousin, a branch of the family. Though she didn't enjoy the same level of resources as his direct descendants, she lived in comfort with elite education and access to numerous privileges from a young age. She had just graduated with honors from Wharton and was now interning at the family's energy company. Traditionally, girls like Denise, from collateral branches, had two paths: either serve as marriage tools to strengthen alliances with less powerful families, or, if talented enough, rapidly rise in a few years to senior roles in the family's businesses. Marriage was never their own choice. They would either remain single or marry into the family to support its prosperity. But now, Newt Gingrich had a new plan: send Denise to Linton's side, making her his liaison, winning Linton's favor and potential backing for the family. As for what kind of place she would hold, whether she could gain special favor or become Linton's legitimate partner, it depended entirely on her own abilities. Newt personally returned to the family stronghold in Boston to discuss the matter thoroughly with Denise and her parents. After offering very attractive terms, Denise happily agreed. Denise herself wasn't against the idea. In fact, she was secretly thrilled. After all, Linton was the world's top movie and music superstar, a figure she'd admired long before and represented at her school's fan club leadership. Being close to her idol was not hard to accept. But what attracted her even more wasn't just Linton's star power. At such a young age, he owned two major media companies, had developed revolutionary beauty and vitality pills, was among the wealthiest in the world, and had recently risen to prominence in Washington politics. Even the Elephant Party's leader needed to use family ties to woo him. Such a man was practically the dream lover of every young woman worldwide, herself included. Now that she had the chance to move into his orbit, it was the perfect opportunity. She could be the first to gain his favor, possibly even win him entirely. The thought was intoxicating. Newt Gingrich's instructions were clear: do whatever it takes to become one of Linton's women. Some might see Linton's already large harem as a barrier, but Denise knew better. Even Newt Gingrich had his own mistresses outside the family, so she arrived brimming with dreams and anticipation. Beforehand, she had thoroughly studied all the data Newt gave her about Linton, his personality, preferences, even the three former assistants to pay special attention to: Winnie, Mina, and Lee Shauran. Starting Tuesday, the White House began priming the American public through mainstream media, emphasizing the threat Iraq posed to America. All media outlets aligned their narratives: for world peace, for the protection of American life and happiness, and for retaliation against previous terrorist attacks on American soil. The United States must militarily strike Iraq and eliminate all threats. TV networks flooded their programming with war-supporting experts who championed military action from every angle. Newt Gingrich and Linton privately discussed the upcoming congressional vote on the Iraq deployment, which was now almost a done deal. Their conversation was open, even with Denise present. They both fully supported the resolution. After the official discussion, Newt Gingrich finally revealed his true intent, recommending Denise. Linton, Denise has always been an exemplary student. She graduated with honors from Wharton. She's beautiful and a diehard fan of yours. She has even promoted your work tirelessly every time you release something. That's great. Thank you, Linton replied. Your career is incredibly successful. Could you do me a favor? I want Denise to learn from you and deepen the friendship between us. Linton was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Denise is so talented. She could make it anywhere. Why come to me? No, no, no. Your place is exactly where she belongs. I guarantee she'll be obedient, follow every order you give, and satisfy any request 100%. Linton was stunned. What the hell? Is this a job placement or a thinly veiled offer to make her my slave? Is she even worth that much? Just as he hesitated on how to refuse, Denise stood promptly and bowed deeply to Linton. Sir, please accept me. I'm capable, and I'm obedient. At this point, Refusing would make him appear ungrateful and risk ending his friendship with Newt Gingrich. But if he accepted, what would Clinton and Hillary think? What about the Democrats? He had never publicly supported them anyway, and with his current power, he couldn't afford to care. His ultimate goal was to be America's true puppet master, the supreme overlord, not the Democrats. From a national perspective, balanced power between the two parties ensured political stability, so accepting Denise didn't seem problematic. As Newt Gingrich and Denise anxiously awaited, Linton finally replied with certainty. "All right, I agree. Denise, go home and prepare. Next week, come to Los Angeles to meet me. We'll discuss your role in detail." "Thank you, boss. I'm already ready. I can leave with you now. No need to rush. I have to attend the congressional vote on Iraq tomorrow, then leave Washington the next morning. We'll go together. Should I assist you these 2 days?" "No, I brought my own assistant. Besides, my workload is light for the next couple of days. Just rest and spend time with your grandfather." Putting her on as assistant now would openly announce a secret alliance with Newt Gingrich. Even if he didn't care about the Democrats, this wasn't the time to show off. Seeing Linton agree, Newt Gingrich relaxed and didn't press the matter. "Good thinking, Linton. Denise, spend the next 2 days with your parents. Once you're in LA, take good care of Linton. Everything revolves around him. After that, you won't be able to visit us so casually." Damn, the old fox was getting more blatant, mentioning taking care so openly. Surely Denise wasn't his real granddaughter. "Denise, it won't be as harsh as your grandfather says. Working with me means you'll have normal vacations. All right, no more talk. I have a bottle of 1982 Lafite here. Let's celebrate our friendship." The next day, Congress held a joint session to review the White House's report and funding request for military action against Iraq to combat terrorism. As expected, the plan passed overwhelmingly. An additional $500 billion in military spending was approved. At 3:30 p.m., the White House held a press conference announcing the official launch of military operations against Iraq, shaking the world. Stock markets and futures reacted immediately. Within 30 minutes, defense stocks surged over 30%. Oil and gold contracts jumped 10%, and major agricultural commodities also rose significantly. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein immediately protested to the UN, demanding intervention to stop America's illegal invasion. Numerous countries condemned America's hegemonic behavior, protesting the unauthorized attack as a violation of international law. But these protests were meaningless. That afternoon, the U.S. military launched the operation. 5 aircraft carriers set sail in mighty formation from Norfolk Naval Base, Virginia, toward the Arabian Peninsula. America's staunch allies in NATO responded swiftly, contributing troops and funds to form a coalition with the U.S. to strike Iraq. Everyone knew this was a rare chance to openly join the dominant power in plundering another nation. The UN, utterly powerless and afraid, was limited to a mild statement by Secretary General Kofi Annan calling for restraint and dialogue. That evening, still in the presidential suite of the Willard Intercontinental Hotel, Linton, Winnie, and Hillary sipped red wine, exuberantly discussing their investment windfall. Linton was surprised that after 3 nights of intimate gatherings, Hillary and Winnie had become close friends, calling each other sisters. America's war against Iraq had made them huge profits, a true wartime bonanza. In fact, as early as the previous week, when the media barely hinted at the conflict, related stocks and futures had begun slow climbs. This week's widespread media hype sent them skyrocketing. This afternoon's official announcement pushed those stocks and futures into a frenzy. In the stock market, defense contractors like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon had soared over 50% compared to a month ago. Gold and oil futures for March rose over 25%, and the agricultural contracts jumped over 15%. Considering futures leverage, often at least 10x, this meant that for an initial $2 billion investment each, profits had already exceeded $3 billion. With the war's outbreak, an additional surge was certain. Profits of over $5 billion per investor were within reach. Fueled by their newfound wealth, the 3 eagerly resumed their lively gatherings. The sweet, joyful songs filled the room again. Chapter 590, Fan Management System and the Prototype of a Media Empire. Linton didn't stay in Washington for long. After completing his scheduled tasks, he flew back to Los Angeles on Friday. However, this time, there was a new addition to his entourage, a beautiful woman. She was Denise, the most outstanding granddaughter from a collateral branch of the Newt Gingrich's family. The syndicate leader Newt had gifted her to Linton as a servant. Of course, Linton had no intention of accepting Denise as a servant, nor would he easily take her under his wing. Though she was pretty, at best, she was on par with an average college campus beauty queen. Compared to the glamorous members of his harem, she simply didn't measure up. More importantly, she lacked any real fan base or popularity boost, which meant she wasn't useful for Linton's cultivation. Under Linton's sole induction, Denise soon disclosed every detail of her background and experiences. Like most girls, she had been in several relationships before and had lost her virginity early on. This only diminished Linton's interest further. As expected, Newt Gingrich, that crafty old fox, couldn't bear to send his genuine granddaughter to Linton. Denise was just a distant relative after all. But Linton wasn't overly concerned about her lineage. What caught his attention was that Denise was an outstanding graduate from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business, majoring in operations and information management, a top-ranked business school worldwide. Being a distinguished graduate, she undoubtedly possessed real talent. Placed in the right position, she could prove quite valuable. Plus, during her school years, she had been an active core member of her own fan club, organizing various fan events. Hearing this, Linton recalled his idea from earlier in the year. He wanted to strengthen fan management by establishing a tiered fan system. However, considering the limited convenience of existing online tools at the time, implementing a smooth fan tier management system had proven difficult. Since Bella had been assigned as the head of the online publicity department, essentially leading the internet fan army, the position remained unsettled for lack of a proper candidate. The job was delayed for some time. Now, with Denise suddenly appearing, a highly capable fresh graduate from Wharton and a fan herself, it was only fitting to entrust the task to her. As a newly graduated young woman, starting directly as a department manager in his company was a meaningful nod to Newt Gingrich's friendship. With that thought, Linton briefly shared the then-modern concept of tiered fan management with Denise. Although Twitter and Facebook hadn't materialized yet, forums on the internet were booming, especially Yahoo Forums' celebrity fan boards, the perfect playground for fans. Additionally, ICQ, the emerging network communication tool, had become widespread. By the end of last year, thanks to a suggestion Linton submitted through Winnie, ICQ had developed group functionalities. These two tools gave a solid foundation for fan tier management and coordination. Coupled with the growing popularity of the Amazon e-commerce platform, managing fan merchandise and peripherals became far easier. However, critical questions remained. How to define fan ranks, set upgrade thresholds, determine different welfare perks for each fan level, and balance data contributions versus merchandise purchases during fan progression. These required detailed regulations that Denise, the incoming department manager, would develop and report back to him. In fact, in the fan economy of the future, fan merchandise would be extremely lucrative, essentially harvesting profits relentlessly. But Linton viewed this differently. He cared little about that kind of profit. What he valued most was the fans' continuous contribution to his popularity enhancement. Thus, he explicitly instructed Denise that fan merchandise profits should never exceed 10%. All profits would be reinvested into fan club operations to strengthen cohesion, paying salaries and bonuses to core fan leaders worldwide, and organizing fan events. Denise had initially expected to work as Linton's assistant or even just a pretty ornament at best. She had mentally prepared herself for such a role. She never imagined Linton would completely rewrite the playbook by handing her a powerful platform to fully showcase her skills. As a Wharton prodigy specialized in operations and information management, Denise well understood the vast scale of Linton's fan base and how crucial these fans were to his entertainment career. Hearing his proposal for a tiered fan management system, she grasped its value and feasibility immediately. Thinking about her new, significant responsibilities under Linton's banner, she was certain her career path wouldn't be any less promising than staying within her own family's influence. Along with joy came some lingering anxiety. This didn't align with the family elder's original intention for sending her to Linton, to serve him loyally, win his favor, and strengthen ties between the families. But now the situation was turning upside down. Linton was giving her a career platform rather than a servant's role. She worried about how her grandfather would react to this news, fearing potential upheaval. Her conflicted expression showed, and Linton noticed, asking, "What's wrong? Do you have any doubts?" "I'm sorry. The system you proposed is excellent, and I believe I can help implement it. I'm just thinking that my grandfather sent me here to assist and serve you. But now you're giving me such an important platform, and it feels different." Denise replied hesitantly, "That's fine. Since he entrusted you to me, how I assign your work is up to me. Just tell me if you can do the job well and are willing to do so. Of course, I'm eager and confident to manage your fan operations. Then that's all I need. Don't overthink it. Prepare well. Also, whether you officially become the department manager depends on if your plans meet my standards. So you don't need me to serve you directly? What would I need you to serve me for? I have assistants, a secretarial team for work, and plenty of household staff to handle everything at home. Focus on your job. Don't waste your talent." Hearing Linton's words, Denise felt genuine respect. As a modern woman educated at an elite institution, she naturally had strong career ambitions and felt a surge of inspiration. "Thank you, boss. I will work hard." Still, a subtle hint of disappointment lingered. Did Linton overlook her? Was it her looks? She secretly resolved to excel in fan management and prove her worth. She wanted to command Linton's attention with her charm so that sooner or later he would truly admire her. Everything was just beginning. Back in Los Angeles, anticipating his upcoming 4-month shoot in Mexico with the film crew, Linton sequentially summoned top-level meetings with Linton Media Group and Universal Studios, briefing them on the next phase of work. Last year, Linton Media Group's overall performance was phenomenal, with subsidiaries advancing steadily. Total profits soared to $3.65 billion, second only in the U.S. to media giant Time Warner, which publicly reported $4.1 billion in profits. Linton's group even surpassed Viacom, the country's second-largest media company, which made $3.4 billion last year. Fortunately, Linton Media Group wasn't publicly listed and didn't disclose earnings. Otherwise, their true profit capabilities would shake the industry. Although highly profitable, Linton Media Group's true influence still fell short of legacy media giants like Viacom and News Corp. Among its assets, the highly profitable UPN network, led by CEO Chris, aggressively pursued a growth plan, achieving breakthroughs in variety shows, dramas, and news. The channel count expanded from 2 to 5, with 96% market coverage, ranking as America's 5th largest network. MCA Television brought in $1.5 billion in profits last year. Linton's film company also performed well. Its 7 movies, all blockbuster hits. Mission Impossible, directed by and starring Linton, took in $1.031 billion globally, breaking box office records. Additionally, the film company received $50 million in cultural support from the federal government and another $50 million from the International Development Agency. Coupled with federal tax exemptions, last year's profit summed to $1.35 billion. The Fire Elf Games company rode the wave with Tomb Raider and Resident Evil, releasing upgraded versions in summer that covered European and Japanese markets. Both games sold over 10 million copies each, generating $450 million in profits. Meanwhile, the Maluva publishing house rapidly expanded, thanks to Linton's roster of prolific ghostwriters producing hit books. Their sales network now spanned 43 countries, including most European nations, Australia, Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Brazil, and Argentina, cementing its status as a globally influential publishing company. At the start of last year, the first book in the Harry Potter series became a global sensation, selling 60 million copies. J.K. Rowling had already completed second part of Harry Potter based on Linton's outline and was awaiting his approval. It would launch next month and was set to be another blockbuster. Maluva's profits last year reached $280 million. Newspaper and magazine holdings, built up through over 3 years of acquisitions, put Linton Media Group in control of 71 local papers and 4 magazines across the U.S., covering most American cities. Though these print assets bolstered media influence and shaped public opinion, their profit generation was more modest, just over $70 million last year. Universal Studios Group also delivered strong results following Linton's sweeping reforms, boasting $3.1 billion in profits last year. The standout was Universal Records, which earned $1.05 billion, largely thanks to Linton himself. His albums alone raked in $580 million, with 2 concerts adding another $120 million. More importantly, the company signed promising new talents via America's Got Talent: Britney Spears, Eminem, and Adam Levine. Britney's potential was so huge that both Linton and Daniel independently predicted she could rival the top 5 female superstars nationwide, if properly nurtured. She was a true moneymaker in the making. This success elevated Universal Records to an independent subsidiary directly under Universal Group. MCA Television made a stunning comeback last year, thanks to the overwhelming success of America's Got Talent, which aired 22 episodes averaging 5.9% viewership, peaking at 8.1% for the final. The show alone grossed $400 million domestically, with even larger revenue from international licensing. So far, rights had sold to 37 countries, earning $330 million upfront and $280 million in royalties last year alone, with earnings expected to double this year. America's Got Talent was the catalyst for MCA's dramatic turnaround, adding the hit cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants, plus related merchandise and overseas licensing, brought in over $500 million more. With ample cash flow, the network, led by new CEO Melman, invested heavily in an MCA Rise strategy, addressing weaknesses across sectors to become America's 6th largest network. Despite huge investments, MCA Television still posted $870 million in profits. Universal Pictures also set new records, thanks to hits like Twister, Apollo 13, and joint projects with Linton films like Mission Impossible and Charlie's Angels, plus overseas distribution of Nutty Professor and Ransom. Last year's profits hit $850 million, ranking first among Hollywood's Big 7 studios. Putnam Publishing excelled under Sharon Lehman, who restructured magazines and newspapers, continually enhancing the print media's influence. Its flagship magazine Wave became one of America's top 4 women's magazines, capturing significant fashion industry clout. Other subsidiaries, Cineplex Odeon Theaters, Universal Amphitheaters, and Universal Studios theme parks, also performed well. The whole Universal Group generated $3.1 billion in profits. Yet, beyond profits, the real power of the media group lay in its enormous control over public discourse, sometimes rivaling political influence. Last year's marketing campaigns for films and albums, along with image promotions for Linton and his harem, played huge roles. Even scandalous rumors generally avoided them. For example, last month, when Roger and others tried to stir public opinion online, insinuating that Linton might be the mastermind behind the murders of Hoffman, Robert, and Gittin's entire families, most mainstream and traditional media turned a blind eye. The main reason was Linton's overwhelming control of media narratives. No one dared to provoke or speak recklessly. In essence, Linton's media empire was already taking shape. The next step was to wait for advancements in internet technology and infrastructure. He planned to dominate 3 online sectors: search, social networking, and open platforms, targeting Google, Facebook, and Twitter respectively. Once broadband improved further, he would launch a streaming platform akin to Netflix. At that point, he could truly establish an all-encompassing media empire across land, sea, and air. Chapter 591: Future Strategy and War Profiteering. After a week of closed-door meetings, the strategic plans and priorities for 2 major media companies were roughly finalized. At Universal Group, the focus was on aggressively strengthening the MCA television network. They planned to heavily invest in internal development, patching up weaknesses by creating more and higher-quality variety shows and dramas. Improvements to news programs would target better quality, timeliness, and broader coverage. Expanding channel offerings to increase national viewership was a key goal, aiming to become the 6th largest network in the country. Putnam Publishing was encouraged to expand its reach. Beyond bolstering its flagship magazines and newspapers, the plan was to acquire more regional publications nationwide, enlarging its influence and securing greater control over public opinion. Universal Studios, as the primary platform for monetizing film IPs, would deepen integration with cultural tourism industries to attract consistent tourist traffic, merchandise sales, and ultimately, significantly boost long-term revenue streams while enhancing the studio's core competitiveness. Both the Hollywood and Orlando Universal Studios parks had performed exceptionally well. Last year, introducing hot film IPs like Linton Film's Step Up and The Man from Nowhere to the parks had yielded impressive profits. The decision was made to start expanding Universal Studios overseas this year. The initial targets were Japan and Europe, with delegations set to scout locations and negotiate with local governments. Depending on progress, there were plans to collaborate with China next year to open a Universal Studios in Beijing or Shanghai. On the film front, Universal planned to fully release already completed projects, Jurassic Park 2 and Liar Liar. Co-productions with Linton Films, Armageddon and National Treasure, were scheduled as well, plus the overseas distribution for all Linton Films productions. New in development were 3 big-budget productions, Air Force One, Patch Adams, and Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery. While producers and directors would have creative control, something Linton wouldn't interfere with, the lead female roles were reserved exclusively for members of his private circle. Air Force One, with an $80 million budget, starred Sherilyn Fenn. Though this was a male-led film with limited female screen time, it was a rare resource for Sherilyn. Patch Adams was a $50 million production headlined by Sophie Marceau. Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, had a $60 million budget, starring Monica Bellucci as the lead and Akina Nakamori as the second lead. Additionally, a decision was made to establish a Universal Pictures Asia branch. Though local regulations currently barred foreign-owned studios in film production, collaboration via joint ventures with domestic film companies would allow investment and early participation in Chinese productions. This would provide a platform to spotlight fresh Chinese rising stars. Once the branch was established, Linton planned to hand over a roster of 10 young actresses with whom he had closer-than-friendship ties: Li Bingbing, Su Jinglei, Gao Yuanyuan, Zheng Li, Sophia Hu Jing, Yin Danshun, and others, from connections made during the beauty pageant for maid selection. Depending on opportunity and luck, if these rising stars matured smoothly and remained untainted by scandalous romantic entanglements, Linton's private circle might start growing there. In that case, subsequent resources would naturally favor these new members, potentially paving their way into Hollywood. Turning to Linton Media Group, he intended to continue boosting UPN Network to contest the Big Four nationwide networks. Fire Elf Games would deepen development of hit franchises Tomb Raider and Resident Evil. With the internet booming, online gaming was set as the next frontier, and the gaming company was encouraged to actively pursue multiplayer online game projects. On the film side, Linton Media would focus on distributing completed titles Armageddon, National Treasure, Final Destination 2, and My Best Friend's Wedding. 5 new film projects were greenlit: Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, Scream 2, There's Something About Mary, and Charlie's Angels. Producers and directors for these were handed to Robert and his team, but female lead roles were all reserved for Linton's women. Tomb Raider, a female-led adaptation with an $80 million budget, starred Nicole Kidman. Resident Evil, also female-led and adapted from the game, had a $60 million budget, starring Charlize Theron. Charlie's Angels, a female-driven action film with dazzling stunts, was budgeted at $70 million, starring Christiana Ricci, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Su Qing. There's Something About Mary, a mid-budget comedy, was allocated $30 million, headlined by Cameron Diaz. Scream 2, the sequel, had a $30 million budget with Jennifer Connelly as the lead and Michelle Reese in the second lead role. Notably, Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, and Charlie's Angels were joint projects with Universal Pictures, who held 30% investment stakes. The year's most important project, however, was Titanic, a film Linton was set to join. Its budget had been repeatedly increased, surpassing $280 million in actual investment. Denise devised a comprehensive new fan club operations management system as per Linton's instructions, earning his approval. An independent fan club operations department would be set up in Linton Films, with Denise appointed as manager. Initially, the new system would govern Linton's own fan base, and if effective, it would be extended to his other women's fan clubs to support their fan management. Bella headed an online publicity department, effectively a propaganda unit, which had demonstrated remarkable promotional power during the releases of Mission, Impossible, Chicago, and Run Lola Run, significantly boosting box office returns. Universal Pictures also requested to set up a similar unit, but was denied by Linton. Instead, Bella's online publicity team would unify these efforts and offer paid services to Universal. Furthermore, Linton announced an open recruitment drive for 15 staff positions across advisory offices in the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives. Interested parties could apply for vetting and selection in due course. During this same week, a multinational coalition led by the U.S. and NATO launched a fierce military assault on Iraq, severely damaging infrastructure and completely blocking the country's oil exports. The U.S. military debuted a barrage of advanced weaponry. C-17 strategic transports, F-22 Raptors, B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, F-16 fighters, Tomahawk cruise missiles, M1A2 Abrams tanks, alongside digitally enhanced infantry gear. These spectacular performances stunned the world. Though Iraqi forces fought valiantly, their arsenal was decades behind. From the conflict's outset, communication and transport networks collapsed, followed by overwhelming bombardment. As the war erupted, global orders for American arms flooded the Pentagon like snowflakes. Military factories instantly depleted their inventories. Production lines went into full overtime, working relentlessly. Correspondingly, American stock markets saw defense stocks soar again. Lockheed Martin's shares climbed more than 70% compared to a month prior. Raytheon's shares rose over 65%. Meanwhile, futures prices rocketed. Crude oil surged over 20% in the week alone, cumulatively more than 45% this year. Gold futures jumped over 15%, accumulating 40%. Agricultural commodities like soybeans and wheat saw over 20% gains. After discussing, Winnie and Hillary wisely cashed out, closing all their stock in futures contracts, reaping massive profits. Winnie alone, starting from a $2 billion investment, netted more than $5.6 billion, thanks to insider information and precise planning. A windfall fortune seemingly dropped from the heavens overnight. Hillary's gains were likely on a similar scale. Flushed with success, Winnie gleefully reviewed her bloated account balance around 3:30 p.m., barely able to contain her excitement. She insisted on dragging Linton out of a meeting. Together they ascended to his ultra-luxurious penthouse office where emotions ran wild in unrestrained celebration. Afterward, draped casually over Linton, Winnie whispered the dizzying stock and futures gains. Even Linton was stunned. $2 billion turning into $5.6 billion in just a month was an astonishing return. He admitted with genuine awe, "Now I understand why the top politicians put aside partisanship and unanimously backed this war." Winnie realized the truth too. "Honey, you mean it's not just us and Hillary profiting? Other high-ranking officials in the U.S. government are involved too." Linton ran his fingers through her golden hair, explaining, "Of course. Different ranks. Different timings receiving insider info, different entry points. But whether government leaders or Congress members, they all got in before the media even hinted, each reaping juicy rewards." "I finally get it," Winnie said. "Why everyone is desperate to become senior politicians. The stakes are just too enormous." "This," Linton said with a sly smile, "is only the appetizer. The real prize lies ahead." "Even bigger gains?" "Absolutely. You wonder why America led this invasion and why so many countries joined. Why? To secure their oil reserves. Iraq holds vast petroleum wealth. After the war, America will control a huge portion of those oil fields. The Allies will get some slice, but the lion's share belongs to the U.S. That's when the elite really cash in. Darling, can we get a piece of that? You little money grubber. If I wanted in on that, nobody would dare say no. But do you really think that's a good idea? You're right. I'm just greedy." We already have enough wealth. We'll see how it goes, he said thoughtfully. I'm not decided yet. There is no rush. Honestly, with our talents and insight, what we've made so far from financial investments is more than enough, especially since we just scored this massive windfall. We should be thankful. True. Last year, my Linton Media Group did well, ranking second industry-wide with over $3.65 billion in profits from more than 2,000 hardworking people. Yet, even that pales compared to this insider investing bonanza. Who'd want to just run a business now? Winnie couldn't hold back the grin. She kissed him eagerly. Darling, forget everyone else. Thanks to you, we're now the White House's own stock market champions. Yeah, you're the trading guru at the White House. That's why you're so amazing today. Honey, I'll have to beat you at your own game as the White House's stock guru. Chapter 592, Titanic begins filming. On February 26th, Linton arrived in Rosarito, Mexico, accompanied by his assistant Lee Shaoran, who had just returned from vacation, and his bodyguard Danny. This once quiet seaside town had suddenly come alive with activity. Not far from the bay, a colossal film studio had sprung up, completely transforming the town's landscape. The first thing that caught Linton's eye upon arrival was a massive ship anchored in the giant water tank on the set. The director, James Cameron, had insisted, some might say obsessively, on reconstructing the Titanic one-to-one based on historical records. Unlike the earlier production in a previous life where only half a ship was built due to budget constraints, this time, with Linton providing ample funding, Cameron had an entire replica constructed. The cost? A staggering $100 million just for the ship alone. Nacho Misai, the producer representing Linton, was biting his nails in frustration, not out of company loyalty, but because his own income largely depended on the project's profits. The higher the cost, the slimmer the margins, and the smaller his bonus. He worried the film might lose money, making his 2 years spent on the project a waste. Nacho had crunched the numbers. Using CGI and modeling, the ship's construction would have cost no more than $10 million. A halfway solution, building just half the ship as done in the prior production, would have kept costs around $50 million to $60 million. Instead, they spent over 10 times that amount on a full ship replica. Faced with this enormous financial pressure, Nacho was far from happy and had tried to persuade Cameron to reconsider. But Cameron was immovable, and what frustrated him the most was that Linton himself seemed strangely agreeable, approving the bloated budget without hesitation. From Linton's perspective, however, the $100 million was a wise investment. Beyond achieving stunning on-location effects, the film's global blockbuster status could transform this site into a Titanic-themed park, a constant revenue-generating asset. The Titanic project had officially started in May 1995 and had been in intense preparation for nearly 2 years. Thanks to this ample prep time and sufficient funds, the studio facilities were nearly complete when Linton arrived, unlike the previous rush shoot where construction was ongoing during filming. Other cast members, including female lead Kate Winslet, had already settled on set. For over a month, familiarizing themselves with the script and undergoing rigorous training. In fact, Kate had privately called Linton to complain, saying Cameron was a tyrant who forced 12-hour grueling training sessions every day, leaving everyone exhausted. Despite Cameron's fearsome reputation as a set tyrant, he knew who the real boss was. Having learned the hard way when he once tried to replace Linton as lead, Cameron never dared make unreasonable demands about Linton's schedule. Instead, he politely asked Linton to start rehearsing art scenes and read the script ahead of time, but didn't insist that he join early physical training. When Linton finally arrived, Cameron was thrilled and organized a welcome party to help him bond with the rest of the cast. Except for the leads, Cameron handled all casting decisions himself. Upon joining, Linton found that the cast almost perfectly mirrored the previous production, reinforcing that some things in history simply repeated themselves. Billy Zane returned to play the steel magnate's son Cal Hockley. Gloria Stewart reprised the role of elderly Rose. Kathy Bates was Molly Brown, among others. The legendary superstar and film's top investor naturally received a warm welcome from the entire crew. Any jealousy over his tardiness was masked by genuine smiles and laughter. That afternoon, Cameron and producer Nacho gave Linton an exclusive tour of the studio. They wanted him to fully grasp the environment he'd be working in and reassure him his investment wasn't wasted. Their first stop was the massive soundstage #1. Immediately inside was a 10-meter-deep indoor water tank roughly the size of 2 football fields. More impressive still were the grand sets mounted on hydraulic platforms at the center of the tank. James Cameron enthusiastically pointed out the historically accurate, lavish first-class cabins and the iconic 3-level grand staircase. This is where we'll shoot the scenes of first-class passengers fleeing as the ship tilts and floods after striking the iceberg, he explained passionately. Nacho added, the hydraulic platform is key. It can precisely tilt the ship to simulate all angles and stages of the sinking until it finally breaks apart. Pointing to the massive pipes connecting the dock to the open sea, Cameron continued, we'll pump 5 million gallons of real seawater directly from the ocean. The water will flood this platform slowly, submerging the dining rooms and staircase. What we're capturing on film is the raw, desperate fear and chaos passengers experience during disaster. Linton looked down at the gleaming high-end wooden flooring and crystal chandeliers overhead, imagining the impending flood and asked, this will be a classic destruction shot, but is there really only one chance to film it? Exactly, Cameron replied. I want to document the real destruction. After filming, the entire set will be ruined and can't be reused. So all cast and crew must rehearse here repeatedly beforehand to guarantee the perfect take. Rosarito was a remote town with limited infrastructure and few travelers. No decent hotels existed nearby. Fortunately, when the crew bought the 100-acre studio land years ago, Linton had already planned for this, envisioning a sustainable oceanfront film studio and theme park. Producer Nacho commissioned a comprehensive design plan and secured a special $20 million budget from Linton to build necessary amenities, including a 4-star hotel. After nearly 2 years, most facilities were complete, and the hotel had opened its doors with the crew as its first guests. Without this hotel, everyone would have been forced to live 30 miles away in the chaotic border city of Tijuana. Time-consuming, risky, and exhausting. The hotel's top floor housed 6 luxurious executive suites, but only 4 were occupied. Linton and Kate at the east end, James Cameron and Nacho at the west. Unsurprisingly, Kate naturally ended up sharing Linton's suite that night. After a passionate, intimate night, Kate lay softly on Linton's chest, whispering, Darling, I'm so glad you're here. What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable. Cameron really is a tyrant. Training goes over 12 hours every day. We're all drained. It's okay. Directors like him have their ways. With such a massive budget on the line, the pressure's huge, so it makes sense he's strict. Will you train with us tomorrow? Of course. I'm an actor too. Once filming starts, I'll uphold the director's authority. Playing Jack Dawson, a painter, Linton had to develop a basic skill, drawing. Thanks to his superb physical and mental condition as a celestial presence stage cultivator, mastering this skill wasn't hard. Plus, he didn't need to be a master artist, just convincing enough. Last year, he had already hired a professional art instructor from USC's School of Arts for training. In less than a week, his talent elevated him to a level comparable to top university graduates in painting. Whether it was light and shadow composition, capturing expression in sketches, or watercolor combinations, Linton quickly learned and delivered outstanding portraits and landscapes. The next morning at 8 a.m., after breakfast, Linton and Kate headed to the set. James Cameron, still skeptical, requested that Linton sketch Kate on the spot as a test. Within half an hour, Linton completed a near-perfect charcoal sketch. The likeness was uncanny, from her features to posture and expression, leaving Cameron immensely satisfied and confident that Linton was dedicating himself to the role. Afterward, Linton joined the cast for rehearsals. Since many crucial scenes could only be filmed once, sets destroyed after, the assistant director diligently organized repeated run-throughs to ensure flawless execution. Aside from rehearsals, lead actors spent daily hours doing script readings and physical conditioning. Their schedules were packed from a 7:30 a.m. breakfast until 8:30 p.m. dismissal. Over 12 hours of relentless work. Producer Nacho initially worried that Linton might struggle under pressure, so he stayed close, monitoring him. Seeing Linton adapt as well as everyone else, Nacho finally relaxed. Privately, he explained, "This movie is such a huge investment. Both you and Cameron bear enormous pressure. We have to be relentless to make the best film possible." Linton understood and sympathized. Nacho added with a smirk, "Good thing we're in Mexico, or unions would have shut us down already. Of course, we pay overtime." After a week of rehearsals, filming officially began. With a top Hollywood director and a megastar attached, combined with a soaring budget of $280 million, Titanic attracted intense media attention. With rumors leaked from Los Angeles, on the opening day, a legion of reporters showed up, even without sending formal invites. To keep the press at bay, James Cameron and Nacho Misai imposed a strict gag order forbidding leaks about the grueling overtime. But of course, reporters ignored the extras. They focused on Cameron and Linton. The first question came from Hollywood Gossip Daily, aimed at Linton. "Linton, the White House recently announced your appointment as chief advisor to the White House, the Senate, and the House. Why are you here filming instead of working in Washington? Do you value this movie over your government duties?" Though from one of their own, the question was blunt and sharp, causing Nacho's teeth to clench, wondering if he should dock the reporter's travel stipend. But Linton answered with calm assurance. "First, I sincerely thank the White House, Senate, and House for their trust in appointing me advisor. I will give my best in supporting all three branches. However, this film was confirmed 2 years ago, and contracts were signed long before this. Integrity is a virtue we all must uphold. I see no reason not to honor it. In fact, friends know my greatest passions are acting and singing. Please respect my freedom and don't take away my hobbies." Linton's flawless response eased Nacho's anxiety. The reporters, mostly satisfied, had ample material to write on integrity, freedom, and dedication. Attention soon turned to Cameron, and one reporter posed a harsher question. "James, word is you've already spent $280 million, nearly double the original $150 million budget. Everyone knows romance films have a box office ceiling. How will you recoup costs? Is this your and Linton's Waterloo?" The question elicited eager expressions. Despite Cameron and Linton's star power, industry insiders largely doubted the film's profitability. With production costs expected to surpass $300 million, plus at least $100 million in marketing, the total investment topped $400 million easily. Factoring in financing over the lengthy timeline, the film needed to gross at least $800 million worldwide to break even. Hollywood blockbusters continually break records, but mostly action and sci-fi films. Titanic, however, was a romantic disaster movie, a genre with inherent box office ceilings. The highest-grossing romance to date was as good as it gets at $331 million. The top disaster film, last year's Twister, earned $547 million globally. Since Titanic's budget overruns were publicized last year, analysts had been ringing the death knell. Realistically, everyone wanted to ask Linton, but as the world's third richest man and a rising Washington power broker, who had recently been rumored online as mastermind behind a bloody crackdown on LA gangs, no reporter dared risk their safety by pressing him. Cameron, by contrast, had no such protection. As the crowd awaited their answers, Cameron's voice cut sharply through the tension. "Listen up. Titanic will succeed. It will shock the world and set new box office records." The reporter wasn't convinced. "James, what makes you so sure this film won't fail?" Cameron's reply rocked the room. "The movie cannot fail. If it does, I won't just forfeit my entire salary. I'll jump from the very top of the Titanic I had built." His words crashed like thunder, igniting the crowd. Reporters and paparazzi buzzed with excitement, practically desperate to shake Cameron's hand. It had been a trip worth every second. Tomorrow's headlines would explode with this story, and generous bonuses already winked from the horizon. Chapter 593, The Set Tyrant, Theme Song. After the kickoff press conference, the entire crew dove headfirst into filming. James Cameron, already revealing his true colors as a merciless set tyrant, imposed strict, high-pressure management on everyone. The work pace was brutal. Unlike most productions, where the first day was typically eased in to bring good luck, Cameron showed no mercy. By the time the first day wrapped, it was well past 8 p.m. Linton didn't intervene. Once filming started, the director had to be the center of the universe. Every director had their own style, and while Linton personally disagreed with Cameron's harsh approach, he chose to respect it. Besides, Cameron's fiery public statements that morning had backed him into a corner. There was no turning back now. He had to make this film a classic at all costs. And as the lead actor and sole investor, Linton stood to gain the most from its success. He had every reason to back Cameron fully. After the day's shoot, Linton and Kate Winslet removed their makeup and were about to head to the dining hall when Cameron appeared, waiting by the door with an invitation. "Linton, let's have a drink. Just the two of us." "Sure." They arrived at the cafeteria together. Linton told Kate to eat on her own while he and Cameron found a private room. "Beer." Cameron produced 2 bottles of beer from an ice bucket, handing one to Linton. "Sure." After a couple of drinks, Cameron broke the ice. "Linton, what I said to the media this morning wasn't just hype. I meant every word." "James, honestly, you didn't have to go that far." "No, I did. This film's budget has blown through every ceiling. The production costs are breaking records. Everyone outside is betting against us. I have nowhere left to retreat. I have to make this movie a classic, set a new box office record. Otherwise, my confidence, reputation, and future career in this business will collapse. That's not something I'm willing to accept. I'd rather go all in, back myself into a corner. So this film absolutely cannot fail. Don't worry. With your drive and my full cooperation, Titanic will be a hit. Just tell me what you need. I need your full support moving forward. You need to help maintain my authority on set. The crew has to revolve around me." "No problem. The film's success matters to me too. I've been a director. I know the set has only one center, the director. From now on, don't treat me like an investor. Treat me like the lead actor. I'll do everything to uphold your authority." Cameron clinked his beer with Linton's. "Thanks for understanding and backing me. But I have to warn you, I'm going to have very high expectations for your performance." "How high?" "Linton, I've watched all your previous movies. The box office numbers are great. Each one outgrossed the last. Mission Impossible shattered records. But honestly, your acting isn't as advanced as your fame suggests. Your range feels limited." "I understand, James. Please be straightforward. You've mostly been playing the cool, stylish guy. A great action hero with slick moves and unbeatable looks. That's won over most audiences. But in dramatic roles, your performances are shallow. Of course, that's partly because you've done mostly popcorn movies. First a youth dance film, then all action flicks. Those genres don't demand subtle acting. But Titanic is different. It's a romantic disaster epic. We're telling an immortal love story played out over just a few days. Jack, the struggling artist, and Rose, the aristocratic lady, come from different worlds. They meet, fall deeply in love, and face heartbreaking separation. Your portrayal of Jack can't be as simple or surface level as your past roles. It needs depth, emotion, layers, something that moves the audience to their core. "That matches my own feel for the script," Linton assured him. "Trust me, I'll give my best, strongest performance." "Good. I'm going to shoot with rigid standards, including your acting. If you don't hit the mark, I won't hesitate to call multiple retakes. We'll keep cutting until it's perfect. Don't worry. Our goal is same. I want this film to have substance, something people will praise my acting for." Cameron raised his glass. Then it settled. "Together, we'll create a classic." Linton clinked glasses with him. "Yes, let's make history. By the way," Cameron added, "your musical talent is evident. Could you compose a theme song for this movie? James Horner's team's submissions haven't impressed me much. I've already written one specially for the project." "Really? Mind if I see it? I'll ask the server to bring pen and paper for the lyrics." A moment later, the lyrics of My Heart Will Go On were on the table, written neatly in Linton's hand. "Every night in my dreams. I see you. I feel you. That is how I know you go on. Far across the distance. And spaces between us. You have come to show you go on." Linton started humming softly. Cameron studied the lyrics and melody, visibly delighted. "This song is perfect. The melody is haunting and profound. The lyrics carry a fateful, tragic beauty and a passion that transcends life and death. Exactly what this film needs. I wrote it after studying the script carefully," Linton explained. "It's tailored to the story. But isn't this meant to be sung by a woman?" Yes, it's a female vocal. That's where the power and emotion really come alive. I've already handed it to someone I think is perfect. Who? Celine Dion. Ah, the rising queen Celine Dion. She's a perfect choice. When will the recorded version be ready? She's already recording it now. When we're back in Los Angeles next week for the Oscars, I'll have the final cut. You'll be satisfied. The Oscars? I'm not planning to attend. You're skipping the Oscars? No films of mine came out last year. I need to focus every ounce of energy on this movie. Going to that kind of party would be a waste. But Kate and I promised the Academy we'd be there. Then you go? But I'll give you at most 2 days off. The evening's tabloids and next morning's papers across America blasted headlines about Titanic's kickoff. Cameron's fierce vow to make the film a masterpiece dominated front pages. Only the papers controlled by Linton's media groups expressed confidence in Titanic, calling James Cameron and Linton Anderson a dream team ready to redefine cinematic history. Every other outlet predicted disaster, believing Titanic would be Cameron's swan song and America's loss of a great director. Even members of Linton's inner circle called him and Kate, eager for insight from the set. Fortunately, the Rosarito, Mexico, set was far from Los Angeles and the flashy city life. The crew refused to allow media tracking, insulating the set from outside criticism, ridicule, and interference. This flood of pressure weighed heavily on Cameron. He knew he had nowhere left to retreat. As he told Linton earlier, he would throw himself into filming with relentless intensity, enforcing strict discipline and imprinting his vision on every frame. True to form, Cameron's management was ruthlessly severe. His voice echoed constantly through the studio, berating even minute imperfections in scenery, props, and lighting. A chair slightly out of place from the reference photos or a wine glass not arranged precisely on the dinner table would unleash a torrent of curses. During shooting, his demands for retakes were brutal. A shot never passed until he'd called 5 or 6 cuts in a row, all aiming for absolute perfection. No one was spared, not even Linton himself. That morning, while shooting Linton's first scenes on board the ship in third-class quarters, Cameron repeatedly stopped the takes. "Jack, your tone is too flippant. Remember, you're a wandering artist, not some unrefined street punk. Again, your voice should carry rebellion and hardship, but not pointless yelling. Do it again. Jack, I want to feel the artistic soul inside you, and your optimistic spirit." That single scene was cut 15 times and scolded 14 times. It dragged on for 2 grueling hours before Cameron was finally satisfied. Seeing this treatment, the rest of the cast, especially Kate Winslet, threw themselves into their work with laser focus, not daring to slack off or complain. 10 or more retakes for one scene became the norm. The crushing desire for success and the unbearable consequences of failure transformed James Cameron into a spoilsport tyrant and relentless workaholic. He successfully transferred this pressure onto every member of the crew, from the biggest stars to the lowest assistants. Everyone was driven nearly to exhaustion under his iron fist. Chapter 594, The Oscars. On March 21st, the 69th Academy Awards ceremony took place at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. Although James Cameron was reluctant to halt filming, he had no choice but to grant Linton and Kate Winslet 2 and 5 days off, respectively. Originally, he planned to give both Linton and Kate just 2 days off so they could travel together. But the problem was, facing the Oscars, by far the most influential red carpet event worldwide. As a rising star just shy of top-tier status, how could Kate not return early to prepare? Even if she didn't care personally, the many brands she represented wouldn't agree. She had to appear on the Oscar red carpet in flawless condition, wearing the latest designs they endorsed. And considering the need for coordinating different brands and outfits, 3 or 4 days were a must. In the end, Cameron had no choice but to grant Kate 5 days off. She flew back to Los Angeles by private jet on the 15th. Linton's case was different. As the top-tier superstar with very few endorsements, the only concerns were Armani outfits and his Tissot watch. He didn't need elaborate preparations and only flew back to Los Angeles by private jet on the morning of the 20th. Though Linton wasn't nominated for an Oscar himself, he was once again invited by the Academy to present an award, this time the prestigious Best Actress honor. By 3 p.m. on March 21st, A long red carpet was laid out across the plaza in front of Los Angeles' Shrine Auditorium Hall. Dozens of female stars arrived, each showcasing their unique charm, whether graceful, radiant, elegant, sultry, or even provocatively stunning. Every one of them was giving their all, flaunting the perfect image on the red carpet. The crowd roared like a tidal wave, and camera flashes fired relentlessly from the media. Among all the dazzling celebrities, the ones who drew the most media and public attention, lighting up the red carpet, were Linton's enchanting angels. As the grand finale of the red carpet, Linton appeared in a sharp Armani suit, effortlessly dashing as he linked arms with Madonna and Catherine Zeta-Jones, the two leading contenders for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. The three of them commanded the crowd's full attention. The plaza erupted in cheers, whistles, and screams. Photographers unleashed a barrage of flashes, creating a blinding white glow. As the trio reached the end of the carpet, reporters swarmed, thrusting microphones toward them, eager for answers. Madonna, do you feel confident you'll take home Best Actress? Catherine, do you think your chances are good? Madonna and Catherine, seasoned veterans, handled the questions with ease and poise. Of course I'm confident, Madonna said. But ultimately, it depends on the judge's recognition. Unexpectedly, a paparazzo fired a blunt question at Linton. Linton, you've walked the red carpet the past 3 years as a date for nominees for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. When will you make your move for Best Actor? The crowd instantly fell silent. Madonna and Catherine, each holding onto Linton's arms, tensed subconsciously, shooting daggers with their eyes at the bold questioner. The paparazzo's question was audacious, an embarrassing jab at Linton. But with so many eyes on the red carpet, Madonna and Catherine worried he might lose his composure and say something inappropriate, playing right into the paparazzo's plan. Yet Linton remained calm. Glancing at the interviewer's badge from the gossip tabloid Louise Evening News, he responded smoothly. I've always starred in straightforward popcorn commercial films, which aren't really Oscar material. I didn't even submit myself for consideration. But everyone knows I'm currently working with James Cameron on Titanic. Please look forward to my performance. I hope to make a breakthrough at next year's Oscars. The reporters erupted in surprise. Wasn't Titanic supposed to be a guaranteed flop? How could he be so confident? Microphones were thrust closer. Linton, are you saying Titanic is an art film? Linton, is the $300 million Titanic a total commercial gamble? Linton ignored the questions, escorting Madonna and Catherine into the reception hall. It was clear the moment and questions would be headline fodder the next day, drawing much ridicule. But in a way, the incident served as free publicity for Titanic. Still, the paparazzo and the Louise Evening News behind him would warrant investigation, the hope being he was just chasing headlines. At 6 p.m., the awards ceremony officially began in the Shrine Auditorium. As expected, Chicago dominated, winning 8 Oscars including Best Picture, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress, emerging as the ceremony's biggest winner. Madonna took home Best Actress for her role as Roxy Hart. Catherine won Best Supporting Actress for her portrayal of Velma Kelly. No one expected what happened when Madonna made her acceptance speech. She simply said, Linton, thank you for everything you've done for me. I love you so much. The audience erupted in astonishment, whistles, and cheers. Inside, many other actresses silently cursed her jealousy-inducing words. Paparazzi, meanwhile, were ecstatic. This was explosive material. Even more provocative was to come. According to the organizer's schedule, Linton was to present Madonna's award. As Madonna accepted the golden statue from Linton's hand, she immediately threw herself into his arms, clutching his neck and planting a passionate kiss, showering the entire audience with PDA. The crowd went wild, the applause, screams, and cheers threatening to rip the roof off. The paparazzi erupted with excitement backstage, and so did the Oscar committee. They laughed openly. Linton and Madonna's public show of affection was sure to boost ratings through the roof. After the ceremony, knowing they had to return to the Mexican set the next day, Linton and his group skipped the Oscar after-party, opting to return early to their estate. Housekeeper Amy had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Though they hadn't put much effort into Oscar preparations, everyone was famished. By the time they arrived home, they were practically starving. After a simple meal, They took turns admiring the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress trophies, their gazes warming toward Linton. For 3 consecutive years, Linton had proven with action that he could secure the Oscar stage not just for himself, but for all his women. Madonna and Catherine, ecstatic, hurried their sisters upstairs to change, ready props, and prepare for the night's party. Tonight was destined to be yet another sleepless, unforgettable night. Online, discussions about the Oscars were ablaze. Almost everyone's attention focused on 3 hot topics. Number 1 was Madonna's public confession of love and passionate kiss with Linton on the stage. Number 2 was Linton's bold declaration about targeting next year's Best Actor award with Titanic. Number 3 was why Madonna deserved to win Best Actress. On Yahoo forums alone, these topics each garnered over 5 million comments. The next day, nearly all media outlets reporting on the Oscars mentioned these 3 points, dominating entertainment headlines. Madonna's and Catherine's commercial value surged further. Though Madonna was already a megastar at the pinnacle of her career, her endorsement fees continued to climb. Catherine successfully upgraded from a rising star to a top-tier Hollywood actress, with increases in both salary and endorsements. Another big win from the Oscars was the North American box office turnaround. Chicago, which had hit a slump and was playing in just over 400 theaters, expanded to over 1,200 screens after the ceremony. Box office revenue jumped from $1.51 million the day before to $4.76 million. The Oscar buzz also energized overseas markets, with expanded releases and growing international box office. By ceremony day, Chicago's North American box office had topped $165 million, with over $120 million overseas. Final worldwide gross was expected to surpass $340 million. For a musical, these numbers were explosive, especially considering the niche audience and a total production and marketing budget of only around $60 million. Chapter 595, Hell on Set, Budget Overruns. After enjoying a lively party at the Los Angeles estate, Linton was up early the next morning. He returned to the filming location in Mexico with Kate Winslet, carrying the finished single My Heart Will Go On recorded by Celine Dion. James Cameron rarely cracked a smile on the set, but this time he did. I saw the news online this morning. You nailed it. Linton raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You talked about using Titanic to storm next year's Oscars for Best Actor. James, seriously, I want this film to succeed both commercially and artistically. At next year's Oscars, I hope we both take home awards. All right, we'll give it our all. I can use my own little Oscar statuette. Linton pulled a CD from his bag and handed it over. Here's Celine's My Heart Will Go On. Give it a listen. It's already done? Perfect. Let's head to my office. There's a CD player there. In the director's office at the soundstage, James put the CD in the player. Celine's ethereal and deeply emotional voice floated effortlessly from the speakers. Every night in my dreams. I see you. I feel you. That is how I know you go on. When the song ended, James was visibly moved. Celine's performance is incredible. She doesn't just convey the meaning of the song. You feel the overwhelming emotional power. This is exactly what I wanted. Linton smiled. James, trust me, this song is going to add a whole new dimension to Titanic. But then James sank back into his demanding tyrant role on set, pushing the crew through grueling, painstaking shoots. Linton suspected that talk of Oscars had fueled his intensity. The demands on every shot became increasingly exacting. Each angle was pursued with obsession for perfection. Typically, they'd shoot a scene 10 times or more, with at least 5 or 6 retakes thrown in. The patience of everyone on set was being tested to the limit. Producer Nacho finally had enough and found a moment to vent to Linton. Boss, with Cameron's demands, we don't even know how much film stock we're burning through. I'm worried the costs are going to blow through the roof. Linton had expected this. He reassured him calmly. Nacho, it's okay. As long as the money goes directly into the production, we can add what we need. Don't stress. You're spoiling him, boss. It's all for the movie, to make it as perfect as it can be. Besides, I've publicly said we're going for major Oscar wins next year. The problem is the investment is massive. I'm concerned. Concerned about what? Losing money? That too. Don't worry. With me around, the movies. Box office will come through. All right. Filming days routinely stretched to 12 hours, often not ending before 10 p.m. Endless overtime drained everyone's strength. The actors and crew were pushed to near madness by James's relentless pace. Oddly, James himself was the most exhausted. After wrapping each day, he'd review the day's footage, troubleshoot issues, and plan the next day's shoots. His rest never exceeded 5 hours. No one could figure out where his boundless energy came from. The Rosarito set resembled a remote island ruled by James's iron will, where everyone struggled at breakneck speed under crushing pressure. After more than a month of this grueling pace, one crew member finally cracked. It was a veteran prop master named Shurik. He'd been with the project since pre-production and spent over 2 years meticulously managing thousands of historically accurate, recreated props. He was diligent and responsible. But James's endless nitpicking and obsessive last-minute changes finally broke him. Before a major scene set in the Titanic's first-class dining room, James conducted a final on-site inspection. He spotted one plate set a few centimeters off from the historic reference photo. Furious, James exploded in front of the entire crew, shouting at Shurik for 10 minutes with a tirade of harsh insults. He accused Shurik of negligence, laziness, unprofessionalism, wasting crew time and investors' money. Shurik tried to defend himself, but James wouldn't let him speak. The sympathetic yet silent glances from co-workers stabbed like needles in Shurik's nerves. All his fatigue, pressure, and frustration boiled over at that moment. After James slammed the prop list at his feet again, Shurik's face flushed red, then turned pale. In rage, he ripped off his work badge and slammed it onto the floor. Summoning every ounce of strength, he shouted at James, "I've had enough, James. You're a damn madman and a bastard. I'm done." Then he strode away through the stunned crew, never looking back. James was caught off guard. No one had dared fight back so openly. His skin turned an angry shade of iron gray, chest heaving as he barked at the head of the props team. "Peter, you take over. You've got 10 minutes. Get this scene ready." James was marginally kinder with actors, at least maintaining superficial respect and never shouting at them. But his demands on set were insane. To authentically recreate the North Atlantic's freezing waters, he insisted on no warm water at all. Every day, the actors had to soak in icy water for at least an hour for scenes involving plunging into freezing oceans and struggling through the frigid sea. Linton and Kate had the toughest schedule, more than 2 hours a day plunged in icy water. Their lips turned blue, bodies shook uncontrollably, their skin wrinkled and grew pale. After every shoot, crew quickly wrapped them in thick blankets, trying to thaw the frozen limbs back to life. Linton, however, was immune. Being at the celestial presence stage, his body was impervious to cold and heat. Kate wore a quartz pendant that emitted warmth to protect her heart from the cold ocean. It helped her greatly. Most of their water scenes were shot with them holding each other close. Kate quickly discovered that leaning on Linton was like leaning by a roaring fireplace. His warmth shielded her. From then on, both in water and on land, she sought his comfort and closeness. Others weren't as lucky. Despite ginger tea, aspirin, and other cold remedies on set, many fell ill. The on-site doctors were overwhelmed daily. But James showed his unforgiving nature. Even sick actors hooked up to 4 drips at night were required to dive into the freezing water the next day. Watching James's brutal intensity, Linton finally understood why he was known as the set tyrant. A fitting nickname, no mistake there. It explained why, despite his box office success, he'd made few lasting friends in Hollywood. Outside of multiple collaborations with Arnold Schwarzenegger, none of his actors worked with him more than twice. Even Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet, whose global superstardom was fueled by Titanic, rarely kept in touch with James after filming Wrapped. When reporters asked them about working with James Cameron, their answers were vague and clipped. He's a very diligent director, a great filmmaker, and nothing more. The bitter truth was clear. Filming Titanic had been an ordeal for them all, leaving deep psychological scars. James's harshness extended to himself. Multiple times he personally carried heavy diving gear underwater to capture perfect shots. In cold ocean depths, he operated the camera himself. Linton didn't intervene. Perhaps madness was part of James's genius. Maybe only this kind of single-minded obsession could create a timeless classic like Titanic. Without James's fanatical drive, the film might have ended up mediocre, a tragedy Linton couldn't allow. Meanwhile, the budget was burning at a visible rate. 2 months in, just as Nacho had predicted, the production was out of money again. That night, shooting wrapped early at 8 p.m., a rare break. After removing their makeup, Linton and Kate headed for dinner when James and Nacho intercepted them at the cafeteria entrance. "Linton, join us for a drink," James invited. "You guys up to something again?" "No schemes, just winding down after all the hard work." A few beers. In a private room, dishes were already served. Nacho pulled 4 beers from an ice bucket and handed one to each. After several rounds, Nacho sheepishly slid a report across the table. "Boss, the budget's short again. James and I recalculated. We need to add another $30 million. Linton laughed ruefully, poking both men with his fork. "I knew you were up to something, waiting here for me. How many times have you asked for additional funds? What's the total investment now?" Nacho blushed apologetically. "Boss, sorry, this is the 5th time. Including this, total costs hit $310 million. James, explain the reasons for this new funding request." James didn't shy away. "Linton, you know none of the money is wasted. It all goes into the film, to pursue perfection and create a masterpiece. Didn't you say publicly we're competing for Oscars next year?" Linton already expected this scenario. James's approach was a budget black hole. Film stock alone was 4 or 5 times higher than average productions. Overtime for crew and extras was astronomical. They insisted on live-action shots no matter how grueling, with non-stop unforeseen mishaps. James Cameron was Hollywood's unique brand of madness. No wonder in his previous life, 20th Century Fox execs nearly had to whore themselves to cover costs, ultimately forcing Paramount to come in as a co-investor. Still, James genuinely funneled every dollar into the production, never padding his pockets like some directors. For Linton, the expense was worthwhile. Money was the one thing he never lacked. "So one last question. Are you two telling the truth that this is the final funding request?" Nacho glanced at James, but said nothing, obviously uncertain. After a moment of calculation, James firmly promised, "Linton, rest assured. This is absolutely the last investment. Remember those words," Linton said. He didn't make things difficult and approved the funds on the spot after a quick review. James hadn't expected Linton to be so easygoing. Overjoyed, he grabbed a fresh beer and clinked glasses. "Thanks." Linton raised his glass with them. "Here's to creating a classic." "To creating a classic," everyone echoed, toasting. With funding secured, James resumed tyrannical rule over the set. Titanic's intense, painful shoot pressed on. To him, only making an exceptional film and achieving success mattered. Nothing else factored in. But the relentless pressure was breaking the crew. Some began to crack psychologically, nursing bitterness that even drove some to reckless acts of revenge. Chapter 596, Poisoning Incident on Set. The entire catering for the Titanic film crew was supplied by a 4-star hotel affiliated with the studio lot. Breakfast and dinner were served daily in the hotel's restaurant. However, since the hotel was a bit of a distance from the soundstage, to maximize shooting efficiency, James Cameron insisted that lunch be packed and delivered to the temporary dining areas set up near the soundstage. That day at noon, all cast and crew members gathered at the makeshift dining area, as usual for lunch. Typically, the film crew operated like a strict hierarchical society, with stark differences in treatment between ranks. This extended even to the meals. Producers, directors, and lead actors enjoyed significantly better food than others. Still, despite James Cameron's harsh and tyrannical demeanor on set, he ensured the baseline crew's meals were not subpar. At lunch, everyone was served the same high standard. The crew's base-level workers ate just as well as the top officials. Each lunch was generously portioned, costing about $30 per person. That morning's last scene featured a key interaction between Linton and Kate Winslet. By the time James Cameron was satisfied with the shots, it was already 1 p.m., and hunger pangs were loud among the crew. Once the driver announced break time and meal service, the crew swarmed the dining area to grab their lunches. Today's menu included steak, roasted fish, fresh bread, salad, and a hearty seafood bisque. The food quality was quite good, and everyone was free to take what they wanted from the food truck. Linton and Kate freshened up briefly in the makeup trailer, arriving slightly later than most. They took their reserved seats in the dining area, where Linton's assistant, Lee Shaoran, and Kate's assistant had already prepared their meals. Lee Shaoran had ensured that Linton's tray was fully loaded with every dish, while Kate's assistant opted for a lighter selection, just a small piece of bread, salad, and a bowl of soup. Linton invited Lee Shaoran and Kate's assistant to join him for the meal. After taking 2 bites of steak, Linton picked up the seafood bisque and took a sip. Immediately, he sensed something was terribly wrong with the soup. Being at the celestial presence stage, he could detect subtle abnormalities in food instantly. He tasted carefully and concluded quickly. The seafood bisque was poisoned. Anger surged through him. Who could be so reckless and desperate to poison his film crew? He realized he had been too lenient. But the priority was alerting everyone on set to avoid drinking the soup. Too lazy to fetch a loudspeaker, Linton summoned some of his spiritual energy to project his voice powerfully. Attention, everyone. The seafood bisque is contaminated. Do not drink it. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Because Linton and Kate had spent extra time in makeup, many crew members had already started eating, and some had even finished their soup. When Linton's warning echoed through, the crew's reaction was mixed. While the symptoms of poisoning had yet to appear, no one dared to drink any more soup after the alert. Linton instructed the producer, Nacho Misai, to summon the resident on-set doctor for testing. Using basic tools, the doctor quickly detected hallucinogens in the soup, though precise identification and dosage required more advanced testing. The crew was horrified. Some had already consumed the soup, potentially taking in the poison. Within 20 minutes of Linton's warning, the first symptoms manifested. A background extra suddenly collapsed without warning, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Soon after, a crew member burst into tears, crying out, "Lisa, I want to go home. I miss you so much." Then, much stranger behaviors erupted, turning the scene chaotic. Some grew nauseous, clutching trash cans to vomit or rushing frantically to the restroom. Others broke into loud, carefree singing and dancing, as if at a wild party. A few exhibited extreme agitation, stripping off their clothes and engaging in explicit displays right on set. Even the 2 on-site doctors were caught in the hallucinatory grip, holding on to each other and murmuring incomprehensible words. Faced with the worsening situation, Linton had no choice but to call for ambulances. Around that time, James Cameron wrapped up his tasks and rushed to the dining area. Seeing the mayhem, he gasped, "Linton, what the hell's going on?" "James, someone poisoned the lunch soup." "What? Poisoned? Who the hell did this? Let's get these people medical help first and deal with the rest later." "I've already called the paramedics." The studio lot was near Rosarito, a small town with only 2 ambulances. Soon, the wailing sirens grew louder as both vehicles entered the lot. After quick assessments, 7 or 8 of the most severely affected were loaded into the ambulances, while nearly 200 others with milder symptoms piled onto buses sent from the crew, all heading for the hospitals. Rosarito's limited medical resources quickly became overwhelmed, its 2 hospitals flooded with patients. Those with severe poisoning were admitted for observation, while others filled the emergency rooms. The halls echoed with sobs, laughter, singing, groans, and disjointed ramblings. Doctors and nurses rushed about, administering treatment and conducting tests. Professional toxicology tests on the soup samples came back soon after. They revealed a high concentration of PCP, a potent hallucinogen, had been deliberately mixed into the seafood bisque. The dose was staggering, around 1 kilo of PCP dumped into the pot. Such a massive amount could cause severe physical and psychological harm to anyone who consumed it. Linton, Nacho, and James Cameron were shocked. Had they not acted quickly, lives could have been lost. Nacho sighed with relief, patting his chest. "That was terrifying. Thank God you spotted it in time. Plus, our proximity to the hospital really helped." James Cameron clenched his teeth, furious. "We have to report this. I'm going to find out which bastard did this." Linton calmly placed a hand on both their shoulders. "This is Mexico. Calling the cops won't do much. Trust me, I'll find out who poisoned the soup. For now, focus on damage control, making sure the shoot stays on schedule and enforcing a strict media blackout. If the press gets hold of this, it will be a nightmare. Thankfully, those treated received care promptly. By afternoon, many recovered and returned to set. Of course, those who had consumed more of the soup needed days of continued hospital care. That afternoon, Linton gathered all kitchen and delivery staff at the hotel for questioning. Using his sole induction ability, he forced them mentally. Who poisoned the seafood bisque today at lunch? Under the spell, everyone claimed ignorance, proving the culprit was among the crew's ground-level support team. That evening, Linton secured a large conference room at the hotel. Apart from the dozen or so still hospitalized, the remaining 727 crew members were summoned in batches to be questioned. The crew totaled 739. No one had fled, suggesting no guilty party tried to escape. The room could only seat 110, so staff entered in 7 shifts. Without wasting words, Linton used soul induction again. Whoever poisoned the lunch, stand up and own your actions. The room fell into uneasy silence. Most thought Linton's mind might still be affected by the hallucinogen, doubting anyone poisoned would admit it. No one answered during the first batch. 5 minutes later, they left. The second batch was questioned, then the third, and so on. Amidst whispered speculation that Linton should seek medical help himself, an unbelievable event occurred during the 6th round. A man stood up willingly and confessed. He was a bottom-tier crew member, a young 23-year-old black stagehand named Frost. Why did you poison the soup? Because I couldn't take it anymore. Endless overtime, and James's brutal demands. One little mistake, and he'd publicly humiliate me without mercy. If you hated it so much, why didn't you quit like Shurik? Why poison everyone? I planned to quit after I got this week's paycheck. But after all they put me through, just leaving felt like defeat. I wanted everyone to suffer like me. Did anyone else make you do it? No. Did anyone encourage you? No. It was my own grudge against James. Did you think about the consequences? What consequences? With so many people on set, who would ever know it was me? The situation was clear. James Cameron's obsession with perfection, his relentless high-pressure management, endless overtime, and unforgiving public beratings had pushed the vulnerable Frost over the edge. Filled with resentment, he took drastic revenge by poisoning the crew. James Cameron stood beside Linton the entire interrogation. At first, he laughed off the questioning, thinking Linton was just hallucinating and causing a scene. But when Frost clearly recounted where and when he purchased the PCP, he was stunned. He never imagined he inspired such hatred. For the first time, his expression betrayed uncertainty. Linton, what do we do now? Report it to the police and hand Frost over to the Rosarito police station. But will they even care? They'll probably fine him and let him go. That's not our problem. He'll face his consequences. You need to focus on managing the crew better and ensuring the film's success. Fine. I didn't expect Frost to be this extreme. Linton asked Nacho and the bodyguard, Danny, to contact the local police. He then turned to James Cameron. Come with me to my room. We need to talk. Linton had avoided interfering with crew management before, but after such a serious poisoning incident, especially with over $300 million already invested and endless time and effort poured in, the film had to succeed, no matter what. Back in his room, they discussed next steps. First, Linton praised James Cameron's high standards and tough demands, expressing his wish that he maintain his rigorous approach to make the film a classic. However, after the poisoning incident, James acknowledged that relentless overtime and oppressive pressure were unsustainable. Even compensating extra wouldn't fix the harm caused. Linton also reminded him that, since there was no fixed release date and investment wasn't frozen, the intense overtime wasn't necessary. James agreed to limit filming to a regular 8-hour day moving forward. Lastly, on James Cameron's habit of harshly berating the crew, while common for directors worldwide, if unchecked, it could spiral out of control. Linton wasn't opposed to some venting but demanded limits. Insults and scoldings must not exceed 3 minutes, and targets must be chosen carefully. Management and department heads could be disciplined more severely, but the lowest-level workers deserved some compassion. The next day, though the crew remained unsettled after the poisoning, filming resumed. With Linton's support, James Cameron kept firm control but eased the intensity, canceling overtime and limiting verbal abuse. Within 3 days, the crew atmosphere lightened noticeably, morale improved, and work efficiency surged. 5 days later, as the severely poisoned returned fully healed to set, the production was back on track. On that day, bodyguard Danny reported quietly to Linton. As expected, after squeezing Frost dry financially, the Rosarito police released him after 5 days in custody. "Boss, Frost dared to sabotage your production. We can't just let him go." "Let him go? Of course not. People like him deserve only one fate: death without mercy. Should I take care of it? Dump him in the Pacific? Feed the fishes?" Exactly. Chapter 597. PR, Mr. Nice Guy released. Despite ordering immediate silence from the entire production crew the moment the poisoning incident at the set occurred, Linton, James, and the producer couldn't completely contain the fallout. With over 200 people on the Titanic set affected and only 2 small hospitals in the Rosarito town overwhelmed at the time, there was simply no way to keep this under wraps. The film crew numbered over 700, with less than half locals. The majority were from Los Angeles. After Linton identified the culprit, Frost, and handed him over to the police, these combined factors made it impossible to hide the news from the outside world. Within just 3 days, countless rumors and sensationalized gossip reports began appearing across American newspapers, television, and radio entertainment segments. The Hollywood Entertainment Gazette carried a sensational headline: "Titanic faces nightmare disaster again. Poisoning shock set, 200 nearly sent to hell." The article was vague on details, but accurately stated the number of people poisoned as over 200. It also hinted that the poisoning could be linked to the director's tyrannical, high-pressure management style on set. The Gossip Weekly took even greater liberties, publishing a more pessimistic piece titled, "Titanic, a giant ship doomed to sink." It quoted supposed eyewitness accounts of supernatural phenomena, ghostly disturbances from Titanic's sunken remains in the Atlantic exacting revenge on the crew. This bizarre connection between the poisoning and the original tragedy painted the film as destined for failure. More reputable outlets, like The Hollywood Reporter, offered more balanced coverage with headlines like "Serious Poisoning Incident Rocks Titanic Production." They didn't delve into specifics, but confirmed that over 200 crew members were affected, local hospitals were overwhelmed, and the shoot came to a halt. The piece quoted insiders criticizing the ballooning budget and describing the director's hellish regime, with crew forced to work insane 90-hour weeks. Under such conditions, problems were inevitable. It wasn't just the press. Local TV and radio stations aggressively chased this story, analyzing and debating the poisoning nonstop. The incident soon became headline news nationwide. Though the poisoner had been arrested and handed to local authorities, the media mostly chose to ignore that fact. The Titanic project's reputation in Hollywood plummeted to its lowest point. Almost everyone in the industry and media predicted Titanic's failure, expecting both the director and Linton to suffer a devastating collapse in their careers. This negative shift was also fueled by the 6 other Hollywood powerhouses, who felt suffocated by Linton's rising dominance. Last year, 6 of the top 10 box office hits in the U.S. were produced by Universal Pictures and Linton's film company. The top 2 movies, Mission, Impossible and Twister, were theirs as well. Expanding to the top 20, 11 movies belong to Universal and Linton's production. Together, the other 6 powerhouses couldn't match their dominance, making Universal and Linton's companies appear like the giants that outshined everyone else. While these studios harbored no direct resentment toward Linton, his ruthlessness and growing influence made everyone wary of openly challenging him. Instead, they seethed quietly behind closed doors. So when Titanic appeared to be in trouble, they eagerly fueled leaks and negative press, at least to cement the idea early on that Titanic was doomed, hoping this would impact the movie's box office once it hit theaters. Not only them, Tom Cruise and Sean Connery, who had brutally clashed with Linton and suffered career setbacks after, joined this covert campaign. After their fallout during Independence Day, Cruise's superstar status slipped to first tier, his salary and market value sharply declined. His influence in Hollywood faded. To make matters worse, his ex-wife Nicole Kidman left him to join Linton's circle of girlfriends, an insult that stung deeply. Sean Connery suffered similarly, dropping from premier to second-tier star, losing a great deal of clout. Both men despised Linton but were powerless. His combined talents as a director, star, and mogul made him untouchable. Their agents repeatedly advised them to defuse tensions, or at least hide their hostility. So they masked their anger with fake smiles at public events, but secretly cursed Linton in solitude night after night. Now, with this opportunity to see Titanic falter, they laughed in private, almost ready to celebrate with a party. Although restrained by professionalism, they quietly toasted their perceived comeback. Both secretly handed large sums to their agents, instructing them to pressure media outlets for even more damning coverage of Titanic's poisoning, painting it as scandalous and cursed failure. Under this combined pressure, reports on the poisoning and Titanic's doom flooded the media airwaves and print. The poisoning was like a gaping hole ripped into Titanic's hull, amplifying the chorus of doom echoed across the nation. Industry insiders beyond Linton Studios began openly stating at various events that Titanic was spiraling out of control. Budget control was abysmal, and on-set safety was failing. With such mismanagement, both the commercial and artistic fate of this blockbuster was sealed, doomed to sink like the ill-fated ship itself. Even the women in Linton's inner circle repeatedly called to check on Linton, Kate Winslet, and Lee Shauran, concerned about their safety and the movie's prospects. Linton calmly reassured them all three stayed clear of the poisoned food and weren't affected physically. The production had resumed, and the film's future was bright. He dismissed the chaos as mere, rough waters on the path to success, confidently declaring Titanic would become a classic hit. For the negative media backlash, Linton, James Cameron, and Nacho knew there was no need for immediate public denial. The poisoning and budget overruns were undeniable facts. The difference was their cast and crew remained mentally intact, and they did not lower their film quality standards. Rather than argue in the media now, they planned to use the film's quality to silence critics after release. Experienced with media dynamics, they even saw the widespread negative coverage as free promotion. Almost everyone had heard of Titanic, and if the film delivered, those insults would transform into momentum. Just like when Linton shot Step Up, which also faced massive skepticism online. He proved critics wrong with top-notch filmmaking, drawing crowds that turned the film into a runaway success. The filming took place in the Mexican town of Rosarito, far from Hollywood, with closed set management. After the poisoning episode, Nacho stepped up security to keep disturbances out. Following Linton's advice, James Cameron toned down his temper and reformed his approach. To help him stay calm and energetic, Linton even gave him a half-pound batch of the special spirit tea. Fortunately, the tea leaves harvested this year had tripled compared to the previous year, from 10 pounds to 30 pounds. But with more women in Linton's harem, even if each got just a pound, 23 pounds were distributed, leaving only 7 pounds for Linton to ration carefully. With spirit tea's support, James's mood improved. It was no longer the overwhelming shouting match from before. Though still demanding and occasionally loud, he limited his outbursts strictly under 3 minutes. The crew welcomed this change, calling him a better director and even considering it a silver lining to the poisoning crisis. Also, with adjusted shooting schedules and no overtime except in special cases, the crew's morale and efficiency rebounded, making filming smoother. While Linton and James Cameron toiled hard on the Mexico set, time quietly advanced to late April. After garnering Golden Globe and Oscar nods, Chicago and Run Lola Run continued their box office successes. Run Lola Run finished its North America run in early April, grossing $135 million, while Chicago wrapped mid-April with $184 million domestically. Both films had also finished most overseas releases, with Chicago earning $134 million internationally and Run Lola Run $107 million, plus some markets still awaiting release. Both were critical and commercial triumphs, driving substantial revenue and elevating the popularity, commercial appeal, and status of stars like Madonna, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Charlize Theron. On April 21st, the Jackie Chan and Sue Ching starring film Mr. Nice Guy officially opened in North America. Though a foreign import, Jackie Chan and Sue Ching already had solid fan bases, so the company threw a premiere party on April 19th. Because James Cameron was strict and the team was focused after the poisoning, Linton hadn't planned to attend the premiere. But Su Ching insisted. This was her first lead role debut in North America, and she wanted Linton present to attract press. She arrived at the Rosarito set 2 days early, joining Linton, Kate Winslet, and Lee Shauran for 2 nights of play. They all returned to Los Angeles together on April 19th for the premiere. The midnight screening launched with 1,000 theaters and earned $810,000, respectable considering no A-list stars and it being a foreign film. This success leaned heavily on Su Ching's angelic appeal and Jackie Chan's loyal fans. Friday kicked off a 10-day promotional tour with Jackie Chan and Su Ching under the distributor's guidance. The slow season meant weak competition. Other releases like Highland Love, Western Love Story, and Chicago Girl were all modest, low-budget, starless films with little box office potential. Against this backdrop, the distribution department secured 2,500 screens for Mr. Nice Guy's opening. Friday's box office brought in a solid $4.68 million, combining with the midnight total for a $5.49 million opening day. Though not huge, this was impressive for a foreign film in a quiet period, netting the day's top spot. The film kept momentum with $5.83 million Saturday and $5.31 million Sunday, totaling $16.63 million for the opening weekend and clinching the weekend crown. Everyone, from Linton's company, Golden Harvest, to Jackie Chan and Su Ching, was thrilled. With these numbers, audience reviews averaged a solid B+, and the distribution team projected final North American earnings over $50 million. Su Ching sweetly called Linton, promising to surprise him once the North American box office surpassed $50 million. Chapter 598, National Treasure hits big. As May arrived, the North American summer movie season kicked off in full swing. Hollywood's 7 major studios rolled out their heavy hitters one after another. On May 9th, Universal Pictures released the highly anticipated Jurassic Park 2, The Lost World. Directed once again by the legendary Steven Spielberg and backed by a hefty $75 million budget, the film was widely expected to dominate the box office. When it premiered, audience enthusiasm surged, with an impressive $72.73 million earned over its opening weekend. Just as everyone anticipated the film would surpass the billion-dollar mark, even dreaming of it breaking Mission Impossible's all-time record, negative reviews began to surface. Word of mouth soured quickly. According to live audience surveys from Caesar Research, viewers gave it an average grade of only A-, a significant drop from the A+ of the original. On IMDb, audience ratings hit just 7.5, down from 8.3 in the first film. Media reviews hovered at a modest 65% approval. These ratings, especially from those in theaters, poured cold water on Universal's top executives' expectations. The film's issues lay mainly in 2 areas. First was the glaring plot weakness. The male lead, Dr. Ian Malcolm, upon learning that his girlfriend had recklessly gone to the dangerous island, inexplicably took their daughter with him. Knowing full well that the island was a dinosaur-infested death trap and that his girlfriend was already in peril, bringing his daughter along defied all reason. No rational father would make such a choice. This illogical decision severely undermined the character's credibility and alienated audiences emotionally. Furthermore, many decisions made by the expedition and hunting teams strained believability. For instance, a technician faced with 2 T-Rex dinosaurs chose not to flee toward a cliff but instead stayed put, resulting in his demise. Such actions defied logic and felt like contrived plot devices sacrificing character intelligence. Likewise, the cameraman opened numerous doors behind which dinosaurs waited, yet all the dinosaurs obediently waited until every door was opened before charging. This suggested humans possessed some control over the ferocious beasts, directly contradicting their wild, uncontrollable depiction. Other details fell off as well. For example, when the T-Rex approached a tent, the characters only noticed its presence as it reached the entrance. Yet later, when chasing it, loud noises were clearly heard well in advance. In another scene, the female lead, trapped on a roof surrounded by 2 velociraptors, experienced the raptors suddenly turn on each other after sliding down, abandoning their attack, a complete departure from their intelligent, pack-minded nature. At the climax, when two characters attempted to lure the T-Rex into a ship's cabin to tranquilize it, the beast remained surprisingly passive during the time-consuming process, robbing the scene of tension. These plot holes fragmented the narrative, often pulling viewers out of the immersive dinosaur world and leaving some feeling intellectually insulted. The second major flaw was the shallow, one-dimensional character development, lacking the nuance and depth memorable from the first film. While the male lead and secondary male character played it safe with predictability, the female lead Sarah was a bigger problem. Her actions portrayed her as a sanctimonious martyr, alienating audiences. In the pre-social media era, most North American viewers held standard values and were generally turned off by such overtly moralistic behavior. Moreover, she and Nick carelessly endangered and caused the death of several team members while trying to save a baby T-Rex, but never showed any remorse. As an animal scientist, her ignorance about the enormous risks of taking a young dinosaur from the wild gravely contradicted her professional image. She ran around in clothes stained with dinosaur blood, all while knowing the T-Rex had an acute sense of smell. Yet she displayed zero situational awareness. Such behavior felt like an insult to the audience's intelligence and made her character deeply unlikable, preventing viewers from connecting or sympathizing. Despite Bella's fan club doing their best online to protect the film's reputation, negative comments focusing on plot holes and Sarah's sanctimoniousness inevitably spread. Thankfully, the movie's strengths were evident. First was the breathtaking visual effects. Using cutting-edge technology, the film brought a lifelike dinosaur world to life, transporting viewers into a prehistoric era. Seeing such realistic creatures and spectacular effects in a cinema was an unprecedented feast for the eyes. Second, the tense, thrilling adventure sequences sparked adrenaline in audiences, prompting gasps and cheers during screenings. Overall, the film couldn't be called a flop, but fell short of classic status. More of a high-quality commercial spectacle. Thanks to the original's reputation, it still earned well. Profits were assured, but breaking box office records remained a pipe dream. Since founding DreamWorks with his friends, Spielberg had shifted from auteur director to savvy businessman. He no longer devoted all his energy to crafting masterpieces like Jaws or the original Jurassic Park, but instead prioritized commercial ventures. True enough, as the workweek began, Monday's box office dropped sharply to $8.17 million, a 56% decline from Sunday. From Tuesday through Thursday, ticket sales continued slipping, totaling just $20.18 million. At the end of the first full week, the film grossed $101.08 million, a decent result. But the second week's decline intensified, with only $27.81 million over the weekend. Though it maintained the box office throne, no one doubted it would struggle even to match the first film's $353 million domestic haul, much less the $250 million mark. Meanwhile, the lively North American market didn't distract Linton from filming Titanic on the Mexican coast at Rosarito. Devoted fully to directing, he put aside box office dramas and worked closely with the crew. However, the Nicolas Cage and Sherilyn Fenn starring National Treasure was set to release on June 6th, with its premiere on June 4th. For Sherilyn Fenn, this was her first leading role in a major commercial production, so naturally, the film's box office was on her mind. She arrived at the Rosarito set early, joining Linton, Kate Winslet, and Lee Shauran in night games with Linton, not winning but playing intensely over 2 nights. Linton took a day off from shooting to fly back to Los Angeles with Sherilyn Fenn and Lee Shauran to attend the premiere and support the movie's press. Based on his best-selling novel, the source material had sold 16 million copies worldwide over 3 years, over 5 million per installment, with a vast established fan base. The plot was admittedly over the top. Treasure hunter Ben Gates learns from his grandfather John Adams Gates of a secret fortune hidden by America's founding fathers, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin, as a war chest. The key lay in the Declaration of Independence, triggering a breathless treasure hunt. Even more implausible, The film's ending sees Gates finding the treasure only to donate it freely to the nation and win the affection of female lead Abigail Chase. Yet, America's cultural appetite for history made this premise hugely appealing. The film's mix of conspiracy, fortune, and adventure tapped perfectly into the audience's tastes, driving the novel's success and leading to high anticipation for the movie. Plus, Nicolas Cage was at the peak of his acting power and box office draw. From opening weekend, National Treasure took in a strong $43.17 million, topping the box office. Unlike Jurassic Park 2, its reception was very positive. Caesar's live audience survey rated it an A. On IMDb, it earned an 8.1 average. Media praise measured at 78%. The studio's distribution team predicted a North American total of $170 million, a runaway hit considering the modest $55 million production budget. Nicolas Cage and Sherilyn Fenn both saw their star power, popularity, and commercial value soar. Sherilyn Fenn herself hardly dared to believe her luck. Since meeting Linton, everything felt like a dream come true. Earlier endorsements of Vitality pills had earned her the title Beauty Angel, massively boosting her fame and upgrading her status from B-list to near A-list. Now, landing a major commercial lead skyrocketed her excitement. Her agent promised that after the film's release, she'd officially become a recognized Hollywood A-list actress. If overseas numbers held strong, she might even break into top-tier stardom. Ecstatic and exhilarated during the press tour, Sherilyn Fenn called Linton late one night, promising to visit the set after the tour to bring some warmth. Back on set, Linton ignored box office news. His focus remained solely on filming Titanic. Since the poisoning incident, with the adjustment in the director's methods, filming efficiency skyrocketed, propelling production into high gear. By mid-June, the 8-week theatrical run of Mr. Nice Guy ended in North America with a final gross of $51.82 million. Su Ching honored her promise, flying from Los Angeles to Rosarito to accompany Linton for a full week. During those 7 days, she led countless lively activities, infecting Lee Shaoran and Kate Winslet with her energy. Every night, they ignited new themes for parties, granting Linton unforgettable pleasures. If not for her agency lining up media appearances and business meetings to capitalize on the film's buzz, she might have stayed on set forever, partying every night with Linton. Yet, commitment to career, solidifying her status, and converting fame to profit meant she had to depart after only a week. The schedule was tight with promoting Final Destination 2's August release, where she held the female lead role. As soon as Su Ching left, Sherilyn Fenn came from her own North American press tour, eager to join the Rosarito set and bring some warmth to Linton once more. Having been out for 16 days, National Treasure had grossed over $117 million domestically, successfully breaking the $100 million mark. Beginning its rollout overseas in over 30 countries, the film earned a strong $61 million in its first week abroad. This time, Sherilyn Fenn had 3 days off before jetting overseas to continue promotion. During those 3 days, she shed her usual shyness to adopt a bold, passionate demeanor. She prepared an array of gifts for Linton: sheer, seductive nightgowns, alluring Victoria's Secret lingerie, an assortment of stockings, everything dripping with temptation. She even packed goodies for Lee Shaoran and Kate Winslet. The three joined forces, delivering nightly parties so dazzling Linton experienced unbridled joy. After 3 days, Sherilyn Fenn reluctantly left Mexico, returning to Los Angeles. The studio arranged for her to fly with Linton's private jet to Europe to carry on National Treasure's international campaign. Meanwhile, Linton quietly stayed on set, wholeheartedly focused on Titanic's filming. Evenings remained filled with lively games with Lee Shaoran and Kate Winslet, an essential daily pastime. Perhaps fate had turned. Since the poisoning ordeal, despite the director James Cameron's strict demands, the rearranged management fueled a smooth, efficient production. Seeing the director, Linton, and Kate holding firm to excellence reignited the cast and crew's confidence, pushing everyone to act with renewed dedication. Time flew by. After over 4 grueling months, the Titanic crew wrapped principal photography in Canada and Iceland at June's end. Filming finally concluded. Chapter 599. the Asian financial storm, cashing in on Thailand. Linton had just returned to Los Angeles and rested for barely a couple of days when Richard from Skycrest Capital showed up at his doorstep. "Boss, as per your instructions, our financial hedge fund has been fully established. The $2 billion loan from the bank has been secured as well. Oh, how are things looking over in Southeast Asia now?" For over 2 months since setting up the fund, our team has been closely monitoring and simulating the financial situation in Southeast Asia. Just as we expected, starting early this month, Thailand's foreign exchange market has been in turmoil. Soros's Quantum Fund, backed by massive flows of international hot money, launched a fierce currency war against the Thai government. From the ongoing tug-of-war, I estimate the Thai government has already burned through at least $4 billion of their foreign reserves. Considering their total reserves are only about $5 billion, they're nearly out of ammunition. Although Thailand has appealed to ASEAN for help, as we all know, the other ASEAN countries are too preoccupied with their own problems to offer any real support. My guess? Thailand is about to buckle. The outcome of this financial war is nearly decided. What do you think? Should we make our move? Linton recalled the Asian financial crisis from his previous lifetime. He couldn't remember the specifics, but one detail was crystal clear. Thailand's surrender triggered the storm on July 2nd, when Asia exploded into financial chaos. Thailand and most Southeast Asian countries were looted by the Wall Street financial predators due to their own economic weaknesses. Their blind faith in Western economic theories, immature financial systems, and fully liberalized markets gave those financial raiders a free pass to invade. Seeing today is already June 28th. Linton knew it was almost prime time to step in. Since this hedge fund was just established and independent from Soros's alliance, jumping in too early could tip off the market sharks. Soros, with his expertise, would spot a large foreign capital entry and probably reverse their own short positions, easily swallowing foreign funds before resuming the attack. That's exactly why when the Asian financial crisis kicked off on July 2nd, after Soros and the Quantum Fund's financial battle with the Thai government reached its peak, tens of trillions of international hot money flowed into Thailand and then spread across Southeast Asia, wiping out years of accumulated wealth. Following their victory, Soros took the lion's share, while other investors only got scraps. In reality, Soros's Quantum Fund raked in over $50 billion from Asia during the crisis. If Russia hadn't abruptly slammed the door on foreign capital, freezing and confiscating over $20 billion of the Quantum Fund's principal and profits, that loot might have been even more staggering. But now that he knew precisely when Soros would launch his full assault on Thailand, July 1st, they could act without fear. This timing was perfect. No risk of being cleared out by the big sharks, only ripe rewards to reap. Linton thought Richard's team showed real skill. Their analysis was solid. Since he had time over the next few days, he decided to join in and witness this grand financial heist firsthand. Fine. Get everything ready. We move in on July 1st. I'll personally come to oversee. Got it, boss. But with an operation this major, we have to enforce strict confidentiality. Everyone must sever all outside communication. Phones confiscated, no email, no instant messaging. Except for a handful of workstations, all internet browsers, email clients, and chat apps will be removed from every computer. All staff will work in sealed quarters with no outings. Dedicated service. Personnel will supply meals and essentials. Security forces will be on high alert. Should I coordinate the service and security teams for you? Sure. Arrange security and daily services as needed. You handle the rest. Also, I'll allocate 15% of the profits from this short on the Asian market as bonuses. You can set the distribution plan based on contribution levels. Thank you, boss. July 1st, 9 a.m. Upstairs in the Skycrest Capital office, Richard had rented a whole floor for the Skycrest hedge fund. The space was divided into 2 main zones, an open office area with cubicles for daily work and a centralized operations zone with over 20 computers back-to-back, dedicated to running the campaign. There was also a meeting and living area, furnished with a large conference table plus 20 cots, and stocked with essential supplies. Linton sat at the head of the conference table, with Richard to his left and Willix, the hedge fund manager, on his right. Willix had over 20 years' experience in finance, previously an investment analyst at a Goldman Sachs hedge fund, recruited by Richard with a generous offer. The rest of the 13-member team was on deck. Everyone's been following and simulating Southeast Asia for weeks. The moment to act has arrived. This financial battle is about to break out. Attention, all phones are to be handed over immediately. All communication, calls, emails, messaging, will be completely cut off. Until this operation concludes, all Skycrest funds ins and outs will be handled by my security detail. No one leaves the premises during this period. All daily necessities have dedicated service staff. Meals will be delivered 3 times daily, and laundry service is provided for your changed clothes. Everyone clear on this? Linton's authoritative words drew unanimous affirmations. Such strict conditions, though harsh for outsiders, were routine in big financial operations. Richard rose and collected the phones one by one. Willix, take command of the operation going forward. Willix's eyes gleamed. Understood, boss. Let's move to the ops room. It's time to fight. The team moved to the operations area and took their seats behind their computers. Boss, since yesterday, the Thai baht has steadily fallen from 23.8 to 24.4 against the dollar. Thailand's foreign reserves are nearly depleted. Recently, countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines intended to lend their reserves to help Thailand. But under pressure from the quantum fund's massive short positions, they all backed out to protect themselves. I estimate Thailand's defenses are almost gone. I recommend we strike immediately and build significant short positions on the baht. Go ahead. What's your plan? We currently hold $2 billion in funds. We've arranged with UBS for leverage of up to 50 times. I'm proposing to deploy $500 million. With 50x leverage, equivalent to shorting $25 billion in baht. $25 billion. Even Linton was momentarily stunned. Just like that, $25 billion, all in one move. No, boss. We can't blast it out all at once. That would spook the market and limit our position size. $25 billion is the total exposure we aim to accumulate today. We'll build the position gradually in batches. Once complete, we'll coordinate with the quantum fund to crash the market. Sounds good. Proceed as planned. At Willix's signal, the team sprang into action. Handling such massive funds, while keeping a low profile, demanded countless subtle trades. From 9:30 a.m. till 7 p.m., Skycrest built a short position totaling $17 billion in baht. This massive selling drove the baht further down from 24.4 to 24.9 against the dollar. Of course, the forex market never sleeps. Per Willix's plan, trading would continue overnight until the entire $25 billion position was filled. Linton found the process dull, so after exchanging greetings, he left to rest at home, promising to return the next morning. Back in Los Angeles, his women had all arrived home. Nicole Kidman, Charlize Theron, Jennifer, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and others who had just finished shooting at Universal Studios. They often partied hard into the night at the estate, always turning up the energy. Tonight was no different. After dinner, Madonna eagerly began organizing the evening's festivities. Joyful choruses and smaller group sings filled the space. As the party hit its peak, Linton's phone rang, which was with his personal assistant Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran reluctantly rose, answered, and stepped into the bathroom, saying, "Who could it be this late? Is this urgent?" From the other end, an excited voice came through. "Li Xiaoran, this is Richard from Skycrest Capital. Is the boss available? I have fantastic news." "Great news." "Yes, the Thai government just held a press conference. They officially abandoned the fixed exchange rate and adopted a floating rate." "Hold on a second." Li Xiaoran set the phone down in the bathroom and came back to inform Linton briefly. "Ladies, hold tight a moment. I have to take this call. It should be something good." Hearing that, Linton immediately paused the party and moved to the bathroom. He picked up. "Hello, Richard. It's me. Boss, fantastic news. The baht has plunged to 28 against the dollar and is still dropping fast. At today's rates, our profits have already topped $1.5 billion. Chapter 600, Financial Predation. Even though Linton was already a mega-billionaire with close to $100 billion, hearing that $1.5 billion had transferred in less than a day still sent waves of excitement through him. After hanging up the phone, He returned to his bedroom and joyfully announced the blockbuster news to his harem. Immediately, their admiring gazes intensified, their desires ignited, each of them wishing they could melt into Linton's very being. Li Xiaoran, fortunate to be closest to him, was the first to throw herself into his arms, planting a tender kiss on his lips. "Darling, you're incredible. I love you to death." Naturally, the celebration party that followed grew even more thrilling and passionate. The chorus of voices rose again, even louder than before, filled with electric energy and ecstatic allure. The next morning, only after much effort did Linton manage to slip away from the eager embraces of shimmering limbs and soft warmth. By the time he arrived at Skycrest Hedge Fund, it was already 9 a.m. Inside Skycrest, the 15-person team, including Richard and Willix, had red-rimmed eyes and unshaven faces, clear evidence of a sleepless night. But their faces radiated with exhilaration. Linton opened the conversation. "Looks like you've brought in a big haul. How are things?" Richard responded joyfully. "Boss, things are excellent. Yesterday before midnight, we used all $25 billion at hand to short the Thai baht. By 1 a.m. this morning, 10 a.m. local time in Thailand, the government was completely out of ammunition and powerless to resist. They officially held a press conference to announce the end of the fixed exchange rate regime, transitioning to a floating one. The baht plunged immediately. So far, the exchange rate to the dollar has dropped to 30.5, over a 17% slump. We hit the jackpot this time. If we close now, our profits would exceed $3 billion. Hearing such good news instantly lifted Linton's spirits. "Good work, everyone. My previous promise still stands. I'll allocate 15% of this operation's profits as bonuses. When the boss makes money, we all do. We get rich together." "Boss, boss," the team cheered in unison. "And what's the plan moving forward?" Richard and Willix exchanged a glance before Willix spoke. "Boss, the baht might fall further, but not by much more. We've savored the sweetest reward. I suggest we gradually close our positions to lock in profits." Linton nodded in approval. "Right. This haul itself is already astonishing. But we're not stopping here. I believe Thailand is just the beginning. The collapse in Thailand's currency market will inevitably spread to the rest of Southeast Asia. Countries with export-driven economies and fully liberalized financial markets like the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. There's over $500 billion already flooding into Southeast Asia, and that number is sure to skyrocket to trillions. These funds won't be content with just Thailand, especially since George Soros is leading the charge. Linton didn't recall the exact details from his previous life, but he broadly knew these places had been thoroughly exploited by international speculators before. That's a strong choice of targets. What's the strategy? The main risk is the ongoing fierce battles between Soros's financial raiders and local governments. If we jump in too early, we risk being trapped by quantum funds countermeasures, who could suddenly flip their positions and wipe us out. But with the baht's collapse opening the floodgates to over $1 trillion in short positions, it's impossible to pick the perfect entry point. Waiting for a clear victor means we'll be late to the party. So, we will adjust leverage to around 10x to reduce risk, operate steadily to avoid being cleaned out by the big players led by Quantum Fund, while still sharing in the spoils. Fine, proceed as you say. With Willix issuing a series of orders, the traders sprang into action. By midday, all baht short positions were successfully closed. Skycrest Hedge Fund's profits from the Thai market alone hit an astonishing $3.3 billion. The victory exhilarated not only Linton but the entire Skycrest team. The boss made a fortune, and per his promise, the team's collective bonuses amounted to nearly $495 million. Even the lowest-level operators were set to receive more than $10 million each. Excited and bewildered, in just one day, every person had joined the millionaire ranks, with countless more opportunities and enormous sums awaiting on the horizon. Seeing their exhausted yet ecstatic faces, Linton realized they still had long nights ahead. To keep the team alert, he handed out a box of his special energy tea. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time to celebrate. Usually we'd pop champagne, but with battles continuing, there would be no alcohol. I wouldn't want it to dull our edge. I got you this rare tea to help boost energy and keep fatigue at bay." Richard's eyes lit up as he snatched the box. Boss, is this the magical tea you drink yourself? Yes. Since we're celebrating, this box is your reward today. Thanks, boss. Everyone, this is the real deal, grown on the boss's own farm. Annual yields don't exceed 10 pounds, never for sale. Even top Washington elites and crazy rich billionaires like Bill Gates can't get their hands on it. I am surprised at the boss's generosity to gift us a box. Let's all thank the boss together. Thank you, boss, they shouted, their voices ringing with adoration. Wall Street, New York. Quantum Fund headquarters, conference room. I was born into poverty, but I refuse to die poor. George Soros. This phrase, hung prominently in the room, was Soros's life credo. A group of renowned fund managers and financial analysts sat upright and attentive, waiting for their boss, the infamous financial titan Soros, whose name stirred fear and envy worldwide. Despite their composed postures, their faces burned with excitement. Like Skycrest, Quantum Fund had struck gold today. The idea to short Southeast Asian currencies was pushed by Quantum Fund. As early as March, Soros had keenly spotted vulnerabilities across Southeast Asia, drafting plans to short their currencies. He raised $30 billion and allied with Tiger Fund, Chris Fund, and numerous others who had previously collaborated on shorting the British pound and Argentine peso. Collectively, they amassed over $100 billion, preparing to plunder Southeast Asian wealth. Their financial raid had the tacit blessing of the White House, State Department, and Treasury. After careful selection, they chose Thailand as the entry point. Starting in late May, they began shorting the baht. Naturally, the Thai government fought back with all they had, but their foreign reserves barely topped $5 billion. With financial policies fully liberalized under Western pressure in the name of free markets, the gates were wide open. Financial predators marched in unchallenged. When Thailand tried to tighten controls and regulate the exchange and capital markets, the U.S. State Department intervened swiftly with a blunt warning: not allowed. Unable to establish regulatory firewalls, Thailand was left to pit their meager reserves against the ruthless raiders led by Soros. At first, ASEAN countries lent $2 billion to help Thailand's resistance, but once Soros expanded attacks to other ASEAN nations, no one else lent support. By early morning, Thailand's foreign reserves were exhausted. The resistance collapsed. 20 years of rapid growth and vast wealth accumulated by Thailand were now completely exposed to the traitors' merciless grasp, ready to be plundered. This spectacular victory and immense fortune naturally filled the raiders and their backers with ecstasy. The sound of footsteps approached as the conference room door swung open. The managers and analysts rose to greet their boss, Soros, the man many around the world both feared and despised. All right, everyone, have a seat. Let's hear the fruits of your labor, Soros said, for once cracking a rare smile. Carlos, the lead financial analyst seated to his left, stood to report. Boss, since mid-May, Quantum Fund invested $10 billion with 10x leverage to short the baht. After over a month of pressure, this morning the Thai government abandoned the fixed-rate system. The baht plunged, so far down 17% against the dollar. If we close positions now, our profits exceed $15 billion. Applause broke out immediately around the room. Soros clapped, nodding encouragement. Excellent, very good. Buoyed by praise, Carlos's face beamed with excitement. Soros asked next, the baht's collapse has surely attracted massive inflows from global speculators. Have you tallied the amount flooding Thailand's forex market today? Carlos glanced at his notebook. Boss, since Thailand's announcement, the major Wall Street giants, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, and hundreds of smaller firms have poured massive capital into the Thai forex market. Our data shows at least $500 billion has flowed in so far, and this number is rising. We predict it will reach over $1 trillion within a week. $500 billion, a staggering sum. To put it in perspective, many small Southeast Asian nations could not be sold off at that price. And with leverage, these speculators could mobilize tens of trillions. Clearly, with the Thai government drained, they were powerless to stop the red-eyed financial predators. Worst of all, this legal plunder was sanctioned by international law frameworks and backed by the U.S. Thailand couldn't resort to backdoor measures. Not only were exchanges forbidden from closing, but attempts to regulate or limit foreign capital by tightening policies faced stern American warnings. Under such ruthless rules, Thailand's people could only lie vulnerable, their wealth stripped bare as if on a butcher's block. Thailand, once one of Asia's four tigers, had bequeathed its riches on a silver platter. The Thai government and people faced disaster on an unprecedented scale. Meanwhile, Quantum Fund's team sat smiling in cold satisfaction. 500 billion, a decent figure, Soros said with a sinister smile. The collapse of Thailand's forex market will send shockwaves through the rest of Southeast Asia's export-driven economies. Their currencies will tremble, resistance will weaken. If we press the advantage, these countries' wealth will open wide to us. Moreover, with Thailand's precedent, global free capital will flood in. Then, the inflows won't be mere billions. I estimate rolling capital will expand tenfold to $5 trillion. $5 trillion. The conference room collectively drew breath in shock. Soros's forecast was terrifying. $5 trillion in international funds could topple most nations' economies. Back in 1992, when the 12 European Community countries signed the Maastricht Treaty to create the euro, Britain opted out to keep the pound, causing a currency shock. Soros noticed the chance. Quantum Fund poured in $12 billion, joined by hedge funds to short the pound. Global speculators swarmed in with fewer than $500 billion in market inflows, but still demolished the British economy. The pound plummeted 15%, and Soros earned $1.5 billion personally, $5 billion for the fund. The downside for Britain, losses exceeding hundreds of billions. Now, with potentially $5 trillion, the scale made the UK crisis seem minor. Carlos, excited, stood again. Boss, given this, I suggest we ramp up attacks on the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. We need to break them quickly. Agreed. Proceed as you say. At that moment, Rocky, a financial analyst seated next to Soros, also rose. Boss, one more thing too. Report. Go ahead. What's the situation? Since yesterday, a new massive fund has poured over $20 billion into shorting the baht under cloak of secrecy. And with Thailand's government capitulating this morning, this fund reaped huge profits in record time. Should we try to locate them? What? That's unusual. Any funds requested to join the coalition recently? No. Looks like a lone troublemaker who doesn't understand the rules. All right, mobilize all contacts. Find them. See if they pose a threat to our future operations. If they're naive, we'll know how to deal with them ahead of time. Understood. We'll let them safeguard the wealth for now. Chapter 601. Sweeping through Southeast Asia, accurately targeted. Morgan Stanley, Wall Street's largest investment bank, managing trillions in assets, generating annual revenues exceeding $40 billion. It stood atop the Big Five on Wall Street, a true financial giant. Even the Quantum Fund was a mere pup in its shadow. In the conference room, CEO Cruyff held a report, chuckling as he said, "The Thai baht has completely collapsed, down 17%. Our profits have already hit $9 billion. Soros really knows how to play his cards. He crushed Thailand brilliantly. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Leading with his Quantum Fund gave him all the confidence and backing he needed. Meanwhile, we followed behind, cashing in big. It's just beautiful." Executives and financial experts involved in the Thai short-selling campaign smiled broadly around the table. Among them, Carl SAS, the operation chief, happily chimed in from the leftmost seat. True, we took almost no risks following Soros and still earned unimaginable profits. It feels fantastic. But let's be clear, we didn't just do nothing. Other ASEAN countries threw around grand aid packages to Thailand. But without the coordinated assault from the Big Five, forcing them to stop lending foreign currency, this battle wouldn't have tipped so quickly. Seeing Thailand isolated, we decisively entered with massive short positions against the baht. In less than a week, Thailand quit resisting altogether. Over the past 2 decades, Thailand's economy grew fast, accumulating lots of wealth. Now, they're completely exposed under our watchful eyes. I suggest we inject even more capital to seize maximum profit. Cruyff snapped the report shut, resolute. Fine, I'll allocate another $50 billion to strip Thailand's wealth as fast as possible. Since Thailand's fallen, Other Southeast Asian countries, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, look similar with abundant wealth. Coordinate with Soros and secure those countries next. Don't worry, Carl said confidently. Those countries are like sheep penned for us. They won't escape. Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns. Similar. Scenes played out across the board. The Big Five all ramped up their financial raids on Thailand while sharpening their knives for the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. Despite Soros's notorious reputation and enormous gains from shorting Southeast Asia, the biggest profits belonged to Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and the other Wall Street giants. Among the American elite, whispers abounded. Soros's Quantum Fund and Robertson's Tiger Fund were nothing more than unleashed attack dogs by the Federal Reserve and the Big Five. These mad dogs charged ahead while the others quietly amassed fortunes behind the scenes. From the 1970s oil crisis through Latin America's 1980s debt crisis, the early 90s Japanese real estate and stock bubble bursts, the 1,992-pound short, to the 1997 Asian financial crisis. At their core, these were brutal wealth grabs by the Fed and Wall Street's titans. In America's eyes, the world was their sheepfold. The moment a nation's wealth grew heavy, they'd wage financial war without hesitation, plundering riches and devastating economies. Afterward, wielding the World Bank and IMF's poisonous daggers under the guise of aid, they forced harsh economic reforms and market liberalization, paving the way for future harvests. Over the following days, as Soros predicted, countless international speculators flooded Thailand's currency market, with over $1 trillion pouring in to decimate the government's forex, stock, futures, and real estate sectors. Thailand howled in despair. Precious mines, ports, railways, cash-starved manufacturers, and bankrupt banks fell into the hands of international raiders. Even public utilities like water, electricity, and gas were seized. Leading the frenzy were the speculators from America and allied countries. They made a killing. However, the Skycrest Fund stayed clear of Thailand's ongoing brutal pillaging. They quietly cashed out their profits and began positioning to short Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Singapore currencies. Meanwhile, Linton started scouring Washington for a team of 15 advisors spread across the White House, Senate, and House offices. Months earlier, he had posted recruitment notices through his Linton Media Group and Universal conglomerate. By the time he returned from filming, over 100 applicants had signed up. He held a unified exam for the candidates. From the results, 30 were invited for interviews, eventually narrowing down to 15. During the final interviews, Linton employed soul induction to detect any hidden agendas or external influences. Fortunately, no anomalies surfaced. He selected 15 suited white professionals between 30 and 40 years old, 10 men and 5 women. Their profiles were faxed to the White House. Once security clearance came through, Linton planned to launch his 3 operations based in Washington. As for the 15 who didn't make the cut yet, proved capable, he would keep a close eye and nurture them within his companies for future growth. On July 7th, Linton accompanied Kate Winslet to the Los Angeles Universal Theater for the premiere of Armageddon, starring Kate herself. This $90 million sci-fi disaster spectacle was a joint production of Linton Films and Universal, directed by Michael Bay and starring Bruce Willis, Ben Affleck, and Kate Winslet. The plot was thin. NASA detects a massive meteor hurtling toward Earth with just 18 days before impact, threatening global annihilation. To prevent disaster, NASA sends a team to land on the meteor, drill to its core, and detonate a nuke to shatter it in space. After emergency astronaut training, the team launches aboard 2 retrofitted space shuttles, the Liberty and the Independence, successfully landing on the meteor. Battling environmental extremes and technical failures, they complete the drilling. In a heroic climax, Bruce Willis's character Harry sacrifices himself by manually triggering the nuclear blast, saving Earth from destruction. Though the story was far-fetched, Michael Bay masterfully delivered epic scale and explosions. The effects were stunningly realistic, the visuals dazzling, and the cinematography intensely gripping, truly a standout summer popcorn flick. Notably, the film's Super Bowl ads featuring Tokyo and Paris destruction sequences and meteor nuclear explosions electrified global audiences early in the year. Thanks to massive promotion from Linton Media and Universal, Armageddon became the most anticipated summer release in the US. It secured an impressive 3,800 screens in its initial run. When it hit North American theaters on July 9th, audiences flocked. Midnight showings alone grossed $4.18 million. Friday's opening day pulled in $18.31 million, Saturday $19.73 million, and Sunday $17.14 million. The opening weekend total of $55.18 million made it the box office champ for a release window without competition, a close second only to Jurassic Park 2 for the year. Critics were split, much like with Independence Day 2 years prior. Audience scores averaged an A, signaling broad public approval. IMDb votes rated it 8.0, a solid score. However, professional critics united in harsh condemnations, slamming the film's quality mercilessly across media outlets. But unlike the past, critics' influence over summer blockbusters had waned significantly. Their campaigns no longer deterred ticket sales. The box office boom roared on. By the end of the first full week, Armageddon had grossed $90.17 million in North America alone. This success firmly elevated Kate Winslet to near A-list stardom in Hollywood, boosting her popularity and star power. Excited, Kate repeatedly called Linton on the promotional tour, promising a big surprise upon her return. Meanwhile, international capital flooded Southeast Asia's financial markets. Thailand took the brunt, completely plundered. A week later, the same money sharks turned to neighboring nations. Under the weight of massive capital inflows, Southeast Asian currencies began to tumble. Especially fragile were the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Their forex markets quickly crumbled. From July 16th onward, Linton received daily good news reports from Richard. By July 18th, the Philippine peso had dropped 6.2%. On July 21st, the Malaysian ringgit lost 6.5%. By July 22nd, the Indonesian rupiah fell 7.2%, and the decline continued. The crisis was far from over. Only Singapore remained resilient, fueled by over $50 billion in foreign reserves. Its currency depreciated less than 1%. Meanwhile, Skycrest Fund, already positioned in these markets, enjoyed brilliant results. They invested $500 million across the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, using 10x leverage to short the currencies. Just on the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia alone, profits exceeded $1 billion at current rates, if liquidated now. Willix predicted that by the end of July, these three currencies would follow Thailand's path into outright collapse, ushering in the real profit-taking period. Regarding Singapore, despite its abundant reserves, Willix believed it wouldn't hold much longer, at most until mid-August before succumbing. The sheer volume of international capital flooding. Southeast Asia had surpassed $3 trillion. With the open financial system, Singapore wouldn't withstand the assault. Elsewhere in Asia, currencies like the South Korean won, Hong Kong dollar, Japanese yen, and Taiwan dollar also felt the ripple effects, depreciating amid the turmoil. Southeast Asia's forex markets had fallen entirely, and at a shockingly rapid pace. The crisis, ignited in Thailand, was sweeping through Southeast Asia and spreading across the entire continent, threatening a full-scale Asian financial meltdown. Yet, while Linton happily absorbed Richard's daily victory reports, July 22nd brought grim news. "Boss, we've been targeted," Richard said. "Just now, the $500 million we deployed shorting Singapore's currency was precisely ambushed." By the time Linton arrived at Skycrest Fund, Willix and the analysts had completed their post-mortem. "Boss," Willix began, "our huge gains from this operation without joining Soros-led Wall Street Alliance angered them. They set a trap right in Singapore, a fiercely contested battleground, and wiped out our $500 million. How do you know it was targeted at us?" Linton questioned. "Boss, look at this recent pattern of the Singapore dollar versus the US dollar. It's been gradually slipping down. After closing our Thailand position, I opened accounts in the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, deploying $500 million short in each. After more than 2 weeks, 3 of the 4 accounts are highly profitable. But Singapore's has been volatile, though trending down, dropping about 2% since entry an hour ago. We employed only a small 10x leverage for safety, And with international capital flooding into Southeast Asia shorting currencies, our position should have been rock solid awaiting big profits. Then, suddenly, massive funds reversed course, switching from short to long, pushing the Singapore dollar up 12.5% in just 2 minutes. We couldn't add margin in time. The account was margin called and wiped out completely. What's worse, right after liquidating our position, those long funds flipped back to short, plunging the currency 13% below previous lows. If this wasn't aimed squarely at us, I wouldn't believe it. So to hit us this precisely, they must know our account details inside and out. How did they get that info? Boss, every Forex trade must go through the American Forex Trading Center. With the resources Soros and the Wall Street Big Five control there, accessing our info was child's play. Chapter 602. Total Collapse, Ruthless Plunder. Has Soros always been this brazen and arrogant? Boss, the financial market is a ruthless battlefield. Only the strongest win. It's all about the vision, timing, and strategy of the players. But most importantly, it's about financial muscle. Right now, Soros's quantum fund, backed by Wall Street, controls several $100 billion. On certain fronts, they can wield enormous influence. But their appetite is enormous. Robbing Southeast Asia alone isn't enough for them. Whenever there's an opportunity, they won't hesitate to crush other international speculators following the trend. In this latest move, they've swallowed up at least tens of billions from follow-up capital. What about our short positions in Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines? Are they in danger? The risk is low. Those countries' currencies are already spiraling down. There's so much short-selling capital pushing the trend that if Soros wanted to go against the grain, it would take not just hundreds of billions, but perhaps trillions of dollars. And even then, the risk is huge. They might fail and actually line someone else's pockets. Only in the Singapore Forex market, where the battle is still undecided and the short-selling force is relatively small, do they rely on their capital advantage to act with impunity. What's your next move? First, although the short-selling trend in the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia is set, we still need to guard against Soros's madness. I plan to add margin to the relevant accounts. Also, the Singapore market can't be neglected. From what I know, the Singapore government's foreign reserves total about $50 billion. Over the past 2 weeks of this war, they've already burned through nearly $40 billion. They won't last much longer. I'm preparing to inject another $1 billion, with half of that, $500 million, used for short selling with 10 times leverage. Even if Soros tries to pull his usual tricks, he won't push the market up by 20 points again. I'll add more positions when the time is right. All right, let's go with your plan. Boss, do you want me to send someone for talks with Soros's side? Linton thought he misheard and asked incredulously. He just screwed us hard, maliciously eating $500 million of our money. And we're supposed to go reach out to him? Boss, there's no choice. In finance, power rules. Soros has the backing of Wall Street's top 5 investment banks, the Federal Reserve, and the U.S. government. He's too strong to confront directly. Besides, I think the Asian financial crisis will spread further across Asia, meaning more opportunities later. It's better to avoid constant worry. What do we have to give up if we open communication? 2 main things. First, future moves have to follow their unified command. Second, we'd have to hand over a portion of our profits. Hand over profits? How much? Roughly 5% to 10% of the gains from this short-selling operation. No way. Being slapped and then bowing down, even handing over profits? That won't fly with me. I'd rather you be more cautious in the future, even if it means earning less. And don't you want revenge for how they played us? Revenge? Boss, the financial market is a zero-sum game, with no true friends or enemies. Actually, everyone is an enemy to everyone else. Plus, Soros is so powerful, there's no chance for revenge. That's never certain. The world's unpredictable. Anything can happen. Linton vividly remembered that when Soros shorted Hong Kong, he suffered some losses. He could probably use it. A few days later, despite the various desperate self-rescue attempts by Southeast Asian governments, even appealing for external help, when their so-called protector, the United States, attacked them, who would dare to save them? With their own weak foundations and having blindly pushed financial liberalization under Washington's influence, removing controls over capital markets, They made it incredibly easy for foreign capital to speculate wildly against their currencies. Worst of all, American ambassadors brazenly relayed explicit orders from Washington. Market economy and financial freedom are sacred and inviolable. Local governments must not overly interfere with financial markets or capital flows. As a result, Southeast Asian resistance weakened sharply. Their currencies plunged wildly. Led by Soros, international speculators wielding over $5 trillion relentlessly assaulted the foreign exchange markets, ravenously stripping wealth from countries and regions. In less than a week, Southeast Asia suffered enormous losses. Foreign reserves were devoured at a rate visible to the naked eye. Smaller countries lost billions, while the biggest losses ran into the hundreds of billions. July 31st. Malaysia's government was the first to exhaust its resources and was utterly overrun. On that day, Malaysia's government announced it would give up defending the ringgit. The ringgit's exchange rate against the dollar collapsed instantly, plunging 17.8% in a single day. Thanks to Soros's quantum fund, along with Wall Street's top 5 investment banks and other speculators, the day became a total windfall. Linton soon received an ecstatic call from Richard. "Boss, we hit it big in the Malaysian market. We put $500 million into short selling at the start of the month. Now, with the current exchange rate, our profits have reached $1.2 billion, and the rate is still falling, so our gains keep growing. Congratulations." I spoke with Willix. "While there's still room to fall in Malaysia, we plan to close our positions tomorrow to lock in gains." "Good. We've grabbed the fattest profits. No need to risk more." The next day, after closing positions, Skycrest Capital hedge funds' short-selling profits on the Malaysian ringgit reached $1.26 billion. August 2nd, the Philippines followed suit, running out of foreign reserves and conceding defeat. The peso dropped 15.3% against the dollar. Skycrest Capital's profits grew by another $1.21 billion. August 3rd, Indonesia also fell into desperation and gave up resistance. The rupiah fell 16.8% against the dollar. Skycrest Capital's profits increased by $1.31 billion. Even Singapore, the strongest player, couldn't escape. On August 6th, it exhausted all its reserves and was fully taken down. The Singapore dollar plummeted 14.8% that day. Skycrest Capital added another $970 million in profits. As for poorer countries like Vietnam, Myanmar, and Laos, Skycrest Capital simply didn't bother. But other international speculators weren't so merciful. By this point, all Southeast Asian nations were systematically pillaged. Their wealth was completely looted, leaving behind devastation and pushing their economies back a decade. By August 15th, Soros, Wall Street's top 5 investment banks, and international speculators had basically cleaned out Southeast Asia. The U.S. then staged an intervention at a United Nations conference to discuss the crisis, all while directing their puppet institutions, the World Bank and the IMF, to execute a second, covert round of plundering. American industrial giants flooded in, buying up Southeast Asia's mineral resources, ports, railroads, and real estate at rock-bottom prices. They pressured these countries to open more sectors to American goods and slash tariffs even further. Only then did they agree to massive dollar loans to help Southeast Asia's economic recovery, setting the stage for the next cycle of financial exploitation. This Asian financial crisis erupted on July 2nd when Thailand gave up its defenses. Lasting 45 days, Soros's quantum fund alone made over $30 billion. Wall Street's investment banks and other speculators also made huge profits, ranging from tens of millions to several billion each. The biggest winners were the quantum fund and Wall Street's top 5 banks, whose individual earnings even surpassed Soros's own fund. Linton's Skycrest Capital hedge fund also had a sizable haul. Despite losing $500 million to Soros's ambush, its total profits soared to $7.55 billion. With its initial $2 billion capital, Skycrest Capital's total assets neared $10 billion, making it a mid to large hedge fund. Unlike others, all this money was Linton's own. Reading the reports, even Linton, a multi-billionaire himself, couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This money was seriously satisfying. But the Southeast Asian financial storm is just the first wave of this Asian crisis. In the original timeline, the crisis lasted over a year. For Hong Kong's market, Linton's team would sabotage Soros alongside the Hong Kong authorities while making a big profit. Next up are other big markets, the yen, won, and Taiwanese dollar. Those are juicy targets they definitely going to bite into. Chapter 603, Post-Battle Revelry, Yacht Party. While Linton's Skycrest hedge fund was dominating the Southeast Asian markets, harvesting profits, late July saw two new film releases from Linton Studios. On July 25th, My Best Friend's Wedding, starring Julia Roberts and Shania Twain, hit theaters. This quintessential chick flick told the story of Julianne, a woman who, upon learning that her close friend was engaged, realizes she's fallen in love with him. She then goes to great lengths to make her friend abandon his fiancée. The film was modestly budgeted, only $40 million in total production costs, with half that amount going to Julia Roberts' paycheck. But this was Julia Roberts' territory. She held an unshakable dominance and box office appeal in this genre. Adding to the buzz was the presence of newly crowned pop superstar Shania Twain. Industry insiders and audiences alike were optimistic about the movie's performance. Theaters showed strong faith in Julia, allocating 3,500 screens, resulting in a hefty 21.5% screening share. 2 days ahead of opening, on July 23rd, the film premiered at the Universal Theater, where Linton walked the red carpet hand-in-hand with Julia Roberts on his left and Shania Twain on his right. The media and paparazzi couldn't get enough, churning out tantalizing stories about Linton and the two leading ladies. This only fueled the film's hype. Linton's romantic escapades were already legendary in Hollywood, consistently making headlines all year round. But this triple lineup, one man, two dazzling women, one an A-list Hollywood star and the other a chart-topping music sensation, was irresistible to the public. Their unabashed closeness on the red carpet captivated fans. The buzz intensified after the premiere when paparazzi spotted Linton and the two women leaving together for the Hilton Hotel. None of them emerged for the rest of the night. The story instantly went viral. By midnight and well into the next morning, reports about their all-night hotel rendezvous flooded the internet and media outlets, sharply boosting the film's popularity. Actually, the reports weren't far from the truth. On July 24th, none of the three left their hotel suite, which only intensified the swarm of media waiting outside. The scandalous gossip kept raging, driving more attention to the film. Riding that wave, at midnight on July 25th, My Best Friend's Wedding began its midnight showings in 2,100 screens, pulling in a strong $3.27 million, a smashing opening for such a modestly budgeted film. It wasn't until 9 a.m., when Julia and Shania Twain finally exited the hotel together and headed to Linton Studios to start their promotional tour. Linton, on the other hand, had already left alone, returning to his estate. Soon after, a headline claiming the trio had been locked in intense games for 36 hours began circulating wildly online. Most audiences, being liberal when it comes to entertainment stars, treated the scandal less as a moral breach and more like juicy fun, as long as no one was married. Some older, more conservative and devout Catholics voiced disapproval, but the majority of younger viewers admired their openness and raw authenticity. After all, the target audience for chick flicks was predominantly women under 30. This scandal only drew more young viewers to the film. Box office numbers exploded. On Friday, July 25th, the film grossed $12.71 million, and including midnight screenings, totaled $15.98 million. Saturday brought in $15.37 million, and Sunday, $13.72 million. The three-day opening weekend tally reached an impressive $45.07 million, securing the top box office spot. Despite only having 21.5% of the screening share, it commanded 34% of total ticket sales. Theaters responded by increasing screenings to 3,800 screens, elevating the screening ratio to 25%. Julia Roberts reaffirmed her unchallenged status as queen of the chick flick box office, while Shania Twain earned rave reviews with an outstanding film debut. Meanwhile, having already been out for 2 weeks, Armageddon ranked second with $18.92 million, and George of the Jungle, in its second weekend, came in third with $16.85 million. Armageddon had dominated the box office for 2 consecutive weeks. After its third weekend, North American earnings had reached $171 million. A $200 million gross was all but guaranteed. The high-flying special effects blockbuster was also a hit overseas, raking in $131 million in just 10 days after its international release. Kate Winslet, fresh from her extensive North American press tour, honored her commitment by embarking on the overseas promotional leg for Armageddon. On August 8th, Final Destination 2, starring Charlize Theron alongside Jennifer Connelly and Sue Ching, premiered. The sequel avoided sensationalizing Linton's recent scandals and stuck to the franchise's signature theme of death lurking nearby. Riding on the foundation of its predecessor, the film generated high buzz by featuring 3 stunning stars. It opened across 3,200 screens and took in a solid $10.83 million on its first Friday. Adding midnight showings brought day one's total to $13.9 million. Saturday's take was $13.62 million, and Sunday closed with $11.25 million, summing to a 3-day opening weekend of $38.77 million, again clinching the box office crown, with a 20% screen share translating to 27% of total box office revenue. By August 15th, the Southeast Asian financial storm had quieted, with the United States stepping in under the United Nations banner to obscurely tighten its grip and launder gains. Most international traders had made fat profits and were withdrawing to tally their earnings. But Wall Street titans, led by Soros, already had their eyes on Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, strategizing for the next round of financial exploitation. Richard and Wilex from Skycrest Hedge Fund were summoned by Linton for a comprehensive review meeting. They consolidated gains and analyzed performance. Through a precision forex short-selling campaign aligned with the Southeast Asian crisis, Skycrest had achieved massive success. The 45-day operation involved a $2 billion investment, yielding colossal profits of $7.5 billion. For confidentiality, all 15 team members stayed locked in the conference room for the entire period, eating, sleeping, and working without stepping outside or contacting the outside world. Every day, each member worked well over 15 hours. By the end, every team member was utterly exhausted yet elated by the extraordinary gains and Linton's generous bonus promises. After such an intense stretch, everyone was desperate for a wild celebration and a well-deserved break. According to financial industry tradition, the moment of review and celebration is when the party truly begins. While the team reviewed results in one conference room, the adjacent room had been transformed into a lavish party scene with champagne, stunning blonde models, towering male models, and all sorts of indulgent accessories, including illicit substances. However, Richard knew Linton disliked this sort of scene. After consulting him, the after-party was moved off-site to a luxury yacht. The boat was stocked with everything needed for a non-stop 3-day and night extravaganza. 20 blonde models with long legs, 10 muscular male models, and every imaginable pleasure. Linton was generally satisfied with the operation. Richard and Wilex were rare financial geniuses, flawlessly executing market timing, risk management, and trade operations. Combined with Linton's foresight, the team's profits exceeded expectations. Linton wasted no time. Within an hour, he finished the report briefing, reviewed records, verified profits, and wrapped up evaluations. He then fulfilled his earlier promise. The accountant, Henry, immediately distributed bonuses per Richard and Wilex's recommended allocation. With total profits hitting $7.5 billion, a 15% bonus pool amounted to $1.125 billion. Among the 15 team members, Richard and Wilex took the largest shares, each pocketing up to $225 million, while other operators earned no less than $30 million apiece. In essence, the entire team was overnight millionaires. Of course, actual take-home would depend on each person's tax strategies. Linton's generosity earned him cheers of "boss" from the team. Next up, Wilex and the team would spend 3 days celebrating on the yacht before embarking on a month-long vacation. A month later, Wilex would reconvene the team to track Soros's quantum fund moves, analyze Asian markets, and hunt for fresh short-selling opportunities. Linton also knew well the next targets were Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, economies vastly larger and wealthier than Southeast Asia, promising even bigger plundering. The extent to which these regions would be exploited would far surpass what had happened in Southeast Asia. Naturally, more funds would join the heist against these giants. How much profit Linton and his team would claim depended on their skill and capital size. Consequently, Linton left the entire principal and $8.42 billion profits invested for the next financial raid. Flush with such massive earnings, Linton was elated. Back at his estate, he eagerly shared the news with Madonna, Winnie, and Lee Shaoran. They were stunned by the wealth, rushing into his arms to shower him with kisses before launching into a wild celebration. That night, under Madonna's orchestration, the estate became a playground of pleasure. Gym, dance studio, vocal room, screening room, indoor pool, study, garden balconies, all filled with their laughter and passion. They indulged in unrestrained, exuberant lovemaking, acting out all kinds of seductive scenarios. The following morning, even after breakfast, everyone craved more. Madonna suggested another outing, a seabound yacht party. Linton remembered it had been a long time since their last sea excursion, back in '94, one fondly etched in memory. He agreed enthusiastically to Madonna's proposal, planning a 7-day coastal trip. They'd depart from Los Angeles by yacht, sail to Cabo San Lucas to enjoy 2 days of leisure, then return by yacht. Unfortunately, Madonna's yacht was too small for deep-sea voyages. Otherwise, they could have cruised all the way to Hawaii, savoring the scenic ocean views. Still, Linton, now one of the world's top billionaires, believed such indulgences were in order. After this trip, he intended to commission a massive luxury yacht fit for ocean explorations. Purchasing island properties overseas was also on his mind. The call went out to the ladies, except those unable to leave like Shania Twain, Charlize, Jennifer, and Sue Ching, who were still touring for their films. The rest of the 19 gathered swiftly back in Los Angeles. 3 days later, all preparations finalized, Linton led his harem of 19 beauties on the boundless joyride of their seaside yacht adventure. Madonna's yacht spanned 3 decks, a lower deck underwater, a main deck, and an upper deck. The top deck was spacious, covering over 8,600 square feet, filled with all amenities needed for entertainment and relaxation, ideal for the owner's leisure and sightseeing. Once aboard, Madonna locked down all 3 decks, forbidding all crew members and staff from entering without explicit clearance. Gathered on the 3rd deck, Madonna took Linton by the hand, drawing him to the center of the grand hall. Loudly, she declared, "The grand celebration now begins." Chapter 604, The Iraqi Oil Field Strategy. That week-long yacht party getaway left Linton and his harem feeling thoroughly refreshed, in both body and mind. A week later, everyone returned to Los Angeles in high spirits. Once back in LA, Linton tasked Winnie with contacting yacht companies to select the perfect design for a custom-built mega yacht. He also instructed her to look for a suitable private island within a 600-mile radius of the United States. Yes, this time he wasn't just buying a yacht. He was preparing to acquire a private island as well. By the end of August, Linton arrived at the White House with 14 assistants who had passed the necessary political vetting to officially take on their roles in the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives. Meanwhile, the villas in the Carlisle neighborhood had been fully renovated. For security reasons, instead of hiring local staff for the villas, Linton chose to select personnel from his Los Angeles estate. He promoted a new butler named Jenny from his LA staff and assembled a 7-person team, including 2 security drivers, to manage the Washington, D.C. villa. In July, butler Amy personally escorted Jenny and her team to Washington. They optimized the villa's layout and facilities according to Linton's preferences and purchased new furniture and vehicles. However, at Hillary's strong insistence, Linton did not move into his villa during this trip. Instead, he continued to stay in the presidential suite at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel. There was no choice. All residents in Carlisle were high-ranking U.S. officials. With so many eyes and ears, any hint of their private dealings could get exposed, and the consequences would be catastrophic. While at the White House, President Clinton took an hour specifically to brief Linton on recent developments and the U.S. military actions in Iraq. As expected, Soros's financial raids on Southeast Asia had received full support from the top echelons in Washington. Beyond that, Linton learned of an even larger financial plundering plan for Asia, orchestrated by the Treasury Department. In essence, Soros's quantum fund served as the vanguard. Wall Street's Big Five investment banks formed the main forces, the State Department applied diplomatic pressure, and the Pentagon wielded military threats. Together, they launched a financial war across Asia to harvest local wealth. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund played the roles of sugar-coated artillery, appearing as saviors by injecting funds into devastated regions to aid rebuilding, while secretly sowing seeds for the next round of exploitation. This campaign unfolded in 3 phases. Phase 1 targeted Southeast Asian countries and was nearly complete. Currently, the World Bank and IMF were wrapping up their efforts there. This phase represented an unprecedented victory, leaving everyone fat with gains. Phase 2 aimed at Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, scheduled to begin by October. Phase 3 targeted Hong Kong, India, and Russia, expected to start next January. But Washington was deeply divided on the third phase. India, primarily because of its poverty, vast territory, and large population, still lagged economically. Despite its size, the country's overall wealth accumulation was limited, making any heavy investment for plunder possibly unrewarding. Russia's diplomatic stance hardened under Putin, shifting from Yeltsin's kowtowing to a more pragmatic approach toward the West. Although Russia had declined economically, the old giant still retained formidable military power. Trying to short the Russian ruble and seize its budding wealth bore the risk of provoking desperate, unpredictable retaliation. The greatest controversy, however, surrounded Hong Kong. Both sides had compelling reasons. Moreover, before the handover to China, the British had secretly planted many mines on the island. If detonated at the right time in coordination with their short-selling scheme, the effect would be devastating. Most importantly, Hong Kong was wealthy. Its foreign exchange reserves exceeded $80 billion, and its stock market capitalization reached $400 billion. This treasure trove was incredibly tempting. After hearing President Clinton outline the operation, Linton asked with curiosity, "Bill, why didn't I know about this plan sooner?" There simply wasn't a comprehensive plan at first, only a Wall Street-led short-selling scheme on Thailand's finances, Clinton replied. At the time, Washington thought Thailand was too small to be profitable, so behind-the-scenes investors didn't get involved. Who could have guessed the Southeast Asian region was so vulnerable? We missed a golden opportunity. So that's why you're expanding the battlefield. Exactly. When the profits became clear, the Treasury Department led a coalition, Federal Reserve, Wall Street, State Department, Pentagon, to craft this more complete plan by late July. Then why didn't anyone tell me? Strictly speaking, this wasn't within your jurisdiction, and the plan had to remain classified, so only a few could know. Plus, you hadn't been in Washington much. Honestly, I'm briefing you now mainly to bring you in on this gold mine. I recommend you invest. It promises high returns. Wall Street guarantees at least double your money within 6 months. So you're not asking my opinion. You're just offering me a bonus. That's right. We want you on board to share in the wealth. Of course, I'd also like your input on Phase 3. Since that's beyond my authority, I'll defer to you. Fair enough. How much do you plan to invest? Is there a limit? Yes. My allocation is $500 million. Yours is $50 million. Only $50 million? I'll pass. Every bit counts. Invest now, and by year-end you'll have at least $150 million. Don't waste the chance. No thanks, I'd rather. Stay out of this. Just pretend I never heard about it. Linton thought to himself that he'd just been swindled out of $500 million by Soros, so $100 million in returns could never make up for that. If only he were given a $500 million limit, then earning over $1 billion by years and might make him reconsider and forgive. All right, there's another piece of good news. Oh, what is it? The Iraq War. Yes, the Iraq campaign is going smoothly. The government there is ready to surrender, has handed over terrorists, and sent peace representatives. Terrorists? What terrorists? The ones who attacked the U.S.'s 3 top pharmaceutical company headquarters. Linton was momentarily stunned. He'd personally destroyed those sites with a flying sword, not terrorists. Could they be scapegoats found by Iraq? Not likely. Within 24 hours of the attacks, a Kurdish militia called Tanzim al-Far publicly claimed responsibility on Al Jazeera. Is it possible they were bluffing to expand local influence? Who'd be stupid enough? Did they think America was someone easy to mess with? Besides, their admission was a direct provocation, made them our enemy. It didn't matter if they truly were the culprits. We wiped out the entire group. Their leader Yusuf al-Hadathi was captured alive by our Marines, and we have a clear answer for the public. Okay, but just catching the culprits isn't enough, right? Of course not. We sent nearly 100,000 troops, fired thousands of missiles, and millions of artillery shells. Military spending near $200 billion. A war like this can't disappear without major gain, right? Iraq's oil is abundant. We need that. Exactly. We've occupied southern Iraq, home to over half the country's oil reserves. Our plan is to have Iraq unconditionally transfer those oil field rights to us as a peace condition. That sounds promising. There are over a dozen oil fields down south, with reserves exceeding 7 billion barrels. We'll share about 20% with NATO allies who joined the invasion. The rest will go to American capital for development. Are you interested? Me? Am I suitable? I don't understand oil extraction or refining, and I don't have companies in that sector. That doesn't matter. It's about who's got the muscle, who calls the shots. Understanding the business isn't essential. Once we control the fields, there will be plenty of experts to handle operations. Extraction costs are low there, so profits will be substantial. You mean? I mean you and I join forces to secure a major oil field, split ownership 50-50, develop it together, and share the profits. That's a good idea. Any specific targets? Southern Iraq has 18 oil fields, but only 5 are truly large. Rumaila, Fergana, Majnoon, East Baghdad, and Zubair. Their proven reserves are 1.78 billion, 1.3 billion, 1.26 billion, 800 million, and 450 million barrels respectively. Collectively, they hold nearly 80% of the region's oil. So our goal has to be one of those 5, right? The smaller fields aren't worth considering. Which one caught your eye? Obviously, Rumaila is the best, ranked number 1. But the top 3 fields attract too many competitors, and the White House has to publicly auction them off. Even if we join forces, we can't outbid giants like ExxonMobil, Chevron, Marathon, or Valero. So you're targeting East Baghdad? No. Despite its size, East Baghdad is actually a collection of smaller fields with much higher extraction costs. Though its reserves are 800 million barrels, its real value is less than Zubair. So Zubair. Yes, it's the 5th largest but still boasts 450 million barrels of low-cost, light hydrocarbon-rich, high-quality oil. Plus, its smaller size means fewer parties are interested. Together, we'd likely face no challenges and can secure it at a reasonable price. An oil field with 450 million barrels at low extraction costs, even with just $5 per barrel profit amounts to over $2 billion in value. Split between 2, each would earn upwards of $1 billion. Linton also recalled that as the new millennium unfolded, international crude prices would skyrocket, from around $20 a barrel to over $100, making the field even more valuable. The Middle East had always been a powder keg rich in oil. America had countless chances to intervene. If this field was managed well, the next time the U.S. deployed to the region, grabbing an even bigger field would be a natural progression. With all this in mind, he nodded. All right, let's team up. Zubair oil field it is. What's our next step? First, we create an energy company through agents to register it quickly. Then, at the right time, we publicly declare our support for the firm. That's simple. On the surface, yes. But the key is influence. By joining forces and not chasing the biggest field, but the 5th-ranked one, no one will dare oppose us. How much initial investment? Don't need too much. Extraction equipment is already in place. Let's each put in $100 million in registered capital now. After securing the field, we'll consider adding funds for upgrading tech and equipment. Sounds good. When can we start? I estimate a true ceasefire agreement in Iraq will take about 3 months. Only then will the government auction these oil fields. Chapter 605, Clear Sky Studios. Time entered September. Linton took Aunt Kelly, Su Qing, Li Xiaoran, and Tom Graves' son, the general manager of Universal Pictures Asia, on a private jet straight to Beijing. Since discovering last year that charity work in China yielded dozens of times more merit than in America, he had significantly increased his charitable investments in China. Last year, his charitable investment in China reached $55 million, basically covering all the prefectures and cities in Jiangxi province. He believed this trip to China would bring surprises in terms of the merit he would harvest. This year's investment was as high as $80 million, accounting for 78% of the Linton Charity Foundation's expenditures for the year, bringing a huge surprise to both China and Jiangxi province. According to data from the China Poverty Alleviation Office, under Linton's continuous large-scale charitable investments over 5 years, the backward transportation and education in all impoverished areas of Jiangxi province will be completely resolved, after which other provinces will be considered. In fact, at the beginning of this year, the China Poverty Alleviation Office very sincerely suggested to Aunt Kelly whether part of the charitable investment could be allocated to other provinces. It was simply because Linton's charity foundation had invested so much in Jiangxi province, and the results were so good, that other provinces were naturally dying of envy. And to be fair, after 4 years of heavy investment, the transportation and education issues in the poorest parts of Jiangxi province had been resolved. Other provinces indeed had places that needed help more. However, after consulting Linton, Aunt Kelly still insisted that all of this year's investment be limited to Jiangxi province, mainly so that when harvesting merit next year, they wouldn't have to run all over the place and waste too much time. Of course, this couldn't be said openly. Instead, the reason given was to facilitate the management of charitable projects, which must be relatively concentrated in one province. Plus, his own bloodline relatives were from Jiangxi province, so it was only right to solve Jiangxi province's difficulties first. However, he also promised that starting next year, the charitable investment could be moved to another province, with the specific location to be negotiated between Aunt Kelly and the China Poverty Alleviation Office. But his trip to China this time, besides continuing to collect merit, was also to begin the layout for film and television production in China. Of course, limited by China's current laws, which do not allow foreign-controlled companies to enter the film and television production domain. This specific clause, he had Su Qing and Li Xiaoran join in, and along with Universal Pictures, the 3 parties formed a joint venture to circumvent legal restrictions. He invested a total of $50 million, with the 3 parties' shareholding ratio being 35 hours, 35 minutes, and 30 seconds. Su Qing and Li Xiaoran each held 35%, and Universal Pictures' share was 30%. Of course, he provided all the money. $50 million was nothing to him now, so Su Qing and Li Xiaoran simply took the shares. However, according to Linton's planning and predictions for the current state of China's film and television industry, his expectation for this company in the next few years wasn't about how much profit it would make at all. Unlike in America, Chinese film and television companies can operate artist management businesses. The biggest goal of this company was just one: through investing in and producing TV dramas, to discover and train popular young starlets to serve as his cultivation cauldrons. If a truly qualified cauldron was found, it would only be natural for Linton to help her enter Hollywood later. For the current stage, the company's business would mainly focus on the TV drama field. As for movies, he would wait until after 2005 to consider them. Of course, if a movie with potential was discovered, he could consider buying the rights to introduce it to North America, but the probability of this was extremely small. After all, at this stage, the mainstream of mainland Chinese cinema was learning from Europe, with art films dominating. The company name was chosen after consulting Su Qing and Li Xiaoran. It was named Clear Sky Film and Television. There was no special meaning. It just sounded good. The registration procedures for the company had been mostly handled by the advanced staff of Universal Pictures Asia branch and the families of Su Qing and Li Xiaoran, just waiting for them to sign the final papers this time. As usual, as soon as Linton came out of the airport's VIP channel, people from the China Overseas Chinese Affairs Office and the Poverty Alleviation Office were already waiting for him outside the airport. After picking them up, everyone drove to the Beijing hotel. In the evening, Li Qianjin, the deputy director of the Overseas Chinese Affairs Office, hosted a banquet for Linton's group at the VIP building of the Beijing Hotel, thanking Linton for his contributions to China over the years. For the operation and management of Clear Sky Film and Television, Linton still intended to find a professional with film and television experience from local China to preside over it, and the Asia branch would arrange a vice general manager. Then they would conduct local recruitment to build a professional team. Unfortunately, there were no professional headhunting companies in China yet, so such executives were indeed quite hard to find. Fortunately, Linton's connections in Beijing weren't bad either. He asked Director Lin Hao, the executive deputy director of the Forestry Bureau, and Han Samping, the deputy general manager of China Film Group, to help recommend a few candidates. With Clear Sky Film and Television's investment of up to $50 million, plus Hollywood's film and television resources, and the annual salary of 1 million renminbi that Linton offered for the general manager, along with a Mercedes-Benz company car, this position was quite competitive. Director Lin Hao and Han Samping also mobilized their own connections, each recommending 2 industry professionals with very good resumes. The next day, Linton, along with Su Qing, Li Xiaoran, and Tom Graveson, found a conference room at the Beijing Hotel to interview several candidates, finally selecting a man named Xiao Jianfeng. Xiao Jianfeng, male, 42 years old, was among the first batch of students to graduate from the Communication University of China after the resumption of the National College Entrance Exam. After graduation, he entered Beijing Television and worked in multiple departments. He was now the deputy director of the Beijing Television Program Production Center. He had rich experience in TV drama production and, even more rarely, extensive connections at the television station, which was naturally a huge benefit for the newly established Clear Sky Film and Television. Even more rare was that he had a very clear understanding of the current film and television industry in China. He believed that in current China, investing in movies was a very high-risk endeavor and required extra caution. But TV dramas were a gold mine. With the completion of the national television station reforms last year, provincial TV stations across the country had gone satellite one after another, and the demand for TV dramas had increased sharply. Current TV dramas were in a state where supply fell short of demand. Especially for some popular TV dramas, as soon as filming was finished, they would be sought after and bid on by various TV stations. Often, the first round of broadcasting could generate significant profits, and subsequent second and third rounds could still be sold. So his view was that the company's future business should focus on TV drama production. As for movies, if there were suitable projects, they could appropriately participate in the investment after assessing the risks. During the interview, he also proposed a viewpoint. With the country's reform of the film and television industry last year, the commercial value of movie and television stars had begun to manifest. Television advertisements for many products had begun to use stars for filming. Therefore, he believed that artist management would become another very important profit point for film and television companies. The company could set up an artist management department to focus on cultivating and creating top stars. These views won Linton's high approval. Although the other 3 candidates were also very excellent, in the end, Linton chose him. Chapter 606. The new company's first big promotion, strength greatly advances. Back in the capital, Su Qing and Li Xiaoran were naturally not suited to stay at the hotel with Linton all the time. That afternoon, after finishing the interview and finalizing Jennifer Roberts as the general manager of Clear Sky Film and Television Company, they each went home. After all, they had been away from their families for over half a year, and since it was a rare trip back home, they also wanted to spend as much time as possible with their families. For this return to China, Linton gave them many good things: 1 bottle of vitality pills each, 6 bottles of beauty pills, 2 caddies of spirit tea, and 20 bottles of wine brewed in his own estate, for them to take home. And Linton naturally wouldn't mistreat himself and stay in an empty room. He had 2 good sisters here as well, Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei. Li Bingbing graduated from the Shanghai Theatre Academy this year. Because of the national reforms in the film and television industry over the past 2 years, many film studios were undergoing reforms, and many actors were resigning from them. She hadn't joined any organization yet, but while she was still studying in school a few years ago, she had appeared in several TV series and had already made a name for herself in the television circle. Her current resources were quite good. In the first half of the year, she even starred in the TV series The Legend of Xiangyang. When she received Linton's call, she happened to be in Beijing, sending out resumes to various production crews. After receiving the call and learning that she was to accompany Linton on a 10-day business trip as his temporary secretary, she immediately agreed happily. She then went out to buy a few outfits suitable for a secretary. Then she returned to her rented apartment, dressed herself up beautifully, and came to the Beijing hotel with her suitcase, where Linton had already booked a room for her. However, when he called Su Jinglei, it was unfortunate that she was filming the movie Spicy Love Soup in Hongyan and couldn't leave. Su Jinglei's situation was similar to Li Bingbing's. She graduated from the Beijing Film Academy this year. She hadn't joined any organization either, but her resources were incredibly good, far beyond what Li Bingbing could compare to. In the first half of this year alone, she starred as the lead actress in 2 movies, My Love to You and One Night of Wealth, and now she was filming Spicy Love Soup, also as the lead actress. Li Bingbing arrived at the Beijing hotel, first pretending to go into her own room to drop off her luggage before turning around and coming to Linton's presidential suite. Seeing Linton after a year, she couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, giving him a kiss. "Honey, you're finally here. I missed you so much." Linton responded warmly. "Baby, I missed you too." A cheerful and sweet song played. 2 hours later, the battle temporarily ceased, and Li Bingbing lay limply on top of Linton. "Honey, how long will you stay in China this time?" "Baby, I'll stay for half a month this time. Stay with me for these 2 weeks, okay?" "Great, you belong to me for this half month." Sensing the limited fame on Li Bingbing, Linton took the initiative to ask, "Baby, you've graduated from university now, haven't you?" "Yes, I just graduated in the first half of the year." "Which film and television company have you joined?" "The film industry is undergoing reforms, and all the major film studios are laying people off. Former film and TV actors have started working solo, finding jobs on their own. Because most production crews start in Beijing, and that's where the most opportunities are, everyone gathers in Beijing to find work. I'm the same. I've become a proud Beijing drifter. In that case, I've just invested $50 million to establish Clear Sky Film and Television Company. The company is still being set up. When we return from out of town, I'll introduce you to the general manager of Clear Sky, and you should just join us." $50 million USD? That's over 400 million renminbi. Such a huge investment. Li Bingbing was shocked by this figure. At this time, private capital investing in the film and television industry was considered good if it reached a few million. The famous Huai brothers only had 4 million renminbi when they were founded. Furthermore, the costs for movies and TV shows in the mainland were very low right now because actor salaries and other expenses were very cheap. A 5 million renminbi budget for a 20-episode TV series was considered a major investment. Now that Linton had directly injected 400 million renminbi to establish Clear Sky Film and Television, wouldn't the company immediately become an industry giant? Of course. Since I'm doing it, I must do it well. Small-scale operations are meaningless. Hearing Linton's impressive answer, Li Bingbing felt as if Linton was glowing. More ambition grew in her heart, and her body became as if it had no bones, clinging tightly to Linton. "Honey, are you going to promote me?" "Baby, do you want me to promote you?" "Honey, of course I do. I want to become a big star, and I even want to go to Hollywood to make movies." Through the divine imprint he had left last time, Linton confirmed that Li Bingbing had not been with any other men over the past year, and a wave of tenderness welled up in his heart. "All right, baby, as you wish. You go to Clear Sky Film and Television, and we'll custom make at least one high-quality TV series for you every year." "Really? Of course, baby. I'm going to make you the most popular female star in China. Honey, you're so good to me. I must thank you properly." The sweet and cheerful song played again. The next day, Linton and Aunt Kelly took Li Bingbing, who had come to be a temporary secretary, to Jiangxi province to inspect the charity projects invested in last year. In reality, it was to absorb the merit generated by them. As for Su Qing and Li Xiaoran, the two naturally stayed in Beijing. One reason was to stay and work with Jennifer Roberts and the others on the final procedures for the company, and the second was that since it was a rare opportunity, They naturally wanted to spend more time with family and friends. Boarding Linton's private jet, Li Bingbing marveled at the plane's luxury while also feeling Linton's formidable strength more deeply. She couldn't help but feel more infatuated, wanting to stick to him like glue. Seeing Li Bingbing's shy and emotional appearance, Linton also felt his desires stirred. When the plane reached the stratosphere, he whispered in her ear, "Bingbing, do you want to try the taste of covering 1,000 miles in a day?" Li Bingbing didn't quite understand. What does covering 1,000 miles in a day mean? A very good exercise, I'll teach you. After saying that, Linton picked her up and walked toward the bedroom. A cheerful and sweet song played. Upon arriving in Nanchang, with the cooperation of the staff from the Provincial Poverty Alleviation Office, Linton tirelessly visited all 14 impoverished counties. Starting from the beginning of last year, Linton invested $50 million to build roads and schools in 14 impoverished counties. All 14 county-to-township roads were now open to traffic, and the 48 newly built schools were also in use. These charitable investments now brought Linton a huge return. After this trip, the merit within Linton's body surged. In the very center of the mana in his body, it was rendered golden by the merit. The total amount of mana covered by the merit increased from the original 5% to 10%. Following this, his strength also increased significantly. His mana and divine sense were further improved, and his divine sense became even more refined, with its coverage range growing from the original 100 kilometers to 120 kilometers. Feeling the changes in his cultivation, he felt exceptionally satisfied, and at the same time, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Chinese people are truly simple and honest. Everyone has a grateful heart and knows how to show gratitude. This $50 million charitable investment was truly worth it, bringing me so much merit. It seems this work must be continued steadfastly. Chapter 607. The Crisis of Wild Suma Root Supply and the Solution. 10 days later, Linton, having harvested the power of merit, left Jiangxi province with Li Bingbing and headed to Shanghai. Aunt Kelly, however, remained in Jiangxi province to check on the progress of this year's $80 million charity investment project. Linton's trip to Shanghai this time was to discuss further cooperation on medicinal materials with the 100 Herbs Hall. In fact, Linton's cooperation with the 100 Herbs Hall had always been very smooth, so there was no need for him to come in person to negotiate. But recently, a major problem had arisen. The supply of wild suma root over 30 years old was experiencing significant issues. Starting from the end of last year, the wild suma root supplied by the 100 Herbs Hall decreased month by month, even as the acquisition price rose repeatedly. In less than 2 years, the acquisition price for wild suma root over 30 years old had climbed from the initial $15,000 per kilogram to the latest $300,000 per kilogram. The price had increased by a full 20 times, yet there was no effect. The supply volume continued to drop. Last month's supply volume was only a little over 5 kilograms, which was far from meeting the needs of Vitality pill production. To maintain the current supply volume of Vitality pills, producing 334 bottles monthly required consuming 13.5 kilograms of wild suma root over 30 years old. Although the healthcare company had increased its procurement reserves and held some inventory at the beginning, due to the deficit over the past 6 months, the healthcare company's inventory of wild suma root over 30 years old was now only 220 kilograms, enough for only 16 months of use. A while ago, he tested the medicinal properties of the ginseng grown on his own farm. The ginseng nourished by spiritual energy indeed had very strong efficacy, far exceeding that of ordinary ginseng, and even surpassing the efficacy of wild suma root. But the problem was that the current growth time for the ginseng was too short. Even by October, the root age would only reach 3 years, and its medicinal efficacy was still far from sufficient. He estimated that to truly replace the efficacy of wild suma root over 30 years old, even with the nourishment of spiritual energy, the ginseng needed to grow for 5 years. This meant that to use the ginseng grown on his farm to replace wild suma root, they would have to wait until after October of the year after next, which was still 25 months away. If the supply volume was to be maintained without a drop, The inventory shortage of wild sumo root over 30 years old for the next 25 months would total 118 kilograms. This implied that the monthly procurement volume of wild sumo root needed to reach over 4.7 kilograms. However, based on the 100 Herbs Hall's current supply trend, this would be an extremely difficult, if not impossible, task. So, taking the opportunity of coming to China to harvest the power of merit, he personally came to see what the problem was and whether there was a solution. If the wild sumo root supply truly could not be resolved, perhaps they would have to start reducing the production and supply of vitality pills early to avoid a complete stockout later. After Linton and Li Bingbing flew from Nanchang to Shanghai on a private jet, as soon as they disembarked, Wan Haiba, the general manager of the 100 Herbs Hall, and Boss Su, who had been liaising with Linton previously, were waiting at the airport entrance. Wan Haiba had received notice from Linton 2 days prior that he was coming to Shanghai to discuss the medicinal material supply, and he was extremely excited. Since last year, the volume of medicinal materials supplied by the 100 Herbs Hall to Linton had accounted for over 50% of the 100 Herbs Hall's total business volume. The transaction amount settled this year had reached $57 million, with the projected annual transaction amount expected to exceed $80 million. Moreover, the prices Linton offered were very generous, providing a huge profit margin. This portion of the business generated over 85% of the 100 Herbs Hall's total profit. More critically, Linton paid in US dollars and never delayed payment. Of course, the medicinal materials provided by the 100 Herbs Hall were also always delivered on time, with guaranteed quality and quantity, without any mishaps. Due to the nation's strong support for earning foreign exchange, the 100 Herbs Hall also received substantial tax rebates from customs. Last year, it was named an advanced unit for export earnings by Shanghai City, and Wan Haiba himself was named an outstanding entrepreneur by the city. Boss Su was also promoted to deputy general manager of the head office for securing the deal with Linton, a major contribution to the company. It could be said that the cooperation with Linton was crucial to the lifeblood of the 100 Herbs Hall, and no amount of attention was too much. After greeting Linton at the airport, they exchanged a few pleasantries, and the group headed straight for the Portman Ritz-Carlton Shanghai on Nanjing West Road. After checking in, Wan Haiba intended to invite Linton to visit the 100 Herbs Hall headquarters before starting the detailed negotiations. However, Linton had no intention of visiting the 100 Herbs Hall. He directly invited Wan Haiba and Deputy General Manager Su into the meeting room of the presidential suite, saying, "Let's keep it simple and chat here." In his eyes, the cooperation between the two parties had always gone smoothly, and a strong degree of trust had been established. Most importantly, the annual procurement cost of $80 million was trivial compared to his healthcare company's tens of billions in revenue. For him, the most crucial factor was the stable supply of medicinal materials. Supplying them on time, with guaranteed quality and quantity, was more important than anything else. With the previous foundation of cooperation, Linton's negotiations with Wan Haiba and others proceeded very smoothly. The two sides quickly confirmed the procurement quantities and prices for next year, with the exception of wild sumo root aged 30 years or older. Wan Haiba apologized shamefully. "Mr. Linton, thank you very much for your support of 100 Herbs Hall, but we truly cannot guarantee the supply volume for wild sumo root aged over 30 years. Linton did not entirely believe him and used sole induction to explain the specific difficulties regarding the wild sumo root in detail. Wild sumo root aged over 30 years has very harsh growing conditions. They are mainly distributed in the Changbai mountain range, and all are located deep within uninhabited old-growth forests. Their yield simply cannot be guaranteed. In the last 2 years, because of your purchasing, we mobilized a large number of people to search the mountains. After 2 years, the wild sumo root in the Changbai Mountains has almost been dug up. It is truly hard to find now. 2 years ago, ginseng diggers entering the mountains could generally find 1 or 2 stalks of qualifying wild sumo root per month, with an average harvest of over 0.2 kilograms per person. At that time, even if the price wasn't particularly high, you offered us $15,000 per kilogram. We only gave the grassroots diggers $5,000 per kilogram. But if each person could dig 0.2 kilograms of wild suma root per month, their income would be 1,000 US dollars, which is over 8,000 yuan in renminbi. For them, that was a huge sum of money. So they were all very motivated. And at that time, quite a few people were willing to go into the mountains to become ginseng diggers. But now it is different. Less and less ginseng is being dug up in the mountains. Now, 100 people go into the mountains, endure wind and rain for a month, and often the entire group fails, with no one finding anything. Even if you now raise the price we offer to 300,000 US dollars per kilogram, and we raise the price for the grassroots diggers even further to 280,000 US dollars per kilogram, the number of diggers is still decreasing sharply because they simply cannot find any qualifying wild suma root in the mountains. Hearing that 100 Herbs Hall gave 280,000 of the 300,000 US dollars to the grassroots diggers, meaning 100 Herbs Hall barely made any profit from it. Yet the supply volume was still so low, it seemed that wild suma root meeting the requirements was indeed almost impossible to find. Thinking of this, he felt a bit depressed. Would he really have to reduce the production of Vitality Pill for the next 2 years? Unwilling to give up, he asked with great emphasis, "Is there any other way to help me solve the supply problem for wild suma root aged over 30 years? Unexpectedly, one highball actually offered a suggestion. "Mr. Linton, we have actually investigated extensively before. There are 2 places in the world where wild suma root grows, the Changbai Mountain Range and the Cultivating Range. The Changbai Mountain Range is mainly located in China's Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning provinces. Besides that, there is also a branch range within North Korea, and there should be some yield there as well. And the Cultivating Range in Russia's far east has geographical conditions extremely similar to Changbai. Someone has dug up wild suma root there before, and its medicinal efficacy is exactly the same as that from Changbai Mountain. It should also meet your requirements. Moreover, that area is sparsely populated and basically undeveloped, so there should be a considerable reserve of wild suma root aged over 30 years in the mountains. Why don't you try finding partners in those 2 locations? They should be able to provide you with a sufficient quantity of wild suma root. Both places are relatively close to the 3 northeastern provinces. Can't your people go over to purchase them? We have tried to purchase from those places before, but it is difficult. North Korea is closed off, making normal purchasing impossible. Under the temptation of our high prices, occasionally someone will secretly smuggle ginseng over, but we cannot guarantee the supply. Russia suffers from political turmoil and rampant gangs. Doing this kind of business there carries too great a risk." Hearing this, Linton understood the situation. He withdrew his sole induction from him. "Good. Thank you for your suggestions. I will not make any demands on the quantity of wild suma root in next year's cooperation. The purchase price remains unchanged. I will continue to buy whatever you can supply. The rest of the supply contract should proceed as just negotiated." Hearing Linton agree so readily, one highball was overjoyed. This was a contract worth over 70 million US dollars. The profit was as